Near Konohagakure, after taking the Nine-Tails, Kushina, and the two infants in his arms out of the village, Minato's chakra was almost completely exhausted. Kushina used the adamantine sealing chains to temporarily bind the Nine-Tails. Even if restraining the Nine-Tails like this means I will die at least in this way, we can postpone the time of the Nine-Tails resurrection a little longer. If I want to help you with the little chakra I have left, this is the only way. Though blood stained the corner of Kushina's lips, she still forced a smile with all her strength. All this time, thank you for everything you've done for me. Seeing Kushina like this, sorrow unconsciously surfaced on Minato's face, and the two babies in his arms also began to cry. Kushina, you made me the fourth Hokage. You made me your husband. You made me the father of these two children. Yet Minato, don't show that expression. I'm very happy to be loved by you. And today is Naruto's birthday. I really wish I could see us and his older sister together, celebrating his birthday. As she spoke, Kushina glanced at the two infants in Minato's arms. More importantly, if I were still alive, besides wishing for our family of four to have a happy life in the future, what else could I possibly want? By now, tears were already trailing down from the corners of Minato's eyes. By the way, have you decided on Naruto's sister's name? I've already decided. We'll use her name. Her name. That's pretty good. She should agree as well. Perhaps. In that case, I only have one final wish left. I really want to see what they'll be like when they grow up. Kushina, you don't actually have to die together with the Nine-Tails. I'll use your remaining chakra to let you see them. At this moment, Minato had already wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. I will divide the last of your chakra into 2 parts and seal them into the children, combining it with the 8 trigram seal. As for the Nine-Tails, I will handle it. Since I'm not a jinchuriki, the only way is to use the Reaper Death Seal. But that sealing technique will make the caster. Before Kushina could finish, Minato interrupted her. There's one more thing. The Nine-Tails won't be sealed inside me, but split into 2 halves and sealed separately within the children. The yang half of the Nine-Tails will be sealed in Naruto, and the yin half will be sealed in her. As he spoke, Minato looked at the baby girl in his arms, who was slightly older than Naruto and had silver gray hair. What happened today confirmed 2 things for me. The masked man who attacked you, that guy will surely bring a storm of blood and slaughter. And the ones who can stop him are these 2 children. One of them bears the name given by my teacher, and the other bears the name of a former student of mine. I believe in their abilities, and I also believe that the name Yin carries a far deeper meaning. Minato, but before Kushina could finish, Minato had already activated the Reaper Death Seal. The 3rd Hokage, who had just arrived, realized he was already too late. The Reaper Death Seal is complete. I will seal your chakra into them. I hope that when they as Jinchuriki try to control the Nine-Tails, you can lend them your strength. Of course, I believe in Little Lang's abilities, as she should be able to handle it on her own. They are our children. Precisely because of that, I don't want them to bear such a heavy burden. And by doing this, you're pushing this Little Lang onto the path of becoming a ninja. Do you want her to walk toward the same ending as that former Little Lang? And why use the Reaper Death Seal? Just so I can see what they'll be like when they grow up for such a fleeting moment. We clearly promised to give this Little Lang a beautiful childhood, yet now you want to make them sacrifices for the nation and the village, and make yourself my sacrifice as well. Every word Kushina spoke now was laced with blood. Abandoning the nation and abandoning the village would be the same as abandoning our children. I know that Little Lang has never agreed with this view, but I believe that her kindness will still lead her to make the right decision at the right time. But how can you be sure that she will turn out like that Little Lang? Because I believe in her. I believe she and Naruto will bring peace to the ninja world together. Minato then crouched down. Although your time as their mother will be brief, what you pass on to them is something I can never match. Even if with Yin Nang's personality she refuses to learn, Naruto will still have to use it. So all of this is for them. Right after that, Minato summoned a ceremonial altar and placed Naruto and Yin Nang upon it. Bound by the adamantine sealing chains at the side, the Nine-Tails also realized what Minato was about to do. A ceremonial altar for a ritual. You're planning to seal me again, and this time into those 2 brats. At that moment, because Kushina had used too much chakra, the adamantine sealing chains loosened. The Nine-Tails did not hesitate. It immediately extended its claw toward the 2 infants on the altar. Seeing this, Minato and Kushina did not hesitate either. They used their bodies to block the Nine-Tails' claw. You. The Nine-Tails roared in unwilling fury. In a quarrel between husband and wife, this is the first time I've lost to you. I understand now just how serious you are. Thank you, Kushina. Enduring the pain of being pierced through, Minato summoned Gamabunta's elder Gamafu, but as soon as he appeared, Gamafu was startled by the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails. Fourth, what is going on here? Gamafu, I'm entrusting you with the key to Naruto's seal. Immediately let Jiraiya Sensei keep it safe. As for Yin Nang, I believe she will be able to undo it on her own in the future. After taking the key to unlock Naruto's seal, Gamafu vanished from the scene. Kushina, it seems we can't hold out much longer. It's about time to activate the 8 trigram seal. I also want to seal as much chakra as possible into the two of them. We'll be separated for a while. If there's anything you want to tell them, say it now. Xiaolang, don't be picky with food. Don't always pick out your vegetables at meals, or you'll end up underdeveloped. And Naruto, you must eat until you're full every day and grow up strong. You must remember to take hot baths every day, and of course you can't bathe together. And don't stay up late. Make sure you get enough sleep, especially you Xiaolang. If you can still manage to create game consoles in the future, don't play too late. And you must make friends. It's fine even if you don't have many. As long as you have a few trustworthy companions, that's enough. Of course, as long as you siblings are together, it's fine. Yinlong, you're the older sister. You must take good care of your younger brother. And there's one more important thing. The 3 taboos of being a ninja. First, don't casually borrow money. Remember to save the rewards from your missions. As for alcohol, you can only drink after you turn 20. Xiaolang, you'd best not drink at all. You're a girl after all. And you must be careful around Jiraiya Sensei, especially you Xiaolang. I don't know what you'll become in the future, but it's still better to stay away from him. In the days to come, whether bitterness or pain, you'll experience a great deal. You must keep walking at your own pace. Hold your dreams in your hearts and turn them into action. And there are still so many things I want to tell you. I still want to live with you. I love you. Kushina then realized she might have gone overboard. Sorry, Minato, I got a bit carried away just now. No, it's fine. Minato shook his head and then shifted his gaze to Naruto and Yinlang. What I want to say is the same as what your nagging mother said. Then Minato used the Reaper Death Seal to split the Nine-Tails chakra into 2 halves, and with the 8 trigram seal, he sealed them separately into Naruto and Yinlang. After that, Minato and Kushina completely died there, and the 3rd Hokage later took Yinlang and Naruto back to Konohagakure. Inside the 4th Hokage's home, a girl with silver gray hair was studying her reflection in the mirror before her. So I've transmigrated. And is this Silverwolf or Bronya? The girl could not help but sigh. Her current soul belonged to an internet-addicted girl who had crossed over because of an accident rather than the Bodhi's original soul. Ugh, of all the people I could have become, why this one? If it were Bronya, that would at least leave room for a second growth spurt, but Silverwolf. Silverwolf had not even finished grumbling when a mechanical voice abruptly cut her off. Host, stop letting your imagination run wild. You have transmigrated into Silverwolf, not anyone else. Who are you and why can you hear what I'm thinking? Silverwolf cautiously scanned her surroundings, yet saw no one at all. Stop looking. I'm inside your body. Inside my body. Wait. Silverwolf suddenly seemed to recall something. You're a system. Correct. It seems this host I'm assigned to is not entirely dull. As the system's voice faded, a translucent panel appeared before Silverwolf. What's this? This is your character information, host. Oh, you really do know what I care about. I was just wondering where exactly I've transmigrated to. Soon Silverwolf began to read through the contents displayed on the panel. Name Namikaze Yinlang. Age 7. Identity adopted daughter of the 4th Hokage Jinchuriki of the Yin Nine-Tails. Ninjutsu None. Kekkei Genkai None. Chakra attributes fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin yang. After finishing the panel, Silverwolf fell into deep thought. Looks like I've ended up in the Naruto world and in Minato's adopted daughter, as well as the Yin Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Honestly, that's not a bad setup. At least I can pilot a Gundam in the future, and with all chakra attributes at my disposal, there's a lot of room for growth down the line. Hey host, if you keep ignoring this system, I won't give you the newbie gift pack. At those words, Silverwolf snapped back to herself at once. There's a newbie gift pack, and you didn't say so earlier. You never asked. Silverwolf could only feel utterly speechless. Moments later, a gray core materialized in front of her. And this is the core of the Hershers of Reason, converted into a chakra version. After all, the Naruto world cannot withstand Honkai energy. So does that mean I can absorb it now? No. More accurately, it's already within your body. This is merely a projection I created for you. Then what exactly is this newbie gift pack you're giving me? Don't tell me you've just been stringing me along. How could I? This system is extremely competent. Most of the hosts I've handled have already ended up together with the protagonists of their worlds. So you're a vase system, huh? And even if you were, couldn't you at least have found me a better body? Are you planning for me to still be under 1.50 m at 20? I was at least 165 in my previous life. Host, just say whether you want this body or not. If you don't, you can go report to the King of Hell. If not for the Hershers of Reason Core back then. Wait, I might have let something slip. Keep going. What happened with the Hershers of Reason Core back then? Don't worry about it. In any case, this is the only body you get. Take it or leave it. Forget it, I'm too lazy to stay mad at you. Hurry up and tell me what the real newbie gift pack is. And why should I give it to you? Just because you got called a vase system earlier? Fine, don't ask then. With my own strength, I can easily clear Shippuden, and as for Boruto, that's his problem, not mine. It has nothing to do with me as his aunt. What is that supposed to mean? Can't you at least try to mend things? How are you ever going to get married if you act like this? Then I simply won't get married. I'm a Shuden anyway. Given a second life, I can just be a Chunin all over again. Can't you have a little ambition? I do. He'll just start working on that ambition after you hand over the gift pack. Fine, I'll give it to you. Go chase your dreams already. No sooner had the system spoken than it sensed something was off. Wait, you tricked me. I didn't trick you. You agreed all on your own. Silverwolf flashed a mischievous grin. Hurry up and hand it over. You said it yourself after all. Fine, you win. Moments later, an armed doll with white hair, blue eyes, and a pair of black rabbit ears atop her head appeared in front of Silverwolf. After all these years, I finally get to come out. I just hope this time my boss is gentle and considerate. But the moment the heavy armor bunny turned her gaze towards Silverwolf, her face immediately fell. After all these years, why is it still this blackheart boss? Send me back right now. Oh, I am never working for her again. Seeing this, Silverwolf could only feel exasperated. Come on, I might look a bit like your previous boss, but this is our first time meeting. Do you really have to react this strongly? Silverwolf's words did nothing to calm the heavy armor bunny. Instead, they only made her even more agitated. Like I'd ever believe you. A bit like you are that blackheart boss. Even if your face turned to ash, I'd still recognize it. Seriously, forget it. System explained to me properly why she's reacting to me like this. Don't ask me things like that, all right? I don't know either. Then what do you suggest we do? We can't just leave things like this forever. Weren't you acting all capable just now? Why ask me? Fine. If you want help, I'll handle it myself. Silverwolf quickly turned her gaze toward the heavy armor bunny. Heavy armor bunny, I'll give you a chance. Apologize to me right now, and I'll pretend none of that just happened. How about it? Why should I apologize to you? Because you used to exploit me. Your salary for this month gets cut in half. If you still don't apologize, this month's pay goes straight to zero. At that, the heavy armor bunny instantly panicked. Boss, don't. I was wrong, all right. We can discuss anything else, just don't dock my pay. We can do that, but it'll depend on how you behave. If you perform well, I might consider not cutting it. If you don't, you know what will happen. All right, thank you, boss. The system, having witnessed everything, felt a wave of speechlessness. See, I can handle the reconstructed bunny without your help, you know. The system replied in a rather perfunctory manner. All right, you're impressive, aren't you? What kind of attitude is that? My attitude is quite good already. After all, some systems can directly eliminate their hosts. Fine, do as you wish, but I want to know if there's a panel for the reconstructed bunny. Yes, do you want to see it? Of course I want to see it. All right, just wait a moment. Soon a translucent panel resembling her character information appeared in front of Silverwolf. Name: Reconstructed Bunny. Destructive Power A. Speed A. Range A. Sustainability A. Precision A. Growth potential dependent on the user. After looking at the panel, Silverwolf immediately felt a wave of speechlessness. Are you sure this panel isn't for a stand-in? How could it be a stand-in? This is Naruto, not JoJo. But this panel is just too outrageous, isn't it? 5A. Is it really just a 5A platinum reincarnation of an armed doll? Host, don't just look at the surface. The reconstructed bunny you see now is just one of her forms. She can revert back to the large mech form she had as Bronya, and she can also transform into a motorcycle. Isn't that better than platinum? Can she even be compared to platinum? Platinum can stop time, can she? Moreover, even if we don't mention this, platinum's A is only because it's the maximum, and she probably just barely reached A. And what does it mean, dependent on the user? Am I supposed to evolve or something? Silverwolf's rant left the system utterly speechless, but it was at this moment that the reconstructed bunny also became displeased. What do you mean, Blackheart boss? What do you mean I barely reached A? I'm clearly very strong, okay? Fine, since you say that, let me ask you if you can use Euler. Of course I can. I used to do this all the time. Hearing this, Silverwolf felt a bit strange. Are you sure? But I don't remember Bronya letting you use Euler on anyone. Who said it was that, boss? In an instant, the reconstructed bunny quickly covered her mouth. Oh no, I think I might have let something slip. What do you mean? Why did you stop talking? It's nothing, just know that you only need to be aware that I can do it. Alright, do as you wish, just make sure you don't mess up at a critical moment. After saying this, Silverwolf stopped paying attention to the reconstructed bunny. What time is it now, system? The day of the clan extinction night. The day of the clan extinction night. Wait, what do you mean by clan extinction night? Yes, and if we count by hours, it should start in a few hours. If that's the case, then there should still be a few years before the main storyline begins. In that case, let's start practicing the power of the law ruler from today. A few hours later. It's so annoying. This world has nothing for me to create. After so long, I've only managed to create a piece of clothing and a mask, and I can't make any guns or cannons at all. Do you want the blueprints, host? Yes. Of course I want them. In an instant, Silverwolf perked up again. Host, don't be anxious. I can't just give you the blueprints for free. How about this? You take on a task, and after you complete it, I'll give you the blueprints. What task are you talking about? It's not difficult. Tonight, just go to the Uchiha guard department, and I'll give you the blueprints. How about that? Alright, I'll set off right now. Wait a minute, host. It's not good for you to go out like this. After all, you are the adopted daughter of the Fourth Hokage now. Upon hearing this, Silverwolf felt that it made some sense. You're right, but coincidentally, I just created a set of clothing and a mask. I should be fine once I wear them. Soon Silverwolf changed into her clothes, which were none other than her exclusive outfit. She also tied her hair into a single ponytail and put on a fox mask. However, after she finished all this, she suddenly realized a problem. Isn't this 8 trigram seal too conspicuous? System, do you have any way to cover it up? Yes, this system just happens to have a ceiling concealment card that lasts for 1 hour. I wonder if you'd like it, host. Of course I want it. Hurry and give it to me. Don't be anxious, host. Such things are usually given as task rewards. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to just give it to you for free. How about this? If you improve your attitude towards me in the future, I'll make an exception and give you this once. What are you talking about? Isn't my attitude pretty good? Hearing this, the system felt a wave of speechlessness. If you don't want to just say so, don't pretend here. Listening to the system's tone, Silverwolf could only smile awkwardly. I'll just promise you that I'll be nicer to you in the future. Alright, I've already used the concealment card for you, but don't forget that it will expire in 1 hour. Got it? Don't worry. Soon the 8 trigram seal on Silverwolf's abdomen was concealed. Alright, reconstructed bunny, let's go. Why should I go with you? That's obviously because you can transform into a motorcycle now. Am I refusing overtime pay? If you don't move right now, I'll dock your salary entirely. In an instant, the reconstructed bunny dashed out the door without a second thought. Hurry up, boss, I'll transform into a motorcycle outside and wait for you. So only squeezing her can give her motivation, huh? Soon Silverwolf arrived outside and sat on the motorcycle transformed from the reconstructed bunny, heading towards the Uchiha guard department. However, the journey was not very smooth because they both forgot one thing. Silverwolf didn't have a driver's license at all. Boss, can you really ride a motorcycle? Isn't it just like riding an electric scooter? No, it's quite different. Hurry up, boss, let go of the handlebars, I'll drive automatically. Alright. Immediately Silverwolf let go of the handlebars, and the reconstructed bunny began to drive automatically. After a while, Yin Lang finally arrived near the Uchiha guard department without any incidents. I'm so dizzy, can't you drive slower, heavy armor bunny? Wasn't it you who wanted me to drive this fast before? Why can't you handle it now? It's not like this is the first time I've met you today. How could I let you drive so fast? You'll find out in the future, don't ask me. Yin Lang suddenly felt speechless. So you think being a riddle master is fun? Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. Let's just move forward since we're just at the outskirts. Having said that, Yin Lang continued towards the Uchiha guard department, and Heavy Armor Bunny, after transforming back into her armed doll form, caught up with Yin Lang. However, after walking a few steps, Yin Lang saw several Uchiha clan members lying motionless on the ground. As she approached, she discovered that all these Uchiha clan members were already dead, and without exception, all had their eyes gouged out. Yin Lang immediately felt a wave of nausea. If she weren't wearing a mask, she would have probably thrown up by now. But just then a person wearing an orange tiger-striped mask suddenly appeared behind Yin Lang. Girl, you shouldn't be in this place. Hearing this, Yin Lang quickly turned around and stared at the masked man who had appeared. However, as she turned, the masked man revealed a look of surprise. How could this be? That outfit? No, it's impossible. Well, I clearly saw. But if she really is, forget it, let's just see her true form. With that thought, the masked man reached out towards Yin Lang. But at that moment, Heavy Armor Bunny suddenly transformed back to her original form and threw a punch at the masked man. Aura. However, this punch did not hit the masked man as anticipated, instead it passed right through him. It's been years since I've seen Heavy Armor Bunny. But how did you come back? Why should I tell you? We're enemies now. In the next moment, Heavy Armor Bunny attacked the masked man again, but the result was still the same. The attack had no effect. Although you know my previous abilities quite well, you have no idea about the power contained in this eye of mine. Before Heavy Armor Bunny could react, the masked man used the knife in his hand to knock her away. After dealing with Heavy Armor Bunny, the masked man turned his gaze back to Yin Lang. Girl, take off your mask, and I might consider sparing your life. Yin Lang, having regained her composure in the current situation, understood that she needed to stay calm. Shouldn't you take off your mask before asking others to do so? Upon hearing this, the masked man displayed a look of disdain in his eyes. Girl, it seems you still don't understand the situation. Your life is in my hands now. Oh, is that so? Then why don't you take a look behind you? Although the masked man was somewhat puzzled, he still turned around to look. Just at that moment, Heavy Armor Bunny's massive fist was already coming at him. Aura. But the result was still the same. The fist merely passed through. Heavy Armor Bunny, keep using aura. His intangibility lasts at most 5 minutes, but don't give him a chance. Understood. In the next moment, Heavy Armor Bunny once again swung her fist at the masked man and her speed increased. Aura, 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 aura. If this continues, I will eventually be hit. It seems I can only change my approach. Thinking this, the masked man released his intangibility, but just as he did, Heavy Armor Bunny's fist struck him, sending him flying. Good opportunity, heavy armor bunny, let's run. Why should we run? That guy is already on the ground. Are you foolish? That was a sneak attack that succeeded. Besides, his intangibility clearly hasn't lasted 5 minutes. He did that on purpose. Before Yin Lang could finish, the masked man appeared behind her again. Not bad, little girl, you're quite observant. But unfortunately, you no longer have a chance to escape. The masked man gave Yin Lang no opportunity and directly used an illusion technique to bring her down to the ground. Seeing this scene, heavy armor bunny immediately prepared to rush forward to help, but the masked man suddenly appeared in front of her. Go into the trash can. Before she could react, heavy armor bunny was thrown into the Kamui space. Finally, all obstacles are removed. Now, let me see your true form. Immediately after, the masked man prepared to remove Yin Lang's mask, but at the moment, he did, surprise filled his eyes. How is this possible? So it turns out, you are still alive, Xiao Lang. Within the divine space, the heavily armored little rabbit was complaining about its encounters today. It's really so annoying. I finally managed to come out, but I ran into that Blackheart boss again, and that Obito, who has no sense of martial ethics, just threw me here. Well, let's think positively. At least I won't have to see that Blackheart boss again. But just as the heavily armored little rabbit was feeling somewhat pleased with itself, Obito suddenly appeared in the divine space, holding the silver wolf. You look quite happy. Did you think I wouldn't come to this space? What does it matter to you, you tail end of the crane? Upon hearing this, Obito suddenly laughed. Oh, if you call me the tail end of the crane, then doesn't that mean you're even worse off? After all, you're currently trapped in my space. Don't get cocky. If I were to use all my strength, it would be no problem to keep you here for a day. There's no way you could have brought me to this space. Obito didn't bother discussing this matter further with the heavily armored little rabbit. Instead, he shifted the topic. All right, enough of this useless talk. I have some questions I hope you can answer truthfully. Why should I answer you? Just because you brought me to this space, say. Obito wasted no time and directly revealed his Sharingan. If you don't speak, I will have to resort to some forceful measures. Seeing Obito's expression, the heavily armored little rabbit realized he was serious. I'm not afraid of you. It's just that we've been friends for so long, so if you have any questions, I can try to answer them. So that's how it is. Well, you can handle the details yourself, so hurry up and send us back to Konoha. You said I could handle the details myself, so what's the difference if we go back to Konoha or not? Upon hearing this, the heavily armored little rabbit immediately became anxious. Hey, what do you mean? She's now the Nine-Tails jinchuriki. Are you not afraid of any issues by just tying her up like this? Keeping her close makes me feel more at ease. After all, I can't afford to lose her again, even if she doesn't understand. I really don't get you, but just to let you know, if she comes looking for trouble later, don't sell me out. Got it. We've known each other for so many years. Do I look like that kind of person? The heavily armored little rabbit merely shot Obito a glance, then looked at the silver wolf in his arms. Hey, idiot Obito, are you planning to keep holding her like this? Aren't you afraid that when she wakes up, she'll think you're a pervert? Upon hearing this, Obito realized that he hadn't put the silver wolf down since picking her up, but suddenly he seemed to think of something. Little rabbit, watch over the little wolf for me. I'm going out for a bit. With that, Obito placed the silver wolf beside the heavily armored little rabbit and prepared to leave the divine space. Wait a minute, idiot Obito. Don't forget to bring me some colored dumplings when you come back. Understood. After that, Obito exited the divine space, while the heavily armored little rabbit excitedly gazed at the unconscious silver wolf on the ground. It's true that every debt has a debtor. I didn't expect the Blackheart boss to have today. Let me think what I should do. How about stripping you of your clothes and taking a few photos? No, I definitely would get silenced for that. But this should be fine. I want to write idiot all over your face so you can't face anyone anymore. But just as the heavily armored little rabbit was about to take action, a bed suddenly appeared, and Obito followed closely behind, appearing in the divine space with several colored dumplings in hand. Hey, little rabbit, what are you doing? I wasn't doing anything at all. The heavily armored little rabbit, aware of its own guilt, didn't dare to look Obito in the eye. Oh, really? Then what's that pen in your hand? Upon hearing this, the heavily armored little rabbit immediately threw the pen away without a second thought. What pen? You see, I have nothing in my hands, and I haven't even asked you why you came back with a bed. It's nothing. I was just worried that the little wolf wouldn't be used to sleeping, so I brought her a bed. You really do like her. But doesn't this also imply something? You won't go and try to realize that broken dream again, will you? Upon hearing this, Obito hesitated because the determination to implement the Moon Eye plan had diminished significantly when he saw the silver wolf. Maybe, but I still feel that this world is fake. Before Obito could finish, the heavily armored little rabbit angrily interrupted him. Can't you wake up? Do I have to hit you with my fist to wake you up? If this is fake, then that is also fake. If that's the case, then is she also fake? Obito chose silence and did not answer the heavily armored little rabbit's question. Think about it carefully. If you insist on walking down this dark path, I can't help you. But I still hope you can turn back. With that, the heavily armored little rabbit stayed by the silver wolf's side and ignored Obito. In an unknown space, the consciousness of the silver wolf gradually awakened. Where is this? Strange, I remember being taken down by that guy Obito, and then, where is the armored little rabbit? The silver wolf hurriedly looked around, but found no trace of the armored little rabbit. What bad luck. First I was taken down by that guy Obito, and now I've lost the armored little rabbit. However, one thing is certain, this is definitely not the Kamui space. Organizing the known information, the silver wolf fell into a brief contemplation. This place feels somewhat familiar, but I just can't recall where exactly. Moreover, it's strange that the ground is completely wet, yet my clothes and shoes are dry. Wait, could it be? The silver wolf instinctively took a few steps forward, and as she moved, deeper towering railings gradually appeared before her behind, which crimson eyes were watching her. Just as I thought, this is my consciousness space, right? Kyubi. Upon hearing this, Kyubi was momentarily stunned, but quickly returned to its original state. Little girl, how do you know this name? How do I know? Let me think. The silver wolf pretended to ponder for a moment. Who knows? Maybe it's just because I want to be friends with you tailed beasts, and out of respect for friends I called you by your original name. Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? I'm serious. It's nothing. I just find you quite interesting. For so many years, humans have always treated us tailed beasts as tools, yet today this little girl suddenly says she wants to be friends with me. Why, Kyubi, do you still not trust me? Well, that's understandable given that you are currently sealed within me. But I can assure you that in the future I will create a world where humans and tailed beasts can coexist peacefully. Saying this, the silver wolf extended her fist towards Kyubi. Seeing the silver wolf's gesture, Kyubi hesitated for a moment. This little girl is indeed different. Perhaps she can really do it. Moreover, never mind, no matter what, I won't lose anything by trusting her this once. Kyubi smiled, then extended its fist and bumped it against the silver wolf's. Then I will trust you this once. Consider this little bit of chakra a greeting gift. Soon a small portion of Kyubi's chakra appeared on the silver wolf and gradually fused into her body. You really are generous. What is this? If it weren't for the seal, I could have given you more chakra. Of course, this amount should be enough for you right now. But thank you, Kyubi. All right, enough chit-chat. Hurry back. You've been unconscious for a while, and I haven't seen what's happening outside. Go check on the situation. All right, Wait, that's not right. I don't even know how to get out. The silver wolf's exclamation left Kyubi speechless. What a hassle. I thought you were dependable. Fine, just stay there, we'll send you out right now. Wait, no. Before the silver wolf was ready, Kyubi directly sent her out. In reality, within the Kamui space, the silver wolf had awakened from her bed, gasping for breath. Really, Kyubi was too hasty. I wasn't ready and got blasted out. Suddenly, a familiar voice made the silver wolf immediately realize where she was. What's wrong? You're awake, girl. In an instant, the silver wolf looked around as if waking from a dream, but she ultimately reached a despairing conclusion. She was in the Kamui space, and she noticed the armored little rabbit lying beside her, seemingly already asleep. Stop looking, girl. You can't escape, and I must inform you that the bed you're sitting on is mine. Upon hearing this, the silver wolf immediately tensed up and hurriedly checked if her clothes had been tampered with. The silver wolf's unusual behavior left Obito bewildered. Hey girl, what are you doing? What can I do? Of course I'm checking if my innocence is still intact. After all, I can't guarantee whether you're a pervert. Even if I am a pervert, so what? At that moment, Obito realized he might have said something wrong. Oh no, little wolf wouldn't be angry, would she? After all, the last one who said something like that. No, if I try to comfort her now, I'll definitely expose myself, but if I don't say anything. After struggling with his thoughts, Obito finally decided to say something, but just as he was about to speak, the silver wolf approached him. Right, you don't find me attractive, so could you let me go? As she said this, the silver wolf forced a smile, while already planning Obito's demise in her mind. You wait, once I get out, I will devote myself to training until I fully master Kyubi's power, and then he'll crush you underfoot, leaving you unable to survive or die. Obito looked at the smiling silver wolf in front of him, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. How should I respond? Refusing is not an option, as she clearly seems to be holding back her anger. Forget it, might as well just go for broke. What's the worst that could happen? Just getting beaten up by Aura in the future. You're not wrong, girl, but I refuse. Don't forget what is sealed within you. That thing is of great value to me. Obito's reply shattered the silver wolf's fantasies. Why isn't this guy following the script? If you don't let me out, how can I train properly? How do I poke your eyes out? Although I thought this in my heart, I still managed to control my facial expressions. So what do you want? Do you want me to follow you around from now on? Is that not allowed? Obito's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the silver wolf to decide to stop pretending. What do you mean? Kidnapping a 7-year-old girl and acting so justified? Are you a pervert? Even if it's because I have a tailed beast within me, you shouldn't have kidnapped me at 7 years old. Before the Silverwolf could finish, Obito interrupted her. Let me just clarify, you came to me willingly. I didn't seek you out. You know what, I can't beat you, but that doesn't mean I will submit. One day ill. Suddenly the Silverwolf's stomach let out an embarrassing growl, and at that moment Obito tactfully offered her a tricolored dumpling. Here, take this. I want to eat it. Who knows if you a pervert have poisoned it. Eat it or not, it doesn't matter to me if you starve. With that, Obito left the place using Kamui. Ding. The system has detected that the host has completed the task and is about to grant a reward. Hearing this familiar voice, Yin Lang knew that the system, which had been dead for an unknown amount of time, was finally back. Hey, my system has never been dead, okay? Oh, since that's the case, can you explain why it's only now after such a long time of completing tasks that you are preparing to issue a reward? Actually, there is a reason for that. Please listen to my explanation. Alright, then explain it to me. The main reason is that I was helping you find suitable design blueprints. Yes, that's right. And don't worry, since this is your first task completion, a special reward will be given. Oh, is that so? It seems you still have a bit of conscience. So what rewards will I receive? Hey, can you show a little respect, host? I'm secretly giving you a special reward. But other systems wouldn't delay rewards like this. I completed the task quite a while ago, yet you took so long to grant it. Shouldn't you reflect on that? Giving me more rewards would only be a normal compensation. The system wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Yin Lang. What? Are you dissatisfied? Fine, I will issue the reward. I promise this system will never delay rewards again. That's not bad. Soon that familiar translucent panel appeared in front of Yin Lang. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a design blueprint for the same type of floating cannon as Li Lu. Looking at the text before her, Yin Lang felt a wave of speechlessness. How should I comment on this? This thing is quite good, but couldn't you have given it to me earlier? If you had given it to me earlier, would I have been captured by that person? If I had given it to you earlier, could you have produced something at the level of Bronya? Do you even know what level you are? Besides, can you kill someone with stockings like Bronya can? Alright, my little host probably hasn't even killed a person. Are you not satisfied, host? Alright, I will concede that this system has some abilities, but your revenge is too much. Where's the excess? It's been like this for so many years. Don't speak carelessly, sometimes you need to find your own problems. Have you worked hard to learn? Have you attended class as well? Remember, practice makes perfect. Alright, since you play like this, I won't pretend anymore. Let's talk about your performance. No wonder the few hosts you've taken on ended up as mere decorations. You are simply unreliable. Honestly, it's commendable that a system like you can achieve any results. Hey, what do you mean? You can insult me, but you cannot insult my performance. What do you mean by decoration? Although the previous hosts I took on did not become the pinnacle of their worlds, they were not weak. Oh, then give me an example. My demands aren't high, I just need one that is on the same level as Bronya. The combat power of the Hokage world is too high to compare. Look, you're saying there's no way to compare again. How can there be no way to compare? The combat power has been the same for so many years. Where is it higher? Don't speak carelessly. Oh, sometimes look for your own problems. Have you worked hard to issue rewards? Have you worked hard to strategize? You are copying me. What? You said that to me first. Is it wrong for me to ask back? You are truly the worst host I have ever had. Then you can only blame your bad luck, do you understand? Fine, this system will not argue with you. I will give you the reward, and don't bother me during this time. It would have been better to do this earlier. Why did it have to come to this? Congratulations, host. You have obtained a God's Talent experience card. God's Talent. Yes, it means just that. Wait, that's not what I meant. I mean, this won't be that shrimp dumpling, will it? Yes, it's that one. It will exist in the form of a card, and when used it will directly merge into your body. For the next hour, you will gain talents like those of the shrimp dumpling along with some acting skills. At this moment, Yin Lang fell silent. She could hardly imagine what she would look like at that time. Stay calm, stay calm. This thing should be used secretly in the future, otherwise if I get seen. Forget it, I won't think about it. At this moment, the system emitted a mocking laughter. Huh, host, you aren't afraid, are you? This is God's Talent. Others seek me for it, but I didn't give it to them. This time it's a gift for you. Shouldn't you at least smile? You did that on purpose, didn't you? How can you say that about this system? With God's Talent, don't mention 1 hour. In half an hour, you can make that floating cannon, saving you a lot of time. Aren't you thankful to this system? Thankful. You want me to die of embarrassment, don't you? I'm only 7 years old. Oh, do you want me to embarrass myself completely? That's none of my business. By the way, I need to mention that if you do not use this experience card within a week, it will automatically activate, you know. Before Yin Lang could say anything, the system cut off communication with her. This damn system is deliberately humiliating me, right? Forget it, while no one is around, I should quickly use that thing to avoid any long-lasting troubles. Soon the God's Talent card merged into Yin Lang's body. At that moment, the previously sleeping Heavy Armor Bunny also woke up. What noise is that? Although Heavy Armor Bunny had not fully woken up, yet she could still vaguely hear Yin Lang talking. As expected of me, who possesses God's talent. A design blueprint of this level will take me 20 minutes, and after 10 minutes I can create it. Then I will definitely make that guy accept God's judgment. This scene has completely frightened Heavy Armor Bunny beside her. Am I crazy, or is this world crazy? Although the Blackheart boss is a bit crazy, this is too crazy. Hey Heavy Armor Bunny, I can hear what you're saying. Boss, I'm sorry. I won't slack off anymore. Please don't deduct my salary. How could a god possibly deduct an employee's salary? Forget it'll settle your salary for this month. Then Yin Lang handed a stack of cash to Heavy Armor Bunny. I am not dreaming, am I? Looking at the cash in front of her, Heavy Armor Bunny's eyes were filled with astonishment. Quickly take it, God's time is very precious. Heavy Armor Bunny hurriedly accepted the stack of cash, fearing that Yin Lang would change her mind. Alright then boss, I'll let you continue your work without bothering you. In the land of fire within the village of Konohagakure, Kakashi lay comfortably on a chair, skillfully perusing his intimate paradise. However, at that moment a voice suddenly shattered the tranquility. Looking towards the sound, a girl with brown hair wearing a Konoha headband and sporting purple stripes on her face approached. What's going on, Rin? Did you finish your work at the Konoha hospital so soon? Sort of, but why are you still here reading that book? Didn't we agree to visit Obito's grave together today? Besides, I've told you countless times that it's not good for your health. I know. Kakashi replied dismissively. Yet Rin did not say much more and urged, let's hurry, if we're late we won't have time to buy flowers. I've already bought the flowers and placed them there, and I've also cleaned the grave for them. Hearing this, Rin was a bit shocked. What do you mean it's already done? Yes, Rin, did you forget? You spent over an hour at the Konoha hospital today, and during that time I took care of everything. I see, it seems I misunderstood you. I'm really sorry, Kakashi. Actually, you don't need to apologize. After I left the Umbu, I still had plenty of time each day, but you on the other hand have to be at the Konoha hospital every day? And if I'm not mistaken, you probably have other things to attend to as well. It seems you know everything. I do visit Naruto every day after leaving the hospital. After all, he is the child of Lord Minato and one of the jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. As she said this, a look of sadness appeared on Rin's face. To be honest, I really don't understand why Lord Third would do this. He only revealed that Naruto is the jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, but never mentioned that he is Lord Minato's child. He has gone through so much at such a young age. Gradually tears filled Rin's eyes and Kakashi stood up to comfort her. Rin, I understand what you're thinking, but we cannot change established facts. I know, that's why I go to accompany him every day. I really wish she was still here. After all, if she were, she would surely argue with Lord Third in the Hokage office all day long. With her personality, she probably would. Kakashi couldn't help but glance at his own hands. By the way, what about the other one? The other one? Oh, you mean that Silverwolf? I visit her less often as her condition is relatively better compared to Naruto. However, they do share a common characteristic. There are many Umbu nearby. I see. Then let's go. With that, Kakashi prepared to leave. Hey Kakashi, where are you going? Of course I'm going to see Naruto. After all, you haven't gone yet, have you? Kakashi then left with Rin following closely behind. After a while, the two arrived at Naruto's doorstep. Naruto, are you there? It's me, Sister Rin. As Rin's voice fell, the door opened, revealing little Naruto. Sister Rin, you're so late today? I thought you wouldn't come. How could that be? Didn't I tell you I would come back every day? By the way, Naruto, have you eaten yet? Not yet. Then just right, what do you want to eat? Sister Rin will take you out. Is that okay? Naruto seemed a little shy. What's wrong? I haven't eaten either, so let's just go together. Right, Kakashi? At this moment, Kakashi was still engrossed in his book and didn't respond immediately. Hey Kakashi, can't you put your book down? What does it matter if I put it down? I'm not good at dealing with kids. Kakashi, seriously, if I had known, I wouldn't have brought you along. Seeing this, Naruto quickly comforted her. Sister Rin, don't be mad. I'm not mad, after all, I've gotten used to this kind of thing. By the way, Naruto, do you want to eat barbecue? Barbecue? Really? A flicker of hesitation crossed Naruto's face. Of course. But Kakashi, do you want to go? I'm fine with it. Alright then, I'll leave right now. With that, Rin took Naruto and left. Just as Kakashi was about to follow, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared behind him. Kakashi, the Hokage needs to see you. Understood, I'll be there shortly. After Kakashi's reply, the Umbu vanished from sight. It seems I'm going to let Rin down. After some time, Kakashi arrived at the Hokage's office and saw the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been waiting for him. What is it, Hokage-sama? Why were you in such a hurry to find me? Indeed, it is somewhat important. You must be aware of the Uchiha clan massacre that occurred last night. Of course I know, but what do you want to say, Hokage-sama? Last night, an Umbu near the Namikaze residence saw the Silverwolf heading towards the Uchiha clan, and she never returned. Hokage-sama, are you implying that she was captured? Yes, and the worst part is that all the Umbu who try to bring her back are dead. Konoha has now lost a jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, so there can be no more mistakes. Kakashi, I hope you can stay by Naruto's side from now on. This way you can monitor his emotions and protect his safety. Upon hearing this, Kakashi understood the third's intentions. To have me watch over Naruto. Of course I will protect him well. Good, then you can go back for now. In a while I will send someone to deliver money to you, and I will also continue to send more people to search for Silverwolf. Inside the exchange center, Obito was dragging a charred corpse in front of the staff. So you really are quick, you've dealt with such a tricky target in just an hour. Enough with the small talk, just hand it over. Oh. The staff quickly brought over a box, but did not immediately hand it to Obito. Sir, I can certainly give you the money this time, but could you please try to keep your target's face from being charred next time? The staff quickly handed the box to Obito, fearing any surprises. The amount of money is definitely not an issue, you can rest assured. It better be so otherwise. Obito did not finish his sentence, but his glimmering Sharingan already conveyed his meaning. Immediately afterward, Obito vanished from the spot, using his Kamui ability. In the Kamui space, how embarrassing. Just because of that divine ability, I ended up saying so many ridiculous things and making exaggerated expressions. If others saw it, my reputation would be ruined. Now Silverwolf was nearly mortified by what had happened during the time of the divine ability. Really, I didn't expect the heartless boss to have any shame. I wonder why you didn't show this side of yourself when you owed me my salary. Go ahead and withhold it. Anyway, that good boss has already paid this month's salary. Silver Rabbit shrugged with indifference. Alright, if that's the case, then I'll withhold your salary for next month. Upon hearing this, Silver Rabbit immediately changed her attitude. No, please, let's talk this over. Don't withhold my salary for next month. Fine, but then you must keep this matter under wraps, and I will consider giving you a commission next month. Alright, I agree. Not bad quite. Before Silverwolf could finish, a voice interrupted her. Looks like you two are having a good time in my space. As the words fell, Obito appeared in the Kamui space. Hey, you perverted freak, what nonsense are you talking about? Who would want to stay here? Oh, since it seems I have to handle this bowl of Ichiraku ramen myself. Saying this, Obito shook the bag containing the ramen. Tempting me like this won't work. It's the same as before. Who knows if you've poisoned it? Still don't trust me? Well, rather than that, I want to ask what's up with the bamboo skewers on the ground. As he spoke, Obito picked up a fallen bamboo skewer. This? What? Eating my three-colored dumplings and not admitting it. I'm not denying it. Besides, I didn't really want to eat it. Silverwolf was speaking the truth. At first, she did not intend to eat the three-colored dumpling, but during her divine ability phase, she instinctively swallowed it. If it weren't for the accident, who would eat that thing? It's high in sugar and easy to gain weight. Oh, I didn't expect you to care about your looks at such a young age. What's it to you? Whether I care about my looks has nothing to do with you. Besides, I was just scared of gaining weight. Gaining weight? I see you're quite thin now. And if you don't eat, well, you won't grow tall. Does my height have anything to do with you? You're just a kidnapper, not my boyfriend. If you want, it's not impossible. Obito's words nearly made Silverwolf explode with anger. You perverted freak, you can really eat anything. You should look in the mirror at yourself. You don't even spare a 7-year-old girl. At this moment, Obito's image had shattered in Silverwolf's heart. Really, I thought you were pure and innocent, but it turns out you're a scumbag. Who knows how many people you've kidnapped over the years. However, Obito was unaware that his image in Silverwolf's heart had changed. He simply thought he had misspoken. Should I say something? To ease the atmosphere after all just now? Well, I'll say a little. Then Obito cleared his throat and said, girl, don't think too much. Oh, I was just joking. Even with your figure, I wouldn't be interested. In that instant, Obito felt as if he had misspoken again. What am I saying? The last person who commented on Little Wolf's figure already. But Silverwolf's voice interrupted him. As the smoke dissipated, Obito's figure reappeared in Silverwolf's sight, but this time, he bore not a single scratch. How is this even possible? Seeing Obito approaching steadily, Silverwolf could only continue to control the floating cannons to fire at him, but soon realized that Obito seemed invincible. No matter how she shot, she could inflict no harm on him. Even more despairing was that the heavily armored little rabbit who had been by her side had vanished. Really, at a critical moment, things fall apart. I wonder where that armored little rabbit went. Just then, the voice of Kurama suddenly reached her ears. Wake up, little girl, this is an illusion. Upon hearing this, Silverwolf immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Did I mishear you, Kurama? Of course not. Relax a bit, and I will help you break this illusion. Just as Silverwolf was preparing to cooperate with Kurama to break the illusion, Obito suddenly appeared before her and attacked with the knife in his hand. Oh no, I can't dodge this. At that moment, Silverwolf had basically accepted that she could not evade this strike, but Kurama suddenly appeared beside her, lifted her up, and placed her on his back. Then he smashed Obito in the illusionary world. Kurama, what are you doing? Don't think too much, little girl. Although we are not enemies, we are not exactly friends either. This time I saved you simply because I do not want to be that guy's tool anymore. Upon hearing this, Silverwolf felt a wave of speechlessness and secretly murmured, what it's under a fox. Hey, what are you saying, little girl? It's nothing. Are you sure? Kurama's tone was filled with skepticism. Really, I'm not lying. Fine, I believe you this once, but little girl, be mentally prepared. I'm sending you over now. Wait, hold on, Kurama, I have it. Before Silverwolf could finish, Kurama broke the illusion and brought her back to reality. Really, that guy Kurama, couldn't he wait for me to finish my sentence before bringing me out? Suddenly, she sensed something was off. Where is the armored little rabbit? Why isn't she by my side? Little girl, are you looking for this? Silverwolf immediately turned to see Obito not far from her, grabbing the ear of the armored little rabbit. She also noticed that Obito was not wearing a mask, and his eyes were fully visible. Strange, why is he not wearing a mask? The eyes could be understood as having taken from another Uchiha, but the mask, never mind, saving the armored little rabbit is the priority. In an instant, Silverwolf directed all the floating cannons to aim at Obito. If you don't let her go, they'll start firing. Oh, it seems she is important to you. But I advise you not to act rashly, otherwise I can't guarantee this little rabbit's safety. You. Seeing the armored little rabbit held captive by Obito, Silverwolf could only choose to surrender. Not bad, but rest assured I'm not unreasonable. Since you want to go out so badly, I can fulfill your wish. What do you mean? Don't be so impatient. Little girl, I haven't finished yet. As long as you stay here until you turn 13 and don't cause me trouble before that, I'll let you go, and he'll give you 3 guarantees. 3 guarantees. Tell me what they are. Quite simple. First, I can provide you with food and shelter for free, and if you behave well, I can take you out. Second, if you want to bathe, I can prepare the tools for you, and then he'll leave the Kamui space. Of course, if you still feel uneasy, I can take you out to wash, but this requires marking you with a Kamui seal to ensure you won't escape. Stop, I absolutely refuse the second one. As for the first, you need to come back after at least an hour or 2. Fine, I agree. Good, then continue. After this brief interlude, Obito began to explain the third condition. The third is even simpler. If you want to sleep, you need to do so in the Kamui space, while I will go out to sleep. Of course, if you still feel uneasy, you can have this little rabbit guard for you. Wait a minute, what if you break your promises? If I break them, then I break them. After all, you can't do anything to me, but I can guarantee that I will definitely let you go in 6 years. You. At this point, Silverwolf had already mentally tortured Obito countless times. Meanwhile, the armored little rabbit held by Obito quietly asked, "Hey fool Obito, what if she uses this Nine-Tails chakra to fight you later? How do we explain that?" I know. As for why the armored little rabbit was cooperating with Obito, it began to explain from the moment Silverwolf was trapped in the illusion. Finally resolved, I almost got shot to pieces by Little Wolf. Don't be so pleased. If we were really enemies, I would have already started attacking you the moment you approached. Don't forget I have X-ray and thermal sensing. Got it, thanks Little Rabbit. Hey, who told you to call me Little Rabbit? Is that a problem? You're looking like a little rabbit now, aren't you? Saying this, Obito reached out to touch the now armed little rabbit. Don't touch me, you creep. Immediately, the armored little rabbit distanced herself from Obito. Really, I preferred the old you. Even though you always shouted to become Hokage, you still knew your limits. Upon hearing this, a hint of sadness flashed in Obito's eyes. In the ninja school, Yin was bored listening to the ninja teacher at the podium explain the steps and methods of the shadow clone technique. Seriously, I have known this level of shadow clone technique for a long time. It's such a waste of time. Suddenly, a boy on Yin left wearing a mask agreed with her opinion. This person was none other than the young Kakashi. Such a technique, I'm afraid, only someone like Obito, who is always at the bottom, would struggle with it. Hearing this, the boy on Yin right wearing goggles became displeased. What do you mean, Kakashi? What? Am I wrong? Yin and I can already use the shadow clone technique, and you can't even master the basic clone technique. Doesn't that make you the one at the bottom? I am not at the bottom. And why are you back here just to mock me when you've already become a Chunin? I'm just stating the facts. After all, whether in the past or now, you are not my match. You shouldn't underestimate me. My dream is to become Hokage. Just wait, Kakashi, one day I will surpass you. Suddenly, Yin fists landed on both Obito and Kakashi's heads. Can't you two be quiet? To me, you are just two muscle-bound simpletons. Neither of you can say anything about the other. Yin punches were not in vain, as the two indeed stopped their quarrel. Just as Yin was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the ninja teacher at the podium suddenly called her out. The student in the last row by the window, I have already explained the method of the clone technique. Could you come up and demonstrate it for your classmates? If not, I will consider that you weren't listening to my lecture at all. Before Yin could respond, Obito beside her could no longer sit still. Xiaolang, don't go up there. This teacher clearly wants to make things difficult for you and show off to us. You absolutely must not. Do you think Yin is like you, who can't even perform the clone technique? Kakashi, you. Enough, you two, stop arguing. This guy actually wants to use me as an example to intimidate others. Oi, I will show him who the real chicken is. With that, Yin strode up to the podium. The ninja teacher at the podium looked at Yin with disdain. Unexpectedly, she actually dared to come up. Well, it's a good opportunity for her to face some setbacks before graduation, and it will also enhance my prestige in this class. Though she thought so, the ninja teacher still pretended to ask for Yin Lang's name. What is your name, student? Yin Lang. All right, Yin Lang, please demonstrate the clone technique, as this is part of your graduation assessment. Okay, but teacher, I hope you step back a bit since I might create quite a few clones. No need, just go ahead. A mere clone technique is not the shadow clone technique. I want to see how many you can produce. Seeing the teacher still with a disdainful expression, Yin Lang's lips began to curl up slightly. Let me show you ordinary folks the shock of the multi-shadow clones. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. As soon as Yin Lang finished speaking, countless clones of her appeared at the podium, and the exact number was something Kakashi would never be able to figure out. I'm truly sorry, teacher. A look at my clumsiness. I ended up using the shadow clone technique instead of the clone technique. At this moment, the ninja teacher understood that she had kicked an iron plate. It's okay, you did very well, you can go back now. All right then. With that, Yin Lang returned to her seat with her usual smile. Xiaoling, you are amazing. In just a few days, the number of your clones has increased again. You flatter me, I'm really not that great. The reason I can produce so many is just because I have a larger amount of chakra. While Obito and Yin Lang were being modest, Kakashi beside them was still amazed by Yin Lang's chakra. Releasing so many shadow clones at once and returning without even a gasp. If it were me, even if I drained all my chakra, I don't think I could reach her level. In his amazement, Kakashi also realized that if he did not make changes one day, he would surely be surpassed by Yin Lang. With her talent, even if she graduates a few years later than me, her future strength will not be weaker than mine. Perhaps I can only enhance my proficiency in ninjutsu to avoid being surpassed by her. Forget it, I'll come back tomorrow to see their graduation. In the time that followed, Yin Lang remained in a state of boredom until school was finally dismissed. At the entrance of the ninja school, after saying goodbye to Obito and the others, Yin Lang found a corner where no one was around to take out her Prometheus. I remember it should work like this and I can send myself home, right? Quickly after a series of operations, Yin Lang finally sent herself back home via ether editing. Oh, indeed, I am still not skilled. Oh, I originally meant to appear on my bed, but now I'm in the living room. Suddenly, Yin Lang noticed that something seemed to be missing at home. Strange, shouldn't the little rabbit be at home cooking for me at this time? Did he buy groceries late today? Forget it, I'll wait a bit longer. If he hasn't returned in an hour, I will go out to find him. For now, I should continue researching ether editing. With that, Yin Lang returned to her room, but as soon as she entered, she saw a diary on her nightstand that she didn't know when it had been written. Strange, when did I write this diary? Curious, Yin Lang picked it up and skimmed through its contents. I roughly remember when I wrote this, but this can't really be considered a diary. It mostly contains my daily complaints since I just traveled here, like Kakashi's father dying right after I arrived, inheriting the identity of an orphan with a rented house, Obito having higher feelings for me than for Rin, and receiving a Prometheus, and a little rabbit upon starting, without a system, a book for learning ether editing, a game console, and a multi-shadow clone scroll. Looking at the complaints I once wrote, Yin Lang felt a wave of speechlessness. Don't mention it, boss, I just went out to buy groceries. I'm really sorry, little wolf came to find you so late. Do you have any manners, you guy? Alright, you two, stop messing around. Let's hear from you, Deidara. What brought you here today? It's actually nothing much. I just hope you can help me with the shadow clone technique since the assessment is tomorrow. Oh, so you want me to give you some extra tutoring? But honestly, relying on last-minute cramming isn't a good idea. As she spoke, Silverwolf pretended to show a troubled expression, preparing to tease Deidara. However, to Deidara, it seemed like Silverwolf was politely refusing due to lack of time to teach him. Sorry, I shouldn't have disturbed you. After all, you need time to cultivate. But even if you don't have time to teach me, it's okay, you don't need to worry about it. Hearing this, Silverwolf's face was filled with confusion. Strange, am I acting too well, or does this idiot have a problem with his brain? Just when Silverwolf was pondering, Deidara was already preparing to leave. Sure enough, little wolf looks down on me. But that's to be expected. How could someone like me the bottom of the barrel be with a genius like her? Hey, idiot Deidara, where do you think you're going? Didn't you say you wanted me to help you? Why aren't you coming in? Are you planning to learn outside? Wait, you agreed to it. Deidara's eyes were filled with disbelief. Yeah, didn't I not refuse at the beginning? So you took it the wrong way, eh? No. Then hurry up and come inside. They then entered the house and heavy armored rabbit followed behind, but she didn't join them. Instead, she went straight to the kitchen. Little wolf practicing in the room directly isn't a bit inappropriate, is it? What's inappropriate? I'm not teaching you fire release. You make it sound like it's true. Deidara scratched his head in embarrassment. By the way, Deidara, I should mention that I can't really teach you the shadow clone technique. Why not? Well, because I can't do it either. Silverwolf's words left Deidara dumbfounded. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Although I can't teach you the shadow clone technique, I can teach you the shadow clone jutsu. The effects are quite similar, so how about it? Want to learn? Of course I want to learn. Alright, I'll demonstrate it for you. With that, Silverwolf began to hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, a puff of smoke dispersed, and two identical clones appeared behind Silverwolf. This is the Shadow Clone Jutsu. But don't think it's just like the clone technique. They are completely different. For instance, if you look closely at the clone technique, you can tell which one is the real body, while the shadow clone is different. Even your Uchiha clan Sharingan can't see through it. I think I got it. Following Silverwolf's example, Deidara performed the hand seals for the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a puff of smoke, a clone appeared beside Deidara, but it looked no different from a paper doll. This. Silverwolf looked at Deidara's clone and helplessly covered her face. Looks like I really need to use a ninja technique scroll, huh? Meanwhile, Deidara, seeing his own clone, also looked quite troubled. Word, I shouldn't have made a mistake with the hand seals. Enough, idiot. You didn't make a mistake with the seals, it's just that you didn't control your chakra well. Look at it yourself. What's this? This is the scroll for the multi-shadow clone jutsu. It's an enhanced version of the shadow clone jutsu, the one I used in school today. There are many techniques similar to the shadow clone jutsu. Take a look yourself. Oh, and don't let anyone know that I have the multi-shadow clone scroll. It's a forbidden technique. Hearing this, Deidara's eyes were filled with disbelief. If this technique is forbidden, then little wolf, haven't you already exposed yourself? After all, you used this technique so openly at school. Listening to Deidara's response, Silverwolf's face was filled with exasperation. I don't even want to comment on you. This technique is called forbidden. How many people do you think know about it? Besides, this technique is merely an enhanced version of the shadow clone jutsu. The reason it's categorized as forbidden is simply due to concerns about the user's chakra amount. I see, sorry for not realizing that earlier. It's fine. Just take a good look and ask me when you don't understand something. In the following time, Deidara kept trying the shadow clone jutsu, while Silverwolf played a game while guiding him. Shadow clone jutsu. A puff of white smoke dispersed, and finally a normal clone appeared beside Deidara. At least it looked normal. Finally. I succeeded. Congratulations. You finally succeeded. I almost completed this alejado without a scratch. This was indeed a bit slow. But at least the result is good. Oh, so you want me to give you a reward? Silverwolf leaned toward Deidara's ear and said. Hearing this, Deidara's face immediately turned red, and he hurriedly stepped back. No. Oh, really? Then why is your face red? Now Silverwolf looked at Deidara, as if she were a wolf staring at a sheep. A little wolf, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home, so I'll head back first. After saying that, Deidara immediately left Silverwolf's house, not daring to look back. Honestly, he's still such a child. Compared to me, who has lived over 20 years in total, he's still too simple-minded. The next day, Yin Lang arrived punctually at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, but before she could step inside, a familiar voice called out to her from behind. Xiaolang. Looking at the approaching Obito, Yin Lang instinctively flashed a smile. Oh, isn't this Obito? You've managed to not be late for once today, huh? Upon hearing this, Obito awkwardly chuckled. I thought I should come out early since we have an assessment today. Alright, let's go together then. With that, the two entered the Ninja Academy, where the content of their assessment was the relatively simple body flicker technique. Obito, this jutsu should be no problem for you, right? Don't worry, absolutely no problem, Obito confidently replied. That's good to hear. As time passed, several people completed the assessment, and Yin Lang was among them. It's easier than I expected, but why is that guy Obito still not done? Forget it, I'll wait for him outside. Soon Yin Lang found a tree near the Ninja Academy and sat down. This place is nice, but I wonder how much longer Obito is going to take. Just as Yin Lang was about to rest, Kakashi suddenly appeared from nowhere and approached her. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Yin Lang asked in confusion. I just happened to be passing by, don't mind me. But speaking of which, aren't you supposed to be taking your assessment today? Oh, the assessment. I already finished it. Upon hearing this, Kakashi wore a knowing expression. You could have graduated early like me a long time ago, couldn't you? Huh, what are you talking about, Kakashi? Your talent is no less than mine, you just didn't want to show it right. Did you see through me? Now Yin Lang was a bit curious about Kakashi's purpose for coming to find her. Indeed, but I just want to know why you kept hiding before and revealed it right before graduation. That's simple. I didn't want too many people watching me. As for why I revealed it later, it's obviously because I was about to graduate, so I stopped pretending. Despite Yin Lang's confident words, she thought differently inside. Haha, I can't exactly tell you that the person I was before is different from who I am now. Kakashi, since you've asked me so much, shouldn't I ask you a couple of questions too? Upon hearing this, Kakashi, despite still having that dead fisheye expression, agreed to Yin Lang's request, since she was the one who initiated the conversation. In that case, let me ask you the simplest question. What do you think is the most important thing when a ninja team is on a mission? Completing the mission. Kakashi answered without even thinking. Why? Because those who give up on missions halfway are useless. Indeed, it was just as I thought. Yin Lang couldn't help but sigh in her heart. You're right, those who give up on missions are indeed useless. But those who don't cherish their comrades are even worse than useless. I believe Senpai Shomo thinks the same way. At this moment, Kakashi's eyes were filled with surprise. You know? Yeah, but more than that, I know a bit more. Yin glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, before leaning closer to Kakashi's ear. Senpai Shomo chose to commit suicide because of public opinion, and guess who has the ability to create such huge public opinion? Upon hearing this, Kakashi seemed to understand something. Are you implying that all of this is? Before Kakashi could finish, Yin made a shushing gesture. Don't say it out loud. Just understand what I mean. Let's hurry, Obito will be out soon. Quickly, Kakashi left, and shortly after, Obito emerged from the Ninja Academy. Hey, Xiaolang, I'm here. While saying this, Obito ran over. How did it go? Did you pass? Of course, thanks to you, Xiaolang, I passed everything. That's good. By the way, Obito, do you have time to come to my house today? Of course. Just as Obito was about to agree, a memory from yesterday suddenly came to mind. Forget it, I can't hold back. Upon hearing this, Yinlang's face was filled with confusion. No, did you not understand my meaning? Huh, am I thinking wrong? Xiaolang, you don't want me to come to your house and repeat what happened last night, do you? At this moment, Obito's face was filled with countless question marks. Is there a possibility that I just wanted to tease you yesterday with no other intentions? Upon hearing this, Obito lowered his head in embarrassment. Sorry, I misunderstood. Seeing Obito's embarrassed expression, Yinlang didn't know what else to say. Alright, it's fine now. Really? Obito looked at Yinlang with disbelief. What? After knowing each other for so long, you still don't trust me? Before Yinlang could finish, Obito suddenly hugged her. I'm so sorry, Xiaolang, I shouldn't have doubted you. You were clearly trying so hard to teach me jutsu back then, but Okay, let me go first, it's too hot. At this moment, Yinlang's face had turned red and steam was starting to rise from her head. Initially judging this, she seemed to have high attack, but low defense. Can I hold on for a bit longer? After all, Xiaolang, you really do smell amazing. The next moment, Yinlang's face turned bright red and Prometheus appeared in her hand. 100% weak point break. In an instant, Obito was hit by a weak point module, and his body flew back until he crashed into a tree before finally coming to a stop. Seeing Obito, who had been sent flying, Yinlang hurriedly approached to check on him. After her initial examination, she confirmed that Obito was merely unconscious and not seriously injured. That scared me. Thankfully, the weak point module shot by Prometheus just now was harmless. Otherwise, Obito would have been in serious trouble today. Forget it, since there's no one around, I should quickly use ether editing to send Obito back to the Uchiha. Soon Yinlang used ether editing to send Obito back to the Uchiha ancestral home, and afterwards, she also left the scene using ether editing. A few days later, Silverwolf arrived at the Ninja Academy just like before, but this time, she was there to attend the graduation ceremony. Strange, why hasn't Obito shown up yet? I was actually planning to apologize to him. Just as she felt a bit troubled, the heavy-armored rabbit, perched on her shoulder, suddenly spoke up. Hey boss, do you want me to help you find him? Can you actually find him? Of course, in this village there's no one I can't find. The heavy-armored rabbit replied confidently. Alright then, tell me, where is he now? Let me see, he is now. What's going on with him? Hurry up and say it. He's helping an old lady cross the street. Silverwolf showed a puzzled expression, but soon she understood. That makes sense, there are only so many reasons why Obito would be late. But how did you determine his location? How did I determine it? That's because when I kicked him last time, I placed a tracking camera on him. Upon hearing this, Silverwolf felt a wave of speechlessness. Isn't that a bit like spying on him? That's not spying, but it's called being proactive. After all, if I hadn't placed it, how could I find him so quickly? Alright, let's hurry up and go then. Soon Silverwolf used ether editing to transport herself and the heavy-armored rabbit near Obito. At that moment, Obito had just finished helping the old lady and was about to leave. Hey Obito. Hearing that familiar voice, Obito turned around without any hesitation. Silverwolf, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at the graduation ceremony? You know about the graduation ceremony. You've been late for so long, I had no choice but to come find you. I'm really sorry for worrying you. Seeing the extremely embarrassed look on Obito's face, Silverwolf sensed something was off. Obito, what's wrong with you? You didn't speak like this before. I'm really sorry, I suddenly hugged you at that time, and even though you told me to let go, I still. Before Obito could finish, Silverwolf gently slapped his face. You idiot, I should be the one apologizing after all, that hit wasn't light at all. At this moment, a hint of regret appeared on Silverwolf's face. And no, it didn't really hurt at all. Oh really? Then why did you faint at that time? It was just because I was too tired, it wasn't because I was knocked out. Hearing this, Silverwolf smiled slightly. Seriously, fine, if you think you were just tired, then that's what it is. But we need to hurry and leave, or we really will miss it. Got it. Then the two of them left the place, but this time Silverwolf didn't use ether editing. Instead, they ran together to the Ninja Academy. However, because of this, by the time they arrived, the graduation ceremony was basically over. Did we still arrive late? A hint of sadness flashed across Obito's face. Don't be so upset, it's just a graduation ceremony we missed. At most I can hold another one for you. Saying this, Silverwolf revealed a sincere smile. Seeing her expression, Obito gradually perked up. I understand, thank you, Silverwolf. Just as Obito was thanking Silverwolf, Kakashi suddenly appeared out of nowhere, holding 2 graduation certificates. I didn't expect you to be late too, Silverwolf. Although Silverwolf was a bit puzzled by Kakashi's sudden appearance, she didn't say anything. But at that moment, Obito was not happy. Kakashi, what do you mean? Silverwolf was late because of me? If you want to mock someone, mock me instead. Seeing Obito's reaction, Kakashi still wore his usual deadpan expression. I don't have time to mock you. I came here just to give you 2 your graduation certificates. Really, you only came to deliver the certificates? Of course, but I have one more thing to say. Although I really don't want to admit it, the 3 of us have been assigned to the same class. At this moment, only surprise remained in Obito's eyes, completely forgetting that he had just been bantering with Kakashi. Meanwhile, Silverwolf, who had been eating popcorn on the side, also showed a hint of surprise upon hearing Kakashi's words. Not bad with this, I have completely replaced Rin's position, I suddenly feel like the difficulty of this world has dropped to the lowest level. However, just as Silverwolf was sighing in her heart, Kakashi spoke again. You 2 hurry up and follow me, our team leader is waiting for us in the Forest of Death. Alright, let's go now. Silverwolf was the first to speak. Okay, let's hurry, I'll lead the way. The next moment, Kakashi began heading towards the Forest of Death, and Silverwolf quickly followed suit. As for Obito, after seeing the 2 leave, he could only choose to follow. Soon the 3 of them arrived at the Forest of Death, where they were greeted by Minato. You're a little faster than I expected. Looking at Silverwolf and the others who had arrived before him, Minato revealed a kind smile. Hello, I'm Minato. Starting today, I will be your superior. Please take care of me. By the way, I already know most of your situations, so there's no need for self-introductions. The 3 of them responded in unison to Minato. Great, although you all passed the Jinnin exam, and some even passed the Chunin exam today, I still want to conduct a test for you. The content of the test is very simple. With that, Minato took out 2 bells. I will give you 15 minutes to discuss a plan, then you need to snatch these 2 bells from my hands. Now let's begin. At that moment, the 3 of them looked at each other, but in the end, both Obito and Kakashi's gazes were fixed on Silverwolf. You 2. This time I'll leave the command to you, Silverwolf, Kakashi stated solemnly. As much as I don't want to admit it, I'll let you take charge, Silverwolf. Seeing Obito and Kakashi like this, Silverwolf suddenly felt an immense amount of pressure. Fine, then I'll take charge. After about 15 minutes of discussion, Yin Lang had formulated a rough plan. Kakashi and Obito nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yin Lang's plan. It seems you have already agreed on a plan. Sort of, but I have a question for you, Master Watergate. Upon hearing this, Watergate was slightly surprised, but he quickly calmed down. It's strange, I haven't heard of Yin Lang having a summoning beast before, and there shouldn't be any summoning beasts available for contract near Konoha. Although Watergate was still somewhat puzzled, he agreed to Yin Lang's request. This test is precisely because I want to understand your abilities so you can naturally use summoning techniques. Quickly, Yin Lang, Obito, and Kakashi stood in a row and simultaneously formed the hand seals for Shadow Clone technique. As the 3 completed their incantation, a cloud of white smoke rose, and when it dissipated, each of them had a shadow clone identical to themselves beside them. Seeing this, Watergate revealed a slight smile. Not bad, you all can use shadow clone technique. It seems I need to take this a bit more seriously. In the next moment, both Obitos stepped forward and simultaneously used the Great Fireball technique. Watergate merely turned to the side, easily dodging the fireballs heading towards him. But suddenly he noticed that behind the fireballs, 2 Kakashis were charging at him, and their only target was the 2 bells hanging from Watergate's waist. Just as Kakashi was about to touch them, Watergate suddenly vanished from his spot and appeared on a tree not far away. Not bad, you guys. Before Watergate could finish, he saw Yin Lang, who had somehow come up behind him, lunging at him with Prometheus. With no choice, Watergate had to use the kunai in his hand to block, but at the moment of contact, the kunai was cut in half by the blade of light on Prometheus. What is this? A look of undisguised surprise flashed in Watergate's eyes. Just then, another Yin Lang suddenly appeared behind Watergate and shot a weakness module at him. But just as it was about to hit, Watergate dodged the attack using Flying Thunder God, and the Yin Lang clone that had been in front of him vanished after being mistakenly hit. Their teamwork is stronger than I anticipated, and Yin Lang seems to know about my Flying Thunder God technique, including the position where I'm marked with the kunai. Suddenly, Watergate remembered a heavily armored little rabbit flying beside Yin Lang. That must be her summoning beast, likely a reconnaissance-type summoning, which explains how she discovered the position of my kunai. As Watergate began to piece this together, Yin Lang had already summoned another shadow clone. How's it going, little wolf? Did I perform well? Of course Obito and Kakashi both performed excellently, and I think Master Watergate must be misled now, which makes our next plan much simpler. Quickly Kakashi and Obito launched another feint attack at Watergate. But Watergate didn't pay much attention, instead concentrating all his focus on Yin Lang. It is nearly impossible to distinguish shadow clones with the naked eye, but one can discern details. Soon Watergate noticed that among the two Yin Langs only one had the heavily armored little rabbit beside them. It looks like the one with the summoning beast must be the real one. After confirming everything, Watergate threw a kunai towards the direction of the real Yin Lang. At this moment Kakashi and Obito had already reached in front of him and attacked simultaneously. But just as the attacks were about to land, Watergate suddenly vanished from his original spot and reappeared at the location of the kunai he had thrown earlier. This distance is enough. Without giving Kakashi and Obito a chance to react, Watergate had already pressed the kunai against Yin Lang's neck. You were careless, Yin Lang. Are you sure about that, Master Watergate? In an instant Yin Lang thrust the kunai into her own neck, but the imagined scene did not occur. Instead, the smoke from the dispelled shadow clone obscured Watergate's vision. This is a shadow clone, oh how is this possible? Before Watergate could figure it out, a weakness module appeared from nowhere and hit him, and at that moment the heavily armored little rabbit transformed back to her original form and punched Watergate away. After being knocked back, Watergate initially wanted to use Flying Thunder God, but he suddenly found that he couldn't use it no matter what. What's happening? Thus Watergate only stopped when he crashed into a tree. What exactly is going on? Master Watergate, it seems you have lost. Out of nowhere, Yin Lang appeared, easily taking the two bells from Watergate's waist. Yin Lang, how did you get here? Wait, could it be? Master Watergate, you guessed correctly. From the very beginning, it was the two clones coordinating with Obito and the others while I hid away to launch the final attack. Clearly this plan was very successful. You were hit by the quantum weakness module at the end, and the negative buff it brings is that you cannot use any ninjutsu for an hour. I really didn't expect that. I was wrong from the very start, but you all did well. Using information gaps to make me make erroneous judgments is indeed a method of victory. If I had used my full strength from the beginning, perhaps I wouldn't have lost so badly. Master Watergate, you shouldn't say that. I just used a little cleverness, and if you had truly gone all out, we probably wouldn't even have been able to touch you, let alone attach the quantum weakness to you. Watergate smiled and did not discuss the matter further. You have already gotten the bells, you can give the other one to whoever you like. However, one of you must be eliminated. You can discuss it among yourselves, and I will come to find you after I recover. By that time, you will also need to give me an answer. Yin Lang did not choose to answer Watergate directly, but decided to regroup with Obito and the others with the two bells. How did it go? Did Little Wolf succeed? Sort of, but Master Watergate said that one of us must leave. Although I have an idea, I still want to hear your opinions. Upon hearing this, Obito hesitated for a moment, but soon made his decision. I withdraw. Obito. Yin Lang looked at Obito in surprise. She had thought he might say that, but didn't expect him to be so resolute. Little Wolf, although I don't want to admit it, Kakashi is indeed stronger than me, so, as the weakest in this team, I should. Enough, stop saying that. With me and Yin Lang here, you would have passed easily. What will you do next time without us? Moreover, I am already a Chunin, so I should withdraw. Yin Lang looked at Obito and Kakashi, revealing a satisfied smile. Alright, stop arguing. Since we came to the test together, we might as well go back together. Really? Little Wolf, you. Come on, stop talking nonsense. Silly Obito. Kakashi didn't say anything yet. You were the first to speak. Do you want to stay here alone? Obito quickly shook his head. No. Since there is sent, why are you saying that? We can always try again next year, but I'm not leaving you behind. By the way, Kakashi, do you want to come along too? I'm fine with anything. Since everyone has expressed their opinions, let's throw away these bells to show our determination. Alright. Then the three prepared to throw away the bells before heading to find Watergate. But just as they were about to throw them, Watergate hurried over and took the bells away. You all passed, but don't think about throwing the bells again. Next time, they belong to your teacher's wife. Seeing Watergate suddenly arrive, Yin Lang guessed that he must have been eavesdropping on their conversation. Master Watergate, are you alright? I'm fine, although I still can't use ninjutsu. Everything else is fine. By the way, you all did very well. Under these circumstances, you still chose to advance and retreat with your companions, which is a very commendable quality. Also take this. As he spoke, Watergate took out 2 forehead protectors and handed them to Yin Lang and Obito. From today onwards, you are officially Chunin. Also, there's one more thing. Don't forget that we need to take a group photo at this time tomorrow. Within the Kamui space, the Silverwolf woke up from her bed, as usual, and stretched lazily. However, the heavy dark circles under her eyes indicated that she must not have gone to bed early last night. Awake, little girl. Really, even though it's already this late, I'm still so sleepy. If you're sleepy, then just sleep a bit more. After all, you've already missed breakfast. Is there no breakfast left? Although the Silver Wolf knew she had gotten up a bit late, she didn't expect it to be this late. Of course, I was already prepared to go buy lunch. Oh, what is for lunch? You? Dai too felt a wave of speechlessness. Is this really the little wolf I know? Forget it, she's only 7 years old, oh I might as well indulge her a bit. Besides, isn't this something that could only happen in dreams for me in the past? Thinking this way, Dai too felt relieved. What do you want to eat? Just say it, and I'll take you out to buy it. Upon hearing this, the Silver Wolf looked at Dai too with some disbelief. Really? You're going to take me out? Aren't you afraid I'll run away? Not afraid, because the little rabbit won't go out with us, and outside I can use my phasing ability, so your weapons will be of no use to me. You're quite thoughtful, aren't you? Alright, get ready, let's hurry up and go. We'll decide what to eat when we get outside. Okay. Soon after, the Silver Wolf quickly tidied her hair. She left the Kamui space together with Dai too. This fresh air, it's been a long time since I've been out. Listening to the Silver Wolf's exclamation, Dai too did not say much, but instead took out a fox mask from his possession and handed it to the Silver Wolf. Hurry and put it on to avoid any unexpected issues. Looking at the mask that Dai too handed over, the Silver Wolf felt a sense of familiarity, but she quickly remembered. Isn't this the mask you wore when I first met you a month ago? You still kept it? Yes, after all, your disappearance in Konoha has already spread among the 5 great nations. If someone sees you, they might just silence you. Alright. Following this, the Silver Wolf put on the fox mask, while at the same time Dai too donned his whirlpool mask. Alright, what do you want to eat? Let's hurry and buy it, and after buying we can head back. Let me think about what I want to eat. How about Ichiraku ramen? Ichiraku ramen. Are you sure you're not just saying that because you want to go back to the village? How could that be? I just genuinely want to eat it. Really? A hint of doubt flashed in Dai Tu's eyes. You? If you don't believe me, then fine. You can just go buy it by yourself. The Silver Wolf indeed had a bit of a longing to return to the village by asking to buy Ichiraku ramen, but more than that, she really wanted to eat noodles. Alright, I was just teasing you. I said I would take you to buy it, so I definitely have to take you. Besides, if I could bring you out of Konoha once, I can do it a second time. With that, Dai too used Kamui to transport both himself and the Silver Wolf to a spot near Ichiraku ramen. 2 bowls of ramen to go, please, uncle. Uncle Ichiraku looked at Dai Tu's arrival with little surprise. After all, Dai too came by every 2 or 3 days. However, when he noticed the Silver Wolf beside Dai too, his expression became somewhat strange. What's wrong, uncle? Is something the matter? Dai too suddenly asked. It's nothing, I just remembered someone when I saw the little girl next to you. Is she your sister? Before Dai too could answer, the Silver Wolf was already unhappy. I am not. As soon as the Silver Wolf opened her mouth, Dai too hurriedly covered her mouth. She is indeed not my sister. She is my girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Uncle Ichiraku was slightly surprised while the Silver Wolf began to struggle desperately. I guess I'm getting old after all. Here you go, the ramen is ready. Hurry and eat it or it'll get mushy. Saying this, Uncle Ichiraku handed the 2 bowls of ramen to Dai too, and after taking the ramen, Dai too found an empty place and returned to the Kamui space with the Silver Wolf. Hey Dai too, what do you mean? Are you taking advantage of me in broad daylight? At first I did want to use the sibling relationship to make excuses, but you spoke up first, so I could only say it like that. Couldn't you just say we are ordinary friends? Why did you have to say we are dating? Do you think there is such a thing as an ordinary friendship between a man and a woman? Why couldn't there be? Anyway, if I really become friends with you in the future, it can only be an ordinary friendship at most. Hearing this, Dai too was momentarily lost for words. That's true. After all, I am just a kidnapper keeping you imprisoned here. I want to eat the noodles, you can enjoy them yourself. I'm heading out first. With that, Dai too gradually vanished from the spot. Watching Dai too disappear, the Silver Wolf felt that what she just said was somewhat inappropriate. Although that guy Dai too doesn't like himself, being directly rejected by a girl probably doesn't feel good. Forget it, it'll comfort him when he comes back. Outside, Dai too looked at the photo in his hand, which featured a group picture of the Namikaze clan, and muttered to himself. What did you think, little wolf, back then? Inside the photography studio, Minato, Kakashi, and Silver Wolf all arrived as scheduled, but only Obito was late. That guy's habit of being late is quite charming, isn't it? Not long after Kakashi finished speaking, Obito rushed in. Sorry I'm late, he said, panting heavily. Seeing Obito's appearance, Silver Wolf merely smiled and did not say anything more. Kakashi, on the other hand, gestured weakly at Obito. You're too late, really, you always do this. Upon hearing this, Obito was displeased. Hey Kakashi, what do you mean by that? Before Obito could finish, Minato immediately stepped in front of the two. Alright, stop arguing, let's hurry up and take the photos. Soon the group stood in front of the camera, but even so, Obito and Kakashi continued their banter. Minato intended to intervene, but Silver Wolf acted before him. You two stop messing around and look at the lens. Saying this, Silver Wolf hugged both of them, while the little bunny perched on her head, making a peace sign. Click. With the sound of the camera, they finished taking the photo. Alright, since the photos are done, how about you all come over for lunch at my place? You can also meet your teacher's wife. He'll pass. Kakashi was the first to decline. What's wrong, Kakashi? Is there something going on? Minato asked, a bit puzzled. Not really, I'm just working on developing a ninjutsu that requires time. Alright then, what about you two? Minato turned his gaze towards Silverwolf and Obito. As for me, I'd like to go back and practice a bit. By the way, what about you, Silverwolf? Why is it back to me again? Inflexible. If I don't go to Minato Sensei's, I'll just go to Ichiraku Ramen, or maybe I'll just go mainly to see the teacher's wife. Then it's settled. Following this, Silverwolf left with Minato while Obito and Kakashi returned to their respective homes. Soon under Minato's guidance, Silverwolf arrived at his house. However, upon entering, she was stunned. The size of the rooms and the decor were incomparable to her little house. Silverwolf, you don't have to be so formal, just treat it like your own home. Okay, Silverwolf replied somewhat numbly. At that moment, a woman with red hair suddenly approached. Minato, you're back. Wait, who is this girl? Kushina, let me introduce you. This is my student Silverwolf. Silverwolf, is she the highly talented student you mentioned yesterday? Kushina asked, somewhat puzzled. Yes, that's her. We just finished taking commemorative photos, so I invited her over. Come, Silverwolf, greet your teacher's wife. Hello, teacher's wife. My name is Silverwolf, you can call me Little Wolf. Little Wolf. I have to say that name is quite adorable. As she spoke, Kushina gently patted Silverwolf's head. I'm glad you like it. Suddenly Silverwolf felt as if her body was absorbing a chakra filled with intense hatred. At the same time, Kushina noticed this and immediately let go of her hand. However, even so, a chakra thread composed of the Nine-Tails chakra still connected to Silverwolf. What is happening, teacher's wife? I don't know, but it seems your body is automatically absorbing the Nine-Tails chakra. At this point, a gear pattern had appeared in Silverwolf's pupils, though everyone present, including herself, was unaware. Watching everything unfold, Minato was somewhat at a loss, but before he could think of a solution, the chakra thread connecting Kushina and Silverwolf suddenly disappeared. After that, nothing happened to Kushina, but Silverwolf fell into a coma the moment the chakra thread was severed. In an unknown space, the Silverwolf gradually awakened, though the pattern of gears still lingered in her pupils. The Silverwolf was still trying to comprehend what had just happened when she suddenly noticed a small nine-tailed creature standing before her. 9 tails! The Silverwolf exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, the little nine-tailed creature also took notice of her. A little girl, you actually know me. What did you do? Why are you inside me? That question should be directed at you, shouldn't it? You suddenly absorbed my chakra without any repercussions. Wait, I actively absorbed your chakra. Is there any other explanation? Could it be that you think I forcibly injected it into you? But there are benefits to this. For instance, right now, I can merge part of my consciousness with the chakra you've absorbed and enter your body. Immediately, the Silverwolf sensed something was off. What do you want? What can I do? Just regain my freedom. What do you think? If you are willing to cooperate with me, I can guarantee that after I regain my freedom, I will provide you with some chakra free of any hatred. What do you say? Oh, you will really give me nine-tailed chakra? The Silverwolf pretended to show a conflicted expression. Yes, just agree, and I will give you some right away. At that moment, the corners of the Silverwolf's mouth began to rise uncontrollably. However, I refuse. Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed creature could no longer sit still. Little girl, you. What are you angry now? I can clearly tell you that the moment you first said those words, I had already rejected you in my heart. Everything afterwards was just an act. Why this deal brings you no harm at all? Why, you ask? Let me think. I'll give you the simplest example. First, if you want to regain your freedom, you must lift the seal on your master. But once you are free, your master will meet only death, and afterwards you will definitely seek revenge on Konoha. Of course, I don't really care about the ninjas in Konoha. To be honest, I'm not that kind-hearted. What I care about are just my teacher and companions. Honestly, I initially planned to spare your life, but now? Suddenly, a crimson chakra enveloped the Silverwolf, but before 2 seconds had passed, that chakra was completely absorbed by this space, causing the nine-tailed creature to shrink in size. What's going on? My chakra. It seems your hatred-infused chakra has no effect on me, does it? Right, Kurama? Girl, wait, how do you know that name? How do I know? Let me think. Following that, the Silverwolf pretended to ponder for a moment. Who knows? I'm trying to find out the reason too. Upon hearing this, Kurama's patience was completely worn out. You little girl are playing with me. So what if I am? You can't do anything to me. Honestly. The Silverwolf intended to mock a bit more, but at that moment a flash of white light suddenly appeared before her, and then her consciousness returned to reality. As she opened her eyes, she found herself lying on a bed with Minato watching over her. Just then a familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears. Boss, wake up, boss. Boss. The little armored rabbit shouted while shaking the Silverwolf incessantly. All right, little armored rabbit, stop shaking me. If you keep shaking, I'm going to vomit. Upon seeing the Silverwolf wake up, the little armored rabbit immediately rushed over to embrace her. Boss, you finally woke up. I thought you would never wake up again. If you never wake up again, who will pay me my salary? Upon hearing this, the Silver Wolf, who was initially very moved, immediately pushed the little armored rabbit away. Honestly, I was so moved that I was thinking of giving you a raise next month, but now that's off the table. Don't boss, I was wrong. The little armored rabbit, now nearly in tears, pleaded. Silver Wolf, how are you feeling now? Is there anything uncomfortable in your body? Minato suddenly asked. The Silver Wolf thought for a moment, but ultimately chose to shake her head with a smile. That's good, but I want to ask, does your sudden absorption of nine-tailed chakra have anything to do with your special bloodline limit? Honestly, I really don't know. Alright then, but for your safety I hope you can stay here for a while. After all, no one can guarantee what effects the nine-tailed chakra will have on you. Upon hearing this, the Silver Wolf fell into a brief contemplation. If I stay with Teacher Minato, I can effectively threaten that little nine-tailed creature, which is also a safeguard for myself. After all, I don't even know why the nine-tailed chakra has no effect on me. Since Teacher Minato has said so, I will comply with your request. Alright, I'll help you tidy up the room next door, and you can stay there from now on. Alright, Teacher Minato, I have another question to ask. Go ahead, I will do my best to answer. Actually, it's nothing much, just where has Mother gone? Kushina went to the third Hokage while you were unconscious, hoping to find a case similar to your bloodline limit in the ancient texts of Konoha. I never expected that Master would do so much for me. I truly feel sorry. The Silver Wolf scratched its head, seemingly not understanding the meaning behind the words of Minato. To put it bluntly, I am afraid that the Nine-Tails might mix a part of its consciousness within the chakra you absorbed to control you. However, given the current situation, it should be fine. Hearing this, the Silver Wolf immediately thought of the small Nine-Tails within itself, though it did not mention it to Minato, instead calling out to the small Nine-Tails within it. Can you hear me, Kyubi? What difference does it make if I can hear? Soon enough you will expose my secrets. Who told you that I would reveal your secrets? Suddenly a look of surprise appeared on the Nine-Tails' face. Little girl, you're not joking, are you? Do I look like I'm joking? Although the Nine-Tails could not see the Silver Wolf's expression, it could still sense a hint of sincerity in the words. So what is the cost? Chakra or something else? No, Kyubi, do you really think I am so evil? It's not that I think of you as evil, but all of you humans are the same. Ever since that guy named Uchiha Madara took control, I have never had freedom again. Moreover, that guy named Senju Hashirama kept saying my power was too great while holding me down with one hand. Listening to the Nine-Tails' complaints, the Silver Wolf also felt a deep sense of helplessness. Well, to be honest, Kyubi, you do have a point, but let's not complain. I want to discuss something important with you about our future coexistence. What is there to discuss? Either I become your tool, or my consciousness is sealed. Don't say it like that. Can't we establish an equal treaty? An equal treaty? You humans think you can make an equal treaty with me? Little girl, do you want to hear how that would work? What are you talking about? How come you're already impatient when I haven't said anything yet? Alright then, I would like to hear what fairness you humans have to offer me. The treaty is simple. You want freedom, right? I can give it to you, but... Before the Silver Wolf could finish, the Nine-Tails interrupted. No need to say more, little girl. Even if you wanted to, I cannot escape. There is something within you that traps my consciousness, preventing me from getting out, and my chakra filled with hatred has also been absorbed by it. Oh, do you know what it is? I do not know. I have never seen it. However, just based on that, your so-called fairness no longer exists, does it? So what do you suggest? To be honest, I only just learned of its existence myself. What else can be done? Just stay in your body, you at least. This cage has no door. Hearing the somewhat dejected tone of the Nine-Tails, the Silver Wolf did not know what to say. Alright, little girl, don't mind what I just said. The fact that you can think of giving me fairness and freedom already makes me feel you are different from those humans. Kyubi. Alright, I do not need your pity. If you speak too much, I will swallow you. Hurry and leave, or otherwise the people outside will discover something unusual. After saying this, the Nine-Tails cut off communication with the Silver Wolf. Can you hear me, Silver Wolf? Silver Wolf. Yes. What is it, Teacher Minato? Hearing the Silver Wolf's response, Minato's anxious heart finally relaxed. You scared me. I thought you were affected by the Nine-Tails chakra. But it seems like you are fine now. I truly apologize for making you worry, Teacher Minato. It's alright as long as you are fine. Before Minato could finish, there was a knock at the door. It should be Kushina returning. I will go open the door, you stay in here a little longer. Soon Minato opened the door, and as he thought, it was indeed Kushina. Welcome back, Jinchuriki. By the way, Minato, how is Little Wolf doing? She has already woken up and her condition seems quite good. Upon hearing this, Jinchuriki felt a sense of relief wash over her. That's good. I'm glad the situation hasn't developed into the worst-case scenario. By the way, Jinchuriki, did you find any information about the Silver Wolf's bloodline limit at the third Hokage's place? Jinchuriki shook her head. No, I searched through all the books, but none of them were useful. It's okay. The Silver Wolf was brought back from outside the village, and the bloodline limit has never been heard of before, so it's understandable that we can't find anything. I know, but I still feel a bit uneasy. Seeing Nai's dejected expression, Minato could only choose to comfort her. Don't be sad, Nai. The situation is already quite good now, and besides, haven't we already agreed to let the Silver Wolf stay with us for a while? That's true, but I still feel a bit uneasy. After all, I don't know if this kind of situation will happen again in the future. In that case, why don't you go inside and check on her? I'm sure she would love to see you. Upon hearing this, Nai felt a bit flustered. How about we skip it? After all, if this situation happens again. Before Nai could finish her sentence, she noticed that the Silver Wolf had appeared beside her without her realizing. Little Wolf, how come you? Don't be so surprised, Sensei. I heard everything you and Minato Sensei said. Don't worry, everything is fine now. Saying this, the Silver Wolf directly took Nai's hand. How is it, Sensei? See, everything is all right. Looking at the Silver Wolf, who was perfectly fine, the tension in Nai's heart finally eased. It really is fine. Of course, that was just an accident. By the way, I also want to thank you, Sensei and Minato Sensei. Upon hearing this, both Minato and Nai looked puzzled. Little Wolf, why do you suddenly want to thank us? Of course I should thank you. After all, starting today, I no longer need to worry about rent and food, right? I didn't expect that this is what you were concerned about. The Silver Wolf smiled awkwardly. Sensei, don't say that. It's just the truth, isn't it? All right then, by the way, Minato should have already arranged a room for you. He has already arranged it for me, but I decided to go get my luggage myself later. That's fine, but come back early, or else you won't make it in time for. No, it should be for dinner. Got it. Soon the Silver Wolf used her ethereal editing ability to return to her original home. Minato, do you think Little Wolf's teleportation ability is also a bloodline limit? Minato shook his head. I'm not sure, her ninja profile didn't specify. All right then, but what do you think of her? What do you mean? Which aspect are you referring to, Nai? In basically every aspect, like her mentality, combat intelligence, and overall strength. Minato did not answer immediately. Instead, he took a moment to think. How should I put it? Her mentality is definitely stronger than her peers, but I can't tell just how much for now. Her combat intelligence is also quite high, but as for her overall strength, I can't determine that yet. After all, I still don't fully understand her bloodline limit. So what do you think? How far do you think she can go in the future? I don't know, that depends on many factors, and I can't make a judgment about it right now. What do you think? Nai replied, my thoughts are pretty similar to yours, but after spending this day with her, I feel that Little Wolf does have some shortcomings. Shortcomings? I don't see any particularly obvious shortcomings in her right now. Of course there are. Just take a simple example. Her development isn't really great at this age. Outside of my village, Minato's team was undertaking their first mission out of the village, during which Minato explained some precautions. Listen carefully, this mission involves acting as bodyguards for individuals from another village. One of them possesses a secret letter, which means we must ensure their safety. The client has also dispatched 3 bodyguards, so if we encounter combat, I require you all to prioritize your own safety. Understood? Yes. Daitu was the first to respond. They'll showcase my skills in this mission and then become Hokage, and then... Before Daitu could finish, the heavily armored little rabbit beside Silver Wolf abruptly interrupted his fantasy. Idiot Daido, do you have to daydream during the day, eh? Kakashi also chimed in at that moment. Daido, did you not hear what Minato Sensei just said? It's not our job to intervene, and having Minato Sensei around would only complicate things. Is Sensei really that powerful? Daitu asked, somewhat confused. Kakashi was about to answer, but Silver Wolf jumped in first. Daido, have you never heard of the title Yellow Flash? It is said that on the battlefield, if one encounters the Yellow Flash, even if they flee from the mission, they will not be held accountable. Really? Our teacher is that formidable? Data's face was filled with astonishment. Of course, why would I lie to you? But who is stronger, the Yellow Flash or the White Fang of Konoha? As soon as Daitu finished speaking, Kakashi's expression darkened, and the heavily armored little rabbit directly flew onto Data's head and punched him. In an instant, Daitu clutched his head in pain. Hey, heavily armored little rabbit, what are you doing? What? You wanted to go by yourself? The heavily armored little rabbit's statement left Daitu bewildered, and he could only look to Silver Wolf for answers. You needn't blame the heavily armored little rabbit. I ordered her to do that. Upon hearing this, Data's eyes filled with confusion. Little Wolf, why did you? Before he could finish, Silver Wolf interrupted him. We'll talk about this later. We need to focus on the mission first. All right. After that, things settled down for Silver Wolf. However, at this moment, Minato suddenly sensed something was amiss. The situation seemed somewhat off. They were surrounded, and there were quite a few of them. What was going on? The level of danger was clearly not in line with the mission's rating. If they didn't contain the enemy, now they might be surrounded by even more opponents. It was a mistake to bring these 3 along, but fortunately Silver Wolf and Kakashi should be reliable for now, leaving only Daitu. Thinking this, Minato quickly caught up to the 3. You all listen to me. What is it, Sensei? Daitu asked with some confusion. Enemies are approaching from behind. Upon hearing this, Silverwolf and Kakashi showed little reaction, but Daito became excited. Really, are we about to fight? Daito, this isn't a game. Yes. Daito replied awkwardly. There are too many of them. Daito and I will turn back to fend off the pursuers, while Silverwolf and Kakashi take this opportunity to complete the mission. I need you to prioritize your escape. Understood. The three responded in unison. Afterward, Minato and Daito went to intercept the pursuing enemies, while Silverwolf and Kakashi continued their escort mission. Heavily armored little rabbit, you should know what to do next, right? Of course, don't worry, boss. Soon Silverwolf and Kakashi brought the escort target to a bridge. They're here, Silverwolf, you go first. Okay. Immediately, Silverwolf and the escort target stepped onto the bridge. But suddenly countless shurikens came flying from behind. Kakashi immediately used the two shurikens in his hands to block them, but even so, one shuriken struck a ninja being escorted, who then fell off the bridge, his fate uncertain. Kakashi, let's hurry and go. I've already dealt with that one. Hearing this, Kakashi seemed to understand Silverwolf's intent and immediately left with her, taking the remaining people with them. After some time, they finally managed to shake off the pursuers temporarily. This should be safe now. It should be, but Kakashi, you should still keep an eye out just to be safe. You know what I mean, right? Kakashi nodded without saying much. But just then the ninja they were escorting suddenly spoke up. Thank you, you are indeed the Yellow Flash's team. Thanks to you, I can deliver the secret letter safely. No need to be polite, but it's a shame we still lost one person. That couldn't be helped. Before the escorting ninja could finish, two of his teammates suddenly drew their shurikens, but before they could act, Silverwolf and Kakashi, who were already prepared, took them down. What are you doing? The escorting ninja looked at the scene in disbelief. They were about to kill you, for goodness sake. Don't you think you should thank us? I didn't expect them to be traitors too. Enough. If you have time to lament, it would be better to check your secret letter. Check the secret letter? Why? The escorting ninja looked at Silverwolf with great confusion. It's simple. Oh, I bet the one in your hand is fake. Fake. Although my superior did give me one letter each for myself and another teammate, that doesn't prove mine is fake, does it? You haven't even looked at it. How can you be sure? The escorting ninja thought for a moment before deciding to check. But when he opened the secret letter, he found it to be completely blank. How is this possible? How did you know? The escorting ninja anxiously questioned Silverwolf. Well, that's a secret. After all, as a ninja, you still need to have some secrets, right? All right, but now we need to hurry and find my teammate. What's the rush? I'm bringing him right to you, aren't I? Hearing this, the escorting ninja was still somewhat puzzled, but suddenly the heavily armored little rabbit who had returned to his original form appeared out of nowhere, holding a wounded ninja by the shoulder. On a relatively calm afternoon, Gyo-Xi and Nai had already prepared lunch, and Minato had also arrived at the dining table, but Yin Lang had yet to come over. Strange, didn't Xiao Lang say she would come out soon? It's almost time to eat, and she still hasn't left the room. Gyo-Xi and Nai said, glancing at the door, closed by Yin Lang. Don't worry, Gyo-Xi and Nai, let's wait a little longer. Perhaps Yin Lang will come out on her own soon. All right, I'll wait another 5 minutes then. 5 minutes later. I can't wait any longer, I need to go in and see. If she doesn't come out soon, the food will get cold. Seeing Gyo-Xi and Nai starting to move, Minato hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. Gyo-Xi and Nai, wait a moment. What if Yin Lang is busy with something? It might not be a good idea to go in right now. Hearing this, Gyo-Xi and Nai felt there was some truth to it, so she decided to wait a little longer. 30 minutes later. Minato, don't stop me. I have to see what she's doing. It's been so long, and she still hasn't come out. Watching Gyo-Xi and Nai getting a bit angry, Minato dared not stop her any longer. Meanwhile, Yin Lang was still inside playing a game, completely unaware of the looming danger. How's it going, Heavy Armor Bunny? This time I've completed it without taking any damage. Impressive, right? MHM boss, you're really amazing, but I hope you won't cheat next time. It's really not fun to play like this. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not cheating. Hearing this, Heavy Armor Bunny looked at Yin Lang disdainfully. How could I not know if you're cheating or not? Don't forget I was responsible for many parts of the game, Alejado. Instantly, Yin Lang appeared somewhat embarrassed. Well, fine. But now that you mention it, I'm curious about how you got here and why you came to my place. Well, the first reason is a secret, and as for the second, it's quite simple. I just felt exhausted before having to revise a document several times, and sometimes I had to revert to the original version plus endless overtime, and the most annoying part is there's no overtime pay. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Listening to Heavy Armor Bunny's complaints, Yin Lang felt somewhat speechless. So how do you feel about being here? It's okay, at least it's relatively easy every day. I used to have to buy groceries and cook, but now that I've moved here, I don't need to anymore. Oh, do you have any regrets? Regrets? Just a little. For example, Shi-Er didn't come over. If she were here too, I would definitely be the happiest. Hearing this, Yin Lang chuckled helplessly. Then you can be happy for a while. They'll play another round. As she said this, Yin Lang prepared to open the game once more, but just then the door was suddenly opened by Gyo-Xi Nai. Yin Lang originally wanted to greet her, but Xian's aura made her instinctively step back. Mother-in-law, what is this? Suddenly Yin Lang seemed to recall her previous response when Xian called her. Mother-in-law, please don't be angry. I'm going out to eat now. With that, Yin Lang dashed out, fearing that if she hesitated for even a second, she would be in trouble. Meanwhile, Heavy Armor Bunny watched everything without fear, but suddenly Xian called out to her. I've prepared your share, you need to go out to eat too. Hearing this, Heavy Armor Bunny immediately felt a bit confused. Wait, I don't have to eat, do I? Why do I also have to? Before Heavy Armor Bunny could finish her sentence, Xian forcibly pulled her out of the room and then placed her in a chair at the dining table. Really, I've said I don't need to eat. Why still? But suddenly Heavy Armor Bunny's attention was fixed on the colorful dumplings on the dining table. I remember those Valkyries said that this is quite delicious. How about? In no time, a colorful dumpling was swallowed whole by Heavy Armor Bunny, and this scene was precisely witnessed by Xian. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Upon hearing this, Heavy Armor Bunny immediately realized that her previous behavior had been discovered. At this moment, Yin Lang also joked, "Oh, Heavy Armor Bunny, I didn't expect you to have taste buds." Of course I do have taste buds. What do you take me for, boss? It's nothing, just a bit surprised. After all, you never told me that you had taste buds. Yin Lang smiled, and then did not mention Heavy Armor Bunny again. After finishing a relatively calm lunch, Yin Lang did not head straight back inside. Instead, she put on her clothes and prepared to go out. At that moment, Xian suddenly called out to her. Little wolf, you just finished eating, where are you planning to go? I am preparing to go out to buy something. Yin Lang's face was unable to hide her anxiety. Oh, then hurry back. By the way, do you have enough money? If not, I can lend you some first. No need, thank you for your kindness, master. He'll be going now. With that, Yin Lang immediately ran out. Really, is it necessary to be in such a hurry to buy something? Xian couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, Yin Lang had already arrived at a deserted area, and at this moment, she was holding a black box in her hand. This ether editor is truly useful. Ooh, I want pass up the secret stash of the third-generation old man. I discovered it during my last task submission, but I didn't expect it to be just the tip of the iceberg. Fortunately, it was Master who noticed the anomaly. If it had been Heavy-Armored Little Rabbit, she would definitely have chased after me. If she saw this, I wouldn't be able to delay her wages any longer. Just as Yin Lang was feeling proud of her cleverness of voice, she least wanted to hear came from behind her. Boss, you really have a black heart. Now that you have money, you still won't pay me my wages. Hearing this, Yin Lang immediately turned around. What appeared before her was none other than Heavy-Armored Little Rabbit. Heavy-Armored Little Rabbit, why did you follow me? Wait, that's not right, you heard everything. Otherwise, Blackheart, boss, you really are something. When you had no money, you said to hold off, so I did. But now that you have money, you still won't pay me. Listen, you have to let me explain. No explanation. It's not that I'm refusing to pay you, it's just that I suddenly realized this is rather unethical, so I've decided to return it now. With that, Yin Lang prepared to use the ether editor to send the money back. However, just then Yin Lang suddenly saw two familiar figures in the distance being chased by a group of people, one of whom was holding a pig. That looks like Tsunade and Shizune. Wait, based on this situation, it seems like Tsunade owes someone money and they're coming to collect. I figured out a meaningful way to spend this money. With that, Yin Lang immediately ran over and stood in front of the debt collectors. One of the collectors, upon seeing Yin Lang blocking their way, immediately prepared to push her aside. Little girl, hurry and get out of the way. Oh, we're handling serious business here. Yes, I certainly know you're handling serious business, but... Saying this, Yin Lang opened the black box in her hand, revealing all the cash inside. How about this, you give me the IOUs, and I'll give you the money. Sure. Without a second thought, the group of debt collectors agreed to Yin Lang's proposal. Soon the debt collectors handed over all the IOUs to Yin Lang, and she gave them all the cash. Heavy-Armored Little Rabbit, can you help me find Tsunade's location? Sure, but boss, you really are something. Not only do you not want to pay me, but now you've wasted all the money too. I don't even know what you're thinking. How can you say it's a waste? The interests involved here are significant. You see, with the IOUs, we can go find Tsunade to collect the debt. This way the money we receive isn't considered stolen, and even if we don't get paid back, it's still a great favor, isn't it? Fine, if you insist on complicating things, I can't help it, but my wages are down the drain again. Although Heavy-Armored Little Rabbit said this, she still helped Yin Lang locate Tsunade's coordinates. Yin Lang then used the coordinates to arrive at the tavern where Tsunade was. Lady Tsunade, why did those people suddenly stop chasing? Who knows? But they... Before Tsunade could finish her sentence, Yin Lang suddenly appeared and threw all the IOUs onto the table. Who told you that they stopped chasing? It's just that the number of pursuers has changed from a group to just me. Who are you? Why do you have the promissory note? Tsunade spoke first. What else could it be? I paid them the money and they handed me the note. As for who I am, that remains confidential for now. But when precisely do you intend to repay? Well, could you possibly grant us 2 more days? 2 more days. That hardly seems appropriate. After all, I went to considerable trouble to come here, not merely to hear such a request. Then what do you want? I truly have no money on me at the moment. Very well. Since you've put it so plainly, I suppose I have no choice. But as your creditor, may I respectfully address you as Granny Tsunade? Instantly, Tsunade's fist shot forward toward Jinru, but at the very moment of impact, it was intercepted by Heavy Armor Bunny. Tsunade stared in mild astonishment at her own fist halted midair. Granny Tsunade, what pray tell are you doing? Are you truly going to strike your creditor without warning? Who gave you permission to call me Granny? The wooden table before Tsunade shattered under the sheer force of her chakra-enhanced strength. Shizun, standing beside her, rushed to intervene, but found herself utterly unable to restrain her mentor. Now, no need to get so angry, Granny Tsunade. I admit my earlier phrasing was somewhat ill-considered. How about this? I'll waive the debt entirely, if you simply allow me to call you Granny without protest. Of course, you're also welcome to repay the sum in full immediately with no delays whatsoever. Hearing this, Tsunade hesitated. Before she could decide, Jinru spoke again. Honestly, I'd imagined the legendary Lady Tsunade, as described by teacher Minato, would be far gentler. To think that merely addressing you as Granny twice would provoke such fury. Truly, my sincere effort to settle your debts seems wasted. Wait, did you just call Minato what? At Tsunade's words, Jinru knew her plan had succeeded. My teacher, of course. Is something amiss? Teacher? Yes, he is. Oh right, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Jinru. You may call me Little Wolf. I'm a member of Team Minato. Team Minato. I recall hearing teacher mention it, Minato's newly assigned team. If that's the case, perhaps letting him call me Granny isn't so unreasonable after all, and besides, the debt would be forgiven. After weighing the pros and cons, Tsunade acquiesced. Fine, on Minato's behalf you may call me that. But let's be clear, the debt is fully waived, correct? Absolutely. A promise made is a promise kept. Granny Tsunade, having granted your consent, I would never renege. By the way, would you care for a bath? My treat. Truly? Tsunade asked, puzzled. Indeed, as a token of goodwill and a proper introduction. After all, my earlier conduct was rather unseemly. Consider this our fresh start. Watching Jinru now, Tsunade sensed something deeply off. Strange. Why has she changed so drastically? Could this entire encounter have been premeditated from the outset? Yet even as Tsunade pondered the sudden shift in Jinru's demeanor, Jinru herself was barely containing her inner terror. That was terrifying. I nearly died. Had Heavy Armor Bunny not blocked that punch, I'd either be dead or bedridden for days. Still, the plan succeeded at last. At that moment, Tsunade accepted Jinru's proposal. All right, since you've extended the invitation, I'll accept. Excellent, Granny Tsunade. Oh, and Miss Shizun, would you care to join us? Jinru's unexpected question left Shizun momentarily flustered. Perhaps not. I'll leave it to you and Lady Tsunade. Understood. Then we'll be off. Immediately, Yin Lang and Tsunade left the tavern together and soon arrived at a bathhouse. Hey, Little Wolf, are you sure you'll have money left after helping me pay off my debts? Of course, Tsunade, who do you look down upon? As he spoke, Yin Lang had already paid the bill. Quickly, the two of them were soaking in the hot spring, but as soon as he got in, Yin Lang began to regret it. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought Tsunade here. Was I just looking for trouble? Seeing Tsunade's impressive figure, Yin Lang's composure began to crumble. At this moment, Tsunade also noticed that Yin Lang seemed to be staring at her, but she quickly guessed the reason and revealed a mischievous smile. Little Wolf, are you feeling envious? Hearing this, Yin Lang immediately panicked. What am I envious of? Oh really? Then why have you been staring at me? I wasn't looking. Annie, aren't you just a bit more developed than I am? What's so good about me? Instantly, Yin Lang realized he might have let something slip. Admitting so soon. I thought it would take longer. Tsunade, you. Forget it. Go ahead and laugh at me. As he spoke, Yin Lang's expression turned somewhat sorrowful. How could I laugh at you? I was just joking with you. After all, when I was your age, I was actually quite similar to you. Thank you, Tsunade. I didn't expect to receive comfort from one of the legendary three. You're being too polite. A bit of comfort is nothing. How about you tell your parents that you want to be my disciple? That might really be impossible since I already have teacher Minato and I don't have parents. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Tsunade's eyes, followed by guilt. Sorry, did I remind you of something unpleasant? Not at all. Tsunade, don't worry. After all, I've never even met my parents, so how could I feel unhappy? I was actually taken in by a kind Konoha ninja from outside the village. At first I was in an orphanage, and then I rented an apartment with the allowance I got, and now I'm taken care of by teacher Minato. As he spoke, tears streamed down Yin Lang's face. I'm actually quite happy. I have trustworthy companions and a caring teacher and his wife. Although the money I'm using to help you pay off your debts is my savings from a year's worth of living expenses, I don't feel too bad about it. After all, being able to help others is the best right. At this moment, Tsunade could no longer control her emotions and immediately rushed to hug Yin Lang. Sorry, I didn't know you had such a tragic past. I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible, but why do I feel like my eyes are stinging? That must be just an illusion, Aunt Tsunade. Yin Lang hurriedly explained and immediately gestured for the armored little rabbit behind him to put away the onions. Maybe so, but have you ever dreamed of becoming Hokage? Hearing this, Yin Lang immediately fell into deep thought. After experiencing a quite pleasant time with Tsunade, Yin Wolf decided it was time to leave. I'm sorry, Granny Tsunade, but I promised my master that I would return early, so I can only stay until today. All right then, hurry back. Don't keep them worried. Suddenly Tsunade seemed to sense something and immediately pulled Yin Wolf back from the edge of the water. Granny Tsunade, you. Tsunade did not immediately respond to Yin Wolf's confusion. Instead, she pulled her down into the water and headed straight for a wall with a crack. Soon she arrived at the wall and struck it with a punch. In an instant, the entire bathhouse was filled with smoke and dust, and within it a very vague figure could be seen behind the wall that Tsunade had shattered. Could it be that Granny Tsunade suddenly pulled me down because she knew someone was spying? Realizing this, Yin Wolf finally understood Tsunade's good intentions, but she did not forget the main issue. As the smoke cleared, the figures of Yin Wolf and Tsunade gradually became visible, but at this point they had already put on their clothes. Granny Tsunade, who was spying on us. Can't you see for yourself? Saying this, Tsunade pointed to Jiraiya, who was lying on the ground not far away. I knew it. At that moment, Yin Wolf was too embarrassed to say anything more and could only cover her face awkwardly. Meanwhile, Tsunade had already walked up to Jiraiya. Enough, stop pretending you weren't really hurt, were you? After all, I didn't use my full strength, and we were separated by a wall, right? Upon hearing Tsunade's analysis, Jiraiya, who had been lying on the ground, stood up. Seriously, Tsunade, couldn't you have waited a bit longer to expose me? I was hoping to see how my disciple would react. Since you know she is your disciple, why were you spying on her? That was purely an accident. You know I usually come here for material, and running into you two today was just coincidence. Besides, with her development level, I wouldn't be interested anyway. Alright then. Tsunade understood Jiraiya's preferences, so she did not say much more. Okay, you should head back. I'm going to find my disciple. By the way, I will cover the repair costs for the bathhouse, don't worry. Soon Jiraiya found himself in front of Yin Wolf. I am. Oh, isn't this the perverted sage? How did you get beaten up by Granny Tsunade again? Hearing this, Jiraiya immediately felt speechless, and he was interrupted from introducing himself by Yin Wolf. Where did you hear that name? I made it up myself. After all, perverted sage, can you really say you're not perverted? No, by seniority, shouldn't you be calling me master instead? Master? I have never seen a master who spies on their juniors, and perverted sage, don't think I didn't hear what you just said about her development level. Do you think I'm very small? Indeed. Instantly, Yin Wolf turned to stone. Alright, don't mind what I just said. You're still young, and there's plenty of room for future development, right? Thank you for the comfort, perverted sage. Yin Wolf replied in an extremely perfunctory manner. Alright, I know you're a bit displeased, but I still want to discuss something serious with you. Minato has told me quite a bit about you, and I've thought about it for a while, so are you interested in going to Myoboku Mountain with me? Since you were so eager, let's go now. How about it, little Silverwolf? This place is not somewhere just anyone can come. Oh, did Watergate even tell you about the specific appearance of Mount Myoboku? There's no other way, Watergate. I can only let you take the blame for me first. Suddenly, the Silver Wolf looked a bit dazed. Oh no, this lie is difficult to cover up. Although feeling extremely nervous, the Silver Wolf still tried its best to maintain a composed expression. I really don't seem to know about this. How about you tell me, lecherous sage? Not bad, quite honest. I asked you that on purpose just to confirm if you were lying to me. But clearly you did not. Well, Watergate didn't say he would teach you anything, but I think there are two techniques that would suit you perfectly. Immediately, Jiraiya summoned Gamakichi, and afterward Gamakichi extended his tongue, which held the summoning scroll in front of the Silver Wolf. This is. Open and take a look. This is the summoning scroll of Mount Myoboku. Write your name on it with your blood, then print all 5 fingerprints with blood. You should understand the next steps. After all, you have a summoning beast. Got it, thank you, lecherous sage. Soon the Silver Wolf used the blade of Prometheus to cut her hand, letting blood flow out. Then she followed Jiraiya's instructions to complete the summoning contract. Let's give it a try and see who you can summon. In an instant, a cloud of smoke rose. Just as Jiraiya was about to see which frog the Silver Wolf had summoned, he was suddenly taken aback by the scene before him. Because the Silver Wolf didn't just summon one frog, but a whole group. More precisely, nearly all the frogs were summoned except for Jiraiya, Shima, and Fukasaku. Among them, Gamabunta suddenly saw the speechless Jiraiya. Did you summon us here, Jiraiya? Why did you summon us to Mount Myoboku? Upon hearing Gamabunta's words, Jiraiya finally managed to recover from his astonishment. It wasn't me who summoned you, it was my disciple, the Silver Wolf, who is right on your back. Upon hearing this, Gamabunta finally noticed that there was indeed a little girl on his back. Come on, Jiraiya, don't joke around. Just this little girl, she could barely summon me, let alone summon all these frogs. Sorry, Gamabunta, the lecherous sage is right. I did accidentally summon you all. A glimmer of disbelief flashed in Gamabunta's eyes, which was echoed by the frogs beside him. You little girl, you're not lying, are you? Really, Gamabunta, do I look like someone who lies? Sure enough, the heavy armored rabbit is good. This gang from Mount Myoboku is truly terrifying. On the other side, Jiraiya was still dealing with the other frogs for the Silver Wolf. Everyone, let's disperse, consider it a favor for me. Little Silver Wolf is using the summoning technique for the first time. Oh, please be understanding. Iron Rabbit, what kind of skill is it to keep flying in the sky? Come down if you have the ability. You think I'm foolish, you smelly toad. If you have that ability, then come up here. In the next moment, the toad Wentai jumped up, matching the height of the heavily armored rabbit. How is this possible? Before the armored rabbit could recover from its shock, Wentai's short knife had already lunged at her. At that moment, the Silver Wolf suddenly fired a physical weakness module, with Prometheus hitting Wentai's short knife directly. Now armored rabbit. Got it. In an instant, the fist and knife collided, initially evenly matched. However, as Wentai's short knife was afflicted with a physical negative buff, it soon developed cracks during the struggle. How is this possible? Wentai looked in disbelief at her short knife, which had already developed cracks, but what was even more unbelievable was yet to come. Big brother, Wentai forgot to tell you, if a wolf is too hungry, it will also eat a toad. What? Wentai stared in disbelief at the Silver Wolf that had suddenly appeared on its back. When did you get up here? Just now. The scene rewinds to 2.5 minutes earlier. Armored Rabbit, you will face Wentai Hiden, while I will teleport to Wentai's back using ether editing when your battle reaches a stalemate. Do you understand? Got it, but why do I always have to take on these dangerous tasks? I'm giving you the simplest task. You just need to fight Wentai while I have to consider many other factors. Alright, you win. Another tragic day, I wish I hadn't come. Thus, the Armored Rabbit reluctantly agreed to the Silver Wolf's proposal, leading to the earlier scene. You girl, get off my back quickly. What are you thinking? Once a wolf has caught its prey, it won't let go easily. I don't care, you get down now. Saying this, Wentai began to shake its body continuously, and even jumped a few times trying to throw the Silver Wolf off. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was watching all of this from a distance. Let me see how far you can go, little Silver Wolf. Big brother Wentai, if this is all you've got, I'm going to look down on you. Don't get too proud, just watch how I throw you off. Alright then, come at me. During the following time, Wentai tried various methods, but failed to shake the Silver Wolf off, while its own stamina started to run low. You girl, you do have some skill being able to hold on for this long. Likewise. It's been so long, big brother Wentai, you still haven't exhausted yourself. At this point, the Silver Wolf's stamina was also starting to wane, but she chose not to mention it. Your strength isn't bad, I'll reluctantly acknowledge you, but don't get too complacent, especially about what you said regarding wolves eating toads. That doesn't apply here. Got it, but don't underestimate me, this wolf has great potential for the future. Alright then, I'll see how far you can go. Thus, through the Silver Wolf's continuous efforts, Wentai finally acknowledged her completely. At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly approached, holding a water-filled balloon. Looks like you've succeeded, little Silver Wolf. Oh, isn't this the lecherous sage? Why have you finally remembered your disciple? Little Silver Wolf, that's not fair. I've already helped you so much, leaving one as a challenge for you. Besides, I'm here to teach you a powerful ninjutsu, right? Powerful ninjutsu. The Silver Wolf was initially puzzled, but when she saw the water-filled balloon in Jiraiya's hand, she began to understand. That's right. This ninjutsu was invented by Minato over 3 years. I learned it very quickly at the time, but I wonder how long you can use it, little Silver Wolf. Here, use this water balloon as your prop, and try to burst it using chakra. With that, Jiraiya handed the water balloon to Silver Wolf. After accepting the balloon, Silver Wolf did not immediately begin practicing. Instead, she fell into contemplation. If her memory served her right, the key to this technique lay in inducing rotational motion within the water, but in which direction should she spin it? Wait, perhaps there was another way. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, hundreds of Silver Wolf's shadow clones materialized beside her. Pervert Sage, could you please provide me with a few more water balloons? All the clones spoke in unison. Well, alright, but only one per clone. After all, Myoboku doesn't have an endless supply of water balloons. Though resigned, Jiraiya still ensured each clone received its own water balloon. I never expected little Silver Wolf to resort to such a method, but it's not inherently problematic. I wonder, however, whether she'll endure the exhaustion that follows. Meanwhile, Silver Wolf had already begun her training. Half her clones spun the water inside their balloons counterclockwise, while the other half spun it clockwise. Hours passed. The sky gradually darkened, and nearly all of Silver Wolf's clones had dispersed. Huff, huff. I'm utterly exhausted. Seeing how thoroughly drained Silver Wolf appeared, Jiraiya smiled and offered her a popsicle. Tired. Here, let's split it. Thanks, pervert sage. Silverwolf accepted the treat without hesitation or pretense. To be frank, your training method is undeniably fast, but it places tremendous strain on your body. I'd advise you, little Silverwolf, to use it sparingly. Oh, is the pervert sage truly so concerned about me? I'm almost moved to tears. You little Silverwolf. Never mind. I won't hold it against you. If you don't master it today, it's no matter. I'll escort you home first, then return tomorrow. At those words, a faint, knowing smile flickered across Silverwolf's face. I'm afraid I must disappoint you, pervert sage. Jiraiya was momentarily puzzled, until the next moment rendered every question obsolete. Swiftly, Silverwolf formed a Rasengan in her palm. How's this, pervert sage? You were right. The method isn't ideal, but its defining virtue is speed. So, yes, I've succeeded. Gazing at the swirling Rasengan in her hand, Jiraiya wore an expression of astonishment, yet beneath it deeper still lay quiet pride. A terrifyingly prodigious talent. Perhaps he ought no longer measure her by ordinary standards. Wait, could it be? A sudden thought crossed Jiraiya's mind. Then just as swiftly he shook his head. No, it couldn't be. Pervert sage, you. Noticing his expression, Silverwolf asked curiously. Nothing, just something that came to mind. As he spoke, a gentle smile softened his features. Well then, it's growing late. I'd best take you home now. Otherwise Kushina might suspect I've taken you somewhere inappropriate for someone your age. Huh, pervert sage, you. Before Silverwolf could finish, she and Heavy Duty Bunny were summoned back to Konoha by Jiraiya's lingering shadow clone. Honestly, I still wanted to ask where exactly that inappropriate place was. Oh well, home first. Or else Sensei's wife will scold me again. Suddenly Silverwolf's gaze snapped toward Heavy Duty Bunny. And in that same instant, Heavy Duty Bunny sensed the unmistakable weight of her boss's peculiar stare. Boss, what are you planning? Nothing much, just need you to fly me home. Heavy Duty Bunny instantly refused. No way. It's a matter of principle. Boss, can you possibly get any lazier? You won't even walk 2 steps. Your salary is the lowest in the office, yet your demands grow ever more outrageous. I'm your employee, not your slave. This month's wages, paid in full. No delays. Really? Then hop on quickly. I'll use a faster method to get us home. Without delay, Heavy Duty Bunny transformed into a motorcycle, and Silverwolf climbed aboard without a second's hesitation. Make it swift. If you're slow, I'll stop cold. Understood, boss. Hold on tight. Thus, under the compelling force of coin, Heavy Duty Bunny once again abandoned her principles. Soon, with Heavy Duty Bunny's aid, Silverwolf arrived back at Minato's residence. The moment she opened the door, Kushina swept her into a warm embrace. Are you all right, little wolf? Did Master Jiraiya take you anywhere strange? Did you see anything you shouldn't have? Kushina's rapid-fire questions left Silverwolf momentarily speechless. The more flustered she grew, the more anxious Kushina became. Little wolf, say something. You. Kushina calmed down. Silverwolf's too overwhelmed to speak. Minato's timely intervention granted Silverwolf precious seconds to gather her thoughts. Sensei's wife, please calm down. Today, pervert sage only took me to Myoboku, nowhere else. You may rest easy. Hearing Silverwolf's answer, Kushina finally exhaled, her suspended anxiety settling at last. That's good. I'm sorry, little wolf. I got carried away just now. It's quite all right. After all, you only worry because you care. And actually, I owe teacher my thanks for... Silverwolf trailed off, leaving the sentence unfinished. Minato simply smiled at her, silent, understanding, and deeply kind. In a vacant lot of Konoha, Rin Wolf Obito and Kakashi stood together awaiting their sensei Minato. What's taking Sensei Minato so long? Obito suddenly grumbled. You who's late every single day. Do you really have the right to complain? Kakashi shot back without hesitation. What did you say, Kakashi? Obito's eyes blazed with fury. Is there something wrong with what I said? Kakashi, you, enough? Both of you stop arguing. In an instant, Rin Wolf delivered a sharp, precise chop to the crown of each boy's head. The two immediately stilled under the firm reprimand. There's no need to grow impatient. You're in good company. I left with Sensei Minato. He had some matters to attend to, but he shouldn't be long. Hearing this, Obito and Kakashi nodded in quiet agreement and ceased bickering entirely. True to his word, Minato arrived shortly thereafter. Sorry for keeping you waiting, but it seems everyone's already here. At Minato's arrival, Obito's face lit up with unrestrained excitement. Sensei Minato, do we have a new mission? Not today. As he spoke, Minato produced 3 official recommendation forms. What are these? Obito asked, puzzled. These are recommendation forms. I'm nominating all 3 of you for promotion to Chunin. Obito burst into delighted laughter and threw his arms around Minato. Sensei Minato, I love you more than words can say. Hey, don't celebrate just yet. Promotion requires passing an examination. Instantly, Obito's elation evaporated like mist beneath morning sun. The exam consists of 3 rigorous stages. TCH. So that's how it is, Obito murmured, clearly deflated. Just then Kakashi delivered another cutting remark. Someone who can't even manage to arrive on time has virtually no chance of passing. What do you mean by that, Kakashi? Before Obito could finish, both he and Kakashi felt an eerie chill atop their heads. They glanced upward, only to find the massive armored fists of Chongzhuang Xiao-Tu hovering silently above them. Rin Wolf spoke calmly. I strongly advise you two to refrain from quarreling further. Should those fists descend, I shall bear no responsibility. Gazing at those sandbag-sized fists, the two reluctantly made peace. Now that's what a team looks like, agreed. No more arguments from now on. Watching this harmonious scene unfold, Minato smiled. A warm, deeply satisfied smile. One final point: Chunin examinations are entirely voluntary. Whether or not you participate is your own decision. However, I must emphasize, this exam carries genuine danger. Obito merely grinned, utterly unshaken. No matter what, I will take it, he declared with unwavering confidence, though he would soon regret those very words. On the day of the Chunin exam, Obito stared in despair at the test paper, filled with questions he couldn't begin to answer. What kind of nonsense is this? I assumed the Chunin exam tested ninjutsu and taijutsu, not this dreaded written examination. His composure shattered completely. Meanwhile, Kakashi had already completed the test at lightning speed and departed the exam hall early. Rin Wolf, though seated beside him, hadn't lifted her pen once every answer had been written by Chongzhuang Xiao-Tu. Boss, you're truly lazy, making me solve even these problems for you. Honestly, I'm starting to wonder if you see me as little more than a slave. Absolutely not. You're one of my most cherished partners. Hearing this, Chongzhuang Xiao-Tu instantly swelled with emotion. Really? Then does that mean I get paid today? Well, how about you first deliver the answers to Obito, then we'll discuss compensation. Boss, you're not planning to delay payment again, are you? Impossible. Go deliver them first. I'll settle the matter with you afterward. Fine. I'll trust you just this once. In perfect silence, Chongzhuang Xiao-Tu slipped a crumpled note containing the answers into Obito's hand, though he had no idea at first what it contained. Chongzhuang Xiao-Tu, what exactly did you just hand me? What else? The answers. Though let me be clear, if we're caught, you must not betray me. Obito's confidence surged anew. Understood. Without hesitation, he began copying, while Chongzhuang Xiao-Tu quietly returned to Rin Wolf's side. Soon the first round of the Chunin exam came to an end. As soon as it finished, Obito rushed out to check if he had passed. As for Yinlong, she walked out of the examination hall at a leisurely pace. It's hilarious. Oh, anyway, the answers were all written by Heavy Armor Little Rabbit. Even if there are mistakes, those were written intentionally. Before long, she arrived at the ranking board and immediately spotted her name. Oh, I didn't expect that. Even suppressing my strength, I could easily take second place. Boss, can you have a little dignity? What do you mean by suppressing strength and still getting second place? I wrote all the good answers for you, okay? Heavy Armor Little Rabbit commented without any concealment. Upon hearing this, Yinlang wanted to argue back, but chose to swallow the words that were on the tip of her tongue, thinking of the crowd around her. At that moment, Obito suddenly ran over and directly hugged Yinlang. Little Wolf, did you see? I passed, Obito said excitedly. Oh, I saw it. But can you let go of me first? At this point, Yinlang's face had turned slightly red. Seeing her reaction, Obito realized that he might have gotten a bit too excited. Sorry, I got too excited just now and might have scared you, Little Wolf. It's fine, mainly because you suddenly hugged me, which left me a bit at a loss. By the way, Obito, what rank did you get? Oh, thanks to you, Little Wolf, I made it into the top 10. Oh, that sounds pretty good. It seems Obito was still using his brain, knowing he couldn't copy my answers exactly, and it turned out well. I didn't expect you, Obito, to make it into the top 10. Are you sure you did it on your own? Kakashi's voice suddenly came from behind them. Kakashi, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Obito said somewhat angrily. You can understand it that way. After all, I don't believe you could make it into the top 10 on your own in your first attempt. But now that you've made it, there's only one possibility. Yinlang gave you the answers right. Upon hearing this, Obito's confidence immediately diminished, as Kakashi was indeed stating a fact. Looks like I was right, but if others give you answers and you still can't get it right, that's just too much. As he spoke, Kakashi revealed his signature dead fisheye expression. Seeing the scene before her, Yinlang initially wanted to step in and mediate, but before she could take action, a ninja examiner walked over. There's no time for celebration now. Those who passed should immediately head to the designated classroom for the briefing of the second round of the exam. Soon, all the candidates who passed the first round followed the ninja examiner to the designated classroom. After that, the ninja examiner went up to the podium and began the explanation for the second round of the exam. The second round will take place 3 days later. This round tests your combat skills. You must use all the ninjutsu and taijutsu you have learned to earn your qualification. Furthermore, this will be a team battle conducted by class. At this point, Obito, having listened to the explanation, appeared a bit surprised. Hey, isn't this supposed to be an individual battle? As he spoke, Obito glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi, don't you dare hold us back. Hearing this, Kakashi looked somewhat helpless. He'll return that statement to you as is. Don't forget that among the three of us, you are the weakest, and... Before Kakashi could finish, Yinlang's fist had already landed on his head. It won't kill you to say a little less, so can you please behave? Little Wolf is right, Kakashi. You. In an instant, Yinlang's other fist fell on Obito's head, and the force was evidently stronger than the one she had landed on Kakashi. I just said Kakashi, and didn't mention you, right? I'm telling both of you to behave, not just Kakashi alone. Thus, under Yinlang's intervention, Kakashi and Obito finally settled down. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Yet our Obito is still as late as ever. Kakashi couldn't help but complain. Well, Kakashi, it's not like you didn't anticipate this situation, so why the grumbling? Besides, I've already sent the reformed little rabbit to find him, so he should be here soon. As soon as Silverwolf finished speaking, a scream from Obito echoed not far away. Don't tug my ears, reformed little rabbit. It hurts. Looking over, Silverwolf and Kakashi saw Obito being tugged by the ears by the reformed little rabbit. You idiot, Obito, why must you always be late? I finally have a day off, and you still make me work overtime to bring you back. I'm fine. But honestly, it was you, the boss, who told me to bring him back, and now you want me to let him go. You're playing both sides, aren't you? I know. After the Chunin exams, they'll pay you okay. Really? The reformed little rabbit asked somewhat incredulously. Of course it's true. Consider it a celebration since you put in quite a bit of effort. Before Silverwolf could finish, the ninja examiner behind them ordered them to enter the Forest of Death for the combat competition. Looks like it's time. Let's go. With that, Silverwolf was the first to run into the Forest of Death, followed closely by Obito and Kakashi. As for the reformed little rabbit, although reluctant, she followed once she thought about the salary she would earn. Soon they spotted the class where Might Guy was located in the Forest of Death. Looks like these are our opponents. I won't hold back. Silverwolf's words ignited Might Guy's enthusiasm, and at that moment the ninja examiner announced the start of the battle. In an instant, Silverwolf drew Prometheus, but before she could lock onto Might Guy, Obito jumped in front of her, ready to use the Great Fireball technique. Fire-style Great Fireball. Obito's words were cut short when the candy he was eating suddenly lodged in his throat. Might Guy seized the opportunity and kicked him squarely, but at the last moment the reformed little rabbit managed to catch him. What is this? Might Guy looked puzzled at the suddenly appearing reformed little rabbit, but in that brief moment her fist was already flying toward him. Aura. This punch did not give Might Guy any chance to react, sending him flying. I didn't expect the boss method to actually be somewhat effective. Although it was a bit awkward, it certainly raised my momentum significantly. However, just as the reformed little rabbit was feeling a bit smug, Obito behind her was left speechless in surprise. So the reformed little rabbit has always been holding back against me. On the other side of the battlefield, Hebe had been thoroughly defeated by Kakashi, while Shiranui Gunma met the same fate after being physically weakened by Silverwolf. As expected, the only capable fighter among these people is Might Guy. It's just a pity that he got taken down by the reformed little rabbit single-handedly. Little Wolf was right. Suddenly Obito realized that Might Guy, who should have been knocked back, had vanished. Before he could figure out what was happening, Might Guy appeared at an incredible speed and kicked him squarely in the face. In an instant, Obito was sent flying until he crashed against a tree and finally came to a stop. Is this the 8 gates? Looking at Might Guy, who appeared suddenly and moved at incredible speed, Silverwolf instinctively named the technique. Oh, I didn't expect you to know this technique too. Well, I understand a little, but your father's name is Might Guy, right? You know my father? Of course, after all, Mr. Might Guy is currently the only person able to cultivate this technique to its extreme. Certainly others must have cultivated it before, but they likely died after opening the 8th gate, and you in the future would be the only one who opened the death gate and survived. Silverwolf silently thought to herself. By the way, how many gates can you open? At the highest, I should be able to reach the door of death. Right now, I'm at the door of life. Door of death. What to do? I could barely see him when he just opened the door of life. If he reaches the door of death, perhaps only Obito's Sharingan would have a chance, but it's not without hope. Seeing that Silverwolf had fallen into thought, Might Guy became a bit impatient. Hey, what was your name again? How about we discuss this after the exam is over? That works, but your 2 teammates are already down. To be fair, how about we have a 1v1 match? Sure, no problem. Might Guy agreed without a second thought. Alright, Kakashi, take Might Guy's 2 teammates and Obito a bit further away. I might need to use some large-scale ninjutsu next. Upon hearing this, Kakashi nodded without saying much and took Might Guy's 2 teammates and Obito to a distant spot. As for the ninja examiner, he tacitly approved of this behavior. Meanwhile, Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen were watching everything through a crystal ball. With my eyes, I surely cannot keep up with Might Guy's speed, but that does not mean I lack other methods. Prometheus has a locking feature, once locked on it's much easier to handle. Moreover, I have that technique. This green-skinned creature with thick eyebrows is becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. Although I have no problem handling him within my budget, I can sense that his strength and speed are continuously on the rise. However, I assume he cannot maintain this state for long. Worst case, he'll just have to outlast this greenskin monster. With this in mind, the heavily armored rabbit began to engage in a war of attrition with Guy, and the results were evident as Guy's speed gradually slowed after reaching a peak. As expected, I still can't maintain this state for long. But I have no regrets about my youth. Instantly, green steam enveloped Might Guy, and his speed and power surged once again. Doom Gate open. In an instant, Might Guy unleashed the Leaf Gale, forcefully kicking the heavily armored rabbit several meters back. How is this possible? My visual module should not have reached its limit yet. Why couldn't I dodge that kick just now? Is there a problem with my budget? In that moment, the heavily armored rabbit considered this possibility. Indeed, when I fought him previously, I relied mainly on predicting his next move. However, his sudden increase in power has caused issues with my calculations, so it seems I need to take this more seriously. Just as the heavily armored rabbit was preparing to confront Guy again, the silver wolf suddenly blocked her path. Thank you, heavily armored rabbit. You've finally forced Guy's Doom Gate to open. This means my Prometheus can completely lock onto him now, so he'll take care of the finishing blow to assist you. What do you mean? I've already reduced him to low health, and now you want me to assist you. Aren't you just trying to steal my kill? What do you mean I stole your kill? Don't forget that when the boss is at low health, there's a final state. I can only engage when he's in that final state, so how can you say it's stealing? You're clearly arguing in bad faith. Before the heavily armored rabbit could finish her sentence, Might Guy's Leaf Gale was already heading towards them. With no choice, she had to cease her argument, and ended up colliding fists with Guy's leg, resulting in a mere stalemate. Boss, don't just stand there. Didn't you say you had him locked on? Hurry up and use it. The heavily armored rabbit spoke urgently. I know, but wait a moment. Once you hit him, if you even touch him, I fear his bones will shatter instantly. Shatter? Boss, you're not planning to implant a weakness of virtual numbers, are you? What else could it be? After all, this is the only weakness that can reduce speed while also significantly lowering defense. So leave the upcoming battle to me. With that, a small Rasengan appeared in the silver wolf's hand. More accurately, it should be a disappearing Rasengan. Well then, take this. The silver wolf then hurled the disappearing Rasengan towards Might Guy, but it vanished midway. Seeing this, Might Guy did not pay much attention. Instead, he prepared to close in on the silver wolf using physical techniques. Suddenly, it felt as if something had struck his face, sending him flying backward. Meanwhile, on the other side, Watergate, who was watching all of this through a crystal ball with Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared somewhat astonished. Did Silver Wolf incorporate a property change into the Rasengan? It seems I need to ask her about this after the exam concludes. What just happened? Why does my face hurt so much? Might Guy did not stay down for long and quickly got back on his feet. However, when he turned his gaze back to the silver wolf, he found that what had once been one had transformed into a multitude. Take this, Might Guy, and witness the true essence of the meatball family bucket. In an instant, all the silver wolves simultaneously conjured their spiraling balls and charged towards Might Guy. As he faced the incoming silver wolf clones, Might Guy could only respond one by one, yet even so, the speed at which he eliminated them was far slower than the rate at which new ones appeared. With the remaining chakra, I have it's only a matter of time before Might Guy falls. However, that seems rather dull. Never mind, I'll take matters into my own hands. Subsequently, the silver wolf ceased producing clones, and soon Might Guy dealt with the remaining shadow clones, though he was already quite injured. It's time to end this, and let me personally draw a conclusion to this battle. As she spoke, the silver wolf approached Might Guy, and at that moment Prometheus in her hand extended its light blade. It's over. In the next moment, the silver wolf swung the light blade at Might Guy, but just as she had anticipated, he dodged at the last moment. Your youth is indeed not so fragile, huh, Guy? The silver wolf looked at the evading Might Guy, a smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of her mouth. Truly the future youth, bro. Such a desperate counterattack is exactly what I wanted to see. Watching the silver wolf suddenly smile at him, Might Guy had no idea what she was thinking. But he understood one thing: the next attack would be his final blow. Next, let's see how I burn with youth. Immediately, Might Guy stood up and charged straight at the silver wolf, who showed no hesitation and immediately shot the weakness module at him. Just when the weakness module was about to hit, Might Guy managed to dodge it. It's over. Leaf Village's dynamic entry. Seeing Might Guy charging towards her, the silver wolf knew she couldn't dodge this distance, yet she remained calm, instead wearing a mischievous grin. Sorry, my bullets can curve. In an instant, the weakness module, which should have missed, curved and struck Might Guy. Might Guy, who had just been hit, felt nothing at first until the silver wolf lightly punched him, and that seemingly gentle punch hit him like a heavy blow, knocking him to the ground. I didn't expect the defense reduction of the imaginary module to be so outrageous. Luckily this punch was delivered by me. If it had been heavy armor bunny. Never mind, I won't think about it. Soon the ninja examiner announced the victory of the Watergate class, and the Silver Wolf Obito and Kakashi successfully passed the second test. Great job, little wolf, we finally passed the second test. Obito exclaimed excitedly. Passing doesn't mean you did anything noteworthy, Kakashi said dismissively. Hey Kakashi, what do you mean by that? How did I not contribute? You didn't contribute at all. Do you want me to tell you how you slacked off during this battle? At the start you almost got knocked out. If Heavy Armor Bunny hadn't intervened, you would have been the first to fall. At least. Kakashi hadn't finished speaking when the Silver Wolf's fist landed on the heads of both him and Obito. If you two keep arguing, do you believe I will implant an imaginary weakness in both of you and let Heavy Armor Bunny give you each a punch, leaving you to share a hospital room to bond? As she spoke, the Silver Wolf had already drawn Prometheus, her face reflecting an uncontainable anger. Meanwhile, Obito and Kakashi, sensing the Silver Wolf's threat, her friendly mediation, chose to temporarily reconcile. That's more like it. Since we are a team, we should act like one. Alright, the third test should still be a few days away, so everyone should head back for now. After a few days of peaceful time, Yin and the others arrived at the venue for the third round of the Chunin exam. Notably, Obito miraculously did not arrive late this time. Not bad, Obito, you actually managed to be on time today. Well, can I take that as you complimenting me, little wolf? Hearing this, Yin smiled helplessly at Obito. Alright, as long as you're happy. After saying this, Yin shifted her attention to the recently released battle roster. Let me see. Obito and Kakashi's opponents are Andu Radamo and Yamashiro Aoba. How is it that two future gatekeepers are matched together? Never mind, let me check my own match. Yin then began to search for her name on the battle roster, and to her surprise her opponent was none other than Noera Rin, who should have been in Minato's class. It can't be this coincidental, right? Am I really going to fight Rin? Leaving aside the issue of me taking her spot, just the matching mechanism has significant problems. At this moment, Yin was utterly speechless about Konoha's outrageous matching mechanism. She had imagined many outcomes, but never did she expect her opponent to be Rin. After all, the gap in their strength was immense, akin to a delinquent at 17 years old fighting a centenarian. Although Yin had countless complaints in her heart, she understood that since the roster was already out, it meant there was no possibility of changes. Forget it anyway, I'm up first. After I go on stage, I'll ask Rin if she can forfeit directly. If not, I'll just have to hold back. Thus, after preparing herself mentally, Yin directly walked onto the competition stage, where Noera Rin stood facing her. Rin, right? I can call you that, can I? Yeah. Hearing this, Rin, somewhat dazed, nodded. That's good to hear. I want to ask if you can forfeit directly. My. At this point, Rin, who was already somewhat confused, became even more bewildered. Seeing Rin's utterly lost expression, Yin realized she needed to rephrase her words. What I mean is the difference in our strength is too great. I'm worried I might hurt you, which is why I suggested you forfeit voluntarily. Upon hearing Yin explanation, Rin finally reacted. Thank you for your consideration, but even so, I don't want to forfeit directly, so I hope you can go all out. Yin sighed helplessly upon hearing this. Alright, then I'll go all out as a sign of respect for you. Although Yin said this, she had already thought of ways to hold back. With their brief conversation concluded, the first match of the individual competition officially began. As soon as it began, Yin created two shadow clones to help her form a big Rasengan. Seeing this, Rin wanted to use Shuriken to attack, but before she could get close, Yinlang's big Rasengan was already ready. Big Rasengan. In an instant, Yinlang's big Rasengan rushed towards Rin, but just as Rin closed her eyes, Yinlang's big Rasengan stopped right in front of her and began to gradually dissipate. You've lost, Rin. Rin didn't know what to say, as she was well aware that this was simply a matter of strength disparity. Alright, don't be upset. If you really want to win, I can be your training partner to ensure you succeed next year. How does that sound? Really? Rin looked at Yin in surprise. What's so surprising about that? I also reached this point with guidance. After all, no matter how talented someone is, they still need guidance. So if you're willing, I'll be waiting for you outside the Forest of Death in a week. Soon the ninja examiner announced Yinlang's victory, and afterward Obito and Kakashi also successfully completed their assessments. Thus, the three of them successfully passed all assessments, officially becoming Chunin and receiving their certificates and green vests. However, after this exam, Yin gradually discovered a problem, which was, my single turbocharged hairstyle is really too easy to mess up, and this broken forehead protector, after wearing it for a long time, makes me realize that it truly seals my good looks. Xiaolang, come out right now. You haven't eaten a single bite all morning. Kushina spoke with mounting frustration, repeatedly rapping her knuckles against Jinru's door. Alright, Kushina. Calm down first. Jinru might have a valid reason for staying inside. Don't rush. What reason could possibly outweigh her health? She's still in the prime of physical development. Yesterday, she'd just completed the Chunin examination, a grueling test that drained her stamina significantly. And now she refuses even a single meal. How could I not be alarmed? At this, Minato fell silent, swallowing the words already poised on his tongue. Then, suddenly, the door swung open and Jinru stepped out. Honestly, Sensei's wife, I only skipped 2 meals. Is that really worth such urgency? Jinru gazed at Kushina's crimson hair, now billowing like wildfire, and her eyes blazing with fury, momentarily at a loss for words. Urgency? I'm far beyond that. If you hadn't emerged soon, I'd have dragged you out myself. And look at you. You've grown even thinner. Huh, isn't being thinner better? Jinru asked deadpan. Perhaps, for others. But not for you. Xiaolang, can't you at least take a good, honest look at yourself? How severely your development has been stunted. At the very least, consider your own future. What's there to consider? With my abilities, earning money shouldn't be an issue. Kushina was momentarily speechless, utterly flustered by Jinru's response. No, that's not what I meant. I meant, do you have someone you like? Yes, I do. For instance, you Sensei's wife. You've treated me like family. Hearing this, Kushina couldn't help but let out a wry, bittersweet smile. Enough flattery. There are many things I'll let slide, but eating is non-negotiable. Understood. Jinru nodded vigorously. Yet as if struck by sudden recollection, she hastily added, Sensei's wife, have you noticed anything different about me today? Different? Aside from growing even slimmer, I see nothing, especially not where it matters most. To the naked eye, that area hasn't developed at all. Not that, Sensei's wife. Please stop fixating on one spot. Look elsewhere. My hairstyle, for example. Jinru spoke with palpable anxiety. Your hairstyle? Wait, you've let your hair down. You've finally noticed Sensei's wife. Sensei's wife. Tears welled up in Jinru's eyes, her voice trembling with emotion. It's indeed a striking change. It lends you a subtle air of maturity, but, as she spoke, Kushina's gaze instinctively drifted downward, to Jinru's chest. Hey, Sensei's wife. Your eyes are practically glued to my chest. Is it really that serious? I am not. And besides, I'm doing this for your sake. If you remain like this, your future boyfriend might. What do you mean, Sensei's wife? How old am I that you're already fretting over this? Besides, I don't even have anyone I like yet. So you and Obito aren't involved? Jinru froze, momentarily unable to formulate a reply. Sensei's wife, where did you hear that? I didn't. Obito came by this morning looking for you, but you were still inside. I was about to call you when he asked me to tell you to meet him at Konoha Park at noon. Honestly, I assumed you two were already an item. Well, never mind. I should still make it if I leave now. So it is true. Sensei's wife. Jinru sighed, a long, weary exhalation of resignation. I truly believe not becoming your daughter is the wisest decision I've ever made. Otherwise, I'd be hounded into marital oblivion by your matchmaking. I'm not. This is simply concern for your life's most important matters. Go on, hurry. You'll still make it. Oh, and take this bento box. Eat outside, won't you? Understood. Though, Sensei's wife, don't misunderstand, I'm going purely as a friend. There's no romantic involvement. Yes, I know. Off you go. As she spoke, Kushina smiled, a soft, deeply affectionate smile. Jinru, seeing that expression, knew full well her words had fallen on deaf ears. Yet she offered no further explanation, merely took the bento box, and with a flick of ethereal editing teleported herself to Konoha Park. In the park of Konoha, Obito was waiting for Yinlang's arrival, holding a bouquet of flowers. Today I've finally mustered the courage to invite Xiaolang out from Minato Sensei's house. No matter what, I must express my true feelings to her. Hey Obito, what are you muttering to yourself about? Suddenly Yinlang appeared, startling Obito. Xiaolang, when did you arrive? Just now. Did you forget I have ethereal editing? By the way, I haven't asked you, is there something you needed to see me about? And, the flowers in your hand aren't for me, are they? At this moment, Yinlang had already formed a rough guess. No, not what you think. I bought these flowers to keep at home. Obito hurriedly defended himself. Seeing his flustered expression, Yinlang understood her guess was likely correct, but in the end, she chose to remain silent about it. Oh, I didn't expect you, Obito, to have a habit of raising flowers. But speaking of which, why did you invite me out today? Well, right, the Chunin exams just ended. I wanted to take a stroll around the village with you. Is that it? I thought it was something else. Obito's heart sank upon hearing this. It's fine if you reject me. Idiot. In an instant, Yinlang's fist landed on Obito's head. Xiaolang, you. Obito looked at the suddenly aggressive Yinlang in confusion. Don't look at me with that kind of gaze, you idiot, Obito. I didn't reject you. It's what you said that annoys me to death. At this point, only confusion remained in Obito's eyes. You call me an idiot, and you still won't admit it. Do I have to say I've agreed for you to react? Wait, Xiaolang, you agreed. Yeah, otherwise. I never rejected you from the beginning, okay? Seriously, idiot. Hearing Yinlang's words, Obito couldn't help but break into a silly smile. Xiaolang agreed to me, haha. Hey idiot Obito, what are you laughing about? Hearing this, Obito immediately ended his daydream. It's nothing, by the way. I suddenly want to ask why you changed your hairstyle today. Oh, if I had to explain, I guess it's because I think this hairstyle suits me better. What Yinlang meant by suitable referred to being at home. After all, loose hair is indeed easier to manage than a single turbocharged style. The reason she was still wearing this hairstyle after going out was purely because she forgot in her rush. However, in Obito's ears it took on another meaning. Suitable. Could it be that Xiaolang changed her hairstyle just for me? If that's the case, she must have known from the beginning that I invited her out to confess. If that's true, then I just missed the best chance to confess, and I even said the flowers I should have given her were for myself to take care of. Hey idiot Obito, are you coming or not? Yinlang's words successfully pulled Obito back to reality. Of course I'm coming. Then hurry up, I want to go buy some Ichiraku ramen first. After saying that, Yinlang left and Obito followed after her. On the way, Yinlang handed the lunch that Kushina had originally brought to her to the reformed little bunny. Come on, reformed little bunny, help me deal with all this cilantro. You know I can't eat cilantro. Huh? What do you mean, boss? I'm your employee, not your garbage can, okay? Why do I have to take the cilantro? The reformed little bunny said, clearly displeased. Fine, if you don't want to help me with this, then don't expect your salary. Don't want it? Well, you've already paid me for this month's salary. Yeah, I paid you, but I can deduct it from next month's salary. Hearing this, the reformed little bunny immediately put on a face that showed what it means to change expression without losing composure. Boss, is it too late to retract my words now? Of course, but you have to help me finish this whole box of cilantro first. Okay. In the end, the reformed little bunny still submitted. Soon after, Obito caught up and arrived at Ichiraku Ramen with Yinlang. 2 bowls of ramen, both the usual configuration, you know what I mean. Alright. Ichiraku's uncle smiled at Yinlang and then got busy. During this time, Yinlang finished all the lunch that Kushina had brought her. Xiaolang, you ate so much. Will you still be able to eat ramen later? Obito asked, somewhat puzzled. Don't worry, I've been hungry all day. This amount of food is just an appetizer for me, so you can rest assured. As she spoke, Yinlang showed Obito a confident smile. Soon Uncle Ichiraku served 2 bowls of ramen to Yinlang and Obito respectively, but then Yinlang noticed a problem. Uncle, you gave me the wrong amount. I didn't order this much, and there's a Naruto roll in here that I didn't ask for. You indeed didn't order it, because this bowl is on me. Didn't you just become a Chunin? I don't have anything special to give you, so I thought I'd give you a bowl of supersized ramen. I hope you don't mind. I wouldn't mind, but how can you not charge me for it? That's not how it works. Why can't I just give it to you? Uncle Ichiraku said with a smile. If you really feel bad about it, then work hard to become a Jonin and bring me a few more customers. Okay, but it's a promise that when I become a Jonin, you can't give me free stuff anymore. Yinlang understood Uncle Ichiraku's good intentions, as her first meal after crossing over was indeed provided by him. After a while, Yinlang and Obito finished their ramen and paid. After that, under Obito's suggestion, Yinlang accompanied him to the base of Hokage Rock. Obito, why did you suddenly bring me here? Yinlang was quite clear about the reason, but the necessary process still had to be followed. Xiaolang, do you see those 3 Hokage statues? As he spoke, Obito pointed at Hokage Rock. In the future, I will definitely become Hokage, and my face will be up there. So, at this moment, Obito was extremely nervous, which made it almost impossible for him to speak. Hurry up and say it, why can't I get the words out? So you. Oh really? Yinlang's sudden interjection caused Obito, who was about to confess, to revert back to his original state. However, Yinlang's next words gave Obito hope. How about this? Let's make a bet. If you really become Hokage in the future, I'll do my best to grant you one wish. Of course, it can't be too excessive. You can choose to say it now or wait until you become Hokage. Before I grant your wish, you can change it too. Really? Obito's eyes were filled with joy. Of course. Do you want to say it now so I can evaluate if I can help you fulfill it? Let's forget about it for now. There's still plenty of time, right? Let me think it over properly. At this moment, Obito was so excited that he could hardly speak. Alright then, shall we go somewhere else? No, I want to go back and think about it. Okay then, goodbye idiot Obito. With that, the two said their final goodbyes under Hokage Rock. On the way home, Yinlang suddenly heard reformed little bunny whisper in her ear. Boss, you don't really have feelings for that idiot, do you? A bit, I can't say for sure. After all, it's my first time being liked by someone. Besides, the reason I said that was simply that I didn't want that idiot to go down the wrong path. I didn't think too much about it. So does the boss have feelings or not? Maybe yes. Or maybe no. Oh, it's so annoying. If I had known, I wouldn't have said that back then. Never mind, there's no point in saying anything now. Anyway, I've left myself a way out. As long as it's not going to the bridal chamber, I can agree to anything. Yeah, that's how it is. In Backmaster. Silverwolf's words were left unfinished as he found that only Watergate remained in the house, with no sign of Kushina. Strange. Why is only Teacher Watergate here? Where's Master? Seeing Silverwolf's puzzled expression, Watergate provided an explanation. Kushina went to find the third Hokage shortly after you left. Although she didn't explain her reasons to me, I can guess she must have gone for you. For me, Silverwolf said, somewhat confused. Well, actually, after the Chunin exams, the third Hokage mentioned to me that he wanted to promote you to the Umbu. Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain appeared on Silverwolf's face, but it quickly vanished. Umbu. What are they thinking? I haven't been brainwashed by that so-called will of fire, yet nor do I have the resolve to sacrifice for this village. Though Silverwolf thought this way in his heart with Watergate right in front of him, he couldn't say too much. Teacher Watergate, can I ask if I can decline? Hearing this, Watergate smiled wryly. You really are just like Kushina said. Like her, Silverwolf was a bit confused, but quickly caught on. Teacher Watergate, master wouldn't have gone because of this matter, right? Watergate looked at Silverwolf and nodded. Yes, when I mentioned this to her, she immediately opposed it, saying you were too young for such things. At first, I wanted to persuade you when I brought this up, but since you share Kushina's thoughts, I have nothing more to say. Besides, this matter will be forgotten by the time she returns. In fact, Watergate really wanted Silverwolf to join the Umbu. After all, in his heart, contributing to the village was not a bad thing. But now that Silverwolf himself was unwilling to go and Kushina opposed it, as well, he found it hard to say anything further. Just then, Kushina suddenly walked in her face, still bearing traces of anger. Master, you're back. Seeing Kushina's angry demeanor, Silverwolf inexplicably began to feel scared. Upon seeing Silverwolf's reaction, Kushina couldn't help but furrow her brow. Am I really that terrifying? No, you're definitely not. Master, you're the gentlest person in the world. How could you be considered terrifying? Although Silverwolf said this, his body instinctively started to retreat. Oh really? Then why are you backing away? Huh? Silverwolf immediately froze in place, too scared to move. Kushina looked at Silverwolf and smiled helplessly, then returned to her usual expression. Alright, little wolf, I'm not angry with you to the point of scaring you like this. The reason I acted that way earlier was simply because I got angry at the third Hokage and smashed his desk, which made my hand hurt. Is that so? What else could it be? What did you think it was? Nothing. Now Silverwolf could only mask his embarrassment with a smile. Okay, little wolf, let's not talk about that for now. Watergate must have told you about it already. Yes, the teacher has talked to me about it. Hearing this, Kushina nodded in satisfaction. That's good. In that case, I'll tell you the result directly. I talked with the third Hokage for a while, and after I smashed his desk, he compromised and said that you could decide whether or not to join the Umbu based on your own will. So, little wolf, what are your thoughts? At this moment, Silverwolf's heart was already bursting with joy, but that didn't stop her from managing her expression. To be honest, when I was just speaking with Teacher Watergate, I reconsidered everything. I actually really want to contribute to the village, but I'm still too young right now. As she said this, tears began to flow from Silverwolf's eyes uncontrollably. Of course, it would have been better if the heavy-duty bunny hiding behind her could just put down the onion. So I hope that I can wait until I am completely mature to join the Umbu and contribute to the village. Upon hearing Silverwolf's touching words, Kushina couldn't help but embrace her. I never expected that, little wolf, you would have such high awareness at such a young age. But why do I feel a bit teary-eyed? It might be the sad atmosphere. Kushina didn't doubt Silverwolf's words. Perhaps that's it. At the same time, the heavy-duty bunny secretly tossed away the onion. Watergate, upon hearing Silverwolf's words filled with such high awareness, couldn't help but smile. It seems Silverwolf's awareness is far beyond what I had imagined. Her previous refusal must have been due to a lack of self-confidence. Perhaps I can help her attain more. But did I forget something? Suddenly Watergate seemed to remember something. Rasengan. With a smile, Minato looked at the Silverwolf. The Silverwolf, confused, asked Minato, Teacher Minato, what's wrong? Didn't you have the perverted sage teach me the Rasengan? Sorry, Silverwolf, I got a bit too excited just now. What I actually wanted to ask you was about the change in properties of the Rasengan. Upon hearing this, the confusion on the Silverwolf's face was immediately replaced with surprise. Teacher Minato, how did you know? Could it be that you? At this moment, countless possibilities flashed through the Silverwolf's mind, but she quickly shook her head. Given Teacher Minato's character, he shouldn't be doing something like stalking, so the only possibility left is the Chunin exam. The Silverwolf suddenly thought of this possibility, and shortly after, Minato's words confirmed her suspicion. It's not what you think, Silverwolf. The reason I know about this is that during the second round of the Chunin exam, I watched your battle with the third Hokage. To be honest, I was actually hoping you could write down the training method for the disappearing Rasengan. Of course, if you don't want to write it down, that's fine too, since no matter what, the disappearing Rasengan is a ninjutsu you invented. After hearing Minato's explanation, the Silverwolf's expression returned to its usual state. Indeed, I thought Teacher Minato wasn't the type to monitor me. And regarding the training method for the disappearing Rasengan, I will give it to you, Teacher Minato. After all, if it weren't for you asking the perverted sage to teach me the Rasengan, I wouldn't have been able to add the lightning attribute change to it. the Silverwolf said firmly. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Minato couldn't help but nod. All right, but I can't just take your ninjutsu for free. How about this, Silverwolf? Do you have any ninjutsu you want? I should be able to give you anything below a rank. Of course, if you insist on a rank, I can try my best to help you get it. Upon hearing this, the Silverwolf's eyes immediately lit up with stars, but it was only for a brief moment before it disappeared. I would like to ask Teacher Minato, how many ninjutsu can you help me obtain? Minato pondered for a moment, and then held up 3 fingers. If it's rank ninjutsu, I should be able to get you 3. As for a rank, I can only manage to get 1, and it cannot be a forbidden technique. After listening to Minato's explanation, the Silverwolf fell into deep thought. To be honest, no matter what I choose, I won't be losing out, since I was originally planning to give this technique to Teacher Minato. But I didn't expect to even have ninjutsu to choose from now. Honestly, I still wanted a rank ninjutsu, but with so many restrictions, it seems that I might not get a good ninjutsu if I choose it, while choosing 3 rank 1 seems more practical. Soon the Silverwolf made her decision. Teacher Minato, I've thought it over, and I'll choose 3 rank 1s. After all this way, my ability to adapt on the battlefield will improve. Minato nodded, and then took out paper and pen. Silverwolf, let me ask you first, have you decided on the name for this technique? Although it's an upgraded version of the Rasengan, I still hope you can give it a new name. After all, the disappearing Rasengan sounds a bit off. If it really doesn't work, I can help you name it. The Silverwolf quickly refused, knowing full well Minato's incredible naming ability. No need, I've already thought of a name. It will be called Lightning Release Rasengan. Isn't Lightning Release Rasengan a bit simplistic? If it were me, I would call it Lightning Release Light, Will Cold Confection Launching Spiral Jiraiya Dual Form 2. Suddenly the room fell into silence. What's wrong? Is this name not good? I have more. Enough, Minato. This name is just adding 2 words to the previous Rasengan name. Kushina looked at Minato with some displeasure, but mostly embarrassment. I think we should just go with Silverwolf's idea and call it Lightning Release Rasengan. Upon hearing Kushina's words, the Silverwolf quickly nodded, as she certainly didn't want to shout out such an awkward name during battle. That's right. After all, this name should be given by the Silverwolf, and I shouldn't interfere so much. With that, Minato handed the paper and pen he had prepared to the Silverwolf. Come on, Silverwolf, write down the training method for the Lightning Release Rasengan on the paper, and then write down the 3 rank ninjutsu you want at the bottom. After that, I will first deliver this technique to the 3rd Hokage, and when I return, I will bring the 3 ninjutsu back for you. Upon hearing this, the Silverwolf looked at Minato in confusion. Teacher Minato, why do you have to give this ninjutsu to the 3rd old grandpa? The Silverwolf instinctively almost blurted out the 3rd old man, but at the last moment, she managed to stop herself. That's because when the 3rd Hokage saw your technique, he decided to classify it as a forbidden technique. After all, the Rasengan itself has considerable lethality, and with its invisibility feature, if it falls into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, it could cause significant trouble. Is that so? The Silverwolf nodded, not saying anything more. After all, this technique was created by her, so it wouldn't affect her much whether it was forbidden or not. Moreover, she could already incorporate other elemental changes into the Rasengan. Soon the Silverwolf finished writing the training method for the Lightning Release Rasengan, and then handed it to Minato. Minato glanced over it briefly, and then saw the 3 ninjutsu the Silverwolf wanted. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Is it these 3? The Silverwolf replied, of course, that's confirmed. After all, what I'm lacking now are long-range ninjutsu and close-quarters defensive ninjutsu. Minato nodded, then used the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself to the Hokage's office. At the outskirts of the Death Forest, Yin was sitting under a tree, seemingly waiting for someone. Yin. Lin's voice came from a distance, and upon hearing it, Yin stood up and looked at Lynn. Lynn, you're a bit slow. Oh, I've been waiting here for a while. Huff huff. Sorry, I didn't expect you to come so early. Lynn panted as she spoke. All right, given your appearance, you must have run here. Take a break first, they'll teach you ninjutsu later. Upon hearing this, Lynn looked at Yin in surprise, but mostly in confusion. Teach ninjutsu. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, we've only met twice. Seeing Lin's expression of both surprise and confusion, Yin couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong with that? Although we've only met twice, it doesn't mean we can't become friends. So let's take the opportunity of me teaching you ninjutsu, shall we? With that, Lynn didn't refuse any longer, nodded and accepted. Is this correct? All right, Lynn, if I remember correctly, you should be using water-type chakra, right? What's wrong? Lynn asked, somewhat puzzled. It's nothing. I just wanted to confirm, since I'm going to teach you in a rank ninjutsu Water Dragon Bullet. A rank ninjutsu. Where did you learn that, Yin? Lynn looked at Yin in disbelief. What is this? The last time we fought the spiraling sphere I used was in a rank. Upon hearing this, Lynn became even more incredulous. Looking at Lynn's disbelieving gaze, Yin couldn't help but feel proud. Haha, indeed this is the treatment a genius deserves. Although Yin felt very proud inside, her facial expression remained composed. By the way, Lynn, let's not talk about this for now. I will teach you the water dragon bullet, but I should mention beforehand that since you are a beginner, I will teach you the 44 hand seals. A ninjutsu can have different numbers of hand seals. Lynn asked, quite confused. Indeed, for example, I can reduce these 44 hand seals to just 4. Is it really like this? The camera shifts to Chongzhuang Xiaodu. Boss, you are talking nonsense. You indeed only performed 4 seals, but the remaining 40 were all done by me, alright? Seriously, ever since I discovered I could do the hand seals with you, you have doubled your exploitation of me, almost wanting to just slap your hands and have me do all the seals behind you. Yin isn't your summoning beast speaking, and she seems quite angry. Lynn suddenly asked, pointing at the Chongzhuang Xiaodu sitting under the tree. You must be mistaken, a Chongzhuang Xiaodu can't possibly be angry. Chongzhuang Xiaodu, are you starting to talk behind my back again? Just wait until we get back. I will definitely deduct your salary. Really? At this moment, Lynn still looked at Yin with suspicion. Seeing Lynn's doubtful expression, Yin, who was clearly guilty, couldn't help but feel nervous. Lynn, how about I demonstrate the hand seals first? You should watch closely and we can discuss other matters afterward. Okay. Lynn nodded and then focused intently on watching Yin perform the hand seals. Water-style water dragon bullet. In an instant, a water dragon appeared behind Yin, and in the next moment it shot out, directly hitting a nearby tree. How was that, Lynn? Pretty good, right? Although a smile was on Yin face, the beads of sweat on her forehead indicated that she was quite nervous. She almost made a mistake in the hand seals. The previous 40 were all done with Chongzhuang Xiaodu's help. Now having to do it herself was indeed a bit unfamiliar. Fortunately, she didn't make a mistake. It really scared her. It was quite good, but could you demonstrate it again? I think I missed a few hand seals. Off. At this moment, Yin was utterly stunned. Lynn, how about you learn from Chongzhuang Xiaodu? She can do it too, and she can slow down the movements. Summoning beasts can also use ninjutsu. Not really, but she can teach you how to perform the hand seal since I might be going a bit fast. Okay then. With that, Lynn approached the tree and found Chongzhuang Xiaodu. As for Yin, she sat down on the ground with a relaxed expression. Finally passed the mess on to Chongzhuang Xiaodu. Seriously, if I had known, I wouldn't have boasted back then. Oh really? But Yin, I never expected you would be here today, teaching someone ninjutsu. Suddenly a voice startled Yin, making her jump up from the ground. However, when she saw who it was, she looked somewhat surprised. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Seeing the puzzled look in Yinlang's eyes, Kakashi did not hide the truth and directly told her the reason. I originally intended to practice a new ninjutsu here, but I didn't expect you to be here as well, so I came to take a look and I wanted to. You want me to accompany you in practicing the new ninjutsu, right? Sort of, but more than that, I hope you can fight me without holding back so I can clearly understand the gap between us. Kakashi looked at Yin with great determination and formed the opposing hand seals first. Seeing Kakashi's demeanor, Yin couldn't help but show a wry smile. Alright, but let me make it clear beforehand that if you can't push me to my limits, I won't be using my full strength. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lynn looked at the heavily armored Xiao Tu with confusion. But the heavily armored Xiao Tu appeared indifferent. Don't worry, that boss of ours is quite carefree. Look, she didn't even take Prometheus with her. Before the heavily armored Xiao Tu could finish speaking, a shadow clone of Yin suddenly appeared behind her, wearing a mischievous grin. Heavily armored Xiao Tu, don't think that just because my main body is fighting, nobody will pay attention to you. If you dare to talk bad again, I'll deduct your salary for this month. Hearing this, the heavily armored Xiao Tu immediately turned around and locked eyes with Yinling's clone. How come you have a shadow clone beside me? What's wrong? Can't I place a shadow clone beside you? Also, I'm not that free. Hurry up and form the seals. My main body said she forgot the 2 seals in the middle of the water dragon bullet, so I can't use it. Oh, you should have said that earlier. Immediately, the heavily armored Xiao Tu completed the hand seals for the water dragon bullet at an incredible speed, and soon after Yinlang's shadow clone dissipated. On the other side, Yinlang's main body felt everything at that moment. Finally, it's done. Now let Kakashi experience what it means to call forth anything with a clap of the hands. In an instant, a water dragon appeared behind Yinlang and swiftly shot towards Kakashi. How is this possible? Kakashi looked at the water dragon approaching him, astonished, as he had not seen Yin performing any hand seals. But he had no time to continue being surprised, as the water dragon bullet had already reached him, and without hesitation, he narrowly dodged just before it struck. Phew, that was close. But how did Yin do that? I remember that technique should be called water dragon bullet, and it typically requires more than 40 seals, but Yin executed it instantaneously. She didn't perform any hand seals during her previous battles. How did she manage that? At this moment, Kakashi's eyes bore a newfound seriousness, and he drew the short blade white fang that he had been carrying on his back, channeling chakra into it. Oh, it seems you're serious, Kakashi. Then I will take this seriously too. In an instant, Prometheus covered Yinlang's arm, and the light blades on it extended. The next moment, their weapons clashed. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of their weapons colliding was deafening, but it was clear that Prometheus held the upper hand. Kakashi, your heart is already in chaos. If White Fang were here, he surely wouldn't want to see you like this. Hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Kakashi's face, and he immediately struck Yinlang's weapons and all aside. You don't need to concern yourself with me. Yinlang shook her head as she looked at the anger in Kakashi's eyes. I'm sorry I may have touched a nerve, but at least in my understanding, White Fang is a hero. A hero. At that moment, Kakashi fell silent, recalling his father, but he soon responded to Yinlang. Do you really believe that? Those who abandon their missions halfway are. Those who abandon their missions halfway are useless, you are correct, but those who do not cherish their comrades are even worse than useless. Yinlang's words struck like a ray of light, creating a crack in Kakashi's previously closed heart, and hesitation appeared in his eyes. Kakashi, no matter what you think, I will always believe that White Fang is a true hero, a hero who knows how to cherish his comrades. Really? Really? I never expected that someone would agree with something I don't even believe in myself. But this won't affect our battle. As he spoke, he formed the hand seal for Chidori. Chidori. Instantly, the sound of what seemed like 1,000 birds chirping filled the air as Kakashi channeled Chidori. Come on, my chakra is running low. This will be my final strike. Of course, after it's over, I have a few words I want to share with you. With that, Kakashi raised his hand, which had already formed Chidori. Alright then, let me show you my lightning release. The next moment, a lightning release Rasengan appeared in Yinlang's hand. Yinlang. Kakashi. The two called out each other's names as they charged towards one another. Boom. The Rasengan and Chidori collided, creating a massive explosion. At that moment, Lynn looked worriedly at the direction of the explosion, while the heavily armored Xiao Tu appeared unconcerned. How amusing, my boss is most adept at preserving her life, who would worry for no reason. After a while, the site of the previous explosion had turned into a large crater. Yinlang remained standing, but Kakashi lay within the crater. Notably, both of them had a layer of red chakra armor formed on their arms, protecting them from injury. What is this? Kakashi said weakly. It's one of my life-preserving techniques. I hope you won't tell anyone, especially not to the teacher and his wife. Kakashi nodded, saying nothing more. At that moment, Yinlang was also not in particularly good shape, but because her chakra was inherently greater than Kakashi's, coupled with the fact that she had divided her tail beast chakra, she was not in as dire a condition as Kakashi. Even so, Yinlang dragged her heavy body to Kakashi's side, sitting down and extending her hand to form the hand sign for reconciliation. Kakashi understood Yinlang's intention and reached out his hand to form the reconciliation seal with her. By the way, Kakashi, didn't you say you wanted to tell me something after we finished? Suddenly, Yinlang asked Kakashi. Kakashi nodded, then slowly began to speak. Yinlang, you should know about the umbu. Upon hearing this, Yinlang's expression grew increasingly serious, but she eventually nodded. Yesterday, Danzo suddenly approached me and said he wanted to recommend me for the umbu. Before Kakashi could finish, Yinlang abruptly interrupted. Did you agree? No. Kakashi shook his head. What you told me before really opened my eyes. The third Hokage isn't the type to intentionally create public opinion, so the only one capable of achieving this while also making the third turn a blind eye is Danzo. Exactly. Kakashi and Yinlang said in unison. Not bad, Kakashi. At that time, I just gave you a riddle, and you managed to understand so much from it. I'm not an idiot like Obito. You practically spelled it out for me. How could I not know? Alright, but we can't let this drag on. We must go find the third. After all, Danzo is likely already keeping an eye on you, and I have a feeling things are not as simple as they seem. You mean to say he has other motives? Perhaps after all, it's too coincidental that I just refused the third's umbu invitation, and then shortly after Danzo approached you. It's really hard not to raise suspicions. As she spoke, Yinlang's expression became grave. Kakashi also picked up on some key information from her words. The third wanted you to join the umbu, and you refused to. Is there a problem with that? Kakashi shook his head and said nothing more. It's not as outrageous as you think. It was Lady Tsunade who helped me resolve it, so I'm planning to have her help you out again. Saying this, Yinlang struggled to support herself, standing up, and then extended her hand towards Kakashi. So can you get up? Looking at Yinlang's outstretched hand, Kakashi took hold of it and stood up from the ground. At that moment, Rin also hurried over and began to heal both of them using medical ninjutsu. Are you two alright? Rin asked anxiously. Don't worry, it's just a little scuffle. What could possibly happen? Besides, even if something did happen, we have a medical ninja right here, don't we? Yinlang said with a smile. Yinlang stopped joking around. My medical ninjutsu isn't that great. If you two end up losing an arm or something, I can't bring it back. As she said this, a hint of worry crossed Rin's face, as she knew very well that her medical ninjutsu wasn't that effective. Oh, is that so? Then should I introduce you, Rin, to a very skilled medical ninja? Upon hearing this, surprise flashed across Rin's face. You know another medical ninja, Yin-Lang? Rin asked with great curiosity. Of course. When I have the time, I'll introduce you to her. How about having her take you on as a disciple? Isn't that troublesome for you? What's troublesome? At worst, once you learn if I happen to get injured, you can treat me for free. Rin wanted to say something more, but Yin-Lang interrupted her at that moment. All right, no need to waste chakra on me, focus on treating Kakashi. I'll take this armored bunny back first. After that, Yin-Lang took the armored bunny and left. However, as she passed by the Hokage building, she saw Kushina, who looked rather angry and tentatively greeted her. Lady Tsunade, Yin-Lang said tremulously. Hearing that familiar voice, Kushina's anger faded somewhat. Little wolf, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be looking for friends? And why are you injured? Kushina looked at Yin-Lang with concern. Don't worry, Lady Tsunade, these are just minor injuries caused during practice. It's nothing serious, Yin-Lang said with a smile. All right, but you're just in time. Come with me to find the third, tell him clearly that none of you from Team 7 are willing to leave. What do you mean, third Hokage? A while ago you wanted to send Xiaolang to the Umbu, and now you want to send Kakashi to the Umbu. Are you going to send Obito there in a couple of days as well? Seeing Kushina's angry expression, the third could only hastily offer comfort. Kushina, please calm down a bit. You know we are currently in the midst of the Third Shinobi World War. The Umbu is severely short-handed, and soon they will need to go to the battlefield as well. It would be better if... How can that be compared? Kushina said angrily, slamming her fist onto the Hokage's desk, causing numerous cracks to appear. Do you even know what your Umbu is doing? That's not quite right. There are quite a few children of that age in the Umbu. Besides, no matter how dark it is, as long as they can serve the village, that is a good thing. Suddenly Danzo spoke up. He wasn't particularly trying to help Hiruzen, he simply noticed the silver wolf beside Kushina. He knew that if Hiruzen compromised this time, it would be difficult for him to pull the silver wolf into route. If you ask me, just leave the silver wolf here. We can all see her talent. Rather than becoming an ordinary jounin in the future, it would be better for her to join the Umbu now and serve the village. Who knows, her joining might even help end the Third Shinobi World War sooner. At this moment, Hiruzen was staring intently at Danzo, fully aware of what Danzo was thinking. He kept insisting on having the silver wolf join the Umbu, but if she really did, she would probably be transferred to route within 2 days for various reasons. However, with the Third War approaching, he didn't have extra time to curb Danzo's ambitions. Before Kushina could argue, the silver wolf suddenly spoke up. Grandpa Danzo, you are right. I should indeed do my utmost to contribute to the village. Upon hearing this, Danzo immediately smiled, while Kushina looked worried. Xiaolang, you. Don't worry, mother-in-law, I have my own plans. The silver wolf showed a confident smile to Kushina, then turned her gaze back to Danzo. But all this should be based on voluntary participation. If everything is not based on voluntary consent, then it would be exploitation. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger appeared on Danzo's face. Exploitation. Oppression. If it weren't for the village, you would have long been dead, and what qualifications do you have? Grandpa Danzo, the one who picked me up shouldn't be you. Besides, if it weren't for the talent I am showing now, would you even have looked at me? The silver wolf's sharp gaze was fixed on Danzo, showing no signs of retreat. Even so, without the village's support, could you have survived until now? Danzo met the silver wolf's gaze. He couldn't believe he was being out-talked by a teenage girl. You're right about one thing. I wouldn't have made it this far without the village's support, but that was provided by Third Hokage and has nothing to do with you. Since you put it that way, then just now Hiruzen said to let you join the Umbu, yet you still refused. A smile had appeared at the corner of Danzo's mouth. He knew he had the upper hand now. Seriously, Grandpa Danzo, do you really not want to save yourself a bit of face? At this point, a strange smile appeared at the corner of the silver wolf's mouth. Grandpa Danzo, you don't really think I don't know, do you? You really just want me to join the Umbu. Or if you truly want me to join route, shouldn't you at least have the two behind you put down their kunai? Upon hearing this, Kushina and Hiruzen also noticed that the 2 root members behind Danzo had, unbeknownst to them, drawn their kunai. Danzo, what do you want to do? Assassinate me? Hiruzen questioned sternly. He was well aware that this was a good opportunity to make Danzo take the blame, as the one who initially wanted the silver wolf to join the Umbu was indeed him, not Danzo. Seeing Hiruzen questioning him, Danzo could only wave his hand, allowing the 2 root members to lower their kunai. After witnessing this, the silver wolf couldn't help but show a charming smile. Grandpa Danzo, why do you have to do this? There's no need to make everyone unhappy, and I know what you hide under those bandages, so. I don't know what you're talking about. Since you're unwilling, I won't force you. With that, Danzo left the Hokage office with the 2 root members, not looking back. After Danzo left, the silver wolf turned her gaze to Hiruzen. Third Grandpa, do you think this matter can be? No need to say more. This matter should ultimately be your own choice, just like Kakashi. Hiruzen looked at Kushina behind the Silver Wolf as he certainly didn't want to lose another desk. Alright Xiaolang, since the third has already agreed, let's go. Kushina did not give the Silver Wolf any chance to respond after speaking. She took her and left the Hokage office, leaving the third alone to gaze at the desk that was already riddled with cracks. In a forest within the Fire Nation, Minato was explaining the precautions to Silver Wolf and the others. You three listen carefully, I will be heading to the front line and your task is to handle the logistics of Chunin. As he spoke, Minato pointed towards the Chunin camp not far away. According to the intel, they should have one Jonin and several Chunin. It's fine if you can't complete the mission, but you must protect your own lives. Do you understand? Oh, the three responded in unison. Alright then, command will be handed over to Kakashi from here on, and Silver Wolf take this. Saying this, Minato handed a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique to Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf, if you encounter danger and cannot teleport both Obito and Kakashi along with yourself, then inject chakra into this kunai. I will arrive in time. And remember, there are already people in the village keeping an eye on you. Do you get what I mean? Minato said seriously to Silver Wolf. Got it, don't worry Minato-sensei, I am not that easy to kill. With that, Silver Wolf flashed a confident smile at Minato. Looking at Silver Wolf's demeanor, Minato decided not to say more and quickly used the Flying Thunder God to head to the front line. Kakashi, do you have any plans? Silver Wolf suddenly asked. Kakashi shook his head. Not at the moment. I roughly checked, and there should be around 10 people in Chunin. Minato-sensei mentioned that one of them is a Jonin while the rest are Chunin. The issue is we can't determine who the Jonin is or his strength. Kakashi frowned. Just then Obito suddenly spoke up. Why don't we just go all out together? With our strength, we can win no matter what. Hearing this, Silver Wolf and Kakashi looked at Obito with a dumbfounded expression. Forget it, with Obito's brain, he can only come up with this. Silver Wolf, do you have any ideas? Kakashi asked after turning his gaze away from Obito. Well, actually, I do have one. Silver Wolf said, pulling out a pair of stockings. Stockings? Kakashi asked with a puzzled expression, and Obito beside him was equally confused, unable to understand Silver Wolf's actions. What are you doing, little wolf? You don't mean to use stockings to solve them, do you? Silver Wolf looked at Obito and nodded affirmatively. Huh, little wolf, what are you thinking? But this thing. Before Obito could finish, Silver Wolf's fist had already landed on his head. Are you stupid? Did I ever say I wanted to solve them, Heaton? At this moment, Obito still didn't understand what Silver Wolf meant. Seriously, Obito, haven't you heard the saying that throughout history heroes have a hard time overcoming the beauty barrier? Throughout history heroes struggle with what? Haven't heard of it. Obito said, looking completely confused. Alright, I won't blame you for not knowing the saying. Silver Wolf said helplessly. Huh, what is this saying? Can you just finish your sentence? Is this really important? Kakashi suddenly questioned. The priority is to hear Silver Wolf's plan first. Saying this, Kakashi turned his gaze towards Silver Wolf while Obito wore a displeased expression. In that case, let me briefly explain. It's not difficult. I will disguise myself a bit, and then infiltrate the enemy camp, trying to either take out the Jonin or hold him off. As for you two, Obito and Kakashi, your task is to deal with the outside Chunin. Wait a moment. Obito suddenly interrupted Silver Wolf's explanation. Little wolf, is this really feasible? And won't you be in danger going in alone? Moreover, you wouldn't be thinking. Idiot, do you think I'm stupid? I came up with this plan, do you think I wouldn't know the problems? The heavily armed little rabbit will also go in later, and what do you think my stockings are for? Huh. Obito completely didn't understand Silver Wolf's meaning, and instead his brain seemed to have crashed. Looking at Obito's expression, Silver Wolf felt speechless, while Kakashi seemed to be in a similar situation. Alright, enough talk. Do you both have kunai? If my Prometheus just makes a scratch on my clothes, it won't be usable anymore, and I don't want to throw it away. At this moment, Obito, although he couldn't understand Silver Wolf's words, still handed over the kunai without asking further. After receiving the kunai, Silver Wolf found a few easier places to stitch on her clothes, made a few cuts, and then let her hair down. This should work. Next, I will put some dirt on my clothes and face, and I should look like a refugee. Then Silver Wolf smeared some dirt on her face and clothes, and after that she put on the stockings, making sure one of them was torn to avoid suspicion. At the Chunin logistics camp, a middle-ranked ninja on patrol discovered a silver-haired girl seemingly running towards their camp. Stop! You cannot proceed any further, the middle-ranked ninja exclaimed sharply. However, the Silver Wolf continued running as if she hadn't heard him, and upon reaching the ninja, she deliberately faked a fall. What? The middle-ranked ninja was at a loss for words as he watched the Silver Wolf suddenly fall before him, but at that moment she stood up and grabbed his hand. Lord Ninja, please help me. The ninjas from Konoha are chasing me. Tears began to stream down the Silver Wolf's face, clearly triggered by the onions. The middle-ranked ninja, however, was unaware of this and was instead entranced by the Silver Wolf's appearance. At that moment, another middle-aged ninja approached and began to inquire with the first ninja. What exactly is going on? And how did this young girl come to be here? The middle-aged ninja asked, focusing his gaze on the Silver Wolf's torn stockings. Reporting to the officer, this young girl suddenly ran out from the woods just now, and she said that people from Konoha are after her. The middle-ranked ninja responded without any delay. Oh, is that so? Young lady, what is your name? Could you share your story with us? The Silver Wolf had also heard their conversation and was certain that this middle-aged ninja was the Jonin she was looking for, but she understood that now was not the time to act. My name is Silver Wolf. My parents and I are from a farming family in the land of grass. My life was pretty good until one day when ninjas from Konoha invaded our home. They took my mother and killed my father, and they even wanted to. Tears welled up in her eyes once again. In the end, my mother sacrificed herself to let me escape. I ran for several days before finally arriving here. After listening to Silver Wolf's story, the first middle-ranked ninja appeared somewhat saddened, while the Jonin revealed a sinister smile and spoke. So Silver Wolf, I know you are in pain right now. Rest assured, as long as Chunin achieves victory, we can help you deal with the Konoha ninjas who killed your parents, but this comes with conditions. You need to provide something in exchange. Upon hearing this, Silver Wolf understood the Jonin's intentions. What a beast to want something from a girl of only a few years, but since he would soon become a corpse, she decided to let him have a moment of joy. Silver Wolf feigned hesitation and after a while nodded. Okay, I agree. I will offer myself in exchange, but you must promise to help me take revenge. Hearing Silver Wolf's response, the Jonin could barely contain his smile. Very well, let's head back to our camp first, and then you can entertain me for a bit. Come, Silver Wolf, prepare yourself a little in the camp. I need to discuss some matters with my subordinates, and I will join you shortly. After saying this, the Jonin stepped outside the camp. The heavily armored little rabbit appeared beside Silver Wolf soon after. Boss, how do you plan to deal with him later? The armored little rabbit asked Silver Wolf. What do you think? A beast should be dealt with in a beastly manner, Silver Wolf declared as she removed the intact stocking. Such a death would be too lenient for him. Outside the camp, the Jonin was briefing the other middle-ranked ninjas on the upcoming tasks when suddenly one of them raised a question. Sir, are you really sure that the girl named Silver Wolf is just an ordinary farmer's daughter? Could it be that she is here to assassinate us on behalf of Konoha? Upon hearing this, the Jonin not only did not get angry, but instead laughed. Young man, I told you that you are still too young and don't understand. Even if that girl were a Konoha ninja, she would only be a low-ranked one at best. Moreover, I have already observed her, and she is not carrying any weapons. Do you think a low-ranked ninja could defeat us unarmed? So if she truly is a Konoha ninja, then she is simply delivering herself to us. After hearing the Jonin's explanation, the questioning middle-ranked ninja understood everything and nodded. Indeed, the officer is wise. Soon the Jonin re-entered the camp and found Silver Wolf already lying down. Not bad being so proactive than I. Suddenly a stocking was tightened around his neck, and the one using it was none other than Silver Wolf. How is this possible? You beast, you don't even spare a young girl. With that, Silver Wolf tightened her grip even more. You won't get away with this. The Jonin immediately prepared to form seals, but at that moment the armored little rabbit suddenly appeared and directly snapped both of his arms. The Jonin intended to scream, but he could no longer make any sounds due to Silver Wolf's grip. Beasts like you should remain in hell forever and not wreak havoc in this world. Today I will deliver justice to you right here. In no time the Jonin was completely strangled to death by Silver Wolf in her camp. Finally, it's over. Just to be safe, armored little rabbit, smash his head for me. Received. Immediately, the armored little rabbit began to pummel the Jonin's corpse with her fists until it was unrecognizable. As for Silver Wolf, she certainly wouldn't stay to watch and simply walked out of the camp. Meanwhile, outside, Obito and Kakashi had dealt with the remaining middle-ranked ninjas. It looks like everyone did quite well. As soon as Silver Wolf finished speaking, Obito suddenly ran over and hugged her. Little Wolf, are you okay? That guy didn't do anything to you, did he? Silver Wolf's face turned red from the sudden embrace. Little Wolf, say something. Obito asked anxiously. Obito, let go of me quickly, or I will summon Prometheus. Upon hearing this, Obito immediately released Silver Wolf. I am sorry, Little Wolf. I was too excited just now, so Alright, no need to say more, I understand. But next time, control yourself. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't use Prometheus on you. After saying this, Silver Wolf retracted Prometheus, which had already appeared on her wrist. Xiaolang, do you think we should go find Teacher Minato? After all, it's been quite a while. Daitu looked at Yin Lang, seeking her opinion. But before Yin Lang could respond, Kakashi spoke up first. Fool, first of all, regardless of whether you have the strength to go to the front lines, do you even know where Teacher is? Moi. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Daitu realized that he indeed did not know where Minato was. Just then Yin Lang took out a kunai with the flying thunder god inscription that Minato had given her before. Maybe we can use this to find teacher Minato. Hearing this, both Daito and Kakashi looked at the kunai in Yin Lang's hand with some confusion. Can we really rely on this? Daito asked doubtfully. As for this, you'll have to ask Heavy Armor Little Rabbit. Saying this, Yin Lang placed the kunai in front of Heavy Armor Little Rabbit. Come on, Heavy Armor Little Rabbit, try to see if you can locate teacher Minato's position using the remaining chakra on it. Boss, are you treating me like a dog? Do I really have to do this? At this moment, Heavy Armor Little Rabbit looked quite displeased. Just say whether you will or won't. Yin Lang looked at Heavy Armor Little Rabbit with a mischievous expression. Fine, I agree, but don't deduct my salary again. If you do, I won't even have money to buy dango this month. Heavy Armor Little Rabbit said sadly, and then reluctantly took the kunai. Soon she sensed Minato's location through the remaining chakra on the kunai. It's roughly in that direction, but I need to get a bit closer, otherwise I won't be able to find the exact location. As she spoke, Heavy Armor Little Rabbit pointed towards a direction in the forest. That location. Alright, are you two coming? Yin Lang asked as she turned her gaze towards Daito and Kakashi. Of course we're going. Daito replied excitedly. How about you, Kakashi? Yin Lang asked calmly. He'll go whatever. Kakashi replied casually. Alright, let's head over now, but I must warn you all to be cautious. I have a foreboding feeling for some reason. Yin Lang said seriously, looking at Kakashi and Daito. Don't worry, I'm going to become Hokage in the future. It's not that easy to die. Daito said confidently to Yin Lang, while Kakashi and Yin Lang both looked at him with a rather helpless expression. Alright, Heavy Armor Little Rabbit, hurry and lead the way. That feeling is getting stronger. Got it. Heavy Armor Little Rabbit said with obvious displeasure, but she still flew towards a certain direction with Yin Lang, Daito, and Kakashi closely following behind her. I can't believe I missed him at my fastest speed. AI looked incredulously at Minato, who suddenly vanished before him. But suddenly Minato used the kunai he had thrown earlier to teleport behind AI. Just as he was about to attack AI with the kunai, Killer Bee intervened, blocking the two with one of the tails of the 8 tails, causing Minato's attack to hit the tail instead. What is this? Minato looked at the suddenly appearing tail, appearing somewhat surprised. But suddenly another tail from the 8 tails lunged at him, and before Minato could use the flying thunder god to teleport, that tail was cut off by Yin Lang using the blade of Prometheus, landing steadily in Heavy Armor Little Rabbit's hands. Looks like we arrived just in time, teacher Minato. Yin Lang smiled at Minato. Yin Lang, how did you end up here? As he spoke, Minato also noticed Daito and Kakashi, who had come along with Yin Lang. What on earth is going on with you three? Never mind, we need to leave here quickly. This battle is not something you should be involved in. Teacher Minato, don't underestimate us. Before Daito could finish his sentence, AI had already appeared before him in an instant and punched him. Bang! With a loud sound, A's fist did not hit Daito as he had expected. Instead, Heavy Armor Little Rabbit took it heated. Sorry, even if this fool Daito has become utterly foolish, he still can't die yet. In the next moment, Heavy Armor Little Rabbit began to unleash a flurry of punches on AI. Aura, 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 aura. Countless fists landed on AI, leaving him with almost no opportunity to counterattack. What on earth is this thing? A summoning beast. Why does it feel like hitting her is like hitting a steel plate? Moreover, it seems like she is getting faster. Heavy Armor Little Rabbit's punches began to grow increasingly ferocious. Although she couldn't truly break through Ace defenses, restraining him for a while was certainly not difficult. At this moment, Daito and Kakashi were not idle either. They had circled around to Ace back and simultaneously unleashed the Great Fireball technique. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. In an instant, 2 fireballs hit AI, simultaneously stirring up countless clouds of smoke. Awesome, we did it, Daito said joyfully. But suddenly AI burst out from the smoke and landed a punch on Heavy Armor Little Rabbit. This punch, while forcing Heavy Armor Little Rabbit back several meters, was also a mutual loss for AI, whose fist was now covered in blood. What is this thing? The sensation of hitting it feels like hitting a block of iron, yet it's far sturdier than iron, and AI looked at his bloodied fist, and his gaze towards Heavy Armor Little Rabbit grew increasingly serious. Looks like it's going to be much more troublesome than I thought. In the next moment, AI gathered chakra into his hand and used the lightning blade. Come on, let me see if you can withstand this move of mine. Teacher Watergate, how much chance do you think we have? Silverwolf asked Watergate while collaborating to fend off the Kurama. Hard to say, after all, the opponent is an 8-tails jinchuriki, so we must not let our guard down. Although Watergate still couldn't understand how Silverwolf and the others had found him. But now in this situation, he had no time to ask or to send them away. All he could do was to quickly resolve the Kurama with Silverwolf. The opponent probably hasn't used their full strength yet, and although Silverwolf's talent is high, they still lack combat experience. With that thought, Watergate glanced at the heavily armored rabbit fighting AI not far away. The heavily armored rabbit still had to deal with Kakashi and the others against another opponent. It should be difficult to break free now. What to do? If this continues, they would surely get injured. But before Watergate could think of a solution, Silverwolf spoke first. Can you cover for me, Teacher Watergate? Silverwolf suddenly said to Watergate. At this moment, she had already distanced herself from Kira B, and the light blade from Prometheus gradually disappeared, revealing the launch ports inside. Seeing this, Watergate understood Silverwolf's intention. How confident are you? Although Watergate asked like this, he had already prepared to cover for Silverwolf. Don't worry, as long as it's locked on, it's a guaranteed hit. Silverwolf replied nonchalantly, but deep down she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. To ensure absolute certainty, she had to fire 2 weakness modules simultaneously, but this was her first attempt to do so, and her remaining chakra was already low. If she truly overexerted, the heavily armored rabbit would surely turn back into a combat puppet, which would be even harder to handle. Quickly, Silverwolf began to continuously inject chakra into Prometheus, hoping to launch the weakness modules early. Meanwhile, Watergate, using the flying thunder god Kunai left on the battlefield, kept pulling Kira B. Hey, although I don't know what you're planning, you will definitely fall to my strike. In an instant, a layer of tailed beast cloak enveloped Kira B. What is this? A tailed beast cloak. Watergate looked at Kira B with slight surprise. Teacher Watergate, get out of the way. Silverwolf's voice suddenly came from behind Watergate. Without hesitation, he immediately vanished from his spot, using the flying thunder god. The 2 weakness modules flew straight toward Kira B. Kira B attempted to dodge, but at that moment Watergate, using the flying thunder god mark left on Kira B earlier, appeared behind him, causing Kira B to hesitate for a moment. But it was in this fleeting moment that the quantum weakness landed on Kira B, causing the tailed beast cloak on him to dissipate quickly, and after that the virtual weakness also struck him, causing all his attributes to decline. Finally, succeeded. Silverwolf heavily sat down on the ground, exhausting herself to shoot 2 weakness modules at once had taken a toll on her. After all, the original use of the weakness module had a cooldown about once every 10 minutes, and using it forcefully resulted in a tremendous chakra consumption. Damn! AI shouted angrily. He wanted to rush over to save someone, but the heavily armored rabbit held him tightly. You've already scratched off so much of my paint, you think it's that easy to run. The heavily armored rabbit punched down directly, knocking AI back several meters, but even so, AI was still relentless in trying to reach Kira B. But at that moment, something unusual happened on Kira B's side. The tailed beast chakra began to reappear on him, and Watergate was the first to notice. Oh no, could it be? Watergate looked at Kira B in astonishment. He had also been hit by Silverwolf's quantum weakness module before, and that feeling was like being sealed by the Hyuga clan. It was impossible to mobilize chakra, and one way to break it was tailed beast transformation. Watergate looked gravely at Kira B, who was about to transform, and immediately prepared to use the flying thunder god to transfer him and himself. But before he could act, Silverwolf had already taken the lead, using ether editing to transfer herself and Kira B to another part of the forest, while the heavily armored rabbit was also transferred there afterward. Silverwolf. Watergate shouted anxiously and immediately prepared to rush over, using the flying thunder god mark he had left on Kira B, but suddenly he realized that the flying thunder god mark on Kira B had exceeded his sensing range, and now Obito and Kakashi were being unilaterally crushed by AI. There was no way. He could only go help Obito and the others first, and then think of a way to find Silverwolf. On the other side of the forest, the enormous form of the 8-Tails Gyuki had fully manifested, while Silverwolf lay on the ground almost drained of chakra due to using ether editing, and the heavily armored rabbit had thus turned back into a combat puppet. Boss, don't die. Boss. The heavily armored rabbit shook Silverwolf desperately, hoping she could wake up a bit. But Silverwolf had no strength left to speak. Meanwhile, Kira B, who was watching this with Gyuki, prepared to launch an attack on Silverwolf and the others. But just as he was about to make a move, a layer of tailed beast cloak appeared on Silverwolf, just like before on Kira B. That's the power of the 9-Tails. Gyuki said in surprise. He couldn't be mistaken. Although it was very weak, it was clearly the power of the 9-Tails Kurama. In Silverwolf's conscious space, the small 9-Tails stood before her. Hey little girl, is this it? What's wrong? What can you do to help me? Kurama insultingly mocked. What can you do with your current amount of chakra? You think you can beat Gyuki? Upon hearing this, Kurama was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Silverwolf to even know the name of the 8-Tails. However, this surprise quickly faded. That's not necessarily true. I am, after all, the strongest among the 9-tailed beasts, and even with this little chakra, helping you isn't a difficult task. Kurama said confidently. Oh really? But more importantly, I actually want to ask if there's any possibility of negotiation, since after all you're kind of the same kind, right? Killing each other isn't a good thing. Silverwolf's words sounded very sincere, which made Kurama waver slightly. You little girl, you're about to die, and you still care about us tailed beasts. Have you lost your mind? Why can't I care? I should have mentioned before that I'm not particularly kind. I only care about my teacher and my companions. So what? What does that have to do with me? Kurama still wore a strong disdain on his face. Of course it does. After all, you're counted as one of my companions. Silverwolf said sincerely to Kurama without a trace of falsehood. You really care that much about me. Of course. If in the future I find a way to separate your true body without harming my teacher, would you like your freedom back? Silverwolf said firmly and extended her fist toward Kurama. Kurama looked at Silverwolf's outstretched fist, hesitating for a moment. During this time, he could see everything outside through Silverwolf's eyes and knew what kind of person she was. But in the end, he made the decision to bump his fist against Silverwolf's. I'll trust you this once. As for negotiation, I'll help you try, but I can't guarantee success. Also, if you're short on chakra in the future, come find me. Don't wear yourself half dead. Before I let you die, you're not allowed to die. Got it, my proud Kurama. Silverwolf replied dismissively. Kurama wanted to say something else, but before he could speak, he had already returned to the outside world, temporarily taking control of Silverwolf's body. Boss, you finally woke up. I thought you were gone. The heavily armored rabbit said excitedly and directly hugged Kurama. Hey, little rabbit, don't hold on to me like that. Saying this, Kurama pulled the heavily armored rabbit off him. After that, the heavily armored rabbit realized something was off. Who exactly are you? My boss wouldn't call himself old man. I'm too lazy to explain to you. You little rabbit aren't worthy of hearing it. Kurama said disdainfully, and then gave the heavily armored rabbit a contemptuous look. Long time no see, Myoboku. The silver wolf looked at the eight-tailed Myoboku and said, her face now adorned with patterns resembling the whiskers of a nine-tailed beast. Her pupil slitted. This was because the one controlling her body was the Nine-Tails Kyubi. Indeed, it has been a long time. But I never expected someone as proud as you Kyubi could get along with a human. Or is it because that little girl has such a good temperament? Myoboku looked at Kyubi and appeared somewhat surprised. Kyubi, did I ever say that this little girl is my jinchuriki? Upon hearing this, Myoboku was even more astonished. If she's not your jinchuriki, then why are you in her? This is a long story. I can't explain it all at once. Please do me a favor and let this little girl go. Kyubi looked at Myoboku earnestly. Ha ha ha. Kyubi said angrily, do you find my words amusing? Don't think I can't defeat you. No, I just think it's a miracle that you can say such things. After all, you are notoriously disdainful of humans. So tell me, does this little girl have something special about her? Myoboku straightened his attitude before continuing, something special. Let me think, does this count? He pointed at the silver wolf's chest. Instantly, the silver wolf was enraged, directly contesting for control of the body. Kyubi, what do you mean by that? You even have the audacity to criticize me now. Give me back my body. The silver wolf's facial patterns faded, though her eyes were no longer slitted. Instead, they bore a gear pattern. Seriously, I brought you here to negotiate, not to have you criticize me. Just wait, one day, I will definitely evolve. The silver wolf said confidently, believing she had the potential to achieve this in the future. Okay, I'm waiting for you, but next time don't suddenly take control of the body. That thing inside you is starting to absorb my chakra again. After Kyubi said this, he chose to slack off, while the silver wolf now had to face Myoboku properly. So Myoboku right. Seeing the current state of the silver wolf, combined with the change in tone, Myoboku confirmed that he was now speaking with the silver wolf rather than Kyubi. Come on, silver wolf, let's see if you can persuade me. If you can, try to convince Kurabi. Myoboku looked at the silver wolf earnestly. After all, she was someone Kyubi trusted. I don't have much to say. After all, I'm just a human. Kyubi entered my body by accident, and it's just a tiny part of him. Upon hearing this, Myoboku seemed to understand. The Kyubi he encountered earlier was merely a part of his true self, so naturally his resentment was only partial. What do you think, Kurabi? Myoboku asked. Then let's spare her life. Everything else is up for grabs after all. If we do nothing, we'll be scolded by our big brother. Myoboku nodded, then fixed his gaze on the silver wolf. The silver wolf felt Myoboku's gaze, but before she could speak, he directly charged up and shot a tailed beast ball at her. Looking at the massive tailed beast ball, the silver wolf was stunned. Wait, I remember this. Shouldn't be possible yet. At this moment, the bewilderment was evident on the silver wolf's face, and the armored rabbit, seeing this, made a decisive change and transformed back to its original state, blocking the tailed beast ball with its body, but was thus reverted to its armored puppet state. Armored rabbit. The silver wolf shouted, embracing the armored rabbit that had returned to its puppet form. Armored rabbit. Armored rabbit. Hold on, please don't die. The silver wolf desperately shook the armored rabbit, tears streaming down her face. Armored rabbit, don't you want your salary? I can still give it to you. Please don't scare me. The silver wolf spoke with a trembling voice, desperately wanting to see the armored rabbit stand up and tell her what it wanted. Yet, contrary to her wishes, the armored rabbit faded into light and merged with her without providing any response. Armored rabbit. The The silver wolf screamed, her eyes cold as she glared at the eight tails. At that moment, both Myoboku and Kurama felt a chill. However, when they looked back at the silver wolf, they found she had already vanished from her previous position. It's over. The voice was chilling, but it was still recognizable as the silver wolf's voice. What? Myoboku looked surprised at the direction of the voice, but the silver wolf standing before him was completely different from before. Now she wore a blue and white dress adorned with black decorations, and notably her eyes were hollow, as if she were in a trance. What on earth is this power? It's completely on par with a tailed beast. Myoboku stared in shock at the silver wolf. At that moment, the silver wolf raised her arm, bearing Prometheus, and aimed it at Myoboku. Following this, countless Prometheus figures appeared around her, all pointing at Myoboku. Fire. A simple word escaped the silver wolf's lips, but what awaited Myoboku was an onslaught of firepower. Among the myriad Prometheus, some were tasked with firing weak point modules, while others shot beams directly. The cries of the eight tails echoed as the more weak point modules were fired, the lower his resistance became, though it wouldn't drop below zero. After a while, all the Prometheus were damaged due to overload, including the original version in the silver wolf's hand, and her dress also vanished. Meanwhile, the eight tails was forcibly sent back by Kurama. Now, will you behave? The silver wolf looked at the unconscious Kurama on the ground, and did not harm him further, instead, casting one last glance at the original Prometheus in her hand. With this level of damage, it can probably only be used one last time. After saying this, the silver wolf utilized ether editing through Prometheus to send herself and Kurama back to the original battlefield. Surrender to the hidden cloud, or I cannot guarantee your brother's safety. The silver wolf's sudden words surprised everyone present, especially Ei, who without a second thought prepared to charge at the silver wolf. However, before Ei could make a move, the silver wolf had already placed the kunai given to her by Minato against Kiraba's neck. Ei, dare you take another step forward? You dare? Ei said angrily. What do I have to fear? You have 3 seconds to consider. If you don't agree to my conditions in 3 seconds, I'll kill him. You? Ei tried to charge forward directly, but Minato blocked him. 1-2. Stop. I agree. Upon hearing this, the coldness on the silver wolf's face finally dissipated a bit. Good, a wise choice. Soon Ei left with Kurama. What happened to the silver wolf? Minato asked anxiously. The silver wolf merely shook her head. There were too many things to explain. Everyone just needs to know that Prometheus is destroyed and Armored Rabbit should not return for now. Upon hearing this, Minato understood the implication behind the silver wolf's words. I'm sorry I couldn't make it in time, Minato said remorsefully. It's all right, Minato-sensei. Who could have predicted such things? Now let's head back to the village. There's nothing more to say. Armored Rabbit. The silver wolf paused, perhaps out of habit or longing. She still called out that name. I'm sorry for making everyone laugh at this. Obito, at a loss for words, was unsure of what to say, and Kakashi felt the same. Meanwhile, Minato was tormented, feeling as a teacher that he hadn't arrived when his student needed him. But the silver wolf simply returned a bitter smile, and then walked on foot toward the direction of Konoha. Silver wolf, if you want to cry, go ahead. I won't laugh at you. Plus, I hold responsibility. If it weren't for that joke back, then perhaps the negotiations could have succeeded, and that little rabbit wouldn't have had to die. Kyubi consoled her. It's all right, I don't blame you, just like I didn't deal with Myoboku back then. I wasn't afraid of the hidden cloud. I just thought that revenge only leads to more revenge. Besides, they also wanted to give me a way out, and perhaps Armored Rabbit helped me grow. Within the Kamui space, Yin Lang climbed out of his small bed and stretched. Obito looked at Yin Lang with a somewhat amused expression and said, You woke up right on time, just like usual, at 1200. Yin Lang was about to say something, but paused in the end. What's wrong? Do you have something to say? Obito asked calmly. It's nothing, just feels like time flies by really fast, that's all, Yin Lang replied casually. However, Obito seemed to take it to heart. You are not wrong, time indeed passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, 6 years have gone by. But what I'm more concerned about is that you stayed up late again last night. Your dark circles are showing. It makes sense though, otherwise why after 6 years do you still have almost no development? As he spoke, Obito pointed at Yin Lang's chest, which was as flat as a board. Hey Obito, what do you mean by that? Haven't you heard that everyone has their preferences? Even if I never develop, there will still be people who like me. There's no need for you to mock me like that. After saying this, Yin Lang gave Obito an international friendly gesture. Obito, watching this scene, could only shake his head helplessly. Fine, since today is your 13th birthday, I'll let it slide a bit. Obito looked at Yin Lang with a doting expression. Yet Yin Lang's face was filled with anger. Hey, are you raising me like a daughter? Guess what? Obito said teasingly as he looked at Yin Lang. I can't be bothered to guess, but what about that armored little rabbit? Yin Lang asked with some confusion. She went out to buy something, she should be back soon, Obito replied without any concealment. Oh, so she went out to buy something. Wait, what did you say? You let her out. Yin Lang looked at Obito in disbelief. Obito simply nodded indifferently. She took a kunai marked with my Kamui seal. As long as she injects chakra into that kunai, I can sense it and bring her back, just like now. In an instant, Obito left the Kamui space, and when he returned, he was holding a bag of tricolored dumplings with the armored little rabbit, who was almost rolling from overeating perched on his head. Hey, armored little rabbit, it's time to come down. Xiao Lang is still watching. Obito said quietly, afraid that Yin Lang would hear. However, the armored little rabbit showed no intention of coming down. No way, let me stay like this a little longer. Hick. I'm about to burst. I went to every dumpling shop in Konoha, and they were all disappointing, and now I'm like this because of it. The armored little rabbit said with great frustration. That's your own fault. I asked you to go buy food, but you came back with a bunch of dumplings and ended up like this. I don't even know what to say to you. Obito said with helplessness. What? Buying some dumplings is not allowed. Plus, didn't you say the budget could be spent freely? The armored little rabbit retorted. Fine, I get it, you're great, alright. Seriously, it feels like you're not even serious about this anymore. Obito said with some helplessness. I was forced, okay. The boss at the delivery service started to slack off, and I was the one carrying all the pressure. Honestly, sometimes I think it would be better to just be dead. The armored little rabbit said angrily. Oh, I didn't expect that after having died once you now don't even want to live anymore. Upon hearing this, the armored little rabbit immediately became unhappy. How many times do I have to say this? I did not die. Important things should be said 3 times, it's so annoying. The armored little rabbit shouted angrily, venting her emotions, but she didn't notice that Obito was subtly hinting for her to lower her voice. Hey, armored little rabbit, what are you two talking about? Yin Lang's sudden voice stunned the armored little rabbit, but her brain didn't stop, and she quickly made up a reason. Nothing, this guy says I'm too slow at buying things, saying I'm taking forever. The armored little rabbit said without even blinking. Oh, is that so? Yin Lang looked at her with some suspicion. Alright, let's stop thinking about that. Obito's sudden words successfully attracted Yin Lang's attention. When she looked at him, she found that he was holding a cake with 13 candles on it. Happy birthday, Yin Lang. Obito's face was filled with joy, as if he had been waiting for this moment. So, you were prepared in advance. Yin Lang also smiled. Although Obito celebrated her birthday every year, this year was particularly different, because in previous years Obito would prepare meals in advance, and she would celebrate as soon as she woke up, not like today. I thought you wouldn't celebrate for me this last year. How could that be? I told you I would celebrate for you every year, and this year I have something to give you. As he said this, Obito took out a carefully wrapped gift box and handed it to Yin Lang. What is this? Yin Lang reached out to take it, but Obito suddenly pulled the gift back. Obito, you. Before Yin Lang could finish her sentence, Obito placed the gift on her head. Just to be clear, you can only open it after blowing out the candles. Obito looked at Yin Lang with a doting expression. Got it. Yin Lang replied dismissively, and then blew out the candles on the cake. Did you make a wish? Obito asked, looking at the eager Yin Lang. I made it a long time ago, but you can't ask. Otherwise it won't come true. Yin Lang said very seriously to Obito. Alright, I won't ask. But let me guess, is it to escape from here? Obito asked with a teasing smile. Not at all. I might have wished for that when I was 8 or 9, but I wouldn't wish for something like that now. Yin Lang said with righteous indignation. Oh, is that so? Then what would it be? Could it be that you want to develop a bit more? Not at all. Didn't we agree that you wouldn't ask? Yin Lang said somewhat angrily, but her expression was more shy than angry. Alright, I got it, I was wrong, okay. Hurry and open the gift, then we can cut the cake. Got it, no need for you to remind me. Soon Yin Lang opened the gift box, and inside was a handheld game console. The game console that was dug out from under the bed can't be said to have no connection to the one that Dato gave to Yin Lang. One could only say that it is exactly the same. However, if one must point out the difference, it might be that the one from under the bed is a bit more updated. Dato, where did you get this thing? Yin Lang asked earnestly. The game console is such a thing that if it were in Boruto, she might still believe it was invented in this era. But at this time, the time period has not yet reached the era of Shippuden, so a game console like this could not possibly exist. As for the one in her hands, it was given by the system, so it doesn't count as a regular item. At this moment, reconstructed Little Rabbit was nearly driven to the brink of anger by Dato's actions. You idiot, Dato, you really can dig a pit. Will waiting a couple more days kill you? Do you have to use this thing to stimulate the boss to restore her memory? Even though the memories that have been gathered should be nearly complete by now, there is still a risk. I have no choice but to take action myself. Actually, Yin Lang, this is yours. This was originally supposed to be the boss, but I took it early. When the boss sent it to you, there were actually 2, but I took one since I was also quite bored, and I didn't have money for Dango last time. You know how it is. Upon hearing this, Yin Lang's suspicions, although slightly reduced, still remained considerable. Are you sure? Sure. Reconstructed Little Rabbit said firmly. Alright, I'll trust you once. Yin Lang casually replied. She wasn't foolish. It was clear that reconstructed Little Rabbit was not being entirely truthful with her. Besides, she wasn't particularly inclined to investigate this matter further. Her surprise earlier was simply due to her astonishment. Moreover, the most important point was that if Dato was unwilling to speak, she also had no way to pursue it. Therefore, she chose not to ask, especially since this was originally a gift for her. Why dig deeper? Boss, you can't be joking, right? Reconstructed Little Rabbit appeared extremely surprised. After knowing Yin Lang for so many years, she should be well aware of her character, but how could Yin Lang trust her so easily this time? No, I'm serious. Instead of digging into where the gift from a friend came from, it's better to enjoy the joy of a birthday, isn't it? As she spoke, Yin Lang also turned her gaze toward Dato. Thank you for your gift, Dato, even though I don't know where it came from. Yin Lang said with a smile, while reconstructed Little Rabbit looked proud. Haha, I knew the boss would never believe what I just said. This is the boss I know. Suddenly reconstructed Little Rabbit seemed to realize something. What am I so happy about? The boss didn't believe my words. Why should I be happy? Have I lost my mind? Reconstructed Little Rabbit self-deprecated. As Dato looked at Yin Lang, countless memories from the past flashed through his mind. As Dato began to utter a word, reconstructed Little Rabbit quickly covered his mouth. After that, they left the Shunwei space together and arrived in the outside world. Can't you save me some trouble? Are you in such a hurry to be reborn? I told you before that forcing hints might cause the boss memory to not fully restore. Did you treat my words as wind passing by? Reconstructed Little Rabbit desperately covered Dato's mouth, showing no intention of letting go. Seeing that his struggles were in vain, Dato had no choice but to use phasing, successfully separating from reconstructed Little Rabbit. Did you not tell me to wait until Little Lang's 13th birthday to say it? Now you're back to tell me it's impossible. Do you know my pain? Dato shouted angrily. To be honest, I don't even know how I got here. Especially during the first 2 years, she never lowered her guard against me. During that time, my dreams repeatedly cycled through the day of her death. If it weren't for the kindness she gradually showed me in the past 2 years, I probably wouldn't have made it to today. Gradually, the sky, like Dato's gloomy heart, began to shed raindrops. The raindrops trickled down his face, but whether they were rain or tears was uncertain. I'm sorry, idiot. Dato, it is indeed my lack of consideration. At that time, I couldn't give you an accurate time. After all I knew was that the boss would restore her memory when she turned 13, but I didn't know the exact day. I'm sorry for not telling you the truth. Reconstructed Little Rabbit's words were filled with remorse. She had to say it this way. After all, if she prompted Yin Lang to restore her memories, now she would only lose some minor details. But if the hint had been given when she first arrived, much more would have been lost. Sigh, alright, no need to say more. I know you are also doing it for Little Lang. I was just being impulsive. Dato sighed. It's okay, you don't have to blame yourself. Besides, I have many more things that I'm hiding from you. Suddenly, reconstructed Little Rabbit realized she might have said something wrong. Reconstructed Little Rabbit, what did you just say you're hiding from me? Gradually, Dato's gaze toward reconstructed Little Rabbit became serious. No, don't worry about the boss. I definitely haven't been hiding anything from you. Trust me, I promise. Reconstructed Little Rabbit said somewhat nervously. Alright, I'll trust you once more. At this moment, Dato truly believed her. That's fine, but I suddenly remembered that the game console probably isn't that important. It didn't leave any significant memories of the boss, right? Reconstructed Little Rabbit looked at Dato with a relaxed expression. However, Dato's expression was not as easygoing as hers. What if I told you that after you died, Little Lang used our photo as the wallpaper for that game console to commemorate you? Would you believe it? Dato said awkwardly. Dato, what are you doing? Why are you joking around while getting drenched in the rain? It must be a lie, right? Right? Answer me quickly. Reconstructed Little Rabbit grasped Dato's head, her eyes filled with anger as she shook him vigorously. Seeing the almost frantic reconstructed Little Rabbit, Dato could only use phasing again, successfully escaping. Reconstructed Little Rabbit, calm down. That game console is out of battery. My. Upon hearing this, reconstructed Little Rabbit's expression immediately softened. Seriously, idiot Dato, can't you finish your sentence in one breath? You scare me to death. As she spoke, reconstructed Little Rabbit wiped the rain off her head. Alright, let's go back. Although I want short circuit from the rain, being drenched continuously isn't a good thing. Dato nodded, then took reconstructed Little Rabbit back to the Shunwei space. As for Yin Lang, she had already finished the entire cake by herself. Sorry, it seems you returned a bit late. I was too hungry and finished everything. Reconstructed Little Rabbit and Dato said nothing, only smiling helplessly. In the early morning, Yin Lang climbed out of her bed as usual. However, unlike usual, she did not see Daito. Instead, she saw a charred corpse. Oh! Yin Lang's scream was deafening, echoing throughout the entire Divine Might space. Daito suddenly appeared in the Divine Might space and remarked, "Hey, stop screaming. Look how scared you are." Yin Lang questioned, somewhat displeased, "What's there to be afraid of? This person didn't fear anything when alive. Would they fear anything after death?" Daitu said calmly, really, I don't understand why you wouldn't enjoy peaceful days, but instead choose to go out and kill people. By the way, why are you wearing your mask again? As she spoke, Yin pointed at the whirlpool mask on Data's face. Daitu sighed, do you think I want to? Isn't it to support you? Hearing this, Yin appeared somewhat surprised. Support me? She asked, bewildered. What do you mean? Have you heard of the bounty exchange? As long as we take care of the person they have a bounty on and bring the corpse back, we can exchange it for a reward. This is also our source of living expenses. Daitu said very calmly, but Yin picked up some important information from his words. Wait, what do you mean by usually? You mean to say you started doing this a long time ago? Yin asked, somewhat shocked. Yeah, it's just that you wake up too late usually, so you haven't seen it. And you're not feeling sorry for them, are you? Daitu looked at Yin with a serious expression, but Yin didn't pay much attention and directly gave her response. I'm not that saintly. The survival of the fittest is the rule of this world. I don't know them, so how could I feel sorry for them? Yin said with great calmness, all right then, but it's rare for you to wake up so early today. Are you interested in going to the bounty exchange with me? Daitu looked at Yin and asked, sure, but let me ask, I shouldn't be on the bounty list, right? Yin asked somewhat anxiously. Daitu, however, looked at Yin with a meaningful glance. How to put it? Yes, but you are considered one of the special cases. Yin asked with some confusion. Special? What makes me special? Of course there is. You are the Nine-Tails jinchuriki, so the bounty specifically states that you must be captured alive. Yinlong's eyes were filled with disbelief. All right, no need to be surprised. With me around, no one will dare to touch you. Here, take this. Daitu handed Yin the fox mask he had before. Put it on. Even though no one will dare to touch you with me here, it's still better to minimize unnecessary trouble. Yin nodded and took the mask. I didn't expect that. I haven't worn this mask for a year, and it hasn't even oxidized or turned yellow. It's clear you've taken good care of it. Yin pointed at the white half of the fox mask. Daitu replied, you don't need to worry about that. Maybe I didn't take care of it at all, it just happened not to oxidize. Daitu said, being somewhat insincere. All right, but do you have a black cloak or something? After all, in a place like the bounty exchange, it's possible someone will recognize my 8-trigram seal. As she spoke, Yin pointed at the 8-trigram seal on her abdomen. Daitu, after hearing this, did not hesitate and directly draped a black cloak with the Uchiha clan emblem over Yin. That should be fine. Hurry up and put on the mask. We need to set off. Got it. Quickly, Yin put on the mask, but just as she was about to leave with Daitu, the heavily armored little rabbit suddenly jumped out and followed them out of the divine might space. Really, boss, you woke up and didn't tell me, almost letting you two go out alone. The heavily armored little rabbit said with a displeased expression. No, we're just going out to deliver a corpse, and you want to come along. Although Yin wore a mask, her extremely exasperated emotion was still evident. Why not? Boss, don't forget that if I'm not by your side, you'll only have about 20 of your combat power. So this is actually for your own good. The heavily armored little rabbit said proudly, but Yin still looked utterly speechless. Sai, really, can you be any more self-absorbed? Yin said with great helplessness. Hey boss, what do you mean? She didn't listen to the heavily armored little rabbit's words and instead pointed at the toilet not far away. Daitu, that toilet up ahead, it wouldn't be the bounty exchange, would it? Daitu nodded. Indeed, but the toilet is just a ruse. There's a secret passage inside. Daitu said calmly. Oh, is that so? But can I wait for you outside? At this moment, Yinlong's face beneath the mask had already turned into a duck face. After all, considering the environment of that toilet and the smell of corpses, I think I can't handle it. Yin said very firmly, and Daitu could only agree after seeing her like this. All right, I won't take you back to the divine might space, but don't run around. If you encounter any enemies, try not to go too far. I'll be out soon. Daitu said very seriously. Got it. You go first or I'll wait for you outside. Daitu nodded and then entered the bounty exchange while Yin sat on the steps to wait. However, not long after Daitu went in a man with white hair wearing a red cloud Akatsuki robe and carrying a bloody crescent scythe on his back walked out. Really, that Kakuza guy is always so slow. He said he would take me out to collect followers, but it's been so long without a single one. Fadewan complained, but suddenly he noticed Yin sitting on the stone steps. Yin had already noticed him, but had kept silent. Why is there a masked girl sitting here? Forget it, let's ask her if she's interested in joining the cult of the evil god. Without further ado, Fadewan directly walked towards Yin. At this moment, Yin appeared somewhat abnormal. Although the mask concealed her expression, the heavily armored little rabbit beneath the black robe, ready to strike at any moment, had already said it all. Does this little girl have any interest in joining the cult of the evil god? The evil god cult? What kind of cult is that? Silverwolf feigned some confusion as he asked. It's a religion where killing is not only unpunished, but will actually please Lord Evil God. Oh, is that so? As he spoke, Silverwolf continued to create medium-sized floating cannons behind him. That's right. Isn't the doctrine quite remarkable? Would you like to join? Fade-Wan was even more excited as he felt he could recruit a follower today. Indeed quite impressive. Otherwise they wouldn't cultivate someone like you who values human life as mere straw. Upon hearing this, Fade-Wan immediately brandished the scythe he had on his back and pointed it at Silverwolf. You ungrateful wretch. It seems today I'll have to offer you as a sacrifice to Lord Evil God. With that, Fade-Wan charged at Silverwolf, but before his scythe could reach, Heavy Armor Bunny suddenly appeared and knocked the scythe away with a punch. Silverwolf was not idle either, as she stood up, several floating cannons behind her locked onto Fade-Wan. Fire! In an instant the beams fired from the floating cannons pierced through Faiduan's body, creating several holes. What is this? Before Fade-Wan could recover, Heavy Armor Bunny's fists came raining down like a storm. Aura, 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 aura. Countless punches fell and Fade-Wan was sent flying, his head also being knocked askew in the process. Although Fade-Wan had been knocked to the ground, he showed no signs of stopping. You scoundrel. Just you wait. Lord Evil God will definitely not let you off. Fade-Wan shouted angrily. Oh, is that so? I don't think so. Even if I were to dismember you right now, that so-called Lord Evil God wouldn't come to save you, just like now, Heavy Armor Bunny. Silverwolf replied without any hesitation, as she was certainly not like those villains who died. Due to excessive chatter, she wouldn't leave the protagonist in a critical state without finishing them off, although she wasn't really a villain herself. Soon Heavy Armor Bunny grabbed Faiduan's legs and arms, performing a 2-5 Fade-Wan maneuver. I must kill you all. Fade-Wan roared in anger, but Heavy Armor Bunny mercilessly punched him in the face again. Seriously, you're so annoying. Before Heavy Armor Bunny could finish, a fire release technique shot towards them. Upon seeing this, Silverwolf wasted no time and used the floating cannons she had created earlier to form a defense blocking the attack. However, this stirred up dust around them, temporarily obscuring their vision. As the dust settled, Silverwolf and the others found that the enemy's figure was missing. Hey, who's there? You think you can sneak attack and not show yourself? With some courage, Silverwolf challenged. Come out if you have the guts. Suddenly an arm connected by tentacles appeared right in front of Heavy Armor Bunny and the others, targeting Silverwolf's heart. But just at that critical moment, a layer of tailed beast chakra suddenly enveloped Silverwolf, and 3 tails appeared behind her, causing the arm to retract. I never expected to find something significant here today. I thought I would only get a few worthless items, but it turns out I stumbled upon something big. Kakuzu's tone was laced with excitement, and standing beside him was Fade-Wan, already sewn up with threads of earth. Hey Kaku, why are you so slow? I was already cut in half by that guy by the time you arrived. Fade-Wan complained. I arrived a while ago, but I wanted to confirm if she really knows your information. It seems she does after all. Kakuzu's gaze held a hint of seriousness. I never expected to encounter a living jinchuriki with a bounty of 5000. What a shame I probably won't get that bounty for the organization. Upon hearing this, Silverwolf understood that Kakuzu was not planning to exchange her for money, but rather to hand her over to the Akatsuki organization. Although Obito was the leader of Akatsuki and capturing her wouldn't be difficult, she absolutely did not believe that Fade-Wan wouldn't seek personal revenge, so the best course of action now was to run. In the next moment, Heavy Armor Bunny transformed into a motorcycle, and Silverwolf hopped on to make her escape. Let's see how far you can run. Kakuzu immediately gave chase, and Fade-Wan picked up his scythe and began the pursuit as well. After a while, Silverwolf had ridden Heavy Armor Bunny into a forest, but Kakuzu and Fade-Wan were still hot on their heels. Seriously, why haven't I shaken them off yet? This is so annoying, I might as well not run at all. Obito might already be out. Forget it, I'll turn back. In an instant, Silverwolf made a sharp turn and began to head back in the original direction. You think you can run back? How naive. With that, Kakuzu took off his Akatsuki cloak, and the fire, wind, water, and lightning mass creatures appeared, launching an attack on Silverwolf. Seeing this scene, Silverwolf couldn't help but scoff. Seriously, this guy Kakuzu is dead set on capturing me. Forget it, I'll charge right through. In an instant, the tailed beast chakra began to extend from Silverwolf, enveloping the motorcycle that Heavy Armor Bunny had transformed into, adding another layer of defense. Just as Kakuzu's ninjutsu was about to hit them, Heavy Armor Bunny suddenly reverted from the motorcycle form back to her original shape, successfully protecting Silverwolf as they navigated through the bombardment of ninjutsu. Phew. Finally made it. Now all we need to do is find Obito. Suddenly Silverwolf noticed a wound had appeared on her arm, and it was bleeding profusely. When did this happen? Silverwolf looked in shock at Fade-Wan, for at that moment a drop of blood had appeared on his scythe. Finally you can feel my pain too. Kakuzu looked at Faiduan's crazed expression, feeling quite speechless. The reason Silverwolf had been injured by Faiduan's scythe was that during the earlier fight Fade-Wan had participated as well, but because Kakuzu's firepower was too overwhelming, Silverwolf and the others hadn't noticed that Faiduan's scythe was also part of the attack. Fade-Wan is useful, don't kill her outright. Kakuzu instructed. Don't worry, it'll make her wish she were dead. With that, Fadewan began using his blood to draw a curse formation on the ground, while Silverwolf and Heavy Armor Bunny tried to intervene, but Kakuzu firmly blocked them. Don't worry, Fadewan will at most leave you crippled. It's better to wait here and avoid more suffering. Go dream on, the armored little rabbit said, angrily launching a punch towards Jiao Du. Without hesitation, Jiao Du used Earth Release Earth Spear to block the armored little rabbit's punch. Our combat experience is vastly different, Jiao Du said mockingly while the four masked creatures around him began their assault on the armored little rabbit. Just as these attacks were about to hit, a small-tailed beast ball suddenly shot over, neutralizing the masked creature's attacks and creating a massive cloud of smoke. What is that? And could it be from that direction? Jiao Du had a rough guess in his mind, and as the smoke cleared, the scene confirmed his suspicion. Boss, what happened to you? The armored little rabbit looked at the silver wolf enveloped in crimson chakra with four tails behind it, and the reason for all this began when the armored little rabbit first attacked. Can you hear me, Kurama? Kurama, the silver wolf called anxiously. All right, little girl, stop yelling. I can hear and see you. Just tell me your plan. I see, that's good to know. First, how many tails can my body handle now? The silver wolf asked urgently as the armored little rabbit was being delayed and Obito's arrival was uncertain, leaving only Kurama as their hope. I knew you would ask that. With your current body, you should be able to handle four tails, but I advise you to remain calm. After all, your opponent is not weak. Got it. Hurry up and give me some power. The armored little rabbit can barely hold on. Kurama didn't respond immediately, but the silver wolf's body began to manifest a crimson-tailed beast cloak enveloping her entirely. Let's finish this quickly, armored little rabbit, or it will be too late. The silver wolf said seriously, fully aware that Haiden's curse could easily bypass her tailed beast cloak. Don't worry, boss. He'll hold off that guy wearing his underwear on his head. He won't interrupt you. With that, the armored little rabbit charged straight at Jiao Du while the silver wolf charged up a small-tailed beast ball aimed at Haiden. Just once is enough. Just once. In an instant, a small-tailed beast ball shot directly towards Haiden. With a loud explosion, Haiden was hit by the tailed beast ball and engulfed in smoke. But before the silver wolf could rejoice, she felt a sudden searing pain in her body, and even the tailed beast cloak retreated to a reddish-orange. Wah! What's happening? Although the tailed beast cloak continued to help the silver wolf heal her wounds, the pain was persistent. When she gritted her teeth and looked up at Haiden, she found out. Haiden was still standing in the curse formation, his skin now black with numerous white stripes. Huh, fool. You thought you'd blow me up there. Now you're facing the consequences. Next, I'll break your leg to vent my anger. Haiden laughed maniacally as he pulled out a black spear and brutally stabbed it into his own leg. The silver wolf screamed in pain, feeling her leg suffer the same injury as Haiden's. Boss! The armored little rabbit roared angrily, ready to rush to her aid, but Jiao Du's earth grievance prevented her. You're not going anywhere. Just stay here and watch. In an instant, the four masked creatures launched another attack on the armored little rabbit. It hurts. The silver wolf fell to her knees in agony. Although the tailed beast cloak could help her recover, the pain was unbearable. I didn't expect you still have recovery abilities. That's perfect, but means I can play longer with you. Haiden laughed crazily, aiming the black spear at his other leg. Next, I'll break another one. But before Haiden could finish, Obito suddenly appeared and pulled him out of the curse formation. Today, I'll put you down first, Obito said angrily, not giving Haiden a chance to react, and struck with his blade, severing the hand holding the black spear. But that didn't satisfy him. In a flash, he swung another strike, decapitating Haiden. All of this happened in an instant as Haiden barely registered what was happening before his head fell. Who was that guy? Haiden didn't even have time to react before his head was cut off. What the hell? Jiao Du was still reeling from shock when Obito was already standing before him. What? Without hesitation, Jiao Du commanded the four masked creatures to attack Obito simultaneously. Is that all? Obito's gaze was cold, his Sharingan activated as all of Jiao Du's attacks passed harmlessly through him, dealing no damage. Foolish rabbit, how can someone like him hold you down for so long? I don't even know what to say to you. While mocking the armored little rabbit, Obito dodged all of Jiao Du's attacks and stabbed his sword through Jiao Du's heart. Today, this is just a lesson for you. If you dare to lay a hand on her again, the same will happen to your other four hearts. With that, Obito ignored both Jiao Du and Haiden, taking the silver wolf and the armored little rabbit back to the Kamui space. Within the realm of divine might, the tail beast cloak on the silver wolf had vanished, yet her leg injury had also been healed. Really, you scared me. Thankfully, Obito, you arrived just in time, otherwise I... The silver wolf's words trailed off abruptly as she noticed Obito's gaze was chillingly cold. Why have you stopped speaking? Obito coldly regarded the silver wolf. I should have advised you not to run around, right? Wasn't there an enemy? I was just. With an enemy, couldn't you have let the little rabbit block for you, and then come find me? That. I thought I could handle it, so handle it. Is handling it getting your leg temporarily incapacitated after shedding your tail, beast cloak? Obito's words were laced with anger. Well, okay, you're right, it was my fault, but isn't everything fine now? Why are you still so angry with me? The Silver Wolf pouted. I really don't know where you get your confidence from, but fine, let bygones be bygones. Now put your hair up. I'm telling you in no uncertain terms, put your hair up, or don't make me take action. As he spoke, Obito revealed his Sharingan. Seeing this, the Silver Wolf could only reluctantly put her hair up. Is this good enough? She asked. Yes, now turn around, but don't let your hair down. Obito said with utmost seriousness, but the Silver Wolf was displeased. Wait, you're going too far. Don't make me repeat myself. Obito interrupted his Sharingan, shifting from 3 Tomo to the kaleidoscope pattern. This is ridiculous. Pressured, the Silver Wolf reluctantly turned her back, and at that moment Obito marked the Silver Wolf's nape with the divine might mark. The Silver Wolf screamed, immediately turning around angrily to glare at Obito. What have you done to me? What do you mean? The Silver Wolf shouted, furiously staring fixedly at Obito. It's nothing, just marked your neck with a divine might mark, so if you ever find yourself in danger again, I can arrive immediately. Obito said calmly, but the Silver Wolf was already furious. What do you mean? You didn't even consult me about this, and just marked my nape. How am I supposed to face others now? The Silver Wolf exclaimed in fury. Is it really that serious? Your hair is so long, can't you just cover it? Moreover, if you really don't want it, I can mark your chest instead. I have no objections. Obito said indifferently, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. You perverted jerk. The Silver Wolf shouted angrily, directly grabbing the heavy-duty little rabbit that was watching from the side and tossing it at Obito. Moi. Boss, are you throwing me in a fight? The heavy-duty little rabbit cried as it flew towards Obito, but he vanished into the divine might realm at the last moment, causing the little rabbit to crash to the floor. I'm so mad at this perverted jerk. If you have the ability, don't run away. What kind of skill is it to trap me in the divine might realm? Thus the Silver Wolf yelled for several hours in the divine might realm until her voice was hoarse and finally quieted down. Cough. Cough. That guy really doesn't intend to come in. Forget it. Why should I care so much? Cough. My throat is already hoarse. The Silver Wolf said angrily, then climbed onto the bed and wrapped herself in the blanket. One day later. Heavy-duty little rabbit. The Silver Wolf shouted anxiously. Coming. What is it this time, boss? The heavy-duty little rabbit flew over, looking unwilling. Could you help me out? The handheld game console is out of battery. Can you charge it for me? The Silver Wolf said, handing the completely dead game console and a hand-crank generator to the heavy-duty little rabbit. What do you mean, boss? You threw me like a projectile yesterday, and today you want me to do your manual labor? The heavy-duty little rabbit replied with a displeased expression. I get it. Was it my fault yesterday? I was too impulsive. I promised to raise your salary after this. Hearing this, the heavy-duty little rabbit immediately became energized. Okay, no problem. Then the heavy-duty little rabbit took the game console and the hand-crank generator and began charging the game console. However, just as the heavy-duty little rabbit was halfway through charging the game console, she suddenly noticed something. Boss, why do you have another game console in your hand? The heavy-duty little rabbit asked, urgently pointing at the game console in the Silver Wolf's hand. It's from the system. The one you have is a gift from Obito, but it's out of battery. Speaking of which, this one will run out of batteries soon too. Let's charge this one first, and I'll play the other one for now. As she spoke, the Silver Wolf didn't give the heavy-duty little rabbit a chance to react and directly picked up the game console, gifted by Obito. Boss, don't. The heavy-duty little rabbit tried to stop her, but it was too late. The Silver Wolf had already opened the game console and saw a group photo of Minato's class. It hurts so much. The Silver Wolf immediately clutched her head, and the game console fell to the ground. It hurts so much. Countless memories began to surface in the Silver Wolf's mind, and she ultimately fell into a coma. Honestly, those fellows truly are relentless shadows. Silver Wolf muttered under her breath while swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Instantly, a roaring fire dragon shot backward from her position, igniting dry grass and nearby trees in its wake. Still refusing to reveal yourselves, eh? Her voice turned icy cold. She knew precisely who they were, and that their target was herself. That was precisely why she had lured them here. Only by drawing them away could she ensure Obito's and Kakashi's safety. In moments, the surrounding forest was engulfed in flames, and the 3 root operatives who had been trailing Silver Wolf finally emerged from concealment. Just as I suspected, old Danzo is truly impatient. Third Shinobi World War hasn't even concluded yet, and he already seeks to eliminate me. Then again, it makes sense. Once the Battle of Canopy Bridge is won, Konoha's victory will be all but assured. A faint wry smile flickered at the corner of her lips. What I didn't anticipate, however, was his sending only 3 men, mere nameless foot soldiers. Does he truly believe that, stripped of Prometheus and armored bunny, I've devolved into an ordinary little girl? How naive. At once a chakra cloak resembling a tailed beast surged over her body, and within her palm coalesced a crimson Rasengan. All right then, let me show you my trump card. But fair warning, few who have witnessed it live to tell the tale, such as... She paused mid-sentence, lifting her index finger to her lips in silence. Boom. The moment her words faded, a lightning release Rasengan detonated beneath 2 of the rude agents, while the third, unscathed by the blast, received a point-blank crimson Rasengan to the face. Pathetic. Utterly pathetic. I genuinely wonder how Danzo ever deemed you worthy of this mission. Truly abysmal. As she spoke, she flashed the 3 fallen operatives an upside-down thumbs-up. Yet at that very instant, the root operative struck by the crimson Rasengan burst into manic laughter and tore open his shirt to reveal the inner 4 symbols seal etched across his torso. Ha! Silverwolf, die with us for Lord Danzo's sake. Gazing upon the seal, Silverwolf at last understood why Danzo had dared dispatch only 3 men to assassinate her. You madman. She whirled to flee, desperate to escape the seal's detonation radius. But suddenly the 2 root agents, blasted by the lightning Rasengan, seized her legs. Die with us. With reckless abandon, they clung to her limbs, pinning her utterly immobile. Let go now. There's still time to escape. Silverwolf cried out in mounting panic, but they remained deaf to her plea, gripping tighter still. Don't force my hand. Her voice now brimmed with fury, her patience exhausted, yet still they refused to release her. Very well. If death is what you seek, I shall grant it. In an instant, a Rasengan materialized in her palm, its outer layer shaped like a shuriken. Wind release Rasen Shuriken. Without hesitation, she drove the technique point-blank into the 2 agents' bodies. They instantly released their grip, and Silverwolf seized the opening to sprint clear of the inner 4 symbols, seal's lethal radius. Ah! She cried out in agony, cradling the arm that had just unleashed the wind release Rasen Shuriken. It hurts, truly unbearable. Clearly I ought not use this technique until I've mastered sage art. Though the tailed beast chakra cloak continuously mended her wounds, the searing pain remained overwhelming. Enough. I must find Obito and Kakashi first. After all, right now. Suddenly Silverwolf realized she'd stepped into a viscous black sludge, which now crawled relentlessly up her leg. What is this? Get off me. Before she could finish, the sludge had already engulfed her entire left side, and her right eye snapped shut involuntarily, plunging her into unconsciousness. How unexpected. You still harbor a fragment of the Nine-Tails within you. Alas, it's far too slight, otherwise it might have shielded you even momentarily. Black Zetsu mused with quiet amusement, then seized control of Silverwolf's body, guiding it steadily forward. Kakashi, are you alright? Obito asked urgently. He had just dispatched the enemy who'd slashed Kakashi's eye, and in doing so awakened his own double Tomo Sharingan. Obito, Kakashi, hold on. How does your eye feel now? Obito interjected anxiously, already unwrapping gauze to dress the wound. I'm fine, but I heard cries for help echoing from that cave, and the voice sounded strangely familiar. Kakashi replied slowly, rising to his feet. Then let's go see. Without delay, Obito and Kakashi entered the cave, and after neutralizing the final Iwagakure shinobi inside, found Rin bound within. Rin, what are you doing here? Kakashi asked, bewildered, then immediately moved to untie her restraints. My squad got separated, and I was captured and brought here. Where's Silverwolf? Why isn't she with you both? Rin scanned Obito and Kakashi, searching in vain for Silverwolf's presence. We don't know. She vanished from our group. We were actually searching for her when we passed by. No time to explain. Let's leave now. Kakashi reached for Rin's hand, just as the cave began collapsing. Too late, Kakashi, go. Obito shouted frantically. Kakashi grabbed Rin's hand and sprinted toward the exit, when suddenly a boulder plummeted down, striking him squarely on the head and knocking him unconscious. Kakashi. Without pause, Obito dashed back, summoning every ounce of strength to hurl Kakashi to safety, only to be crushed beneath the falling monolith himself. Are you alright? Kakashi. Obito whispered weakly, his voice barely audible as Kakashi stirred awake. Obito. Kakashi lunged to Obito's side, straining with all his might to shift the crushing stone. Stop pushing. It's enough, Kakashi. Obito's voice grew fainter still. I'm fading fast. The right side of my body is shattered. I can't even feel it anymore. Kakashi redoubled his efforts, but the boulder refused to budge. Rin, may I call you that? Obito turned his gaze toward her, voice trembling with frailty. Of course you may. Rin replied, instantly nodding fervently. I recall. Silverwolf once told me you're a medical ninja. Would you Transplant my left eye to Kakashi. Both Kakashi and Rin stared in stunned silence. Obito, you, don't look at me like that, Kakashi. Consider it a gift for your promotion to Jonin. Accept it. And if you see Silverwolf, tell her. I'm afraid I'll break our promise. Kakashi hesitated, aching with sorrow, yet in that dire moment he could only nod silently in assent. Thus with Rin's aid, Kakashi received Obito's left eye, and together they departed the collapsed cave. Obito remained behind, entombed in stone. It hurts so much. Where is this place? The Silverwolf struggled to get up from the ground, feeling a force within her body repelling something, and that repelled thing seemed to be right on her heart. What on earth is going on? That lump of black thing. The Silverwolf desperately recalled her memories before losing consciousness. It must be the Black Absolute. I fear I have been schemed against. If that's the case, then what's on my heart must be the cursed seal. Thinking of this, the Silverwolf suddenly felt something was amiss. Seriously, is there really no chance to change this? Wait, it's not time to despair yet. As long as I hurry back to Konoha, everything will still be in time. With that, the Silverwolf began to head towards the direction of Konoha village. Faster, a bit faster. Really, it would be great if the heavy armor bunny were here right now. The Silverwolf ran desperately, completely unaware of the shuriken flying towards her from behind. Watch out behind you, little girl. Kurama called out as he released his nine-tailed chakra, activating the tailed beast cloak for the Silverwolf, deflecting the shuriken aimed at her. What a hassle. The Silverwolf turned to look at the mist ninja, casually commenting, since you are so unwilling to live, why not let me help you? In an instant, a lightning release Rasen shuriken appeared in the Silverwolf's hand, which she then hurled at the mist ninjas. The mist ninjas looked at the Rasen shuriken that was thrown at them, which suddenly vanished, appearing right in front of them before they could react, causing them to collapse to the ground. Finally, it's over. But just to be safe, I should make sure they're finished off. The Silverwolf then used Fire Release Great Fire Dragon technique on the collapsed mist ninjas, ensuring their complete demise. This should be done. Now I just need to. The Silverwolf was about to continue heading towards Konoha when her body suddenly became uncontrollable. What's happening? Why can't I control my body? The Silverwolf struggled desperately, but her body continued to move on its own, leading her to Kakashi's location. No, absolutely not. The Silverwolf struggled with all her might, and during this process the pattern of gears gradually appeared in her pupils, and after that she successfully regained control of her body. Huff huff. Finally, I succeeded. The Silverwolf gasped for breath, but despite this, she felt incredibly happy. I finally succeeded. It turns out life can be altered. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind the Silverwolf. Without hesitation, she turned around to see Rin, but it was Rin possessed by Black Absolute. I knew you wouldn't be easy to deal with, but it shouldn't be that difficult now, Black Absolute said, mockingly looking at the Silverwolf. Choose the life of a friend or your own life. Black Absolute pointed at Kakashi, who had already gathered Chidori. All right, will you choose to die on your own, or will I control this body to die, and then conveniently kill you as well? You dare. The Silverwolf truly wanted to eliminate Black Absolute right then and there, but since Rin was still in his hands, she couldn't act. Just this moment of hesitation allowed the cursed seal on her heart to regain control of her body. No. The Silverwolf struggled desperately, but her body was still out of control as it charged towards Kakashi's Chidori, impaling her heart. Silverwolf. Kakashi exclaimed upon seeing the Silverwolf pierced by his own attack. Kakashi. The Silverwolf exerted all her strength to pull the necklace from around her neck and placed it in Kakashi's hands. Please, return this to Granny Tsunade. With that, the Silverwolf fell weakly to the ground. Little girl, you must get up. Kurama continuously released chakra, trying to heal the Silverwolf, but ultimately, it was all in vain. Didn't I say? You can't die without my permission. At this point, is there nothing I can do? Kurama looked at the gray core within the Silverwolf and seemed to have made a decision, walking straight towards it. Although it involves taking a gamble, if I don't do this, this little girl will be utterly hopeless. With that, Kurama injected all of his remaining chakra into the core, and afterward his body began to gradually become transparent. I hope my gamble pays off this time. Soon Kurama completely disappeared from within the Silverwolf. Obito roared, his Sharingan already transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. He killed all the mist ninjas and walked in front of the Silverwolf. But when he tried to touch the Silverwolf, his hand passed right through her. He wanted to touch her again, but the Silverwolf's body suddenly transformed into countless light points, disappearing before him. In the end, where the Silverwolf had died, only her handheld gaming console remained. The scene abruptly halted. The Silverwolf awakened from the Kamui space. That was my memory just now. It seems I forgot everything before, including the Minato team, including Mother Shin. It seems I have forgotten all those memories. Seriously, I never expected that in the end I would help you regain your memories ahead of time. Truly, life is unpredictable, a big irony. Heavy Armor Bunny said helplessly, so you already knew about this, right? The Silver Wolf looked up at Heavy Armor Bunny and asked, Boss, you can't say that. I'm doing this for your own good. The reassembled little rabbit hurriedly defended herself, but the Silver Wolf wore an expression that seemed to say, do you really think I believe you? Oh, is that so? Then you'd better clarify things for me. When you died, I cried for a long time. Upon hearing this, the reassembled little rabbit immediately became displeased. Boss, why are you acting like that fool, Obito? I didn't die, I was just severely injured at that time. The reassembled little rabbit complained, but instead of retaliating, as usual, the Silver Wolf embraced her. I know it's my fault for thinking you died, okay? Boss, you. The reassembled little rabbit looked at the Silver Wolf with some surprise. What's wrong? Are you surprised by my actions? At this moment, the corners of the Silver Wolf's eyes had turned slightly red. After you died? No, after you were severely injured, I felt like my life changed a lot. Perhaps it was because I had grown so reliant on you. Everything I do feels unsatisfactory. Gradually, tears began to flow from the Silver Wolf's eyes, landing on the reassembled little rabbit. Boss. The reassembled little rabbit wanted to fly up to wipe away the Silver Wolf's tears, but the Silver Wolf held her tightly. I don't know why, but perhaps it really is true that you only learn to cherish things after losing them. That thing you don't need to worry about. Just think of it as your boss just regained her memory and is acting a bit strange. Soon the Silver Wolf let go of the reassembled little rabbit and wiped away her tears. Boss, why did you become so foolish after dying once just like that guy Obito? Although the reassembled little rabbit was still complaining about the Silver Wolf, her eyes were filled with remorse. Although your brain has become a bit dull, I'm still very grateful that you care so much about me. The reassembled little rabbit said shyly. Seriously, what am I even saying? Why am I thanking a boss who exploits me every day? Is this foolishness contagious? I've become foolish too. The reassembled little rabbit complained, and upon seeing this, the Silver Wolf couldn't help but laugh. Huh, I never expected you, little rabbit, to have this side of you. I've never seen it before. The Silver Wolf said with a hint of amusement. It's not like you can blame it on me, and stop calling me little rabbit. That name is only for Sierra to use. The reassembled little rabbit mumbled. What? Is there a restriction on how a boss can call their employees? The Silver Wolf teased. Hey boss, didn't you just say you wanted to cherish me? So why are you starting again? The reassembled little rabbit said somewhat unhappily, but the Silver Wolf just smiled. Isn't returning to normalcy a form of cherishing too? So don't expect too much, little rabbit. Boss. The reassembled little rabbit shouted angrily, her voice echoing throughout the divine power space. All right, stop shouting. How about this? When Obito comes back, we'll let him take us out for dumplings and ill-treat you. Upon hearing this, the reassembled little rabbit immediately quieted down. Really? The reassembled little rabbit asked incredulously, while the Silver Wolf simply nodded. Can we change that? After all, that's the bottom line. The reassembled little rabbit said in a very soft voice, yet the Silver Wolf still heard her clearly. All right then, my poor reassembled little rabbit. Since you've said that, I suppose I can take a step back. The boss is backing down. What kind of dream am I having? No, I wouldn't dream anyway. Looking at the reassembled little rabbit's current expression, the Silver Wolf's face was filled with speechlessness. Seriously, have I ever exploited you that much? Whatever you think doesn't matter. Anyway, today I'm treating you, just consider it extra motivation for your work. The Silver Wolf said somewhat helplessly. Okay, no problem. This is the boss, I know. You're such a masochist. The Silver Wolf shouted loudly, causing the divine power space to fall silent for a moment. All right, back to the main topic. Reassembled little rabbit, you should know the reason for my revival, right? Can you explain it in detail? The Silver Wolf asked seriously as she looked at the reassembled little rabbit. How do I explain this to you, boss? Let's put it this way, after you died, the core's passive triggered. It first eliminated your original body, then created a new one. However, due to insufficient energy, it led to you undergoing a complete redevelopment and losing your past memories. Upon hearing this, the Silver Wolf silently nodded, but she still had some questions in her heart. If that's the case, then why didn't you tell me about the past from the beginning, reassembled little rabbit? And how do you know all these details? The Silver Wolf looked at the reassembled little rabbit, her eyes filled with confusion. The reason I didn't tell you about your past is mainly because if I prompt you to recover your memories too early, it might lead to memory loss. Of course, this isn't my opinion, it's what that guy who calls himself a system said. I know all this because he told me. As she spoke, a hint of helplessness flashed across the reassembled little rabbit's face. That guy is really something. Ever since he handed the game console to you 3 years ago, he disappeared without a trace. Such irresponsibility. Even the NPCs in Alejado are better than him. Just as the reassembled little rabbit finished her complaint, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her and the Silver Wolf's ears. Hey, reassembled little rabbit, who said you could complain to my face? This system can hear you. So you're still alive, huh? I thought you were dead. The rebooted little rabbit complained to the system. The system replied, I'm just organizing the rewards for the host. I haven't been idle, you know. What rewards did you just mention? Are you giving them out now? Silverwolf asked anxiously. Soon the familiar translucent panel appeared before Silverwolf, gradually revealing its content. Congratulations, host. You have received Prometheus 1, Seal Card 3, Transformation Card 1. Transformation Card? What is that? Silverwolf asked, puzzled. This is something specially prepared for you by the system. It can change the appearance of any part of your body. Although it can only be fixed in one position, you can freely control whether it manifests or not. However, I must remind you that this item is similar to an illusion technique, but it is one that cannot be seen through. So I suggest you don't dwell on it, host. Hearing this, Silverwolf's face immediately expressed her disbelief. What do I need this for? Suddenly, Silverwolf seemed to think of something and immediately used the transformation card. The result was just as she imagined. The 8 trigram seal on her abdomen was truly hidden. This thing is amazing. It can even hide the 8 trigram seal. Now I can finally wear my midriff-bearing outfit with confidence. Silverwolf couldn't help but smile, yet at that moment the system delivered another message to her. Don't celebrate too early, host. There's still a reward pending for you. Another reward? Silverwolf asked, somewhat puzzled. Of course. It's called a hidden task, so there must be hidden rewards. This reward has already been issued, and its name is Eye of Truth. Upon hearing this, Silverwolf looked quite puzzled. System, can you explain that in detail? I've never heard of it before. This thing is simple yet complex. You can think of it as an almost limitless replication ability, whether it's ninjutsu, illusion techniques, secret arts, or bloodline limits. All of it is possible, but there are conditions. For example, the target must be a living person and willing. Of course, it can still replicate unwilling subjects, but the cost will be greater. And I must mention the chakra consumed for this replication is not your own, but the chakra stored in the lily core. Stored in the lily core. Can you elaborate on that? Silverwolf asked quite anxiously. Certainly. If I were to use a metaphor, you could think of it as a type of sage art, as it can absorb natural energy. However, it's different in that it can also absorb the chakra of the 9 tails. Silverwolf nodded silently, now having a rough understanding. Thank you for the explanation, but there are no targets for experimentation here, so I plan to visit an old friend first. After saying this, Silverwolf closed her eyes and entered her consciousness space, where she saw Kurama. Little girl, what brings you here to see me today? Kurama asked with a smirk. Kurama, you should know better than I do. Without you, the chakra stored in the core wouldn't be able to support my early resurrection, right? Am I wrong, little Kurama? Upon hearing this, Kurama suddenly burst into laughter. It seems I made the right bet back then. But how did you determine it was me? Silverwolf shook her head, smiling helplessly. It's simple. I don't think you'd trust a human you've just met for the first time. To be honest, I became suspicious when you believed me so easily. After restoring my past memories, I connected the dots, and the conclusion is that we have known each other for a long time. If I reason it out this way, it can only be you. Don't you agree, little Kurama? Hearing this, Kurama couldn't help but laugh again. Indeed, I made the right bet again. After exhausting my power, my consciousness returned to my body, but I didn't expect the Fourth Hokage to use the dead demon-consuming seal to separate me again, and now I'm within you. What can I say? There's nothing much to say. Let's consider it fate. You gave me the opportunity to be reborn early in the future, and now we meet again, right? Silverwolf smiled, looking at Kurama while extending her fist. Kurama, seeing this, did not hesitate and immediately bumped his fist against hers. Little girl, just a reminder, there are people outside. Moi. Hearing this, Silverwolf immediately exited the consciousness space without hesitation and returned to reality, where she was greeted by Obito, who was holding a plate of dango. I originally wanted to buy ramen, but I ran into an acquaintance in Konoha, so I settled for dango for now, Obito said somewhat helplessly, but Silverwolf's expression now showed some anger. What? Are you still mad about yesterday? Obito asked, puzzled. No, I'm mad about the past. Silverwolf replied with a hint of reproach. The past? How did I make you angry in the past? And you should know better than I do, you fool, Obito. Silverwolf suddenly interrupted. Hey, Silverwolf, clear up your words. And why did you suddenly call me? Wait. No way. Suddenly Obito seemed to remember something. What? Did you remember? Fool, Obito. Do you already know? Yes, I already know. But to be honest, you are really foolish. To willingly become someone else's pawn for that elusive possibility, even causing the deaths of your master and mistress with your own hands. Yin Lang nearly shouted. She understood that Dai too was also a victim of schemes, but she could not suppress her anger. To be honest, I really want to beat you up, but I know that it won't change anything. Master and mistress won't come back, and those you caused to die won't return. Gradually, Yin Lang's tone started to calm down. To tell you the truth, my death was orchestrated by Ban and the others. Yin Lang said helplessly, but Dai too was no longer calm. Does that mean all of this is? Yes. Everything was planned by them to make you fall into darkness. All the coincidences were part of their scheme, but the only thing outside of their plans was probably my resurrection. As she spoke, Yin Lang's gaze grew more resolute. Listen, Dai too, perhaps this world is not as beautiful as it seems, but that does not mean it is false. Perhaps in another dimension I did not resurrect, and we may have never met. You may also walk a dark path, but that does not mean you don't have a choice now. Yin Lang said with unwavering determination. So are you willing to join me in counting your sins? At this point, can I still count? I've made too many mistakes. Even if I could count them all, how could I repay them? Upon hearing this, Yin Lang didn't waste words and slapped Dai Tu across the face. This slap is what I failed to give you back then. Listen, idiot, counting them is one thing, but your willingness is another. Do you understand? Yin Lang said angrily. Dai Tu fell into a brief silence. If I can only agree with my words, would that be useless? That's right, but I want to see your determination. I cannot forgive you for those who have died, but I can guide you back on the right path. However, as a friend, I also don't want to hide anything from you. While you might escape the death penalty, the living penalty is inescapable. You may have to spend the rest of your life atoning. Yin Lang said candidly. Is that so? Thank you. I didn't expect that even though I have become what I am now, you still want to treat me as a friend. As for atonement, I was ready for it 6 years ago. Idiot, you sound as if you were making a farewell speech. You are going to atone, not to die. And stop calling me by my full name, and it sounds strange coming from you. Yin Lang said helplessly. I understand, but... Welcome back, little wolf. Yes, but welcome back, idiot Dai Tu. At that moment, both of them smiled just like in the past. By the way, Dai Tu, here, take this. While speaking, Yin Lang handed a sealing card with a curse seal to Dai Tu. What is this, little wolf? This is a good thing. Don't you have a curse seal on your heart? This thing can extract and seal the curse seal without harming the user. Yin Lang said proudly. Oh, is it that impressive? Dai Tu was still somewhat puzzled, but since Yin Lang didn't elaborate, he chose not to ask. Soon the curse seal on Dai Tu's heart was extracted and sealed onto the card. I didn't expect it to really work. Dai Tu exclaimed. Naturally, I wouldn't lie to you. But Dai Tu, can you use your Mangekyo Sharingan for a moment? Yin Lang asked Dai Tu, who did not refuse and directly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Eye of Truth. In an instant, a gear pattern appeared in Yin Lang's pupils, but soon the original gear pattern transformed into the design of the Divine Might, and it was a pair of Divine Might. Little wolf, you. Dai Tu looked at the pair of Divine Might Sharingan that Yin Lang had copied, appearing quite astonished. Why are you so surprised? Isn't it just a copy of one of your Mangekyo? The result is just a pair, so don't think too much of it. Yin Lang said calmly. Little wolf, you. At this moment, Dai Tu felt a bit speechless. Forget it, but little wolf, how far can this copy go? After all, using the Mangekyo Sharingan too much can lead to blindness. You can rest assured about that. The ability is exactly the same as yours, only without the side effects. By the way, Susanoo can also be used. Yin Lang said with a calm expression. That's good. Dai Tu said with a helpless face. By the way, little wolf, where are you planning to go next? Back to Konoha. Dai Tu suddenly asked, but Yin Lang shook his head. I plan to visit the Land of Waves. Dai Tu, is your Divine Might mark there? If it is, I will go directly. Yin Lang pointed at his pair of copied Divine Might Sharingan. It should be there. I remember I seem to have been there before. By the way, do you need me to accompany you? No need. I am now stronger than I was at my peak before, so just rest assured. Yin Lang said confidently. Alright then, be careful. If you encounter danger, hide in the Divine Might space. I need to resolve some matters related to atonement. After saying that, Dai Tu left the Divine Might space, while Yin Lang, after familiarizing himself with the Divine Might's abilities, left with the re-equipped little rabbit and soon appeared within the borders of the Land of Waves. If I remember correctly, it should be around this time. Well, let's see if I can run into him, but he should be my... Oh, doubterite. Boss, can't you consider coming down to walk for a bit? Do I always have to be your transport? The armored little rabbit complained. Since arriving in the Land of Waves, she had been forced to transform into a motorcycle continuously ridden by the Silver Wolf. Got it, could you wait a moment? Look, we're almost there. As they spoke, the Silver Wolf had already ridden the armored little rabbit to a partially constructed bridge, and even at this distance, one could clearly see thick fog on the bridge along with sounds of battle. It seems this is the place. Armored little rabbit, you should be able to see the situation inside, right? The Silver Wolf asked after dismounting from the motorcycle. Of course. But boss, are you planning to support over there first? It seems there are 2 battlefields inside. The armored little rabbit inquired. That's simple, well split up. You go help Kakashi, and he'll go assist my brother. Inside the fog, Kakashi was injured by Zabuza's decapitating sword while protecting Tazuna and Sakura. You're too slow to retreat, Kakashi. You're so focused on saving those kids that you lost your composure. It seems your Sharingan isn't working quite as well anymore. Even with those extraordinary eyes, your ability to read the enemy's movements has decreased. Zabuza looked at the injured Kakashi and sneered. Let me toy with you a bit longer, Kakashi. I want to joyfully repay you for what you owe me, and don't worry, those guys are almost dealt with. You should just weep for your incompetence and apologize to them. After saying this, Zabuza prepared to hide in the fog once more, but at that moment the armored little rabbit suddenly appeared and dragged Zabuza into Kakashi's line of sight. What is this thing? Before Zabuza could react, the armored little rabbit's fists were already raining down. Aura, 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 aura. The armored little rabbit's punches grew faster, forcing Zabuza to barely defend with his decapitating sword. However, this was not a long-term solution. The blade quickly became riddled with cracks, seeming ready to break at any moment. Is this sword quite sturdy? In that case, I'll stop holding back. Aura. With a loud bang, the decapitating sword shattered into two pieces while Zabuza was still being pummeled by the armored little rabbit. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke, trapped by Haku's ice crystal mirror, appeared very weak with numerous shurikens embedded in their bodies, and Naruto had temporarily fallen to the ground. Although Sasuke had activated his Sharingan, he still found it extremely difficult to deal with Haku. Soon Haku launched another wave of shurikens, this time targeting Naruto. Sasuke did not hesitate, standing resolutely in front of Naruto, ready to block the incoming shurikens. Just as the shurikens were about to hit Sasuke, a girl wearing a fox mask and having silver-gray long hair suddenly appeared, using a blue-green Susanoo skeleton to block all the incoming shurikens. Seeing this scene, both Sasuke and Haku looked astonished. Before Sasuke could ask, the Silverwolf spoke first. I know you have many questions, but now is not the time to talk. Take care of my brother first, and leave the rest to me. Though the Silverwolf was wearing a mask, her confident demeanor was still evident. Sasuke nodded. Although he didn't understand how Naruto had gained an older sister, it was a good thing as long as she was willing to help. Who are you? Why are you interfering in this matter? Haku asked coldly. I should have made it clear enough. The person you defeated is my brother, and there should be no problem with an older sister protecting her brother. As she spoke, the blue-green Susanoo around the Silverwolf transformed from a ribcage into half a skeletal body, and at that moment Sasuke saw the Mangekyo Sharingan beneath the Silverwolf's mask. Those eyes were the same as that man's, as she was also an Uchiha. But why did she claim to be Naruto's sister? Confusion filled Sasuke's mind, but the Silverwolf was still facing Haku. Haku, you cannot defeat me. Leave now, and no one will be hurt. The Silverwolf said seriously. She had two reasons for coming at this moment: to meet Naruto and to change the fate of Zabuza and Haku, so she did not wish for a battle. Haku gazed at the Silverwolf's blue-green Susanoo. Although he did not understand what it was, he was sure that it was definitely not weak. Sorry, but it seems I have to disappoint you. Haku rejected the Silverwolf's proposal and shot out more shurikens. What a hassle. The Silverwolf shook her head helplessly. After blocking the shuriken attack with Susanoo, she used the skeletal arms to pull Naruto and Sasuke into the protective range of Susanoo, and then created countless floating cannons. Since it's your decision, I won't interfere. However, this little game of house ends here. Fire. In an instant, all the floating cannons fired beams simultaneously, forcefully breaking through the ice crystal mirror from the inside. During this process, Haku was hit several times. Although the Silverwolf intentionally adjusted her shooting positions, Haku still fell to the ground and his mask was shattered. It's over, Haku. You've lost. As she spoke, the Silverwolf pointed to Zabuza, who had already been subdued by the armored little rabbit not far away. What are you going to do? If it's just to avenge Naruto, please don't. No, you're mistaken, Haku. I can see that you didn't really try to kill Naruto, but Zabuza is different, so I apologize. The Silverwolf interrupted Haku's words, and then made an okay gesture towards the armored little rabbit not far away. It seems that things on your end are already over. Kakashi, did you understand everything I just said? The armored little rabbit looked at Kakashi and asked. Don't worry. Just make sure to explain everything to me once it's over. Got it. Let me quickly bind this eyebrowless guy. Saying this, the armored little rabbit grabbed Zabuza, who was pinned to the ground. What are you going to do with me? At this moment, Zabuza had been thoroughly pummeled by the armored little rabbit and could be said to have only his mouth left unscathed. It's nothing, just giving you a taste of your own medicine. As soon as the armored little rabbit finished speaking, Kakashi's hand was already gathering Raikiri. It's over, Zabuza. Lightning cutter. Kakashi's Sharingan fixed intently on Zabuza, and the lightning cutter in his hand surged forward in attack. Meanwhile, the Silverwolf did not intervene, merely watching silently. In an instant, Bai charged in front of Zabuza, using his body to block the lethal blow. At that moment, the world seemed to stand still. Kakashi stared in shock at the scene before him, while the heavily armored rabbit released Zabuza. You said my future holds only death. Kakashi, your prophecy has once again fallen short. Zabuza suppressed his emotions, lifting the almost broken blade with his nearly fractured arm, preparing to swing it at Kakashi and Bai. Do you intend to strike down this child too? Kakashi questioned. I truly discovered a treasure. In the end, you've given me such a wonderful opportunity. With that, Zabuza swung the blade towards Kakashi and Bai. But suddenly, the azure blue Susanu's arm seemed to have calculated the timing, perfectly intercepting the attack of the blade. Zabuza, are you certain this is your heartfelt word? The Silver Wolf looked at Zabuza, awaiting his response. Of course, I have merely been utilizing Bai. We ninjas are but tools. What I desire is his ability, not him as a person. I have no lingering attachment. As he said this, Zabuza deliberately avoided the Silver Wolf's gaze. Are you serious? He still has a chance of survival. Upon hearing this, Zabuza visibly wavered, yet when he saw Bai, who was already beyond saving, he coldly retorted. You jest, Bai is dead, how could he still be alive? Zabuza stubbornly insisted. That may not be the case. If you are willing to plead with me, I can help you bring him back to life. At this moment, the Silver Wolf's face bore a distinct smile, though Zabuza could not see it due to the mask. You jest, how could the dead come back to life? Besides, I have only seen Bai as a tool, why would I plead with you? 10, 9, 8, 7. The Silver Wolf extended his fingers, beginning the countdown. What are you doing? Zabuza asked. Nothing much, just a countdown. If after 10 counts you still refuse, then Bai will truly die. The decision rests in your hands. Having said this, the Silver Wolf ignored Zabuza and continued the countdown. 5, 4, 3. Listening to the Silver Wolf's increasingly rapid countdown, though Zabuza remained skeptical, he ultimately chose to compromise for that glimmer of hope. I beg you, please. Zabuza. Bai's voice suddenly rang out, and everything before Zabuza changed. The heavily armored rabbit had never released him, the blade had never been lifted, and Kakashi's lightning cutter had not struck anyone. The moment Bai charged in front of him, Kakashi had already dispelled the lightning cutter. Everything Zabuza had just witnessed was an illusion. Huff huff. As expected, my chakra can't sustain an illusion for too long, Kakashi panted, while the Silver Wolf patted his shoulder, teasing him. Kakashi, you're too weak. I can summon Susanu and create floating cannons, and I'm not as outrageous as you. Kakashi shot a glance at the Silver Wolf. Instead of mocking me, why don't you explain what's going on? Kakashi looked at the Silver Wolf. All right, once we finish here, I'll explain everything to you. With that, the Silver Wolf turned his attention back to Zabuza. All right, Zabuza, are you considering saying something to Bai? The Silver Wolf asked with a smile. What you just said was not an illusion. Zabuza asked. Of course, haven't you heard of the combination of truth and illusion? I really don't understand you. Why wait until the last moment to relent? The Silver Wolf criticized Zabuza. What if I hadn't relented earlier, what would you have done? Zabuza inquired. Oh, that. If it truly came to that, I would personally use my Sharingan to trap you in an illusion until you were willing to relent. Though the Silver Wolf kept his smile for some reason, that smile gradually began to feel eerie. Sasuke. Naruto stirred awake from unconsciousness and cried out Sasuke's name, only to find upon glancing around that the battle had already ended and the Sunbon needles embedded in his body had been removed. Huh, what happened to Sasuke? Has the fight truly concluded? Naruto asked, deeply puzzled. Setting that aside, I'd like to ask you, do you know that person over there? Sasuke gestured toward the Silver Wolf, who stood nearby, conversing with Rin and others. Huh, who is that masked individual? And isn't that? Naruto had already recognized Haku, but Sasuke paid no heed to his realization. So you're saying you don't recognize the one wearing the fox mask? Sasuke gazed steadily at Naruto and asked. Of course not. I've never met anyone wearing a fox mask before. Besides, she looks about our age. But why on earth are you asking this all of a sudden? Naruto asked, bewildered. Sasuke shook his head slightly. Nothing much. She saved us just now and claimed to be your older sister. Sasuke replied casually, his suspicion toward the Silver Wolf deepening. Oh, I see. Wait, Sasuke, did you just say she's my sister? Naruto asked, incredulous. Sasuke, however, remained lost in thought and offered no reply. Hey, Sasuke, tell me straight, is she really my sister? Naruto pressed urgently. I don't know. Ask her yourself. I'm thinking. Sasuke brushed him off. Honestly, after I rushed in to save you, this is how you thank me. Naruto pouted, but Sasuke ignored him entirely. Hey Zabuza, aren't you going to tell Haku the truth yet? The Silver Wolf turned to Zabuza and asked. What more is there to say? Didn't I make it perfectly clear already? Haku is merely a tool. My request was solely to preserve a useful instrument. Zabuza spoke hollowly, his words betraying his heart. The Silver Wolf merely rolled her eyes. Tch. Enough already. Would speaking honestly kill you? You insist on playing this role, when your heart aches for Haku so fiercely, yet your lips refuse to utter a single word of truth. Honestly, I can't fathom you. She instinctively adjusted her mask as she muttered. Just then the sharp, rhythmic tapping of a cane echoed from afar. Oh, looks like the battlefield took quite a beating. Zabuza, you've disappointed me deeply. Kaido's mocking voice drifted over, and behind him stood countless mercenaries he'd hired to eliminate Zabuza and Haku. Kaido, why have you come here? And who are those men with you? And Kaido grinned darkly at Zabuza. The operation plan has changed slightly. My apologies, Zabuza. Consider this your final resting place. Not a chance. Haku instantly stepped before Zabuza without hesitation. Yet at that very moment, he felt his limbs grow unnervingly weak. Chakra depletion, and indeed after being defeated by the Silverwolf, Haku's chakra reserves were already critically low. Expending what little remained on the body flicker technique to rescue Zabuza had pushed him to the brink of total exhaustion. Haku, Zabuza struggled forward on legs nearly shattered, dragging himself to stand before Haku and shield him. You are both spent, barely clinging to life. Let my men finish what you started. With that, Kaido signaled his mercenaries to charge Zabuza and Haku. Haku, run now. My limbs fracture at the slightest strain. Better to die here than live the rest of my days as a broken shell. Zabuza declared coldly. Zabuza, Haku lunged forward, but his vision blurred, dimmed, and finally collapsed into darkness as he fell motionless to the ground. Zabuza watched, his composure cracked for an instant, revealing raw panic, before settling once more into stoic calm. His gaze shifted to the Silverwolf. Masked girl, I yield. I've lied all along, but I beg you, please take Haku and go. He's kind at heart, just. Before Zabuza could finish, the Silverwolf stepped before him and activated Susanoo. Ugh, seriously, no thanks. I'm not stepping into anyone's mess. Take Haku yourself. As for these foot soldiers, leave them to me. She glanced toward Kakashi. Don't look at me. I saw nothing. Shortly a pile of corpses will appear out of thin air, with absolutely no connection to any of us. Agreed. Kakashi sighed helplessly. The Silverwolf responded with a thumbs up. Aren't you enemies? Why help them? They're missing mean villains. Kaido shouted, his voice laced with outrage. You're right, they are villains. And you, a petty man. There lies a profound distinction between the two. As she spoke, her cerulean Susanoo surged upward, from skeletal frame into its second form, flesh and sinew weaving across bone. Even villains deserve their own savior. She drew Prometheus, and in perfect synchrony her Susanoo's arm manifested an identical weapon, launching a devastating assault toward Kaido and his mercenaries. Screams erupted, then swiftly dissolved into silence. From the carnage, the Silverwolf's Susanoo hand lifted Kaido, barely breathing, by the throat. Please, don't kill me. I'll pay anything, any sum. Just spare my life. Kaido pleaded, voice trembling. The Silverwolf regarded him with undisguised disdain. Oh, is that so? Regrettably, you'll be disappointed. Money is the one thing I've never lacked. With that, she directed her Susanoo to place Kaido before Zabuza. He's yours to deal with, Zabuza. She smiled faintly as the Susanoo handed Zabuza the half-shattered Kubikurabocho, and to Kaido that smile seemed utterly chilling. Even if you do this, I won't thank you. Zabuza said flatly, yet his hands moved instinctively to grasp the blade. Zabuza, I was only joking before. Please don't. Kaido's plea died mid-sentence as Zabuza's blade flashed, sealing his mouth forever. After killing Kaido, the arm of Zabujan was completely declared as fractured. Your arm. Thanks to your spirit beast, but it is also because my skills were lacking. Consider it a personal favor. If I survive in the future, while dying at your hands is not a loss, but I hope by. The Silverwolf interrupted. To be honest, Zabujan, although I don't want to say this, but the blow from the heavily armored little rabbit might have been too severe, so I recommend you seek treatment. Otherwise your bones might shatter soon. The Silverwolf said with some regret. You don't need to remind me, though I know my own body. Ordinary medical ninjas cannot save me, and those from the big villages would never treat a rogue ninja like me so. That may not be the case. I know someone who is a medical ninja, and also a half-disciple of one of the legendary 3 ninjas, and she is currently in Konoha. Are you joking? Don't forget, Kakashi, I am a rogue ninja and your enemy. You have no reason to save me, and the medical ninja you mentioned feels the same way. You're not wrong, I indeed have no reason to save you, but the medical ninja I know might save you for the sake of the person in front of you. Kakashi said flatly, while Zabujan turned his gaze towards the Silverwolf. Masked girl, who exactly are you? Zabujan asked in confusion. You don't need to know that. Anyway, someone is here to save you, and I must mention that although Bai isn't seriously injured, her chakra exhaustion also requires a professional to recuperate, so right now you are saving not just yourself, but also Bai. Upon hearing this, Zabujan revealed a hint of hesitation. He didn't care much about himself, but primarily about Bai. Alright, but what's the price? After all, I don't think you are the kind of person who would decide to save us on a whim. Zaibujan asked the Silver Wolf, who clapped for him. Of course, since I'm not a philanthropist, how about you work for me? Rest assured, when I say work for me, I mean those tasks that I cannot handle myself. You should understand, right? Zaibujan nodded. Of course, but I actually have no choice, do I? Upon hearing this, the Silver Wolf shook her head helplessly. It's truly skilled to the point of making one feel a bit pained. But you were correct. The Silver Wolf said calmly. Meanwhile, the real Silver Wolf quietly approached Kakashi from behind and asked, Hey Kakashi, tell me the truth, who exactly is that person you mentioned? I don't remember Granny Tsunade ever taking a disciple. After hearing the words of the Silver Wolf, behind him Kakashi appeared somewhat helpless. That person you know became Tsunade's half-disciple only after you left. However, compared to that, you are still the same as before. You leave the tricks to a shadow clone to handle. Kakashi complained. What do you mean, Kakashi? Forget it, no need to talk about that. Soon the shadow clone should use Prometheus to teleport Zaibujan by, and the heavily armored little rabbit back to Konoha. I'll handle Naruto and the others, and the things you want to ask me, the heavily armored little rabbit should go bother her, don't come to bother me. The Silver Wolf instructed Kakashi, who nodded afterward. After a while, just as the Silver Wolf said, her shadow clone used Prometheus to send Kakashi and the others back to Konoha, while the Silver Wolf's main body temporarily took over Team 7, and after sending Dasna home, she called Naruto and the others out alone. Alright, your teacher has to leave for a while, and from now on I will take care of you. By the way, you don't need to call me a substitute teacher. I'm not much older than you, so you can just call me Sister Silver Wolf. Now let me simply introduce myself. Saying this, the Silver Wolf took off the fox mask she had been wearing. I am the adopted daughter of the Fourth Hokage, as well as the jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox in Konoha. I have a brother who, like me, is also a jinchuriki, but some ignorant villagers treat him like a demon fox, and in front of me there was someone who once insulted my brother, saying he has no parents, right? Although the Silver Wolf did not directly say Sakura's name, everyone except Naruto among the four knew who she was, and at this moment Sakura appeared quite flustered. Seeing Sakura's anxious expression, the Silver Wolf was about to say something to increase the pressure on her, but Naruto suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, Sister Silver Wolf, you must be talking about me, but are you really my sister? We don't look alike at all. Naruto asked in confusion, imagining that he and the Silver Wolf were biological siblings, only that the Silver Wolf was adopted by the Hokage while he was not. After hearing Naruto's words, the Silver Wolf could only helplessly cover her face with her hand. My foolish brother, have you never thought that you are my adoptive parents' biological child? At this moment, the Silver Wolf was almost speechless due to Naruto. Indeed, such convoluted matters are not suitable for me. I will explain everything in the simplest terms. First, Naruto is actually the child of the Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, but you probably haven't heard of this. Of course, perhaps this news will spread through my means after we return to Konoha. I am explaining all this for two reasons. First, to tell the truth to my brother. Second, to let someone know that if it weren't for the teacher, no, the father, she might not be alive today, so please respect my brother. After saying all of this, the Silver Wolf fixed her gaze entirely on Naruto. Alright, my foolish brother, if you have any questions for your sister, feel free to ask. After we return to the village, you don't need to stay in that small hut anymore. How about moving in and living with your sister? The Silver Wolf asked with a smile, her smile sincere without a trace of falsehood. Sister Silver Wolf, you are not joking with me. Am I really the child of the Hokage? Naruto asked in disbelief. After all, the sudden change in identity was hard for him to believe. Seriously, it seems the word foolish is indeed not something that can be removed from you. First, you should call me sister, and secondly, the teacher. No, I mean mother. Her surname is Uzumaki, which is also your surname, while I take my father's surname, understood? My foolish brother. The Silver Wolf said with a smile, but Naruto could no longer suppress his emotions and rushed forward to hug her. Sister. Sister. Naruto desperately hugged the Silver Wolf, fearing they would be separated again, tears streaming down his face. Seeing Naruto, who was already in tears, the Silver Wolf appeared somewhat helpless. She used her hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of Naruto's eyes, and then embraced him as well. I know everything. These years have made you suffer, Naruto. It's the sister who came back late, but rest assured the future will certainly get better, I promise. After calming Naruto, Silver Wolf turned her gaze toward Sasuke. You must have many questions for me, don't you? She asked with a faint, enigmatic smile. Sasuke simply nodded. You already know what I wish to ask, about those eyes, and... Hearing this, Silver Wolf shook her head as though she had anticipated it all along. I'm sorry, but unfortunately, I am not of the Uchiha clan. These eyes were acquired through a bloodline limit copied from a close friend of mine. She spoke with quiet regret. Yet within seconds her expression shifted and a light, knowing smile returned. However, my friend is a true-blood Uchiha, and his strength rivals mine, perhaps even surpasses it. How about this? In time I'll introduce you to him. He could teach you far more than I ever could. Silverwolf said with a gentle smile. What Sasuke sought to know was twofold. First, whether any other Uchiha besides himself and Itachi still lived. Second, the truth behind the Mangekyo Sharingan. Truly, forcing a 7-year-old child to endure the horror of clan annihilation. Sigh. No matter. Look on the bright side. If Sasuke is safeguarded now, all may yet be redeemed. At that thought, a subtle sorrow flickered across Silverwolf's features. Huh. Sister, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly look so sad? Naruto asked, puzzled. Nothing at all. Don't worry about it. Just trivial matters. Come on. We'll head back to Tsunade's house first. Once the bridge is complete in 2 days, we'll return to Konoha. Silverwolf replied with a warm smile. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Obito had summoned Kisame alone. Or rather, he had intended to meet Black Zetsu. Madara, why have you summoned me? Is there something you require of me? Black Zetsu deliberately addressed Obito by Madara's name, while Obito, wearing the swirling mask, revealed not a trace of emotion. You're right, Zetsu. I do need your assistance. Obito replied, carefully modulating his voice. Very well, but let me remind you, you know full well what you've done recently. Though he merely resembles him, never forget your true purpose. Black Zetsu cautioned. Indeed, I'm fully aware. Those 2 Akatsuki members were dangerously reckless. Had I not intervened in time, the Nine-Tails jinchuriki would surely have perished. Such an outcome might have delayed our entire plan, so I acted without hesitation. Obito said, tightly suppressing his emotions. He was biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to eliminate Black Zetsu once and for all. I see. Then tell me, what do you require of me now? Black Zetsu asked, gazing steadily at Obito. Nothing much, just that you vanish entirely from this world. Before Black Zetsu could react, Obito launched a piercing technique, binding him immovably in place. Obito, what are you doing? Black Zetsu cried out in sheer terror, shouting Obito's name outright. Nothing more than reclaiming what you owe me, and then sending you straight to hell. Obito first activated Kamui, then swiftly formed the hand seals for fire release. Fire release, explosive gale dance. A torrent of blazing fire surged forth like a colossal serpent of flame, engulfing Black Zetsu, and finally igniting the wood release chakra woven into his very being. How did you find out? Black Zetsu glared wide-eyed, certain that Obito had uncovered the truth. Otherwise, such an attack would never have come without warning. How did I find out? Ha ha. Obito burst into wild, unrestrained laughter. Because I awoke from the dream you wove around me. I committed countless sins so grave, even I cannot forgive myself. But I will not sin further. Obito drew the long blade, sheathed at his side, and with one clean stroke, severed Black Zetsu in 2. At last it is over. Obito murmured, then vanished into thin air via Kamui, unaware that Black Zetsu had not truly perished, but had instead slipped beneath the earth in his final moment. Several days later, the Great Bridge of Wave Country stood complete, named in Naruto's honor. Finally, this is over. Have you 3-packed everything? Silverwolf asked cheerfully, watching Naruto and the others. Don't worry, sister. I've got it all. Naruto declared confidently. Good. You're the one I worry about most, my foolish little brother. Silverwolf ruffled Naruto's hair with a fond smile. Watching them, Sasuke was briefly overcome by memories of his own past, then quickly shook his head. He is the murderer of my parents. I feel only hatred toward him. Sasuke withdrew his gaze and muttered softly, yet Silverwolf noticed nonetheless. What's wrong, Sasuke? Do you want me to ruffle your hair too? She asked, smiling warmly. Not at all. I'd never. Before Sasuke could finish, Silverwolf's hand had already settled atop his head. Yoshi. Yoshi. Excellent. Quite pleasant to the touch. Silverwolf remarked with amusement after giving Sasuke a gentle, affectionate pat. I told you it wasn't necessary. Why did you? Sasuke began, but before he could finish, Silverwolf's 2 fingers gently tapped his forehead. Because I believe you need it, Sasuke. Her words carried quiet warmth, and Sasuke felt it unmistakably. Fine. But next time, don't do it so suddenly. I'm not a child, Sasuke said, feigning aloofness. All right, I understand. Let's go home. Silverwolf smiled, and with a subtle manipulation of etheric energy teleported herself, Naruto, and Sasuke back to Konoha. All right, everyone else can disperse except for Naruto. As for the task, just go bother Kakashi. After saying that, Yin took Naruto and left first, and soon they arrived at the door of Naruto's house. Sister, why don't we just not go in? I don't really have anything worth bringing anyway. Naruto said, lowering his head. The reason he didn't want Yin to go in was that he was afraid she would worry about him after seeing his living conditions. Even if you have nothing, let me have a look, will you? You must be hiding something like expired milk. Really, Naruto, you're just too kind. If I were treated like that by those ignorant villagers, their grave grass would probably be 2 meters high by now. Yin complained a bit, and then casually took out the key to Naruto's house. How did my key end up with you, sister? Naruto asked in surprise, immediately starting to rummage through his pockets, while Yin revealed a helpless smile upon seeing this. All right, my foolish little brother, I already sneakily took the key when I pulled you over just now. Yin said helplessly, and then opened the door, but the state of the room was not as messy as she had imagined. Instead, it seemed as if it had been tidied up deliberately. At this moment, both Yin and Naruto looked a bit surprised, but soon Yin asked in confusion, Naruto, did you clean this room? No, Naruto immediately shook his head. Although Yin had anticipated this, she still nodded. Strange, who could it be? Yin muttered to herself, but just then two familiar voices suddenly came from behind her, and Naruto, growing clearer. Little rabbit, eat slowly so you don't choke. Lynn kindly reminded, but the heavy rabbit was full of confidence. Don't worry, Lynn, I won't have any problems. By the way, when are you considering recruiting me? Before the heavy rabbit could finish speaking, she noticed that Yin was not far away and was staring at her intently. Oh, heavy rabbit, you just left me for a few days, and you're already thinking of changing jobs, huh? Yin said coldly. Boss, let me explain. No, it's not what you think. Enough, I don't want to hear your explanation. For the next 3 months, your salary is 0, and the same goes for Tuanzi. Yinlang's words held no emotion. Upon hearing this, the heavy rabbit clung tightly to Yinlang's arm, showing no intention of letting go. Boss, please don't. If I don't get paid for 3 months, how am I supposed to live? There are no free accommodations anymore, and Tuanzi should at least buy me something with public funds. The heavy rabbit shouted desperately, her voice even causing Naruto beside her to cover his ears. Yinlang, isn't your punishment for the rabbit a bit harsh? She just returned, and she's been with me these past few days. Saying something like that was just an accident. Lynn defended the heavy rabbit, while Yin looked a bit puzzled upon seeing Lynn. Strange, who is she, and why does she look so much like Lynn? But shouldn't Lynn be around my size? Yet this person. I can only say that her chest is quite impressive. While thinking, Yin glanced at her own, but that only made her feel more self-conscious. Why do I feel an impulse to activate infinite Tsukuyami right now? Yin said sadly, while the heavy rabbit still clung to Yinlang's arm. Lynn, please plead for me again. I don't want to eat dirt. The heavy rabbit said instinctively, but Yin suddenly caught a crucial piece of information from the heavy rabbit's words. Wait a minute, heavy rabbit, did you just say she is Lynn? At this moment, Yinlang's face was already filled with disbelief as she turned to look at Lynn. Yinlang, please don't look at me like that. I might have changed a bit over the years, and it's normal if you don't recognize me. Lynn said with a smile, but Yin seemed to teleport right in front of her and poked Lynn's chest. This is real, not a joke, right? This is real. Yinlang's smile began to twist gradually, while Lynn could only smile helplessly. Yinlang, you don't have to worry too much. Think positively, at least you still have opportunities in the future, right? Lynn comforted, but her words seemed to have the opposite effect. You guys should leave first to let me die for a while. At this moment, Yin was almost petrified. Yinlang, calm down, I'm not that. Lynn, I suggest you don't say anything more, it's for the best. The heavy rabbit reminded. Given the boss' current state, even if she were to tear down Konoha, I wouldn't be surprised, so it's better not to provoke her. After waiting for nearly an hour, Yinlang's state finally recovered a bit, though she still deliberately avoided Lynn's chest. Lynn, it's been many years since we last met, and I would love to catch up with you, but today I still need to accompany Naruto, so let's reschedule. After saying that, Yin pulled Naruto away from there, and of course the heavy rabbit was also taken along. In front of the house at the Watergate, Silverwolf had brought Naruto here and had taken out the long and used key. It's so familiar it feels like everything happened just yesterday. Silverwolf smiled bitterly as she unlocked the door with the key and walked in with Naruto. Sister, why do you seem a bit melancholic? Naruto asked, somewhat puzzled. Don't mind me, I was just reminded of some things from the past, Silverwolf said after gathering her emotions. Alright, let's not talk about that for now. You should go check out the rooms. The one in the middle is for our parents, and the one on the right is yours. Silverwolf pointed to the right room, which was a secondary bedroom. Is that my room? Naruto asked, somewhat surprised. Of course, but it seems that room hasn't been tidied up much, or rather this whole house hasn't been cleaned in a while. Silverwolf said with a hint of helplessness. She regained her consciousness on the night of the massacre, but it was also that night that she was taken away by Obito, so she had never actually tidied up this house. Never mind, let's go check out my familiar little room first. As she spoke, Silverwolf had already opened her own door, and the inside looked much the same as it did before she left except for the accumulated dust. It really feels familiar, doesn't it? But there is quite a bit of dust, and compared to when the matriarch was still around, it seems there isn't much of a difference. Silverwolf muttered to herself, but suddenly her gaze fell upon her nightstand. Strange, why do I feel like there should be something on this nightstand? Silverwolf walked up confused and opened the nightstand. To her surprise, there lay a photograph featuring Watergate Kushina and Silverwolf herself. This photo seems to have been taken before the Battle of the Bridge, but it looks surprisingly new. It seems the matriarch kept it well. Silverwolf admired the photo, but her expression gradually turned bittersweet. If only Sensei and the matriarch were still around. Wait. It seems there might be a way. At this moment Silverwolf had an idea. Naruto, come here for a moment. I need to talk to you. Hearing this, Naruto immediately ran over. What's wrong, sister? Is there something you need? Indeed, there is something. Come, let's fist bump. As she spoke, Silverwolf extended her fist towards Naruto. Naruto looked at Silverwolf's fist confused, but in the end he extended his own fist to meet hers. In the next moment, both of their consciousnesses arrived simultaneously in the space, sealing the Nine-Tails. Where's this place? Naruto looked around the sealing space puzzled. Don't be afraid, Naruto. This is the sealing space. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Kyubi. Silverwolf pointed to the dark Nine-Tails behind her. Wow, what a huge fox. Naruto exclaimed. Stop staring at me, Naruto. Don't you have one behind you too? Silverwolf pointed at the young Nine-Tails behind Naruto. I have one behind me too. Naruto immediately turned around, but what greeted him was the furious roar of the young Nine-Tails. Damn ceiling. Kid, if it weren't for the door, I would have swallowed you long ago. The young Nine-Tails glared fiercely at Naruto, wishing to devour him at once, while the dark Nine-Tails suddenly burst into laughter. How did my other half get so irritable? The dark Nine-Tails teased. Irritable? Try being trapped in this kid's body and see how it feels. I'm not like you who can just go out and let go of the hatred. The young Nine-Tails retorted. Just to clarify, I haven't let go of my hatred for humans. This little girl is just an exception. The dark Nine-Tails corrected. Say whatever you want, I'm too lazy to argue with myself anymore. After saying this, the young Nine-Tails retreated into the dark corner of the seal. Was I ever this proud before? Not even willing to listen to my own words. Jiuwei sighed, but the Silverwolf couldn't help but start to retort. Jiulama, how can you speak of another version of yourself? Have you truly forgotten how proud you were back then? The Silverwolf pouted. Hey little girl, don't sabotage my words. Besides, when have I ever been that proud? Jiulama denied. Jiulama, you. Honestly, if you won't admit it, then I don't have the time to argue with you. The Silverwolf said as she walked straight towards the iron railing in front of Jiuwei, preparing to tear off the talisman on it. Little girl, what are you trying to do? Jiulama asked anxiously. I'm about to tear the seal. What do you think I'm going to do? The Silverwolf said with a serious face. Of course I know you're going to tear the seal, but are you sure you want to do this? Once the seal is gone, I can choose to stay or leave at will. If I really leave. Jiulama started to say, but was cut off. It's not like we don't know each other well. Aren't you just asking for a scolding by saying that? Or do you think I don't trust you? If that's the case, then I can clearly tell you, Jiulama, you are someone I can entrust my back to. The Silverwolf said with righteous fervor, her eyes gleaming with determination. Oh, honestly, I'm just joking with you. Even if you free me from the seal, I won't unconditionally give you my chakra. It still needs to be divided by time. Jiulama said somewhat proudly. Got it, but I must say it's definitely true that you're proud. You could clearly say it straightforwardly, yet you insist on going around in circles. As she spoke, the Silverwolf reached out towards the talisman, but it seemed that her height prevented her from touching it. Little girl, you. Jiulama, don't just stand there talking without feeling pain. Hurry up and get me up there. The Silverwolf said a bit angrily while Jiulama appeared somewhat helpless. All right, come stand on top. Jiulama extended his paw for the Silverwolf to stand on. Sister, be careful. Naruto shouted from below. Got it, don't worry. The Silverwolf replied with a smile, and soon she arrived in front of the talisman with Jiulama's help. But just as she was about to reach out to tear it, a long arm grabbed the Silverwolf and pulled her back. Don't do anything foolish. After pulling the Silverwolf from Jiuwei's grasp, Minato placed her and Naruto together, shielding them in front. Is and Jiuwei here? It looks a bit troublesome. Minato murmured, prepared to sacrifice to reinforce the seal. Wait a minute, no. Father Jiulama actually means no harm to us. The Silverwolf explained to Minato. How is that possible? It shouldn't be. There has always been a presence of hatred nearby. Suddenly Minato seemed to realize something. He immediately turned around and saw young Jiuwei glaring at them fiercely. Strange, what is going on here? Jiuwei had almost no malicious intent, but young Jiuwei was full of hostility. What could this mean? Suddenly, Jiuwei's laughter interrupted Minato's thoughts. I never expected to see you, the Fourth Hokage, here. The traps you left behind are indeed numerous, but unfortunately, they may no longer be of use to me. Jiuwei said with some amusement. What do you mean by that? Minato asked earnestly. You shouldn't be asking me that. Why not ask that little girl instead? As he spoke, Jiuwei pointed at the Silverwolf, who was protected behind Minato. Is that so? Minato did not hesitate and immediately brought them out of the ceiling space, appearing in a white space afterward. Sorry for suddenly bringing you here. Is everything all right? The Silverwolf shook her head. It's fine, but Naruto. At this moment, the Silverwolf had already turned her attention to Naruto. Sister, he really is. A hint of confusion crossed Naruto's face. Exactly, he is our father, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. After saying that, the Silver Wolf turned her gaze back to Minato. Reinforced Little Rabbit Prometheus' father. You should understand, right? The Silver Wolf said casually, but Minato, after hearing this, did not seem overly surprised, merely nodding silently. It seems that you have endured quite a lot, haven't you, Naruto? Minato looked at Naruto with a hint of guilt. Father, what? Why did you leave me and my sister? What? Naruto's eyes began to well up with tears. Naruto. Silver Wolf wanted to step forward to comfort him, but Minato stopped her. I'm sorry, although I don't fully understand the situation, you must have gone through a lot of painful experiences over the years, Naruto. I apologize. Saying this, Minato reached out and ruffled Naruto's hair. As a father, seeing you suffer so much as my son, I have no face to apologize to you. It's all right now that I have my sister with me, and after all, I am the son of the fourth Hokage. Upon hearing this, Minato couldn't help but smile wryly. Naruto, I know you still harbor many grievances. As for the village and such, I do not want to impose that on you. All I hope for now is that you and your sister can live well. Before Minato could finish his words, his body began to gradually turn transparent. Father. Naruto looked at the scene before him, appearing quite anxious. It's all right, don't worry. I don't have much time left. I'm sorry, Naruto. It seems this is all I can say today. Though Minato felt reluctant, he still sent Naruto back to reality. Minato-sensei, don't move. Silver Wolf immediately rushed to Minato's side, infusing his now transparent body with Nine-Tails chakra. Silver Wolf, don't you wish to call me father a few more times? Minato joked. No, it's just a matter of habit. After all, calling you father feels less natural than calling you sensei. Silver Wolf replied with a smile. By the way, Minato-sensei, I haven't asked yet. Where did you find me, and how did you determine that I am your student? This is a long story. It could be said to be an accident, or it could be said to be fate. Quickly, Minato began to explain everything from the past to Silver Wolf. It's strange, why here? Minato murmured to himself. While using the Flying Thunder God technique today, he sensed that there was one of his own kunai here, and it seemed to be infused with chakra he was extremely familiar with. Even though Kakashi told me directly, Minato knew very well that Silver Wolf was no longer around, but he still came to the place of Silver Wolf's death with a gamble in mind. Soon he discovered a baby with silver gray hair under a tree not far away. Minato couldn't believe his eyes, or rather he couldn't believe that the chakra he sensed was actually that of the baby before him. Impossible, right? Everyone's chakra is unique, even blood relatives have some differences, yet this baby emits chakra that is completely identical to Silver Wolf's. Although Minato still found it hard to believe, he ultimately brought the baby back to Konoha. The story goes like this. Afterward, Kushina sensed once more, but the final result was the same as mine. That's why I wasn't too surprised when you mentioned the reborn little rabbit, because I had already guessed it would be you. Is that so? That really is a bit unexpected, but I actually have some things I haven't told you, Minato-sensei, like Obito. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise passed through Minato's eyes. You wouldn't joke about something like this, so it must be true. Minato said very seriously. Yes, Obito isn't actually dead. To be more precise, on the day of the Nine-Tails disturbance, Minato-sensei, you saw him. It's just a pity you didn't recognize him. Silver Wolf said with a tinge of regret, and Minato deduced Obito's identity from Silver Wolf's words. That masked man, right? Minato looked at Silver Wolf, waiting for her reply, and Silver Wolf nodded. I never expected the masked man to be Obito. If I had recognized him back then, perhaps. Minato-sensei, you really don't need to blame yourself. No one would have thought of this, but I do have good news that Guy Obito has been awakened by me. Silver Wolf said proudly. Minato-sensei, you probably don't know, but I just returned to Konoha today. The past few years I was with that fool Obito. Listening to Silver Wolf's words, Minato silently nodded. It seems that not everything that happens is bad. Can I ask you to take care of Naruto for me and Kushina? Minato looked at Silver Wolf and asked. Minato-sensei, what do you mean by that? Why take care of? I care about him very much. Silver Wolf said somewhat resentfully. All right, thank you. Minato smiled, stopping Silver Wolf from continuing to infuse him with Nine-Tails chakra. Before Silver Wolf could finish her sentence, Minato completely transformed into a point of light and disappeared before her. Just at that moment, Silver Wolf suddenly extended her hand, instantly condensing the point of light into a Flying Thunder God kunai. This should ensure that the soul does not perish temporarily. Soon the Silver Wolf returned to the sealed space, but due to Naruto's departure, the Nine-Tails also vanished. Kyuubi looked at the Silver Wolf and asked with a smirk, it seems like you must have recognized the fourth, right? Pretty much, although we didn't talk much, I have learned what I need to know. Enough of the chit-chat, take me up there so I can tear the seal apart. With that, the Silver Wolf jumped onto Kyuubi's paw, and just like before arrived in front of the talisman. This time there shouldn't be any unexpected surprises, right? The Silver Wolf murmured to herself, but when she tore off the talisman, the scene before her left her utterly shocked. What's going on? Why is there another layer inside? The silver wolf gazed at the hidden seal beneath the talisman, her astonishment evident on her face. Wait, what did you leave for me, Sensei Minato? You didn't even tell me, and for some reason I have this feeling that this seal is impossible to open. The silver wolf couldn't help but complain. Come on, have some confidence, little girl. That seal is probably truly unbreakable. Kyuubi's words caused the silver wolf's heart to sink completely. No way, Kyuubi, you're not joking, right? This seal really can't be opened. The silver wolf asked anxiously. Do I look like I'm joking? There was a layer of talisman blocking it before, so I couldn't feel it. But now that you've torn it away, I can sense that unless there is enough power to break it, there's no other way. Kyuubi said solemnly. Oh, what? Sensei Minato, why didn't you tell me? The silver wolf looked at the kunai in her hand, feeling quite helpless. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and immediately raised her head, looking greedily at Kyuubi. What are you up to, little girl? Kyuubi felt a sense of foreboding as he observed the silver wolf's greedy expression. It's nothing. Could I borrow some chakra from you, Kyuubi? After all, my chakra isn't sufficient to maintain Sensei Minato's speech. As she spoke, the silver wolf shook the kunai in front of Kyuubi, who appeared somewhat helpless. Fine, take it. Even though this seal can't be opened after you've torn away the talisman, the chakra I can release has increased quite a bit. With that, Kyuubi infused a portion of chakra into the kunai, but the anticipated result did not occur. Although the kunai absorbed the Nine-Tails chakra, Minato still did not appear. Strange, is Sensei Minato's chakra too weak? The silver wolf said with some confusion. There's a possibility of that. After all, the fourth chakra was limited back then, and it needed to be split into two parts, one for you and one for that kid. Kyuubi said calmly. Well, it looks like this issue can't be addressed for now. Forget it, I won't stay here any longer, I'll head out now. After saying this, the silver wolf left the sealed space, and when she opened her eyes again, she saw Naruto, who had been waiting for a long time. What did father say to you? Why did you come back so late? Naruto asked eagerly, and the silver wolf, after hearing this, employed her storytelling skills. Actually, it was nothing much. Father told me to take good care of you, and gave me this to give to you. As she spoke, the silver wolf handed the kunai with Minato's residual chakra to Naruto. Is this from father? Naruto looked at the kunai, somewhat unable to believe it. Of course, and that's not all. He also asked me to teach you a jutsu. The silver wolf smiled at Naruto. A jutsu? What kind of jutsu? Is it strong? Naruto asked with excitement. Of course, it's very, very strong, and the way to learn it is quite simple. As she spoke, the silver wolf had already conjured two water balls in her hands, one handed to Naruto, while the other she kept for herself. Come, watch carefully and learn well. As soon as the silver wolf finished speaking, the water balloon in her hand burst. Did you see that? As long as you do this, pop it with a bang, you'll have it down. Although Naruto seemed to understand every word the silver wolf said, it also felt like he didn't understand at all. Sister, can you be a bit more detailed? Naruto asked helplessly. I think I've explained it pretty clearly. You just need to pop it with a bang and you'll have it down. I shouldn't have said anything that you wouldn't understand. At this point, Naruto's head was covered in black lines. Hey boss, is this really appropriate? If you don't want to teach, you don't have to. There's no need to torture me like this, right? What do you mean by torture, heavy armor bunny? I learned this way, didn't I? The silver wolf retorted. All right, who can argue with you, boss? It's still Lynn who's better. Heavy armor bunny murmured while the silver wolf ignored her. Naruto's sister has some matters to attend to. You should practice well at home. If you really can't manage it, you can ask Heavy Armor Bunny, and of course you can also boss her around since she's getting paid by me. After giving all her instructions, the silver wolf transmitted herself out using ether editing, and when she appeared again, she was already at the door of the Hokage's office. Seriously, I have to act young again. I really want to kick this door open, but for safety's sake, I'll knock instead. The silver wolf, in a state of forced compliance, knocked on the Hokage's office door. The door isn't locked, come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from inside the Hokage's office, and upon hearing this, the silver wolf walked straight in. As soon as she entered the Hokage's office, Yin glanced around, and only after confirming that there was no one else present did she finally let out a sigh of relief. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately cleared his throat to draw Yinlang's attention, and then began his speech that could even move himself. Yinlang, you have suffered these past years. If I could have arrived that day, perhaps you. Third Hokage, is it meaningful to talk about things after the fact? Yinlang looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with utter disdain. To tell you the truth, I've been quite comfortable outside. The only reason I returned is for my friends and my brother. Saying this, Yinlang sat on the Hokage's desk, crossing her legs. Yinlang, I know your impression of the village is somewhat negative, but during your disappearance, the village did send out quite a number of personnel and resources to search for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. Although he sensed something was off with Yinlang, he didn't think back to her past, as he believed that coming back to life was nearly impossible. Oh really? Then I truly thank you. I hardly saw any personnel, but I did notice a lot of resources. That 500 bounty was probably issued by you, right? Yin Lang looked at the third Hokage, her expression filled with disgust. My. Surprised that she knew about this, he continued, but that was a decision made to find you faster. I was genuinely worried about you. Gradually, the third Hokage started to play the emotional card, but it seemed to have no effect on Yin Lang. Yes, I really appreciate it. Instead of giving me 5,000, you could have just given me 5,000, and I would have come back myself. And third Hokage, don't you think something feels a bit strange right now? Yin Lang looked at the third Hokage, her smile, almost mocking. Strange. There is a bit of strangeness, like your address to me reminds me of someone. Unfortunately, she died in battle for Konoha. To be honest, if she were still alive, I would have loved to pass the Hokage position to her. Upon hearing this, Yin Lang's face darkened and she helplessly said, then let me ask you, third Hokage, do you think she would want this position? Of course, she is the heir of the Will of Fire. What nonsense about the Will of Fire? It was lost over a decade ago. Yin Lang criticized right in front of the third Hokage. Let me tell you, third Hokage, you can pick whoever you want for the Hokage position, but I would never take it even if it cost me my life. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked, but nonetheless inferred something from Yin Lang's words. Is it you? I should have figured out my thoughts sooner, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, looking at Yin Lang with some helplessness. Although her words were discomforting to him, he felt there was nothing he could do. Yin Lang is now the Nine-Tails jinchuriki, and with her capabilities, if she wants to defect, it would be impossible to bring her back. Not bad, third Hokage, though a bit muddled. At least you are somewhat clear-headed this time. You can say whatever you want to, I can't control you. But don't ask, my answer is a refusal to respond. Yin Lang directly interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen, not giving him a chance to continue. Alright, if you don't want to talk, then forget it. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. That's not bad, but can you explain a bit about Naruto? While speaking, Yin Lang's expression grew serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that the inevitable had finally arrived after listening to her. Speak, what do you want to know? I'll answer everything at once, so I can help you with your Chunin certification. Sarutobi Hiruzen said helplessly. Not bad, straightforward. I have one question. Why is it that both Naruto and I are Nine-Tails jinchuriki, but Naruto's true identity has not been revealed, while mine has? Yin Lang asked with utmost seriousness. This matter isn't as I wished. Shortly after Minato brought you back, he announced that he would adopt you as his daughter. The people in the village almost all recognized you, so it wasn't me who revealed it, but rather it was common knowledge among the villagers. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained to Yin Lang, but she was not satisfied with this answer. You say my identity is known by all, which I understand, but what I don't understand is why Naruto's identity is being hidden. Being a jinchuriki is difficult enough, yet you make him the target of everyone's resentment. Yin Lang's words were filled with anger, while Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared somewhat at a loss for words. Yin Lang, although your real age should be over 20 now, you are still too young. There are many things you do not understand. I don't understand. Yes, I don't understand. After all, I don't value profit that much, but I do know how to tear this place down. Third Hokage, I'll give you a chance, reveal Naruto's true identity, or else I'll tear this place down. You should know I can do it, and I now have the strength to do so. Looking at Yin Lang's extremely serious expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only agree, as he knew that with Yin Lang's character, even if he preserved Konoha, she would still defect later. More seriously, she might even take Naruto with her. Alright, then let me prepare a bit. Tomorrow, I will announce Naruto's identity. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with some reluctance. Wait a moment, did I say I would announce it immediately? Moreover, with the Chunin exams approaching, it would be better to reveal it during the exams, so that other ninja villages can also learn about it. Silverwolf said with a slight smile, but Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Are you sure? There are many enemies of Minato. If Naruto's identity is easily exposed to other villages, then the premise is that they must have the guts to do it. Silverwolf interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen and then jumped down from the Hokage's desk. Didn't Kakashi tell you? I have already recovered to my peak state, even stronger than before. Silverwolf said confidently. Alright, as you wish. By the way, do you want me to directly help you with your Jonin certification, skipping the Genin 1? This way you won't have to deal with the new batch of students in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. What do you mean by that, old man? Do I look like someone who would take shortcuts? And what do you mean by handling this new batch of students in Konoha? I'm only 13, alright. Silverwolf looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, pouting. Alright, if you want to act young, I can't stop you. Just come over on the day of the Chunin exams. I will take care of everything else for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with some reluctance. Thank you then. After saying that, Silverwolf left through the ether editing, departing from the Hokage building. Cough. What a great candidate for Hokage. If she were to manage things, Danzo's ambitions would definitely be suppressed, but it's a pity she is unwilling and the time is still early. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. At Ichiraku Ramen, Silverwolf had already arrived here through ether editing. Uncle Ichiraku 1 bowl of ramen with the regular configuration extra Naruto rolls. Hearing this, Uncle Ichiraku seemed a bit surprised and even froze for a moment. What's wrong, Uncle? Silverwolf asked with some confusion. It's nothing, it's just that Miss Silverwolf, your ramen configuration reminds me of someone. While speaking, Uncle Ichiraku had already served the ramen. Alright, hurry up and eat. If you don't, the noodles will get soggy. Uncle Ichiraku reminded. I understand, thank you, Uncle. Soon Silverwolf finished a large bowl of ramen and paid. This isn't right, Miss Silverwolf, you seem to have given double the money. No, I didn't get a chance to say it yet. I want to bring a portion for my brother too, so I'm counting on you, Uncle Ichiraku. Silverwolf said with a smile. Alright. Uncle Ichiraku said somewhat helplessly, and afterward he packed another bowl of ramen and handed it to Silverwolf. Thank you, Uncle, I'm off now. After saying that, Silverwolf prepared to use ether editing to teleport back, but just as she took out Prometheus, Kakashi suddenly appeared and pulled her to a secluded place. Kakashi, what are you doing? So sudden? Silverwolf asked with some displeasure. What do you want me to do? Should I discuss Zabuza and Haku on the street? Kakashi retorted. That's right, how did I forget this? What about Zabuza and Haku? Silverwolf quickly inquired. They left yesterday, but before they left a coordinate for you saying to come 3 days later. However, that day happens to coincide with the Chunin exams, so what do you want to do? Kakashi asked Silverwolf, but she appeared to have a plan already. That's simple, just send a shadow clone. Silverwolf said nonchalantly. Send a shadow clone to participate in the Chunin exams. Kakashi inquired. No, this time I need to escort Naruto, so no matter what I cannot let anything stop me from participating in the Chunin exams. Silverwolf said firmly. As expected of you, the answers you come up with are always different from what we imagine. Kakashi said somewhat helplessly. Can I take that as a compliment? Silverwolf said with a smile. Do you think so? By the way, I want to ask, where's Naruto? I just helped him tidy up his house today, and now he's missing. You didn't take him away, did you? Upon hearing this, Silverwolf immediately appeared somewhat embarrassed, and Kakashi, seeing this, confirmed his thoughts. So it was like this. Forget it, I wouldn't take care of a child anyway. You taking care of him saves me a lot of worry. So you were the one taking care of Naruto before? Silverwolf asked with some confusion. Sort of. After your disappearance, the third Hokage asked me to keep an eye on Naruto, so I just bought a house near his place. Whenever I have time, I go over to help him tidy up, and some villagers would intentionally give him expired milk, though I later replaced it all with normal milk. Kakashi explained to Silverwolf. Is that so? You've really worked hard, but I'm afraid I don't have time to chat with you anymore. Just give me the coordinates, and I'll head back. Soon Kakashi handed Silverwolf a piece of paper with the coordinates written on it, and after that Silverwolf returned to Minato's home through ether editing. The day before the Chunin exam, Team 7 as usual undertook a drank mission, but it seemed that Naruto had sustained some injuries during this task. Honestly, my foolish little brother, is it really necessary to take such a drank mission so seriously? Look at the injuries you've inflicted on yourself. That's not right, sister. Shouldn't every mission be handled with care? Naruto asked, somewhat puzzled. Handling is one thing, but this kind of task doesn't require such intensity. Back in my day, we generally handed off such matters. Silverwolf immediately realized something was off and quickly covered her mouth. Sister, you have done missions before. I wasn't aware of that. That was a long time ago. Anyway, let's not dwell on that. Your injuries have been treated, so be careful. Tomorrow is the Chunin exam. Got it. Don't worry, sister. I'll be just fine. I'm destined to become Hokage in the future. I hope so, Silverwolf said with a hint of helplessness, then turned her gaze towards Kakashi and said somewhat irritably. Kakashi, how are you training your students? Are you just reading adult magazines during missions? If you have the guts, I'll send all your collections straight to Rin, and you can go ask her for them. Hearing this, Kakashi visibly panicked for a moment. Silverwolf, what are you saying? I've always protected them well. But ninjas also need training, otherwise how can they grow? I don't care. If anything like this happens again, don't blame me for being merciless. Silverwolf said somewhat unreasonably. Kakashi, on the other hand, could only shake his head in resignation. Alright, enough of this. Let's go. Naruto still needs to buy some things today. With that, Silverwolf led Naruto away, but they quickly felt as though they were being followed. Disguised as rocks, Naruto thought to himself, looking at the Konohamaru core pretending to be stones on the ground. Enough already, do you really need to keep acting? Silverwolf asked Naruto helplessly. Sister, do as you please. Then I'll just go for it. Silverwolf turned around looking at the Konohamaru core, disguised as rocks, casually saying, Hey, why is there a rock here? But it's just what you need, right, Heavy Bunny? Ah, yes. Just what I needed. Thank you for the gift, boss. Three little brats, if you don't want to get hit, I suggest you reveal yourselves quickly, otherwise if Heavy Bunny's fist lands, even if you ask Granny Tsunade to come back, she won't be able to save you. Silverwolf said lightly, and as her words fell, the rocks on the ground suddenly exploded, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, Silverwolf and Naruto were unharmed, while Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon were choking. Cough, cough. Cough cough. This amount of gunpowder is way too much. So it's really you, Konohamaru, Naruto said helplessly. By the way, why are you suddenly wearing goggles? Of course it's to imitate Big Brother the way you used to be. Humph. Humph. It feels like Big Brother has been a bit distant with us lately. Is it because he has a girlfriend that he no longer wants to pay us any attention? Hey, that's my sister, alright. Don't say nonsense. Naruto corrected quickly. When did Big Brother get a sister? Moreover, her charm seems to be even greater than the seduction technique. Before Konohamaru could finish, Silverwolf's fist had already landed on his head, causing a large bump to rise. If you dare to say another word, I'll take you to your grandfather. Silverwolf said angrily. What's up with you, Big Brother? Why is your sister such a violent woman? If you say another word, I'll trap you in a jinjutsu today and let you experience what it's like to be haunted by nightmares. As Silverwolf spoke, the copied Sharingan appeared. Sister, calm down. Konohamaru is just like that. Take a deep breath, calm down. Naruto quickly intervened, allowing Konohamaru to escape a disaster. Alright, which adult would get angry with a child anyway? Silverwolf said after calming down. Konohamaru, what do you want from me? Not much, just hoping Big Brother can play ninja games with us. Just that? Well, seeing as you've been beaten up so badly, I'll play with you. Thus, after Naruto agreed, he ran through the streets of Konoha with the Konohamaru core, while Silverwolf sat on Heavy Bunny's hands, silently watching everything. If only this peaceful and stable time could last a bit longer. Silverwolf sighed. But soon, as if destined, Konohamaru crashed into Kankuro, landing on the ground with a thud. It hurts you, brat. With that, Kankuro seized Konohamaru by the collar and yanked him upright. Hey, you. Let Konohamaru go right now. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Naruto glared fiercely at Temari and Kankuro. At that moment, Kankuro's gaze fell upon the Konoha forehead protector strapped across Naruto's brow. So this brat is a genin from Konoha. Doesn't look like much. Thinking this, Kankuro tightened his grip, forcing Konohamaru to thrash desperately. Not bad strength for a little runt. Kankuro sneered contemptuously, then raised his fist. First I'll deal with you, then that little aura. Before Kankuro could finish speaking, Heavy Armor Bunny materialized out of nowhere and launched a thunderous punch, grazing Kankuro's face in a hair's breadth evasion. Heavy Armor Bunny, what was that? Weren't you supposed to land a one-hit kill? Silverwolf strolled forward with a faint, amused smile. Sister, Naruto exclaimed astonished. What's wrong, my foolish little brother? Didn't you know your big sister has been shadowing you all along? Silverwolf smiled warmly as she spoke to Naruto. Meanwhile, Kankuro had already released Konohamaru, but stood frozen in terror, acutely aware that Heavy Armor Bunny's punch had been aimed straight at his throat. One by one, you truly don't shy away from trouble, daring to cause chaos right here in our village. It seems I, the adopted daughter of the Fourth Hokage, must teach you a lesson or two. Silverwolf spoke with a sly, half-smiling expression, just as Sasuke dropped gracefully from the treetop, landing beside Naruto. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Naruto asked, puzzled. But Sasuke ignored him entirely, his sharp gaze fixed instead on Silverwolf. Come on, weren't you just boasting moments ago? I'm a Konoha genin too, yet you're already trembling in fear. Silverwolf mocked, and flicked her fingers toward Kankuro in open challenge. Though dread coiled tightly in his chest, Kankuro still reached behind his back and drew forth his puppet, clinging to pride even as his knees shook. Oh, you actually dare challenge me. Impressive. I'll grant you that much praise. Silverwolf clapped lightly, then in a sudden shift of demeanor perched herself atop Heavy Armor Bunny's palm and crossed her legs with a mischievous grin. But that's all you'll earn from me. The moment Silverwolf finished speaking, a lightning release Rasengan erupted behind Kankuro, utterly undetected until it shimmered inches from his nape. When did Kankuro and Temari cried in unison, staring wide-eyed at the Rasengan hovering mere breaths from Kankuro's face. He had no time to react. Yet just before impact, a wall of sand surged forth, violently deflecting the spiraling sphere. Pathetic, bringing shame upon the village. Gaara hung upside down from a branch, voice icy with disdain. Gaara. Kankuro stammered, voice tight with panic. Do you honestly think we traveled all this way to Konoha just for this? Gaara's tone turned glacial. Listen, I swear it was them who. Silence. Speak again, and I'll end you. Gaara's voice dropped lower, so cold it froze Kankuro's blood. Trembling, he blurted out. Yais, I understand. I'm deeply sorry. Having received his answer, Gaara turned his gaze towards Silverwolf. My sincerest apologies to you and to your village. But you're like me, aren't you? His voice remained frigid. Yes, and yet no. Silverwolf replied, her tone playful and knowing. Hey, little girl, can you feel it? Inside the seal space, Kurama asked. Of course. If memory serves, it's Shikaku, isn't it? Silverwolf answered calmly. Oh, so you do know, even about that. No matter. It poses no threat to you. After all, it's the weakest of us, while I am the strongest," Kurama declared with confident pride, just as Shikaku stirred restlessly within Gar's body. "Seems the beasts inside us aren't exactly fond of each other. Good. I find you intriguing, Sand Waterfall Gaara. And you, Silverwolf. What about me? What about me?" Naruto pointed eagerly at himself. "No interest," Gaara replied coldly, then turned and departed with Kankuro and Temari in tow. Naruto sank slowly onto the ground, shoulders slumped in quiet dejection. "Konohamaru, am I really that weak? Compared to your violent older sister? Yeah, you're still pretty weak." Konohamaru answered honestly. Fair enough. She is stronger than me, by quite a lot." Naruto murmured softly to himself. "Don't say that, Naruto. Our journey is still long, and who knows, one day you might surpass me." Silverwolf comforted with a smile. Really?" Naruto asked, his eyes wide with surprise. "Of course, after all, you are my little brother," Silverwolf said while patting Naruto's head. "How about this? If you perform well in this exam, I'll teach you a modified version of the Rasengan. What do you think?" With a smile on his face, Silverwolf looked at Naruto, who, encouraged by Silverwolf, perked up again. "Then I'll head back to practice, sister." Naruto finished speaking and left while the Konohamaru's trio also departed afterwards. Not bad. Very diligent, aren't you?" Silverwolf said with satisfaction, but suddenly she seemed to remember something and hurried to call Naruto back. "Wait, Naruto, don't go. We haven't bought dinner yet." Silverwolf shouted loudly, but Naruto had already run far away and couldn't hear her at all. Really, how annoying. With a resigned expression, Silverwolf said, but it was then that she finally remembered that Sasuke had seemingly never left. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Sasuke, do you need something from me?" Silverwolf said awkwardly. After all, she had noticed Sasuke's arrival a long time ago, but just hadn't had the time to address him. "No need to apologize. I haven't waited long anyway. And after all, I have something to ask of you," Sasuke replied calmly. "You want me to help you grow stronger, right?" Silverwolf had already guessed Sasuke's next words and responded in advance. "Yes." Sasuke showed no intention of hiding his thoughts, but Silverwolf shook her head helplessly. Being overly eager for success is not a good thing. Moreover, revenge should not be your motivation for becoming stronger. Silverwolf's eyes were filled with seriousness. After all, she didn't want Sasuke to defect from the village and join Orochimaru. "Revenge. Until I kill Itachi, revenge will always be my motivation for becoming stronger," Sasuke said coldly. "Then if that's the case, I won't be able to teach you." At this moment, Silverwolf appeared somewhat helpless. "Sasuke, I am not involved, so I have no right to speak for anyone, but I can clearly tell you that the truth is far from what you see." Silverwolf paused here and looked at Sasuke very seriously. "So how much do you actually know?" Sasuke asked urgently. "A lot. I even know the reason behind the night of the massacre, but I can only say this much for now. After all, you are not ready to accept the whole truth yet," Silverwolf said somewhat helplessly. "So how can you tell me?" Sasuke asked urgently. "As for that, someone will definitely tell you the truth in the end, but that person may not be me. However, all of this is based on the premise that you have activated your Mangekyo Sharingan." Hearing this, Sasuke hadn't said anything yet, but a nearby heavy-armored bunny had already started to complain. "Mysterious person, get out of Konoha. What you said is no different from saying nothing. Boss, seriously, that's just too much." Heavy-armored bunny blurted, unaware that Silverwolf's gaze had already locked onto her. "Heavy-armored bunny, I can hear you," Silverwolf said coldly, looking at heavy-armored bunny. "Huh." Heavy-armored bunny trembled and turned around, meeting Silverwolf's icy gaze. "Boss, let me explain what I just said. I can't be bothered to listen. Your salary for this month is cut in half." Hearing this, heavy-armored bunny looked as if struck by lightning, immediately hugging Silverwolf's thigh, unwilling to let go. "Boss, is it not enough that I am wrong? Please don't cut my salary. I really can't afford dango this month." Heavy-armored bunny pleaded desperately. "Boss, with your 36-degree body temperature, how can you utter such cold words? Anything is negotiable, just don't cut my salary, okay?" Heavy-armored bunny tightened her grip on Silverwolf's thigh even more, causing Silverwolf to start reaching down to pull her off. "Hurry up and let go. Heavy-armored bunny, it really hurts," Silverwolf said while trying to pull heavy-armored bunny off. "No way. Unless the boss promises not to cut my salary, I won't let go." Heavy-armored bunny clung tightly to Silverwolf's thigh, showing signs of a desperate struggle. It was only after Silverwolf felt her circulation was constricted that she finally relented. All right, I won't cut it. Now hurry up and let go. My blood has started to pool." "Really?" Heavy-armored bunny said in disbelief, loosening her grip on Silverwolf's thigh. "Get off me now." Silverwolf immediately pulled heavy-armored bunny off her leg as soon as she saw her distracted. "Oh, my leg is numb. How much strength did you use?" Silverwolf said while rubbing her now numb leg. "Isn't it because, boss, you insisted on cutting my salary? That's just self-inflicted." At this moment, heavy-armored bunny was starting to feel a bit high. "Heavy-armored bunny, what do you mean? Do you want to rebel? Do you believe I will cut your entire salary this month?" Silverwolf retorted. Yes, I do want to rebel. What can you do about it, boss? Saying this, heavy-armored bunny hugged Silverwolf's other leg. Boss, if you don't pay me this month, I'll keep holding on. Let's see how you deal with me. Heavy-armored bunny said smugly, but what responded to her was Silverwolf's leg passing right through her. What's going on? How did it pass through? Heavy-armored bunny said in disbelief, while at the same time Silverwolf had already activated the copied Kamui. Heavy-armored bunny, if you are ungrateful, don't blame me for being unjust. Go into the garbage bin obediently, Silverwolf said, and with that she used Kamui to pull heavy-armored bunny into the Kamui space. Finally dealt with that. Sorry Sasuke, I might not have time to chat with you anymore today. I still need to go buy dinner. Silverwolf said to Sasuke with a wry smile before disappearing from the spot via Kamui. On the day of the Chunin exam inside the examination hall, as Team 7 entered, they discovered that Yin Lang had already been waiting there for quite some time. You guys are really slow. If I had known, I would have charged my handheld gaming console's battery before coming out. Yin Lang yawned and looked at the three members of Team 7. Sister, how come you got here so early? Didn't we come out together? Naruto asked somewhat incredulously. Oh, this. Yin Lang explained. Actually, it was a shadow clone that came out with you. Before you even woke up, the third Hokage had already sent someone to find me, so I arrived a bit earlier than you guys. But let me guess, you probably encountered two greenskin monsters, one big and one small, right? Yin Lang asked with a hint of a smile, especially focusing on Sasuke. Did you see them? At this moment Sasuke looked somewhat serious. I suppose so. Oh, I'm quite familiar with his teacher. I've fought him before and won. Yin Lang said proudly. Really? Sister is that strong? Naruto exclaimed, but soon a question arose in his mind. When did you fight that thick-browed teacher? I had no idea. Naruto asked, puzzled. Well, this is something that I can't explain to you right now. Just know that I won and Kakashi can vouch for me. Yin Lang said somewhat dismissively. Naruto wanted to ask more, but Ino suddenly appeared and hugged Sasuke from behind. Sasuke, you're so slow. Ino's face was slightly flushed, but Sasuke looked at her with disdain, though Ino didn't seem to notice. I was just thinking about finally seeing Sasuke after so long, so I've been waiting here eagerly. Ino said with a smile, but Sakura suddenly yelled from the side. Stay away from Sasuke, you big pig, Ino. Ino just laughed off Sakura's words and started to taunt her. Oh, isn't this little Sakura? Your forehead is still as big as before, huh? Ugly Sakura. Ino stuck her tongue out at Sakura while Shikamaru and Choji slowly walked over. What? You guys are also participating in this troublesome exam? Shikamaru said with a forced expression while Choji continued munching on chips. What? So it's the idiot trio, huh? Don't say that seriously, it's just so annoying. Shikamaru replied begrudgingly, still seeming to be in a forced state. I finally found you. Looks like everyone is here. A familiar voice reached Naruto's ears from not far away, and when he turned to look he saw Kiba, along with the other two members of Team 8, Shino and Hinata. Oh, I get to see my future sister-in-law. So soon, she's really adorable and so gentle and virtuous. I really don't understand why my foolish brother didn't just choose her. Yin Lang thought to herself, and then approached Hinata from behind, patting her shoulder. Who are you? Hinata looked surprised at the suddenly appearing Yin Lang, and her words attracted the attention of Naruto and Shikamaru. Don't be so surprised, my future sister-in-law, Yin Lang said with a smile, but Naruto ran over looking puzzled. Sister, what are you talking about? I didn't. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Yin Lang's fist landed on his head. Idiot, can you have a little emotional intelligence? Yin Lang looked at Naruto with a disappointed expression, while the others, including Hinata, also caught some key information from Naruto's earlier words. Yin Lang, did Naruto just call you sister? Hinata asked, although she was quite nervous. Yes, and I agreed to that matter of yours, Yin Lang said with a smile. Really? Really? Hinata asked in disbelief. Of course, but we should discuss the details after the exam is over, Yin Lang said with a smile, then turned her gaze to the remaining people. You all probably have many questions, but this isn't the best time to answer them, so please be patient, Yin Lang said with a hint of a smile, knowing that she had already thought about Naruto's identity, but it was just not the right time yet. Hey, you all should be quieter. At this moment Kabuto had walked over and began sharing the information he had organized with the 9 young ninjas present, after which he focused his gaze on Yin Lang. Yin Lang, it seems you are alone. How about teaming up with me? I happen to have a partner who couldn't make it today due to some matters, so you. No need, thank you, Senior Kabuto. I can manage on my own, plus with her we will have exactly 3 people. As she spoke, Yin Lang pointed at the heavy-armored little rabbit flying beside her. Alright then, since Yin Lang doesn't want to, I guess I'll have to find my own way out, Kabuto said as he walked away. Sister, that Kabuto guy seems pretty good too. If you teamed up with him, you wouldn't have any disadvantages, right? Naruto inquired, somewhat puzzled, but Yin Lang shook her head. Naruto, you're still too young. There are some things you don't understand, like never being deceived by appearances. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. After all, if we really face off, Yin Lang didn't finish her sentence, but began to smile mischievously. Hee my foolish brother, do you think your sister will go easy on you when I meet you? Yin Lang said playfully. Soon Tsunade Obito appeared in the examination hall and explained that the first round of the Chunin exam, the written test, would officially begin shortly after. Everyone's seats are scattered and my sister is far away from me. What should I do? What should I do? Naruto lamented, holding his head, as he couldn't say he completely understood the questions on the exam paper. He could only say he didn't get any of it. Naruto, Hinata shyly said beside him. Hinata, when did you sit next to me? And do you understand what my sister said back then? If you understand, could you explain it to me? Naruto asked Hinata, puzzled, but Hinata appeared very shy. Actually I don't really understand what Miss Silverwolf meant either. And the exam is about to start. So maybe we should ask later. Hinata said extremely shyly, while Naruto looked somewhat helpless after hearing this. Alright then, but Hinata, you must do your best. Naruto said with a smile. Yes, you must do your best too, Naruto-kun. Hinata said, blushing. Meanwhile, Tsunade Obito also began explaining the rules of the first round of the Chunin exam, but as he spoke his gaze fell upon Silverwolf. I want to emphasize this, Miss Silverwolf. Hokage-sama mentioned in advance that since you are participating in the Chunin exam alone, your score will be calculated individually. However, even so, you still need to score at least 8 points. Moreover, if you engage in cheating, we will not cover for you due to your status. So, is that all? I thought it would be much harder than this. Silverwolf said disdainfully, and Tsunade Obito had nothing more to say and swiftly announced the start of the exam. Old man, Third Hokage. Old man, Third Hokage, unless you ban the heavy armored bunny for me, this written test is just forcing me to play a game in front of me. Silverwolf thought, pulling out her handheld game console. As for the exam paper, it was just a question about the heavy armored bunny. What kind of ridiculous question is this? This is not even on the same level as the last exam, alright. But for me it seems like it's not a big deal. Heavy armored bunny complained. Meanwhile, Tsunade Obito also noticed Silverwolf. Is that a summoning beast? The questions on this exam paper are deliberately difficult. Can a summoning beast really answer them correctly? And what exactly is she holding? A cheating tool. But she hasn't even touched a pen from the beginning, nor is there direct evidence. Thinking this, Tsunade Obito's expression grew serious. He hadn't found any evidence of Silverwolf cheating yet, so he could only let the other examiners join him in closely monitoring her. But until Heavy Armored Bunny finished answering the questions, they still hadn't noticed anything unusual. Silverwolf was simply playing a game and showed no signs of cheating. How is this possible? Does she really trust that summoning beast to help her answer the questions correctly, or does she already know the key to this exam? Tsunade Obito said in confusion, as the examiners had focused almost all their energy on Silverwolf, thus not paying much attention to the others. Silverwolf seemed to attract most of the examiners' attention, which was a good opportunity. Sasuke thought to himself and soon began to cheat using his Sharingan. As for the other participants in the examination hall, they were basically using all means possible. Plus, with Silverwolf attracting most of the examiners' attention, so far not many had been eliminated. Yet even so, Naruto still hadn't copied Hinata's exam paper. Soon the 45 minutes were up and Tsunade Obito walked up to the podium. Now I officially announce the 10th question, but before that I have an additional condition regarding the 10th question. First, do you wish to answer the 10th question? Tsunade Obito asked the candidates in the examination hall very seriously. If you choose not to answer, the candidate will be immediately judged to have a score of 0, meaning they will be eliminated, and their 2 companions will also be eliminated. Tsunade Obito said with a somewhat ambiguous smile, and the examination hall began to grow noisy. Watching this scene, Tsunade Obito's lips began to curl up. Also, there's another rule: if you choose to answer but get it wrong, the responder will forever be unable to participate in the Chunin exam again. When saying this, Tsunade Obito deliberately raised his voice so that everyone in the examination hall could hear it clearly. So, Silverwolf suddenly stood up and retorted at Tsunade Obito. With my status, even if I am just a genin, my treatment might not be worse than that of a jonin. So for me, this should be a single choice question, right? You are correct, Miss Silverwolf. Someone of your status indeed does not need to worry. But how many of the candidates present are like you? Yes, that's what I was thinking, so anyone who wants to withdraw can withdraw. Upon hearing this, Tsunade Obito was somewhat surprised. Strange, what is she doing? Reducing opponents. But if she herself cannot be sure whether she can pass, what is the point of reducing opponents? Or does she really know? Thinking this, Tsunade Obito picked up on Silverwolf's words. Miss Silverwolf is right, so while there's still time, I suggest you all leave now. Tsunade Obito said calmly, but this calmness sounded a bit terrifying to many candidates. Soon a candidate couldn't hold on anymore and chose not to answer, then left the examination hall. Following this, many others also chose not to answer and left with their teammates. The effect is good. Silverwolf smiled contentedly as she looked at the dwindling number of people. Before long, there were not many people left in the examination hall, And at that moment Tsunade Ibiki announced that those who remained had passed the first round of the exam and explained the reason to them afterward. Before long, Mitsurashi Akane entered the examination hall by breaking the glass, announcing the time and location for the second exam tomorrow. After this, the remaining candidates left the place, but after everyone had departed, Mori Ibiki specifically checked the Silver Wolf's exam paper. How is this possible? Mori Ibiki looked at the exam paper in surprise. Can a spirit beast really achieve this? All answers correct, and the subjective questions differ from the answers we prepared. Truly astonishing, Mori Ibiki murmured. Meanwhile, outside the examination hall, the Silver Wolf was making excuses for herself. Naruto, let me explain. It's not that I deliberately didn't tell you, this was just to test your willpower, right? I guess so, but how did you know? Naruto asked with some confusion. This? The response from the Silver Wolf left Naruto speechless. Sister, you. Alright, why bother with so much? Let's hurry and celebrate. After all, we did pass the first exam, didn't we? After saying this, the Silver Wolf pulled Naruto away. The time had come to the next day. All candidates had arrived at the Iron Gate of the Death Forest. I have a feeling this place is a bit eerie, Sakura said, somewhat frightened. Mitsurashi Akane began to introduce the location. This place is known as the Death Forest, but soon you will experience it firsthand, Mitsurashi Akane said with a wicked smile, while Naruto showed a face of disdain. Naruto repeated Mitsurashi Akane's words with a mischievous expression, saying, "This place is called the Death Forest, and you will soon understand it. No matter how you scare me, I will not back down. After all, I'm not afraid at all," Naruto said confidently. "Oh really? You seem quite spirited, don't you?" Mitsurashi Akane said with a wicked smile, and in an instant she took out a kunai and shot it towards Naruto, but at the last moment it was blocked by the Silver Wolf's Prometheus blade. "Miss Silverwolf, meddling like this could cost you your life," Mitsurashi Akane said with a smirk. "You don't need to worry about me. Since I made my move, it means I am confident of victory," the Silver Wolf said, tossing her hand dismissively, while Mitsurashi Akane shook her head helplessly. "All right, Miss Silverwolf, do as you please," Mitsurashi Akane then pulled out a stack of papers to distribute. "This is a consent form. Those who wish to participate must sign, as this exam could be deadly, and we need your consent beforehand. Otherwise, the responsibility will fall on me." After saying that, Mitsurashi Akane cleared her throat and began to explain the rules of the exam. In simple terms, this exam will challenge you to undergo extreme survival in the wild and a competition for the scrolls of the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. As she spoke, Mitsurashi Akane took out a scroll of the Earth and a scroll of the Heaven. There are a total of 26 normal teams that pass the first exam. Half will receive the Book of Heaven, while the other half will get the Book of Earth. Of course, as I mentioned, there are 26 normal teams, and then there's Miss Silver Wolf. At this point, Mitsurashi Akane deliberately glanced at the Silver Wolf. She forms her own team, so to be fair, she can choose one from either the Book of Heaven or the Book of Earth. Wait, what are the qualifying conditions? Sasuke asked first. Everyone except Miss Silverwolf must take both scrolls of Heaven and Earth and go to the center of the tower together. Of course, Miss Silverwolf also needs to, but you will be on your own. Mitsurashi Akane glanced at the Silver Wolf while saying the last sentence. Boring. Even if you don't give me one, I can grab it with my own abilities. By the way, the exam lasts for 120 hours, so food and drink will be up to you to solve yourself. Upon hearing this, nearly all the candidates began to argue except for the Silver Wolf, as Obito had already left her plenty of snacks in the Kamui space. A Kamui is really a great thing. It's like a portable warehouse where you can store anything. Before long, those who signed the consent form were given the scrolls, while the Silver Wolf chose the Earth scroll. Sai, as an older sister, I really have to worry about that foolish younger brother. However, I analyzed both scrolls earlier, and with my current understanding, recreating them shouldn't be too difficult, the Silver Wolf said with some confidence. Soon it was time for the exam to begin, and the examiners opened the locked door. All right, we need to go. Heavy Armored Bunny. Got it. Although Heavy Armored Bunny seemed to be in a forced work state, it transformed into a motorcycle for the Silver Wolf to ride, creating a scene where everyone was running, but only the Silver Wolf was riding. In the Death Forest, the Silver Wolf rode a heavily armored rabbit galloping through the terrain, but she soon sensed something unusual behind her. It seems someone has caught up. Are they treating me like a soft persimmon, or do they think I'm just a powerless young lady? The Silver Wolf said with a hint of mockery, intentionally slowing down to allow her pursuers to catch up. Just a vase that can run away. I really don't know what that lord sees in her. Before long, the three of them caught up with her, due to the Silver Wolf's deliberate letting go. Let's see where you can run to. Let me show you the power that can shatter rocks. In an instant, Sack placed his hands in front of him, gathering energy to unleash a cutting wave towards the Silver Wolf. But upon seeing this, the Silver Wolf showed no panic. Instead, the corners of her mouth began to rise. Naive. As the Silver Wolf's words fell, she and the heavily armored rabbit vanished from their spot, while the cutting wave struck the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Did no one ever tell you not to turn your back on your enemies? At this moment, the Silver Wolf had appeared behind Sack, holding Prometheus in her hand. What? Sack turned to counterattack, but it was already too late. The light blade of Prometheus had already struck, and he lost all vitality. What a waste, I thought I could play with you a little longer. The Silver Wolf mocked as she looked at Sack's corpse. Just then, countless projectiles suddenly began to shoot towards her. However, the final result was that they were blocked by the Azure Susanoo skeleton, causing no harm to the Silver Wolf. 1,000 books shooting Susanoo, I can't believe you could think of that. The Silver Wolf said mockingly as she looked at Jean Hammer. Of course your bravery deserves praise, so. She didn't finish her sentence, but gestured a handgun towards Jean Hammer. Bang! Before Jean Hammer could react, a beam fired from a floating cannon pierced through her, leading her to share the same fate as Sack. There are 3 of us. With 2 gone, there's still 1 left. The Silver Wolf muttered to herself, fully aware of the outcome, simply enjoying the process. Before long, things unfolded as she anticipated. The heavily armored rabbit had already grabbed Toss, rendering him unable to pose any threat. Any last words? Wait, no, what am I doing? Heavily armored rabbit, hurry up and deal with him. I don't want to die from too much talking and leave no complete corpse for him. The Silver Wolf decisively commanded, and the heavily armored rabbit could only helplessly comply, crushing Toss. Not bad, just what I needed, saving me the trouble of finding it. What a nice delivery. The Silver Wolf took Toss' scroll and said with a smile, Boss, I advise you not to celebrate too early, someone is coming. The heavily armored rabbit reminded her, but as soon as she spoke, Gaara Tamari and Kankuro arrived. This is your doing, we truly are of the same kind. Maybe, but which one do you want? Heaven or Earth? The Silver Wolf casually produced a Heaven scroll and an Earth scroll. What are you going to do? Hand the scrolls over to us. Tamari asked the Silver Wolf. Why not? Fighting you would just be a waste of time, so I might as well give you the scrolls and go get new ones myself. The Silver Wolf replied indifferently. Gaara, how about we? Shut up. While speaking, Gaara shot a fierce glare at Kankuro. I'm here to fight you, not for the scrolls. Come on, give it your all. At this point, Gaara was already prepared for battle, while the Silver Wolf looked helpless. Seriously, I already said I would give you the scrolls. Is that not enough? Well, it's been a while since I've found someone to stretch my muscles against to let me play around for a bit. As soon as the Silver Wolf finished speaking, she prepared to strike, but Gaara's sand unexpectedly ensnared her feet, binding her legs. Sand binding prison. As Gaara's voice fell, the Silver Wolf was completely enveloped by Gaara's sand. Is this how it ends? The Nine-Tails jinchuriki of Konoha just died like this. Kankuro said incredulously, but Gaara still wore a serious expression. No, she is still alive. Correct, so let me reward you with a taste of Prometheus Lightblade. The Silver Wolf suddenly appeared behind Gaara and directly struck down with Prometheus, but in the end it was still blocked by Gaara's self-defensive sand. How astonishing, but too bad you can't break through. Before Gaara could finish his words, the Silver Wolf's Prometheus directly broke through the sand's defense, truly striking Gaara. How is this possible? Gaara exclaimed in astonishment. The Silver Wolf's strike not only broke through the sand's defense, but also shattered his sand armor. Did no one ever tell you not to leave your back exposed to your enemies? And a reminder, negative buffs from the weak point module can be directly attached to Prometheus Lightblade. The Silver Wolf said with a teasing expression, having already attached the virtual weak point to Prometheus Lightblade, causing Gaara's defenses to plummet at the spot where he was struck. At this point, Kankuro and Tamari wanted to help, but were stopped by Gaara. This is my battle, anyone who meddles will be killed. Only those like you and I who seal this monster can make the opponent feel pain. Next, let's fight like monsters. In an instant, cracks began to appear on the right side of Gaara's body, until finally it transformed into a form resembling Shikaku. Have you arrived? Little girl, are you planning to use those eyes, or do you want me to lend you my power? I'll use yours. After all, this is a battle between tailed beasts, so pay some rent. Huh? Then you better get ready, little girl. This power is stronger than ever. Soon the Silver Wolf was enveloped in a layer of red chakra, for tails sprouted from her back, and whisker-like patterns appeared on her face, with her eyes turning into slits. Alright, now it's my turn. Soon a Raiden spiral ball coalesced in the hands of the Silver Wolf, while Gaara extended the claws of Shikaku and lunged towards Silver Wolf. Come on, let me see how you plan to dodge this move. Gaara said somewhat frantically as the speed of Shikaku's claws increased, and the spirit of Shikaku within him became thoroughly excited. You might be disappointed then, the Silver Wolf said with a mischievous smile, and in that instant she teleported behind Gaara. This scene is quite familiar, so I can only. Before Silver Wolf could finish her sentence, she found her legs once again bound by sand. It's over, sand binding coffin. Gaara controlled the sand, preparing to crush Silver Wolf's legs, but the outcome was not as he wished. Silver Wolf passed right through the sand, and even through Gaara's body afterwards. Is this what it feels like to be in Obito's intangibility? Not bad at all. After saying this, Silver Wolf released her intangibility, and directly sent a Raiden spiral ball to Gaara's face, launching him away. What a hassle. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone all out, making it seem like I was bragging just now. Silverwolf self-criticized. Hey little girl, didn't you say you wouldn't use the Sharingan? Why are you now ready to use it after going all out? Kurama said with a somewhat amused tone. That was the old me, but has nothing to do with the current me. And besides, how can you say that? You should at least give me a bit more. You said it was stronger than last time, but in reality, it's just a little better. You could at least give me 5 tails. Silverwolf pouted. Hey little girl, don't just stand there and talk without understanding. With your current body, you can only handle 4 tails at most. I just controlled the power I gave you. If I had given you more, your body would be unable to bear it and would get hurt. Kurama said somewhat helplessly. Meanwhile, on another side, the heavily armored rabbit had already achieved a one-sided crushing. What on earth is that thing? Its structure is sturdier than a puppet, and it's so strong. Kanjiro exclaimed. He was already seriously injured, and the puppet crow was close to shattering. As for Temari, she had been knocked unconscious by the heavily armored rabbit shortly after the battle began. Hey, that guy with the patterned face, you guys are too weak, even weaker than the broken beast. The heavily armored rabbit mocked. Don't get too cocky. Before Kanjiro could finish his sentence, his body had already weakly collapsed to the ground, nearly losing the ability to resist. Is that it? You fell down before finishing your sentence. This is while I was holding back. You guys are really too weak. The heavily armored rabbit seemed quite helpless at this point. A Silverwolf had mentioned beforehand to take it easy, but looking at the current situation, she had still held back too much. Suddenly, from another area of the Forest of Death, the sound of an explosion echoed. That's coming from Naruto and the other's direction, and it should be Sasuke's Dragonfire technique. Could it be? Silverwolf did not hesitate, and immediately transformed the heavily armored rabbit into a motorcycle, preparing to rush towards Naruto and the others. However, Gaara did not intend to let her have her way. Stop, our battle isn't over yet. Gaara shouted angrily, stretching out the claws of Shikaku to grab the motorcycle transformed from the heavily armored rabbit. What a hassle, Silverwolf said, turning her head and using the illusion of the Sharingan to bring Gaara down and control Shikaku within him. This should be fine. Hurry up, heavily armored rabbit, or it will be too late. Understood. Soon Silverwolf rode the heavily armored rabbit, speeding through the forest, reaching a speed that would certainly cause a traffic cop to revoke her license. So young yet so adept at using the Sharingan. Truly deserving of the Uchiha name. Orochimaru said, looking at Sasuke, who was bound by his own binding technique, with some admiration. I really need to take this body for myself. Sasuke struggled, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from Orochimaru's bindings. You are indeed brothers. Your eyes contain a power greater than Itachi's. Who are you? Sasuke shouted angrily. My name is Orochimaru. If you want to see me again, then do your best to stand out in this exam. Saying this, Orochimaru destroyed the Heaven Scroll that Team 7 possessed. If you want the scroll, then defeat the Sound Ninja Trio under my command. Orochimaru said with a hint of a sinister smile. What are you talking about? We clearly don't want to see you a second time. Sakura retorted loudly. That won't do. Orochimaru said, stretching his neck to prepare to place the Heaven Curse mark on Sasuke. In your dreams, super mini-tailed beast ball. Silverwolf stood on the hand of the heavily armored rabbit and directly threw a super mini-tailed beast ball at Orochimaru. This strike successfully made Orochimaru retract his neck, and afterward Sasuke broke free from Orochimaru's bindings. Are you all alright? Silverwolf hurriedly approached Sasuke to inquire while the heavily armored rabbit brought down Naruto, who was hanging from a tree. I'm fine, but Naruto might be a bit heavily injured. Sasuke replied. I understand. Here, take this. Saying this, Silverwolf handed the Heaven Scroll to Sasuke. Have you already gathered it? So fast, Sasuke said, somewhat surprised. Don't mind it, I just got lucky. Besides, this Heaven Scroll was snatched from the Sound Ninja Trio, who were under that Slick Snake's command. Aren't you coming with us? That guy's strength is not weak. Sasuke asked with some concern. Don't worry, I'll definitely win against that Slick Snake. Silverwolf said with utmost confidence, while Sasuke could only nod silently. I hope so. Be careful. After saying this, Sasuke carried Naruto on his back and left with Sakura. As for Silverwolf, she had already activated the copied Kamui Sharingan, as she could not afford to be careless against an opponent like Orochimaru. Those eyes seem poised for an unexpected harvest today, don't they? Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue. I never expected that the fourth's adopted daughter would be a Uchiha. This surprises me somewhat. I originally intended to use you as a tool to threaten Teacher Sarutobi, but now it seems that your body might suit me better. Orochimaru gazed at the Silverwolf with an insatiably greedy look and then employed the body flicker technique. I will take those eyes of yours first. Orochimaru reached out to seize the Silverwolf's eyes, but the outcome was not as he wished. His hand merely overlapped with the Silverwolf's, as if it had passed through entirely. How is this possible? Orochimaru said, somewhat astonished, but at that moment the armored little rabbit's fist was already impatiently ready. Ora! The armored little rabbit launched a rising dragon fist, sending Orochimaru into a state of levitation, and then began a series of strikes. Ora, 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 ora. The armored little rabbit continued to strike, but soon she realized there seemed to be some issue with the sensation in her hands. Strange, why does it feel a bit off? It's as if I'm striking the skin shed by a snake. The armored little rabbit pondered in confusion, but when she focused her gaze she discovered that she was indeed striking Orochimaru, who had shed his snake skin. Is that Orochimaru's substitution technique? At that moment the Silver Wolf had noticed Orochimaru, who was escaping through the shed skin not far away. You've brought me quite a few surprises today, but should I call you the Fourth's adopted daughter, or his student now? Orochimaru said with a wicked grin, his gaze towards the Silver Wolf growing even more greedy. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand. Although the Silver Wolf appeared unchanged on the surface, she was actually feeling somewhat anxious inside. Has he already guessed it? But I clearly barely met him when I was in Minato's class. How could he have figured it out? The armored little rabbit. That shouldn't be the case. He should have never seen her. Could it be the chakra? A thought flashed through the Silver Wolf's mind. The surprises you've given me today are becoming more and more numerous. Resurrected from the dead, youthful again, your body is simply a perfect material. It seems the technique originally meant for Teacher Sarutobi is going to be used on you ahead of schedule. With that, Orochimaru formed seals with his hands and summoned 2 coffins, each labeled with the numbers 1 and 2. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. That's... The Silver Wolf looked in astonishment at the 2 coffins summoned by Orochimaru, fully aware of who was stored inside. Don't worry, once I summon your teacher too, you can have a good. Orochimaru's words were interrupted as he discovered that the 3rd coffin he was supposed to summon had failed halfway through the summoning. It seems that something unexpected has happened, but it's nothing serious. Soon the 2 coffins were opened, revealing the first Hokage and the second Hokage, who appeared in the Silver Wolf's line of sight. Orochimaru also buried a kunai marked with talismans into their minds, but he did not immediately erase their personalities. Tobirama, I should have told you not to keep inventing that kind of ninja technique. Now look, both of us have been tricked. Hashirama said helplessly. Brother, don't say that. Who knows, the people behind us might be from the village. After all, look at that little girl in front. She's an evil Uchiha. At that moment, the Silver Wolf and Hashirama were somewhat speechless. Tobirama, how many times have I told you? Don't have such a strong bias against the Uchiha. Moreover, I can sense that there seems to be a Nine-Tails sealed within that little girl. If I'm not mistaken, she should be the current jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. Hashirama looked at the Silver Wolf with some regret. I'm sorry, little girl, that we have to fight on our first meeting. I truly apologize. Hashirama said helplessly. Brother, why are you apologizing to an Uchiha? Who knows where she got that Nine-Tails from? After all, look how young she is, yet she has already awakened the Mangekyo. If she continues to develop, it might pose a threat to the village. It's better to eliminate her now. After speaking, Tobirama immediately began forming seals. Water-style water dragon bullet. In an instant, Tobirama spat out a high-speed jet of water towards the Silver Wolf, but in the end the result was that the Silver Wolf passed through it using phasing. Is this the little girl's eye technique? Indeed, it must be resolved early. At this moment, Tobirama was about to continue his attack, but the Silver Wolf could no longer hold back. Uchiha this, Uchiha that. Do you think if I tripped on a rock one day, I would say it was the evil Uchiha's doing? And I'm not even an Uchiha. The Silver Wolf shouted loudly, but at the same time she was already preparing to confront the 2 Hokages. Although Hashirama had not yet attacked her, it did not mean that Orochimaru would not manipulate him to fight her. You're using the Mangekyo and still telling me you're not an Uchiha. Who would believe that? Plus, I can't be bothered to reason with an evil Uchiha. You're not worthy of listening. Tobirama retorted, and the Silver Wolf was completely done with talking to him. In an instant, the Silver Wolf activated Susanoo, and this time it was not the usual first form, but rather the complete form of Susanoo enhanced with the 3rd form of Tengu armor. Is this the complete Susanoo? Indeed, you must be dealt with here, otherwise it would leave a serious hidden danger for the village. As soon as Tobirama finished speaking, Orochimaru took control of his and Hashirama's bodies. Allow me to assist you, gentlemen. Indeed, they are coming, but on the bright side, at least neither of them is at their peak. As long as I find an opportunity to send them into the Kamui space, I can consider it a victory. The Silver Wolf comforted herself, but the next scene nearly made her want to curse. Would release Tree Realm Emergence. As Hashirama clapped his hands, a forest suddenly sprouted from the ground, relentlessly closing in on the Silver Wolf. What can you summon with just a clap? But thankfully I can. Ah! The Silver Wolf let out a painful scream and covered her left eye. It hurts. It shouldn't. The eye I copied. Shouldn't have. Any side effects, right? What? Before the Silver Wolf could fully comprehend, the tree realm emergence had enveloped everything around her, and worse, yet her Susanoo dissipated due to her sudden condition. Boss, what happened to you? The heavily armored rabbit looked at the Silver Wolf, who was in great pain, and without a second thought immediately took her into the air, narrowly escaping the pursuit of the tree realm emergence. Thank you, heavy armored rabbit. I'm fine, the Silver Wolf gasped. Boss, don't scare me. Are you really okay in your current state? It's nothing serious, just a little pain in my eye, I won't die from it. The Silver Wolf strained to say, but just then a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique was suddenly thrown by Tobarama Senju, and in the next moment he appeared at the location of the kunai. Die Evil Uchiha Explosive Tag Multiplication. In an instant, Tobarama Senju threw several explosive tags at the Silver Wolf, which could be summoned indefinitely, causing explosions that approached infinity. As for Orochimaru, he controlled Hashirama Senju to use would-release bursting barrier technique to protect himself. What the hell? Has he already guessed my plan? The time for Kamui's intangibility is only 5 minutes. In my current state, once that time is up, I will fall into a situation of certain death. Moreover, with the explosive power of this technique, even heavy armored rabbit, no matter how sturdy, would likely be injured by the blasts. The Silver Wolf contemplated ways to resolve the situation. If she wanted to transfer to Kamui space, she had to reveal her physical form, but exposing herself amidst such explosions would be akin to suicide. What to do? Should I just let myself be slaughtered? No, there must be a sliver of hope. Suddenly, the Silver Wolf came up with an idea. Though it was a gamble in this situation, she had no choice but to try it. Heavy armored rabbit, I will activate my Susanoo shortly, and what you need to do is immediately throw me out of the explosion range once I activate it. If successful, I can use ether editing to teleport you out. Got it, boss. Hurry, the explosive power seems quite intense. Quickly, the Silver Wolf forcibly activated the first form of Susanoo, and before the intangibility ended, she wrapped herself with Nine-Tails chakra to add an extra layer of defense. Hurry, heavy armored rabbit. The Silver Wolf shouted loudly. At that moment, she had dispelled her intangibility, and heavy armored rabbit, without hesitation, immediately threw the Silver Wolf out of the explosion range. At the same time, after leaving the explosion range, the Silver Wolf teleported heavy armored rabbit out. Phew, we finally escaped. I thought I would be blown to pieces. The heavy armored rabbit said, feeling a sense of survival after the ordeal. After being teleported out by the Silver Wolf, she reverted back to her armed form. Clap, clap, clap. Orochimaru's applause echoed, and at that moment, he completely erased the personalities of the first and second Hokage. Orochimaru, you bastard. The Silver Wolf lay on the ground, glaring fiercely at Orochimaru, blood tears flowing from the corners of her eyes, unable to maintain her Sharingan any longer, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. This time I want to see how you resist. Be a good vessel for me. With that, Orochimaru elongated his neck and bit down on the Silver Wolf's neck. However, just as he bit down, the Silver Wolf's shadow clone automatically dissipated. When did this happen? Orochimaru looked at the already vanished Silver Wolf clone in surprise. Is this what surprises you? Using shadow clones to deceive is my specialty, but let's see how you dodge this. The Silver Wolf's voice came from behind Orochimaru, but when he turned around, he saw countless Silver Wolves, each holding a massive Rasengan. Supermassive Rasengan barrage. Countless Silver Wolves shouted together. Orochimaru originally wanted to control the first and second Hokage to come to his aid, but suddenly, he noticed a person wearing a vortex mask had appeared here and had absorbed the first and second Hokage into the Kamui space. Witnessing this scene, Orochimaru made the wisest decision to run. Now that the first and second Hokage had been taken away by that suddenly appearing figure, and he was still unclear about that figure's strength, he could obtain the Silver Wolf's body at any time, but the Konoha collapse plan absolutely must not fail. With that thought, Orochimaru immediately summoned 2 shadow clones to cover his escape. Trying to run. Not that easy. After saying this, Obito quickly dealt with Orochimaru's 2 clones, but when he attempted to pursue the main body, he was blocked by the Silver Wolf. Little Wolf, what are you doing? Obito looked at the Silver Wolf with confusion. Trust me, he'll return on his own. Moreover, I wish to enter the Kamui dimension to confirm whether Orochimaru has released the impure world reincarnation. Silver Wolf spoke calmly, having already dispelled her multiple shadow clone technique. Don't you have my eyes? Then why don't you go yourself? And what exactly happened? Toby crouched down and gently wiped away Silver Wolf's blood-tinged tears. I recall you assured me this technique would cause no side effects. Wasn't that what you said? Toby asked earnestly. I'm not certain. Initially, there truly were none, but the moment I activated the third form of Susanoo and attempted to replicate, would release adverse effects manifested abruptly. Silver Wolf answered truthfully. Wait, Silver Wolf, did you just say you used Susanoo? And not only that, the third form? Toby pressed urgently. Yes, what of it? Silverwolf replied indifferently, while Toby wore an expression of utter resignation. You speak of Susanoo as though it were something one could summon at will. Even with Hashirama's cells in my body, I've activated it only a handful of times. Yet you've already reached its third form. Never mind, I won't dwell on that now. How is your eye faring? Is your vision blurred? Toby asked anxiously. No, it feels exactly as before. And the pain has vanished entirely, ever since I deactivated the Sharingan. Silverwolf spoke serenely. Truly, are you certain? Toby remained skeptical. Of course, I still need these eyes for gaming. They can't go blind, not yet, she declared solemnly. Upon hearing this, Toby ceased pressing the matter. Very well, but Silverwolf, perhaps it's time you reconsidered your attitude toward the Kamui mark. Without it you couldn't contact me, and I wouldn't have arrived so swiftly. Toby smiled expectantly, awaiting praise, only to receive sharp criticism instead. How dare you even mention the Kamui mark to me? I'd rather not think about it, but now that you've brought it up, my temper flares. Remove it, immediately. I'm terrified Naruto might spot it someday and suffer psychological harm. And if someone else sees it, how on earth would I explain it? Silverwolf voiced every grievance she harbored toward the Kamui mark. Toby merely looked exasperated. Calm down, Silverwolf. Worst comes to worst, we could relocate the mark. Relocate? Don't push me, Toby. I'll curse you outright. And once the Orochimaru incident is resolved, you will surrender yourself to me. Understood? Her tone grew grave. Rest assured, I always honor my promises. By the way, does this meet your needs? As he spoke, Toby produced both the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. How did you acquire the Heaven and Earth Scrolls? Silverwolf gazed at them puzzled. What's so difficult about obtaining them? There are some nearby. You may not know, this recent explosion claimed several examinees' lives. I simply picked them up in passant. With that, Toby handed the scrolls to Silverwolf. Shall I escort you there? Given Heavy Armor Bunny's current condition, she's hardly fit to accompany you. Thank you, but for safety's sake, I'll go alone. Rest easy, I am after all the Nine-Tails jinchuriki. You needn't fret over me so much. So saying, Silverwolf vanished with Heavy Armor Bunny via body flicker technique, heading straight for the finish line. Shortly thereafter, Toby returned to the Kamui dimension, only to find it eerily vacant. The first and second Hokage had vanished without trace, leaving behind only dust and the corpses of two Konoha Chunin. Is this why Silverwolf summoned me back? Clearly matters run deeper than they first appeared. Meanwhile, Silverwolf was querying the system about the Eye of Truth. System, what's happening? Why has the replicated Sharingan suddenly developed side effects? And why can I no longer activate it? Silverwolf asked, agitated. Why can't you use it? Don't you already know? You wielded Susanoo as if yours were an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and far too often at that. The system retorted, unimpressed. I warned you, every copied technique draws chakra from your core, and that reserve is inherently limited. Yet you kept using it recklessly. Now it's utterly depleted. As for side effects, they arose because afterward every activation of your Kamui Sharingan was force sustained purely by sheer willpower. Functionality came first, consequences were secondary. Hearing this, Silverwolf sighed in profound resignation. So, if I understand correctly, I'm temporarily unable to use the Sharingan at all. What else did you expect? Chakra recovery within the core proceeds excruciatingly slowly. Unless, let me think, unless you receive a blessing from a stellar deity. Otherwise, restoration will take years. That's indistinguishable from saying nothing at all. You expect me to hunt down a stellar deity here? Are you jesting? Indeed, I concur. Though I could transport you there given your present state. The system paused briefly. Never mind. I can't imagine any stellar deity deigning to notice you. Its tone carried unmistakable disdain. How very telling. Truly, I must be idle, wasting time consulting you when I could instead seek out Jiraiya and learn sage art, thereby replenishing my core chakra. Having spoken, Silverwolf dismissed the system entirely and soon arrived at the finish line. This must be the place. Let's wrap this up quickly. I still need to get back and collect my package. With that, Silverwolf casually pushed open a door and stepped inside. The moment she entered, she found the space astonishingly vast and empty. Only a single scroll hung upon one wall. If my memory serves me right, the next step is to unroll the scroll. She unfurled the celestial scroll, and instantly thick mist billowed forth. As it dissipated, Irika stood before her. Congratulations, Miss Silverwolf. You are the first to complete the examination. Irika spoke with a gentle smile, though Silverwolf herself appeared distinctly unimpressed by the outcome. Huh, what do you mean? I assumed Naruto and the others had already arrived. Silverwolf replied, her expression flat and unamused. Miss Silverwolf seems deeply invested in Naruto and his friends. May I ask, dare I be so bold, as to whether you truly are Naruto's elder sister? Irika asked earnestly, yet Silverwolf responded with casual indifference. What else would I be? Do you honestly think I'd fabricate such a bond to manipulate his feelings? she countered coolly. Then if that's the case, Naruto is. Irika hadn't finished speaking when Silverwolf raised a finger to her lips in a silent gesture. You may know, but don't speak it aloud. Still rest assured you won't have to hold your tongue for long. I intend to reveal it soon enough. A faint, enigmatic smile played upon her lips. Irika nodded quietly in response. Then Miss Silverwolf, please remain here for a few days to rest. I'll see to your meals. At this, confusion flickered across Silverwolf's face. Can't I just go home directly? She asked, genuinely bewildered. No, you cannot. The second and third examinations are conducted consecutively. Since you arrived on the very first day, a brief stay is unavoidable. Irika admitted, slightly embarrassed. Huh, what absurd regulation is this? I've never heard of it. Fetch the third Hokage at once. I demand an explanation. Silverwolf grumbled irritably. Miss Silverwolf, please calm yourself. Should you require anything, I'll do my utmost to accommodate you. So I humbly ask for your patience these few days. Hearing this, Silverwolf relented and ceased pressing him further. Fine. On Naruto's behalf, bring me a bowl of Ichiraka ramen and a side of tricolored dango, and I'll wait here obediently. Agreed, she said with a playful grin. Agreed, no problem at all. Though it's rather amusing you two siblings share not only blood, but also remarkably similar tastes. Irika murmured in mild astonishment before departing to fetch her meal. Sai, what can I do? Don't blame me. I had no choice but to send a shadow clone to handle you. Immediately afterward, Silverwolf formed a shadow clone and used Prometheus to transport it to a location just beyond the perimeter of the Forest of Death. You're late, little girl. White and I have been waiting far too long. Zabuza's voice rang out from a distance, and moments later he and White appeared before Silverwolf. Hey, don't tell me you're sending another clone to deal with us. Zabuza asked skeptically. My original body truly wished to come, but unforeseen circumstances left me no choice but to send this clone instead. Silverwolf sighed wearily. So it's a clone again. You sent one to assign us the task, and now even after delivering the target you greet us with yet another. Fine, take it. Zabuza dropped the burlap sack at her feet. Inside lay no one else but Karen, the kunoichi bearing the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Aren't you curious why I went to such lengths just to enlist your help in capturing a young girl? Silverwolf asked, eyes fixed on Zabuza. I uphold professional integrity, and frankly I couldn't care less about your motives. But what you promised us? Yes, I'll honor every word. Just outside Konoha's western border lies a forest. You'll find the payment there waiting. Take it and leave this life behind. Seek peace. No more dancing on the edge of the blade. Silverwolf cautioned firmly. That's none of your concern. Come, White, Zabuza said, and strode off without another glance, granting White a quiet moment alone with Silverwolf. Thank you for everything you've done for us. We were enemies not long ago, yet you've gone to such extraordinary lengths on our behalf. White began, only to be gently cut off by Silverwolf. Enough of that. Take the money, join Zabuza, and live quietly. Your survival, that alone is the greatest gratitude I could ever ask for. White nodded silently and departed. Meanwhile, Silverwolf's clone escorted Karen safely home, personally overseeing her meals and daily needs over the following days. Honestly, am I grooming a future girlfriend for Sasuke ahead of schedule? Sigh, how boring. If I had known I would be out for so long, I should have brought a couple more game cartridges. Silverwolf lay on the ground, appearing somewhat despondent. Boss, you have Prometheus, can't you just send yourself back? Heavy Armored Bunny retorted, but her hands did not stop as the handheld game console still needed to be charged by her hand-cranked generator. Do you think I don't want to? The outside is crawling with dark agents, and who knows if some of them are mixed in. I certainly don't want to expose myself to that old thief Danzo so soon. Silverwolf replied somewhat helplessly. Fine, but it's already fully charged, so take it. Heavy Armored Bunny said, handing the fully charged game console to Silverwolf, who did not hesitate to take it. Hey boss, after all my hard work, can't you at least say thank you? Heavy Armored Bunny questioned loudly, but Silverwolf seemed rather indifferent. Oh, alright, thanks. Silverwolf replied dismissively. Forget it, boss. Since the dumplings have been plentiful these past few days, I won't hold it against you, you heartless boss. After Heavy Armored Bunny finished speaking, she continued to work on her mobile network. But soon Irika arrived again. Miss Silverwolf, we should go now. Upon hearing this, Silverwolf immediately jumped up from the ground. Really? Silverwolf said with some excitement, while Irika seemed somewhat resigned upon seeing this. It's clear that Miss Silverwolf can hardly wait, so let's skip the small talk, and I'll take you there directly. Immediately afterward, Irika led Silverwolf out of the break room, and soon arrived at the center of the tower. Just as they arrived, Silverwolf was suddenly embraced by Naruto. Sister, it's so good to see you safe. Naruto continued. Sasuke and the others told me you went to deal with that guy alone, and then there was an explosion at that location. I thought. Before Naruto could finish, Silverwolf poked his forehead with 2 fingers and smiled. My foolish little brother, do you really not trust your sister? I wouldn't even bat an eye at someone like that slippery snake. Heavy armored bunny. All right, boss, you're absolutely right. Dare to undermine me again, and I'll make sure to deduct your salary for this month. Silverwolf said in a slightly threatening tone, but it had quite the effect as Heavy Armored Bunny immediately covered her mouth. So if that's the case, that explosion was caused by you. At this moment, Sasuke walked over and inquired. Silverwolf shook her head, appearing somewhat helpless. No, I was the one who got blown up, and it was right in my face. Silverwolf made a comical expression. Sister, you're not joking, right? You didn't get hurt at all from that explosion. Naruto said in shock, but Silverwolf responded with a punch to the top of his head. Naruto, what do you mean by that? Does my survival affect your output? Are you so unwilling to let me live? Silverwolf said angrily. No, sister, that's not what I meant. Cough, cough. The cough of the third Hokage from the podium interrupted this familial drama. First of all, congratulations to everyone for passing the second exam. However, the upcoming third exam will be even more brutal. But before I introduce it, I must clarify one thing, which is the true purpose of this exam. At this time, Silverwolf wasn't paying much attention to what the third Hokage was saying. Instead, her gaze was directed toward the nearby Gar's team. It seemed they had also made it in, but the Sharingan was temporarily unusable, and she wondered if the control over Shikaku was still effective. Silverwolf thought this, completely ignoring the third Hokage's lengthy speech. When the third Hokage finished, Yugao appeared and began explaining the rules for the third round. Cough, cough. As Lord Hokage mentioned, many guests will be watching the third exam, so we cannot be slow in our proceedings. Likewise, there will be time restrictions. Before explaining the match rules, I want to ask if anyone wishes to withdraw. Yugao looked at the crowd inquiringly, but aside from Kabuto, no one else chose to withdraw. Then the preliminaries now officially begin. The upcoming preliminaries will be unknown battles conducted in a real combat format. With exactly 18 participants, that makes 9 matches. The winners will advance to the third exam with no rules until one side is dead or down or chooses to concede. So if you don't want to die, concede quickly. However, if the outcome is clear, cough, cough. To avoid unnecessary casualties, we will intervene and stop you, and the one who will hold your fate. Yugao did not finish her sentence, instead signaling for Akamaru to turn on the electronic bulletin board. This is the electronic bulletin board, which will randomly display the names of the 2 combatants for each match. Now let's reveal the first match's participants. Looking up, the names on the big screen were rapidly changing, and soon the participants for the first match appeared before everyone. The participants for the first match are Uchiha Sasuke versus Chojuro. Any objections? Sasuke smiled lightly as he stepped forward to respond. None. Chojuro replied similarly. Then let's begin the first round. Cough, cough. Everyone else except the 2 combatants, please step up to the stands. Yugao said, coughing. Sister, we should go now? Naruto tugged at Silverwolf's sleeve. Has it already started? Alright, let's go. Silverwolf, just returning from her thoughts, didn't quite catch up, but was still pulled by Naruto to the audience seats. The familiar voice came from behind Yin, and when she turned around, she was surprised to see Lynn. Yin asked in confusion, Lynn, what are you doing here? Didn't Kakashi say you were busy every day? However, Chongzhuang Xiaodu couldn't wait and hugged Lynn. Lynn, you finally made it. I've missed you so much, said Chongzhuang Xiaodu, leaning against Lynn's chest. Xiaodu, that's not really appropriate, especially since Yin is still. Lynn's words were interrupted as Yin grabbed Chongzhuang Xiaodu's ear, preparing to pull her away from Lynn. Chongzhuang Xiaodu, get off me. I see how you aren't this enthusiastic when you see me. Who is really your boss? Yin said, clearly dissatisfied. Hey, I'm not getting off. Heartless boss, let go of me. Chongzhuang Xiaodu clung tightly to Lynn's clothes, showing no intention of letting go, while Yin was getting really angry. Chongzhuang Xiaodu, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't let go now, I will no longer want you, Yin threatened, but Chongzhuang Xiaodu seemed unconcerned. If you don't want me, then fine. I didn't want to work anyway. Besides, doesn't Lynn have a job? I can just work with her, no problem, Chongzhuang Xiaodu replied, making Lynn feel somewhat awkward. Xiaodu, let me just say that my job might not be suitable for you. And Yin is just jealous, that's all. Lynn started, but was interrupted by a blushing Yin. Lynn, don't say nonsense. I'm not jealous at all, Yin retorted, though her denial fell flat. Oh really? Then why do I remember that you locked yourself in your room for a whole month after Xiaodu left? Lynn smiled at Yin. Hey, so the boss really didn't lie to me before, Chongzhuang Xiaodu said incredulously, while Yinling's face turned even redder. Can you keep it down? Naruto and the others are still listening, Yinling said as she hugged Chongzhuang Xiaodu tightly. Hey. Boss, let go of me. I want change jobs, I promise. Chongzhuang Xiaodu struggled. Really? Yinling suddenly smirked. Of course it's true, but boss, where did you learn this from? Using such sneaky tactics, Chongzhuang Xiaodu pouted. Guess what? Far away yet close, the one who posed the question is the same as the originator of this tactic. Alright, that's enough, I need to find Kakashi now, Yinling said. After finishing her sentence, Yin Lang walked directly to Kakashi and asked, "Did you teach him that move?" "Of course you told me in advance, so I naturally would teach. Plus, even if you hadn't told me, I had already considered teaching him in the future," Kakashi replied. "Oh, is that so? But what would happen if Obito taught him?" Yin Lang asked with a playful smile. "Obito? I remember you mentioning him before." Kakashi fell silent, unsure of how to respond. "What's wrong? Just speak your mind. I've already thought it through. Soon Konoha will face a major crisis, and when that happens, letting him help could be considered an act of redemption. At the very least, it should lessen his punishment," Yin Lang explained calmly. "I know that, but ultimately it's still my fault. If I hadn't..." "Enough. I'm already feeling cold due to your actions. You don't need to keep talking about it. Just enjoy the match. I'm actually quite looking forward to Sasuke's performance," Yin Lang said, leaning against the railing to watch the fight seriously. At this moment in the arena, Sasuke had basically figured out the capabilities of the red copper armor. Absorbing chakra, although it could be solved with physical techniques, just to be safe. Since Sasuke had not been cursed by Orochimaru, he did not need to suppress anything. Therefore, this battle was practically over as soon as he discovered the red copper armor's abilities. "This battle is about to end," Sasuke said as he formed the hand signs for Chidori. Chidori. In an instant, a sound resembling 1,000 birds chirping simultaneously rang out, and at that moment Sasuke had gathered Chidori. Moreover, his Sharingan had also activated at the same time. Not bad, Yin Lang praised from the audience. "Kakashi, your teaching is impressive. It hasn't even been long and Sasuke has already learned it," Yin Lang remarked. "Likewise, Naruto used the Rasengan a few days ago, and it's obvious you taught him," Kakashi replied. "Indeed, but speaking of which, we used to face off with these two moves. Do you think they will?" "Who knows? Anyway, I will do my best to fulfill my responsibilities," Kakashi said, casually turning a page in Intimate Paradise. In the arena, the red copper armor watched as Sasuke approached him, wanting to intercept him, but to Sasuke, all of his attacks were meaningless. "It's over," Sasuke declared. In an instant, Sasuke's Chidori pierced through the red copper armor, but he intentionally avoided the vital points, so this attack merely knocked him unconscious and was not lethal. After this, Moonlight Breeze announced Sasuke's victory. Ahem. Now, let's proceed to the second match. With the swift wind of the moonlight, two names appeared on the big screen. Oil Girl Shizuna versus Sword Beauty Mizuki. It looks like this round will be very easy for Shizuna to win, the Silver Wolf remarked from the audience. "Oh, do you know about that sound, ninja?" Kakashi asked the Silver Wolf. "I have some information, but if that guy encounters others, he might have a chance. Unfortunately, he's met his match here. After all, how can someone who needs to get up close and personal with their opponent defeat the Oil Girl clan?" The Silver Wolf gave a somewhat amused smile, but the outcome was indeed as she had said. Shizuna defeated Mizuki even more easily than in the original story. "So what do you think? Didn't I tell you? This is an overwhelming match," the Silver Wolf said proudly, looking at the already concluded battle below. "All right, you seem to know everything, but I still suggest you take a look at the electronic bulletin board." Hearing this, the Silver Wolf, though puzzled, looked up at the big screen where her name and Kanjuro's appeared. Just this. "The matchmaking system in Konoha still needs improvement," the Silver Wolf said disdainfully while gazing at the big screen. Feeling confident, planning to finish the battle in a few seconds, Kakashi inquired. "Who knows? After all, you should understand that in a match I'm sure to win, I usually like to toy with my opponent," the Silver Wolf said with a mischievous smile, while at the same time the heavy armored bunny beside her quietly muttered, still toying around. "Boss, isn't that just pure indulgence?" Before long, Kanjuro arrived with his puppets while the Silver Wolf sat on the heavy armored bunny's hand and flew down from the audience. "That thing again." Upon seeing the heavy armored bunny, Kanjuro instinctively untied the bandages from the puppet crow. "What? How can that guy do it, Tsunade? Is that allowed, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto raised a question from the audience. "Nothing's wrong with that. Besides, with Silver Wolf and heavy armored bunny, isn't that considered too?" Kakashi replied. "That's different, and no matter how you look at it, she's at a disadvantage, right?" At this moment, Kakashi no longer wanted to respond. "You really have no idea about Silver Wolf's strength. With her abilities, even in a Tsunade situation, she could easily dominate her opponent. Let alone now, with a heavy armored bunny, it's the opponent who should be worried." Back to the arena. "Please don't look at me with those eyes as if I'm a monster. You can fight me without worry. I won't use the power of the tailed beast," the Silver Wolf said with a mischievous smile to Kanjuro. "Not using the power of the tailed beast? Are you looking down on me?" Kanjuro's words were tough, but his retreating body betrayed him. "Yes, I am looking down on you," the Silver Wolf stated bluntly, then beckoned Kanjuro with her finger. "You shouldn't be too arrogant," Kanjuro said angrily, and immediately controlled the crow to attack the Silver Wolf. Aura! The heavy armored bunny's fist fell like lightning, shattering the crow's blade-equipped arm. Too slow. In front of my heavy armored bunny, your crow is simply insignificant." The silver wolf continued to taunt, and the speed at which the heavy armored bunny dismantled the crow increased. Just then the crow's arms suddenly opened and released a large amount of poison mist. Don't underestimate a puppet master, Kanjiro said proudly. He had been waiting for this moment, fully aware that he couldn't defeat the silver wolf in a direct confrontation. His only option was to launch a sneak attack. Clap, clap, clap. Applause suddenly echoed, but it wasn't from within the poison mist that came from above in the sky. How is this possible? Kanjiro said in disbelief as he looked up, gazing at the silver wolf sitting on the heavy armored bunny, a mocking expression on her face. Not bad, not bad. You managed to sneak in a hit at the last moment, indeed commendable, but there's nothing else left to praise. The silver wolf set her hand, gathering an enormous Rasengan. Now, let me show you what overwhelming power looks like. In the next moment, the silver wolf hurled the massive Rasengan down. Boom. As the explosion subsided, Kanjuro's figure was nowhere to be seen in the duel arena. Only the crow puppet that had been completely shattered remained, along with a large crater in the arena. I seem to have used too much force, but it's fine, and I'll make the third generation pay for it. On the other side, Kanjuro, just rescued, was still somewhat in shock. That move, she really wanted my life, Kanjiro said in fear. As for the issue of the venue who would dare to make the fourth's adopted daughter pay, and the third had also tacitly approved. Before long, Moonlight Gale announced the victory of the silver wolf, who then returned to the audience. Sister, you were amazing just now. And why was that Rasengan so big? The silver wolf patted Naruto's head as she spoke, but soon turned her gaze to Sasuke nearby and approached him. Why are you all alone here? Aren't you going to talk to them? No need. I watched your match earlier. It was a complete domination, or rather you were deliberately holding back to achieve that. That's absurd. I was just slightly stronger than him, really. The silver wolf's claim was so bold that it felt like she wasn't even trying to cover it up. If you use that kind of reasoning to fool Naruto, it might work, but don't try it on me. Your true strength is definitely not beneath Kakashi's. Oh, am I that strong in your eyes? But I should remind you that I no longer have my Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Sasuke looked somewhat shocked. Don't be surprised. I'm not even a Uchiha, and I believe I mentioned that those eyes were something I copied. They have usage limits, and my battle with that slippery snake drained them completely, so I'm not as strong as I was before. The silver wolf spoke truthfully. Even so, your strength is still formidable. There's much hidden within you. I won't pry too much, as I only wish to gain power myself. Power? Isn't what Kakashi gave you enough? The silver wolf asked, but Sasuke shook his head. No, if I want to kill Itachi, this is far from enough. But if you could. Don't even think about it. I don't take on disciples. The silver wolf interrupted. I'm not an Uchiha, so my ability to teach you is limited. However, my friend is willing to teach you. He'll come after the Chunin exam. How about that? Sounds exciting, right? The silver wolf looked at Sasuke with a somewhat amused expression, but Sasuke maintained a calm demeanor. This isn't something to joke about. Hey, what? Can't I show a little humor? Never mind, I won't talk to you anymore. The silver wolf said with a pout, then turned her attention back to the matches. After watching a few uninteresting battles, she finally arrived at the match she had been eagerly anticipating. Vortex Naruto vs. Inuzuka Kiba. The big screen displayed their names. Naruto, do your best. The silver wolf smiled at Naruto. Don't worry, sister, I will definitely win. Naruto said confidently. Oh, are you that confident? If you lose, you'll have to do the chores for this month. The silver wolf grinned at Naruto. No problem, but if sister loses, you must treat me well. Alright, if you win, I'll lend you the heavy armored little rabbit for 2 days. On the side, the heavy armored little rabbit said, Boss I. What did you say? I didn't hear you. The silver wolf looked at the heavy armored little rabbit with a sly smile. Nothing, boss, I didn't say anything. The heavy armored little rabbit hurriedly denied it. It's best that way. Soon Naruto arrived at the arena where Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru were already waiting. Match 7 Vortex Naruto vs. Inuzuka Kiba. Moonlight Gale announced, stepping back to leave the arena to Naruto and Kiba. Finally, it's my time to shine. I can't let sister down. Naruto exclaimed loudly, completely ignoring Kiba in front of him. Hey, why are you stealing my lines? And you should clarify when the Fourth Hokage's adopted daughter became your sister. Kiba questioned loudly. Do I need to explain my relationship with my sister to you? Besides, you can't win against me. Naruto retorted loudly. You? Kiba looked somewhat angry, but he chose to release Akamaru first. Hey, don't bring that little dog to the arena. It will hinder the match. Naruto pointed at Kiba. Idiot, Akamaru is participating in the battle. Kiba replied, but Naruto turned directly to Moonlight Gale. Is this really allowed? Naruto asked Moonlight Gale, pointing at Kiba. Of course, animals and insects are allowed, and if you have a summoning beast, that's fine too, just like Miss Silverwolf. Moonlight Gale replied. Upon hearing this, Naruto still felt somewhat dissatisfied, but had no choice but to begin his battle with Kiba. We're going in, Akamaru. Inin woof, Inin man and dog struck first. Akamaru clamped his jaws onto Naruto's arm, while Kiba Inuzuka, having activated the beast mimicry technique 4 legs, delivered a sharp elbow strike to Naruto. Inin before Naruto could react, he was driven backward several meters by Kiba's blow. Inin, you're still standing. Looks like I underestimated you. Kiba spoke, and prepared to launch another assault, only for Naruto to fling Akamaru off his arm with a swift motion. Of course I want fall. Am destined to become Hokage one day. And as he spoke, Naruto instantly created 2 shadow clones ready to assist him in forming the Rasengan. I was holding back just now. Now witness my true power. In moments the Rasengan coalesced in Naruto's palm, yet what followed defied all expectation. What's happening? Why won't it hold? And in half-formed the Rasengan dissolved inexplicably. No matter how many times he tried, the result remained the same. And strange. With Naruto's mastery, such a failure should be impossible. Silverwolf murmured in bewilderment from the spectator stance. Then suddenly her expression shifted. And the 5-element seal. How could I have forgotten? What now? Removing the seal externally is virtually impossible, but internally, would need to seek out. And in before Silverwolf could finish, Kurama's voice resonated in her mind. So you're calling on me again? Little girl. And in Kurama's tone carried a faint sigh of resignation. And you seem to know exactly what I'm thinking. Kurama, does that mean you truly have a way? And Silverwolf asked, smiling. It's not as simple as you imagine. You two cannot connect physically at present, so the only path lies in chakra resonance guiding you toward my other half. But you know well enough how stubborn he is. He'd never lend aid. Wait, why did I just call myself stubborn? Kurama paused, momentarily lost in self-doubt. Well, that is tricky. Young Kurama won't cooperate willingly. Still, Kurama, if we let Naruto attempt removal himself, do you think he stands a chance? Silverwolf asked. And perhaps, the seal appears rather crude. But my assessment assumes you as the foundation. As for that boy, frankly it would be difficult. Kurama stated plainly, yet Silverwolf's lips had already curled upward. Then he raised the question, if you channel chakra into the core, could you sustain a single use of my truth eye? Not for replication, but for direct activation. Silverwolf asked abruptly. And possibly, the so-called core shows little enthusiasm for absorbing my chakra. But for one brief activation, that should suffice. Kurama replied. And very well. Then I leave it to you, Kurama. And with those words, Silverwolf activated the truth eye, not to replicate, but to wield directly. The truth eye possesses 2 abilities: replication and direct execution of copied jutsu or bloodline limits. Replication consumes no chakra from the core, only execution does. Earlier during Ino and Sakura's match, Silverwolf had replicated Ino's mind-body switch technique, lacking only the chakra required to activate it. Moments later, Silverwolf locked onto Naruto and formed the hand seals. And ninjutsu mind-body switch technique. Instantly Naruto froze mid-battle, so abruptly that even Kiba stared bewildered. And what's wrong? Why isn't he moving? Kiba frowned at Naruto, while within the seal's dimension Naruto stood face-to-face with Silverwolf. Huh, sister, why are you? And we'll talk later. Right now, Kurama released some chakra, and Silverwolf declared, and reached straight for Yon Kurama. Hey you brat, don't push your luck. I will act if provoked. And Yon Kurama roared. And oh, is that so? Then it's beyond your choice. And with that, Silverwolf seized his chakra, not through consent, but sheer force like a tug-of-war. You little. Yon Kurama could only watch powerless as Silverwolf drew chakra from his very essence. Even the overwhelming hatred infused in his chakra failed to affect her in the slightest. My strength returns. Remarkable. I hadn't expected the core to eagerly absorb chakra laced with hatred. Soon Silverwolf ceased her extraction. Naruto's body could bear only so much of Kurama's chakra before reaching its limit. Enough for now. I'll collect more next time. And then she re-emerged into the arena, taking full control of Naruto's body. But the moment she surfaced, Kiba launched his attack. It's over. And Kiba attempted his signature elbow strike, only for Naruto, or rather Silverwolf, to catch it effortlessly with one hand. Too weak. Far too weak. Do you truly believe such feeble strikes can defeat me? And Silverwolf mocked, then lifted Naruto's shirt and dispelled the 5-element seal. What's happening? Why has he grown so powerful so suddenly? And Kiba gasped in alarm, straining to pull his arm free, yet it remained locked in Silverwolf's unyielding grip. Already at my limit. Fine. Switching back. In an instant a chakra cloak surged around Naruto, his first tail materializing behind him. Silverwolf withdrew, reverting control to Naruto, who now stood once more in his own body. Huh. Did sister leave already? And Naruto blinked dazed, while Kiba seized the opening and swiftly retreated. I don't know what just happened, but his aura alone left me breathless, as though he could erase me without effort. Kiba whispered in dread, while Naruto, seizing the advantage gifted by his sister, cried out in multiple shadow clone technique. With a thunderous pop, white smoke engulfed the arena. As it cleared, hundreds of Narutos encircled Kiba, each trio joining hands to form a Rasengan. Crimson Rasengan barrage, and in all clones surged forward, unleashing their Rasengans at once. And in Kakashi should intervene now, or someone may die. Silverwolf observed Kakashi with a wry, knowing smile, while Kakashi responded with his trademark deadpan stare. And in, you handle it. There are too many clones, and I know exactly what you just did. Silverwolf sighed, shaking her head. And in, honestly, just admit you're exhausted. With that, she activated Prometheus, teleporting both Kiba and Akamaru clear of the encirclement. Seeing this, Yugugo Yuzuki, who had begun to move, halted mid-step. What? How did I get out so suddenly? Never mind. I still have tricks left. And Kiba readied himself to resume battle, when Moonlight Hate stepped between them. This match is over. You've lost. Had Silverwolf not extracted you in time, you'd be dead. Hate explained. And in what? I wasn't defeated. I didn't need rescuing. I could have broken free myself, and I suggest you accept the outcome gracefully. Or, if you refuse, challenge me instead. Win, and I'll yield my position to you. And in, Silverwolf leapt down from the stands, meeting Kiba's gaze. And in, what's this? Kiba stared. Though Silverwolf smiled warmly, he sensed something terrifying beneath it. If you say nothing, I'll take that as your concession. And in, Silverwolf smiled lightly, watching him. Fine. And though reluctant, Kiba yielded, and returned silently to the stands. Naruto, having shed the chakra cloak, joined Silverwolf back in the spectator area. And in, Naruto, are you alright? Let me check for injuries. Rin hurried to examine him, only to find herself astonished. And, you really are just like your sister. No wounds at all, even after such a fight. Rin chuckled softly, while the tournament advanced to its 8th match. Hinata Hyuga vs. Neji Hyuga. At this moment, their names were already displayed on the big screen. Are you nervous, Hinata? Silverwolf asked with concern, but Hinata merely nodded without saying a word. It's okay, you don't have to be so nervous. If it really comes to it, you can forfeit. After all, safety is the most important thing. Neji said expressionlessly. Before we begin, I would like to give Miss Hinata a piece of advice. Forfeit. You are not suited to be a ninja, you are too kind. You desire peace, so you avoid conflict, always conforming to others' thoughts, and you lack self-confidence, harboring feelings of inferiority. That's why I have always thought you would be fine as a lower-ranking ninja. However, the Chunin exam requires 3 people to form a team for registration, and you cannot refuse the invitation from your teammates such as Kiba, which is why you reluctantly participated in this exam, isn't it? No, that's not true. Hinata wanted to argue, but the words were stuck in her throat. Miss Hinata, you truly are the eldest daughter of the main family, aren't you? People cannot change. Hinata was momentarily stunned, looking at Neji in surprise. The tail end will always be the tail end, their character and abilities will not change. It is precisely because they cannot change that differences arise, giving rise to terms like elite and tail end. Everyone judges others' worth based on appearance, intellect, ability, physique, and character. These factors cannot be changed. People live within these confines, suffering accordingly, just like the division between our branch family and your main family, which is also unchangeable. Now with my Byakugan, I can see through everything, so I know you are just putting on a brave front. Deep down, you must be thinking of escaping from here. Hinata wanted to argue again, but at that moment Neji had already activated his Byakugan. Looking at Neji's Byakugan, Hinata's face was already filled with fear, her gaze wavering. You cannot deceive my eyes. Just now, under my pressure, your gaze drifted to the upper left, which indicates your memories of the past, your painful recollections. Then your gaze quickly moved to the lower right, indicating thoughts of both physical and mental pain. In other words, by imagining your former self and combining it with your experiences up to this point, you envisioned the result of this match, picturing yourself losing. Hinata looked at Neji in horror, momentarily at a loss for words. The act of crossing your arms in front of your chest is an attempt to create a barrier between us, a gesture indicating you wish to maintain distance. This means you do not want me to peer into your heart, because I have hit the mark. Moreover, touching your lips is also a sign of your inner turmoil. It represents your defensive instinct as you continuously reassure yourself against your tense and anxious emotions. So you have already noticed, haven't you? Suddenly Naruto shouted from the audience, hey, don't. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Silverwolf covered his mouth from behind. Enough. My foolish little brother, keep your words to a minimum. And Hinata, if you can't win, just forfeit, but I'm saying this before you have made your decision. Silverwolf's tone shifted, beginning to encourage Hinata. If you haven't made up your mind, don't force yourself. But if you have, then go do what you want to do. Silverwolf said with a smile, simultaneously releasing Naruto's mouth. Hinata then activated her Byakugan, just like Neji, and assumed her gentle fist stance. Seeing this scene, Niji appeared somewhat helpless, but also took on the gentle fist stance. Hinata was the first to launch an attack, but Niji easily countered it. After several exchanges, Niji struck Hinata in the chest, causing her to spit out blood. Oh. Hinata attempted to attack again, but Niji did not give her any chance, swiftly grabbing her arm. After sealing her chakra points, he rolled up her sleeve, revealing the red marks that had long covered her arm. Could it be? You knew from the very beginning. Niji replied, that's right. My eyes can even see through chakra points. In the next moment, he struck down, sending Hinata flying. Oh. Hinata landed heavily on the ground, and Niji walked forward. Miss Hinata, this is the unchangeable gap, the difference between elites and the tail end. This is the undeniable fact. You should feel quite hopeless right now, and this is my final notice to you: forfeit. Niji said seriously as he looked at Hinata. Although blood was spilling from her mouth, Hinata still struggled to stand up. I will not go against my... Niji interrupted. All right, let's end this, Hinata. You have already proven yourself. Continuing to hang on is meaningless, especially since your chakra points have been almost completely sealed. Silverwolf advised, already prepared to step in. But, Silverwolf, there is no need to feel burdened. Naruto does not want to continue watching you get hurt. Silverwolf comforted her. Silverwolf, Hinata wanted to say more, but her body could no longer bear the strain and collapsed. Hinata. Without hesitation, Silverwolf immediately teleported next to Hinata and caught her while Naruto jumped down from the audience. Are you alright, Hinata? Silverwolf and Naruto asked in unison. Silverwolf and Naruto. Hinata weakly spoke. Silverwolf, please step aside. Let me handle this. At this moment, Rin also rushed over and immediately began treating Hinata. How is it, Rin? Is Hinata alright? Silverwolf asked anxiously. It's okay. We acted in time and her injuries are not particularly serious, but she will need some time to recuperate. As someone who is also renowned for their talent, Miss Silverwolf, if you're looking for an unknown challenge, just say so. I happen to have the same thought. Ning Ci said, simultaneously activating his Byakugan. Hey, you two, hold on a moment. Kakashi suddenly appeared between them, preventing the impending battle. Silverwolf, I advise you not to fight here. Of course, if you insist, I cannot stop you. Kakashi said somewhat helplessly. Is that your way of stopping me, Kakashi? Silverwolf replied somewhat seriously. I suppose it is. After all, if you go all out, the remaining candidates won't need to compete anymore. Kakashi stated. Alright, I'll give you face this time. We won't fight in this round, but if we meet in the competition, I will not hold back. After leaving behind a graceful silhouette, Silverwolf teleported directly to the audience seats. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Kakashi, who also arrived at the audience seats, inquired. Not at all, I'm not that petty. Besides, thinking about it carefully, I'm already a grown adult in my 20s. It's not worth getting angry at a child in their teens. Silverwolf replied calmly. Oh really? When did your temper become so good that it feels a bit unfamiliar to me? Kakashi teased. Hey Kakashi, what do you mean by that? My temper has always been good. Silverwolf retorted, rolling her eyes at Kakashi afterward. Before long, the big screen displayed the names of the contestants for the 9th match. Lee Rock vs. Gaara. Has it appeared? It looks like another intense match. Silverwolf's words revealed a hint of helplessness, as her current responsibility was not much different from that of a rescue team. Soon Gaara arrived at the arena first through the sand shun technique. Meanwhile, Might Guy in the audience was giving serious advice to Lee. Lee, no one may have noticed, but that gourd is very suspicious. I see. Without any hesitation, Lee immediately noted Might Guy's words in his notebook. No need to take notes. There's no time for that during a fight, you idiot. Might Guy said sternly. Alright, go for it, Lee. Oh. In the next moment, Lee jumped down from the audience seats, ready to officially face Gaara. I didn't expect to face you so quickly. I'm truly delighted. Lee said to Gaara, who still maintained a cold expression. Then round 9 begins. As the voice of Moonlight Gale fell, Lee instantly charged toward Gaara at an incredible speed, executing the Leaf Whirlwind. Gaara made no move, but the sand around him began to move as if it were alive, easily blocking Lee's attack. Then he counterattacked Lee. What the hell? Without Prometheus's teleportation and the reduction of the weakness against Phantoms, my normal self would probably find it very difficult to break through his defenses. Silverwolf murmured in the audience, just as Might Guy saw the right moment, and immediately gave Lee a thumbs up. Lee, take them off. Upon hearing this, Lee looked somewhat surprised. But Teacher Guy, didn't you say that you can only take them off when protecting many important people? Lee asked with some confusion. It's alright, I approve. Lee looked at Might Guy in surprise and immediately crossed his legs on the stone statue, removing the 2 heavy weights tied to his legs. Boom. With a loud bang, dust shot into the sky, leaving everyone present astonished. You've gone too far, Guy. Kakashi said somewhat speechlessly. Go for it, Lee. Yes. In an instant, Lee vanished from his spot, his speed making even the always expressionless Gaara momentarily stunned. In the next moment, Lee appeared behind Gaara and threw a powerful punch. Though it was ultimately blocked by the sand, it was evident that the sand's defense was already struggling. If Silverwolf's teleportation was a spatial movement from point A to point B, then Lee was the embodiment of absolute speed. Gradually, Lee's speed increased until his final kick struck Gaara's face, sending him flying. However, when Gaara got back up, he discovered that what Lee had kicked was merely his sand armor. Moreover, beneath the shattered armor, Gaara's expression appeared quite ferocious. Sand armor, huh? Speaking of which, this thing seems to have been shattered by Prometheus after being enchanted with magic in one swift strike. Silverwolf recalled that moment in the Death Forest when Gaara experienced pain. Is this all you have? Compared to your jinchuriki, it's vastly inferior, Gaara said expressionlessly. Yet Shaoli displayed no fear. Instead, he began to unravel the bandages tightly wrapped around his hand. Awaken. In an instant, Shaoli started to circle around Gaara. Come on then, Gaara said disdainfully. As you wish. In the blink of an eye, Shaoli broke through the sand's defenses, delivering a kick to Gaara's face, sending him crashing into the low sky. It's not over yet. As the words fell, Shaoli supported himself with both hands on the ground and delivered several kicks to Gaara, sending him fully into a state of floating. Seeing that the height was sufficient, Shaoli quickly wrapped Gaara in bandages like a zongzi and then hugged him from behind. Take this, Balienwa. In a flash, the two began to plummet rapidly. Boom. With a loud crash, the massive pit created by the Silverwolf's gigantic tailed beast ball deepened further. Shaoli landed near the pit, gasping for air, while Gaara in the pit was covered in cracks, eventually disintegrating into countless fragments, turning into a shell of sand. In the next instant, Gaara emerged from the sand behind Shaoli, revealing a sinister smile. He then manipulated the sand to attack Shaoli. Shaoli attempted to dodge, but due to the side effects of Balienwa, he could barely stand, let alone evade, and could only endure Gaara's relentless attacks. Just as Gaara was preparing to deliver a final blow to Shaoli, Shaoli suddenly recovered and dodged Gaara's attack. Teacher Kai was still smiling at me. With just this, I can bravely recover and grow stronger, even more powerful than before. Seeing this, the Silverwolf in the audience couldn't help but smile. It seems I am witnessing 2 generations of green-skinned monsters here. Reinforced little rabbit, please open the visual sharing. After all, we were fighting against those who had closed their doors. Now, we need to watch those who have opened their doors fight others. As the Silverwolf spoke, a gear pattern appeared in her pupils, and she successfully completed visual sharing with Reinforced Little Rabbit. Is this the perspective of Reinforced Little Rabbit? Everything feels like it slowed down. On the battlefield, Shaoli radiated green light, with veins bulging, his skin turning deep red from the surge of blood, and a powerful aura emanating from him. Fourth gate, the wound gate open. In an instant, Shaoli struck, kicking Gaara's chin and sending him soaring into the sky. At this moment, Gaara's sand armor was riddled with countless cracks. Is it sand armor again? Let's see how you handle this. In a flash, Shaoli reappeared in front of Gaara and punched him down towards the ground, but before Gaara could land, Shaoli was already behind him, kicking him into the air, repeating this cycle. Impossible. My sand armor is gradually falling apart. You truly are tenacious in that case. This is the final blow. Fifth gate, the door of death open. With Shaoli's words, his speed surged once more, and a heavy punch struck Gaara's abdomen. Then he grabbed the fabric on Gaara's body and yanked hard. Niji, I originally intended to save this move for you, but now I will showcase it to you. Li Lianwalk. With a loud crash, Shaoli's hands and feet landed on Gaara, propelling him rapidly towards the ground, but during the fall, the gourd behind him transformed into sand, cushioning the impact. However, Shaoli was not so fortunate. After that strike, he too fell to the ground due to the side effects, unable to rise again. Protected by sand, Gaara fixed his gaze on Li and then manipulated the sand to prepare to twist Li's limbs. In an instant, Silverwolf teleported to Li's side through Prometheus, dispersing the incoming sand. Why did you save him? Gaara questioned Silverwolf. Is a reason necessary? I merely saved someone who had lost their combat ability. Moreover, this match was supposed to be lighthearted, wasn't it? Before Li could react, he was directly sent to the infirmary by Silverwolf using Prometheus. What did you do to that guy? Gaara asked, angrily looking at the already vanished Li. I simply sent him to a safe place. Yet you won. Why are you still here? Silverwolf retorted. The battle isn't over yet. Since you've sent him away, now it's your turn, Gaara said, controlling the sand to attack Silverwolf, who remained unperturbed. With your current state, do you think you stand a chance? In the blink of an eye, Silverwolf appeared behind Gaara and used a magically imbued blade to shatter the sand armor on Gaara. Let's call it a day. I don't take advantage of others' misfortunes. If given the chance, I would fight you with all my strength. After Silverwolf finished speaking, she departed using Prometheus, and when she returned, she brought Naruto with her. There were a total of 6 people from Konoha and 2 from the Sand Village. Frankly, if it weren't for the even numbers, I would have directly promoted Silverwolf. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared somewhat helpless. Now I will officially explain the details of the match. The formal competition will showcase the matches to the audience. I hope everyone as representatives of your respective countries can fully display your abilities without holding back. Thus, the formal competition will begin in 1 month. Huh, isn't it starting now? Naruto asked, perplexed. No, this is to give you preparation time, as well as time for the lords and ninja leaders from various countries to come and watch. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's lengthy explanation, it finally came to the moment of the draw. The results of the draw were Hyuga Neji vs. Kazekage Gaara, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Gaara, Temari vs. Nara Shikamaru, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Aburame Shino. Neji, huh? Enjoy this month well. I will definitely have my revenge on you for hitting my sister-in-law. Silverwolf thought silently. After everything ended, since there was still a long time before the third match began, everyone returned to their homes to train or play games as they pleased. Soon after, Silverwolf left the Forest of Death with Team 7 and then pulled Sasuke aside. Sasuke, I found you a girlfriend. She should have already been sent to your house. You should treat her well. Looking at Sasuke, Silverwolf said with a smile. Huh, are you kidding? Not to mention where you got her. Even if you did, I don't need one. Sasuke replied seriously. What do you mean by that? I put in a lot of effort to get you a mobile medical kit, and in the following month Kakashi will give you special training. That's not acceptable. Even if I agree, the person you brought should. She already has feelings for you. Besides, you saved her in the Forest of Death. It's the one with red hair. Do you remember? Silverwolf inquired while Sasuke fell into a brief memory. I think I've seen someone like that, but I want to ask, what do you mean by mobile medical kit? Sasuke asked, a bit confused. Of course, it's literally. She has a special constitution. Well, enough chit-chat, you will understand after going back. After speaking, Silverwolf left Sasuke with only her silhouette. Meanwhile, Kakashi handed over the responsibility of Naruto to Silverwolf. During this month, you will follow Silverwolf. After all, she can teach you much more than I can. Though Naruto felt a bit displeased, he had no choice but to agree. Kakashi-sensei is really biased, only teaching Sasuke, but following an older sister isn't bad. Let's leave it at that. Naruto pouted. Soon after, they all parted ways, but as soon as they did, Silverwolf directly used Prometheus to teleport herself and Naruto back home. In the Ilu ramen shop, Yin Lang and Naruto had just finished their noodles and were about to leave. Sister, what are you going to teach me today? Is it that super large Rasengan you used back then? That's not urgent, you'll learn it yourself in the future. Today I want to take you to meet someone who can be considered my mentor, although I usually don't call him that. Sister's mentor. At this moment, Naruto's face was filled with confusion, but Yin Lang paid little attention to it and directly led Naruto to the hot spring street. Hey, sister, what are you bringing me here for? Are we going to soak in the hot springs? Naruto asked, puzzled. You wouldn't understand this, oh, just come and see. As Yin Lang spoke, she pointed directly at the women's hot spring pool. Sister, are you preparing for me to go in? Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Yin Lang punched him on the head. Idiot, can't you see there's a white-haired peeping Tom over there? After being punched by Yin Lang, Naruto finally noticed Jiraiya, who was peeping at the women's bath. There really is a peeping Tom over there. Naruto exclaimed in surprise, but Yin Lang paid little attention to it and took a deep breath, shouting loudly, Perverted sage. Hearing this, Jiraiya immediately turned around, and when he saw Yin Lang, the figure from his memory began to overlap with the person before him. Little Yin Lang. No, what am I thinking? She should be the adopted daughter of Minato, but she really looks like him, whether in voice, appearance, or... Hey, perverted sage, where are you looking? As Yin Lang spoke, she had already approached Jiraiya. Little girl, you shouldn't call me that casually. Oh, I'm your father's teacher. You should at least call me. Pooh, perverted sage, stop pretending. Don't force me to be rude. Do you believe I'll expose your earlier incident of peeking at Granny Tsunade while she was bathing? Hearing this, Jiraiya looked at Yin Lang in disbelief. What did you just call Tsunade? Jiraiya asked again to confirm. Granny Tsunade. What's wrong, perverted sage? Just because I've reversed my age a bit, you can't recognize me. Yin Lang said somewhat irritatedly, but Jiraiya suddenly laughed and patted Yin Lang on the shoulder. Huh, little Yin Lang, I can't believe it's really you. But now I finally understand what the great Toad Sage meant when he said you would experience a death. Jiraiya said with a smile, but at the same time Yin Lang noticed some key information in his words. Perverted sage, do you mean that the great Toad Sage once foresaw my death? Yes, indeed, but that was a long time ago. Initially I didn't understand, but now I do. By the way, is that child over there Minato's kid? At this moment, Jiraiya had already noticed Naruto, who was not far away. Yes, that's right, and speaking of which, I specifically brought him over today. You brought him over specifically to see me. You wouldn't be lazy to teach him and push the work onto me, would you? Guess. Yin Lang looked at Jiraiya with a mischievous smile. You truly haven't changed at all, but it's fine. Teaching Naruto to cultivate is one of the reasons for my visit this time. After all, Lord Sarutobi specifically informed me. Hearing this, Jiraiya's words carried a hint of helplessness. If that's the case, then it's settled. During this month, Naruto will be in your care while I go to Mount Myoboku to learn sage techniques. Upon hearing this, a look of confusion appeared on Jiraiya's face. You want to learn sage techniques? It's quite sudden. Although with your talent, mastering it within a month isn't impossible, it might still be a bit challenging. Moreover, the Chunin exam doesn't allow the use of sage techniques. Jiraiya explained to Yin, but Yin simply rolled her eyes at him. Of course I know that. I just want to purely enhance my strength, not to use it during the Chunin exam. Yin clarified. Is that so? Well, that can work, but this matter isn't solely up to me. Here's the plan. I'll summon a communication toad to notify the Lord. If he agrees, you can learn. Jiraiya explained, and then summoned a communication toad, sending a letter back. All right, now we can only wait. If there are no issues, you should be directly summoned over later. Okay, if there are no problems, then you can teach Naruto while I learn sage techniques. After Yin finished speaking, she returned to Naruto's side and said, Naruto, you should learn from the perverted sage for now. What about me? I'm going to learn sage techniques, and it might take a while before I return. Hearing this, Naruto immediately showed a look of surprise. Sister, are you leaving? Why so suddenly? And after you leave, don't worry, the perverted sage will take good care of you. At most, you will just have to use the seduction technique a couple more times. Yin said with a smile, but suddenly she was summoned to Mount Myoboku through reverse summoning. It seems that what little Jiraiya said was true. Little Yin has indeed survived. Sannin Shima said beside Yin. Hey Sannin Shima, have I really arrived at Mount Myoboku? Yin looked around at the familiar surroundings, surprised. All right, the child's mother, little Yin, has just arrived. Let her rest for a bit. After all, we will still need her later. At this moment, Sannin Fukasaku also approached Yin. Huh, Sannin Fukasaku, you're here too? Yin asked with a hint of confusion. Of course, after little Yin completes the process, I will teach you sage techniques. Before long, under the guidance of Sannin Shima and Sannin Fukasaku, Yin met the Great Toad Sage. You've come, Yin. The Great Toad Sage's originally squinted eyes slightly opened. Hello, Great Toad Sage, I came this time. No need to say more, I know your intentions. The Great Toad Sage replied somewhat absent-mindedly. In fact, long ago I dreamt of this day, of a girl with powerful abilities who, after experiencing death, would gain a new life, and in the future, alongside the child of prophecy, bring peace to the ninja world. And I also dreamed of you, a being without life, yet possessing emotions. You will gain the ability to seize the world in the future, and will work together with her to bring an end to the crisis of this world. Stop. Great Toad, be clear, what do you mean by world, and are you saying that in the future I will still have to continue working for this Blackheart boss? The heavy armored bunny exclaimed loudly, but the Great Toad Sage merely smiled. All right, Yin, stay here and learn sage techniques well. After you master them, that power of yours will return for a brief time. After finishing, the Great Toad Sage instructed Sannin Shima and Sannin Fukasaku to take Yin and the others away from here. However, starting today, Yin would also be on the insect diet. Come on, eat up, don't be shy, little Yin. Just treat this place as your home, and if you run out, there's more here. Sannin Shima urged. However, looking at the feast of insects on the table, Yin didn't know how to start. Heavy armored bunny, you look so tired these days. Why don't you take care of this for me? After all, the protein in these things is 10 times that of beef. Yin said as she placed the bowl full of insects in front of the heavy armored bunny. Hey, what is the boss fantasizing about? This stuff looks disgusting. You should keep it for yourself. Moreover, I think the boss should be lacking in protein, just right for a supplement. Before the heavy armored bunny could finish, Yin seized the opportunity and stuffed the entire bowl of insects into her mouth. Boss, you. All right, let's not say more. The insects are about to come out, just bear with it a bit, and I'll send your salary when I return. This scene left Sannin Fukasaku speechless. Meanwhile, Sannin Shima brought over a platter of fried earthworms, and upon seeing Yinlang's empty bowl, she cheerfully said, I didn't expect little Yinlang to love eating this much. Luckily, I made extra today, so take your time and don't rush. Soon Shima brought several more plates of insects, all placed into Yinlang's bowl. How can there be so many? Heavy armored bunny, you need to eat faster. If you get caught, it's over. Wait, boss, I really can't eat. Yinlang ignored the heavy armored bunny and continued to stuff insects into her mouth. Little Silverwolf, you have quite the nerve. If the child's mother knew that you didn't eat any of the food she made, she would surely be furious. After bringing Silverwolf to the place for cultivating immortal techniques, Master Shinzwa said, Of course I know that, otherwise why would I feed all those bugs to the heavily armored little rabbit? I just can't stand those bugs. Just thinking about those bugs made Silverwolf feel an urge to vomit. Alright, I understand that you can't accept it for now, but try to hold on. It's good enough that it can fill your stomach. You can't be picky. Master Shinzwa advised. Alright, let's not talk so much. Before we start, let me explain the immortal techniques to you. MHM. This time Silverwolf listened earnestly to Master Shinzuo's explanation. Listen carefully. Unlike ninjutsu, which utilizes internal body energy, immortal techniques draw upon external energy. To put it simply, you need to absorb the natural energy from outside for your cultivation. At the same time, this can also produce newer and stronger chakra. These chakras can significantly enhance your ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and even taijutsu. However, absorbing natural energy is not something you can master overnight. So little Silverwolf, you can start by using toad oil for your cultivation. After finishing his words, Master Shinzuo pointed to the toad oil waterfall, which had a frog statue. If I don't control this, well, it seems I might turn into a frog. Forget it. Instead of worrying about that, I should think about how to cultivate the perfect sage mode, since that looks quite cool. At this moment, Silverwolf imagined herself activating the perfect sage mode, complete with orange eyeshadow. Hey little Silverwolf, are you listening to what I'm saying? Master Shinzuo's words managed to pull Silverwolf back to reality. Of course. I've been listening. Seeing Silverwolf's expression, Master Shinzuo helplessly covered his face and sighed. Alright, just a final reminder, if you absorb too little natural energy, you won't be able to activate sage mode. However, if you absorb too much, you will be consumed by the natural energy and turn into a frog. However, if you absorb a bit too much, you can turn back. But if you absorb too much, you will completely become a frog, unable to revert back. Master Shinzuo said earnestly, I understand. But Master Shinzuo, you must have a way to save me before I turn into a frog, right? Silverwolf said with a faint smile. You little girl, if you could put all that cleverness into your cultivation, your achievements wouldn't be worse than they are now. Don't worry, if little Silverwolf really reaches the point of turning into a little frog, I will use this dog-beating staff to knock the natural energy out of you. While speaking, Master Shinzuo took out a black stick. Why does that thing seem like it would hurt a lot when used? Silverwolf whispered, but Master Shinzuo heard her. Little Silverwolf, stop being picky. It's good enough that I'm here with you. Now come on, and try to absorb natural energy for the first time. Saying this, Master Shinzuo led Silverwolf to the toad oil waterfall. Come, stretch out your hand. After applying the toad oil on his own hand, Master Shinzuo said, This stuff shouldn't be too sticky, right? Silverwolf reluctantly stretched out her hand to let Master Shinzuo apply the toad oil. However, the next scene left Master Shinzuo quite surprised. After applying the toad oil, Silverwolf's body began to automatically absorb natural energy. Yet for some reason, despite it being her first time absorbing natural energy, there was not a trace of frog transformation. How is this possible? Can you achieve balance on your first absorption? Master Shinzuo said in astonishment, as this was the first time he had seen such a situation. At this moment, apart from having orange eyeshadow and a pair of slit pupils, Silverwolf's appearance showed no other changes. There's no sign of transformation into a frog at all. Wait, it seems the core has restored some chakra. Silverwolf said in surprise, but soon she understood everything. Just now I didn't maintain balance, but the sage chakra stabilized itself. This can only mean one thing: the core absorbed the excess natural energy and converted it into chakra within the core. Just as Silverwolf pieced together the cause and effect, her sage mode automatically deactivated. Although it was brief, little Silverwolf, what you just displayed was indeed the perfect sage mode. Master Shinzuo said solemnly while looking at Silverwolf. Well, I didn't really master the sage mode. Are you saying something so absurd? I just happened to succeed by chance, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. The Silverwolf chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. It seems I indeed entered the perfect sage mode just now, but the duration is really short. If I used it in battle, it would last at most 5 seconds, and that's pushing it. But then again, considering that the natural energy is all drawn from the toad oil, it's understandable. The Silverwolf mused inwardly. But even so, little Silverwolf, you have certainly surpassed little Jiraiya. After all, what you have is a genuinely perfect sage mode, though the duration is too short. I need a definite answer from you. Can you now sense natural energy on your own and absorb it? The sage Shinzaku asked earnestly, while the Silverwolf shook his head. Not really. I've only balanced the natural energy entering my body. As for absorbing natural energy without the toad oil, I still can't do that for now. The Silverwolf's words revealed a sense of helplessness. That's quite normal. If you could truly achieve that, being able to activate perfect sage mode right off the bat and absorb natural energy on your own, then I'd have to question whether you are even human. Upon hearing this, the Silverwolf immediately made a face. Hey, is it wrong to be a bit more talented? What kind of judgment standard is that? The Silverwolf replied, somewhat displeased. Alright, little Silverwolf, instead of arguing with me, you might as well apply the toad oil a couple more times. Who knows, you might soon be able to absorb natural energy on your own. After saying this, sage Shinzaku applied some toad oil to his hand, and the Silverwolf obediently allowed him to apply it to his own hands. Before long, the orange eyeshadow appeared again, and the Silverwolf's pupils transformed into a slit shape. Even seeing it again, that sense of amazement remains. After all, there have been almost no cases like this before, which indirectly indicates that this child is indeed very talented. Sage Shinzaku looked at the Silverwolf, feeling somewhat gratified, but soon he noticed that the duration of the Silverwolf Sage mode was actually starting to increase. The time for the toad oil should have already passed, yet natural energy is still flowing towards little Silverwolf. Could it be that she can already? Before Sage Shinzaku could finish, the Silverwolf's perfect Sage mode automatically deactivated once again. It only extended by half a minute at most. This is so difficult. Why does it feel like absorbing natural energy is even more strenuous than activating perfect Sage mode? The Silverwolf said helplessly. You've done quite well already. What you really lack now is time. Sage Shinzaku praised. This is only the second time using the toad oil, and you can already absorb natural energy on your own, though the old problem remains: the duration is too short. But this is a common issue. After all, the Sage mode of Myoboku Mountain can only last a maximum of 5 minutes without external assistance. Alright, let's eat something first. You've been training for so long and must be tired. With that, Sage Shinzaku brought out a box of insect lunch. Make sure to eat well. After resting for a bit, try to see how much the Sage mode enhances you. The Silverwolf looked at the insects and suddenly felt an urge to vomit. Sage Shinzaku, I just thought of an idea that might increase the duration of Sage mode. Let me try it first, and I'll come back to eat later. As soon as the Silverwolf finished speaking, she immediately ran off. This child really nearing 30 and still can't change her picky eating habits. Sage Shinzaku sighed helplessly, but the Silverwolf's words were not just an excuse to escape. She genuinely thought of an idea. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, QB, can you help me absorb natural energy? After all, doing it myself is really exhausting. The Silverwolf pleaded, but QB appeared quite helpless. Little girl, don't say it like that. It would sound strange. It's not that I don't want to help you, but the seal of the Fourth Hokage is just too difficult to break. Although there's a gap, it can only let energy out, not allow anything in. There's nothing I can do. Sigh. What should I do? Even if I truly master it, the duration will only last 5 minutes at most and less. Don't think about it. This is a matter of principle. There's no way I'm going to squeeze in with those toads. QB interjected. Sigh, there's so much to deal with. Forget it since you're unwilling. Come up with a way to solve the duration issue. The Silverwolf pouted. Hey little girl, isn't this a bit like coercive bargaining? Plus, can't you use shadow clones to maintain the duration yourself? Why do you need to find someone else to help you? QB asked, but the Silverwolf looked helpless. Do you think I want it? I can't just leave hundreds of clones at Myoboku Mountain to serve as backup batteries. Even if I were to do that, what if the battle lasts too long and isn't enough? There's nothing as convenient as charging on the spot and using it immediately. The Silverwolf replied. Alright, I won't say that I won't help you. Let me point you in the right direction. That little rabbit might be able to assist you. On a frog statue in Myoboku Mountain, the heavily armored little rabbit was leisurely lying on top. This feels more like living. Ever since I came here, I no longer have to be exploited by that Blackheart boss. Although the food is truly awful, if I could live like this, it wouldn't be too bad. As the heavily armored little rabbit began to fantasize about her future life, Silverwolf suddenly appeared behind her and patted her shoulder. Little rabbit, you seem to be quite free. Would you like to come over and help me with something? Silverwolf said with a mischievous smile. No, I refuse. I absolutely refuse. You, the Blackheart boss, won't fool me again. This time, no matter what you say, I won't. Before the heavily armored little rabbit could finish her words, Silverwolf directly tossed a wad of cash in her face. This is overtime pay, but it's only for 1 day. If you're willing to help ill. Boss, it's not about the money. I genuinely want to help you, so just tell me what you need. The heavily armored little rabbit interjected, but at that moment Silverwolf's face was already covered with dark lines. Silverwolf thought to himself, wow, your mood changes faster than flipping a book. It seems that old saying is true: problems that can be solved with money are the least troublesome. Alright, to make a long story short, little rabbit, you should be able to absorb natural energy, right? Silverwolf inquired. Natural energy? What's that? I've never even heard of it. How could I possibly absorb it? The heavily armored little rabbit said honestly, but not knowing doesn't mean she couldn't absorb it. It seems you don't quite understand. It's the energy you use to drive yourself. Nine-Tails told me that half of your driving energy is my chakra, and the other half is the natural energy you absorb yourself. Silverwolf explained to the heavily armored little rabbit. Oh, so that energy that keeps drilling into my body is called natural energy. And it seems you need it quite a bit, boss. The heavily armored little rabbit retorted. Of course. But enough chit-chat, I've given you the overtime pay, so hurry up and become my energy battery. Silverwolf said somewhat impatiently. Alright, since it's overtime pay, I'll reluctantly help you out, boss. But it seems I have quite a stockpile of natural energy here. After all, once you absorb it, it doesn't serve much purpose, right? After saying this, the heavily armored little rabbit directly transmitted all the excess natural energy from her body to Silverwolf through their connection, allowing Silverwolf to successfully enter Sage mode in an instant. Little rabbit, how much have you been hiding? It feels like you could maintain Sage mode all day without any issues. Silverwolf exclaimed. He'll gladly accept your praise, boss, but the overtime pay cannot be lessened. The heavily armored little rabbit said proudly. I know, but I still want to ask, if you help me absorb natural energy, will it affect your own combat? Silverwolf asked, but the heavily armored little rabbit looked disdainful. Boss, you're underestimating me. Natural energy is something that comes into my body on its own. How could it possibly affect my combat? The heavily armored little rabbit patted her chest, looking quite proud. All right, you're really impressive. But when helping others, you have to go all the way. Come help me resolve this. Silverwolf said, preparing to feed the bug bento to the heavily armored little rabbit. Boss, you. The heavily armored little rabbit tried to escape, but it was already too late. Silverwolf had stuffed the bug into her mouth. Don't worry, there won't be any pain. It will be over in an instant. Silverwolf smiled, but her smile now felt somewhat eerie. Before long, the heavily armored little rabbit was lying on the frog statue vomiting. You Blackheart, boss. I shouldn't have helped you. All right, don't say I'm heartless. Here, take this. Silverwolf said, handing the heavily armored little rabbit a string of multicolored dumplings. Multicolored dumplings. Boss, did you go back for a trip? The heavily armored little rabbit looked at Silverwolf, asking with some confusion. Of course not. I created these using my core ability. The taste should be no different from the genuine ones. Anyway, I know Ichiraku ramen tastes like this, but I'm not sure about the multicolored dumplings. Hearing this, the heavily armored little rabbit felt even more puzzled. Hey, the core's power has recovered. That's not exactly a good thing. Why isn't it a good thing? Tell me why. Silverwolf quickly pressed for an answer. Of course it's not a good thing. After all, even if the core doesn't recover, boss, you are already so reckless. If the core recovers, you will definitely be even more reckless. Who knows, you might even be the type to not stop until you get yourself in trouble. The heavily armored little rabbit said bluntly, but Silverwolf appeared somewhat displeased. Wait, little rabbit, what do you mean by that? Where have I been reckless? Silverwolf quickly retorted. All right, since you refuse to admit it, let me list a few examples. Let's not even mention anything else, just the recent incident with that slippery snake. Boss, you could have used your attacking divine might to send it directly into the divine space. Why did you have to waste time using Susanoo and almost mess things up? At this moment, Silverwolf, who initially wanted to retort, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. 2 days had passed. At the summit of Myoboku Mountain, Silverwolf sat cross-legged upon a stone slab, eyes closed as she absorbed natural energy. She could now sustain Sage mode independently for 5 minutes. Her progress is truly astonishing. She's nearly mastered it by the 3rd day. Elder Shima spoke with quiet satisfaction. At that very moment, Silverwolf activated Sage mode, but unlike before, her usual toad-like vertical pupils were replaced by intricate gear-shaped irises. It worked! Silverwolf exclaimed, elated, though the surge of excitement nearly sent her tumbling off the slab. That was close, far too close. Regaining her balance, she wiped her brow, though no sweat had actually formed. Little Silverwolf, what exactly is this new appearance? Elder Shima asked, puzzled, gazing at her layered, overlapping chakra signature. Oh, this. I've overlaid my own ability on a Sage mode. It's mainly to facilitate seamless use of the Truth Eye. She smiled warmly, scratching the back of her head. By the way, Elder Shima, I've recently refined a new jutsu, but I haven't had the chance to test it. Could you help me find a suitable place? Right here will do. Test it however you like. Without another word, Elder Shima leapt downward, and Silverwolf followed, descending effortlessly, using her Kamui ability. Then I won't hold back. With that, she instantly created 2 shadow clones to assist her in forming the Sage Art Wind Release Rasengan. Sage Art Wind Release Rasengan. In the next instant, she hurled the spiraling sphere forward, striking a nearby hill with cataclysmic force and triggering a colossal explosion. Boom! The deafening blast flattened the hill almost entirely. How long have you been practicing this technique? Elder Shima asked. Well, I've known it for quite some time, but it wasn't fully refined until now. Learning Sage Art gave me just the insight I needed to perfect it. Silverwolf replied with a light smile. I see. Then it appears you've now fully grasped Sage Art. And having also mastered Frog Kata yesterday, the only remaining step is integration. As he finished speaking, Elder Shima lightly leapt onto Silverwolf's shoulder. I believe I mentioned this earlier, little Silverwolf. While you move, I'll assist in drawing natural energy into you, extending your endurance. Now then, let's. Before he could finish, Kurama flung him off her shoulder with a sharp flick. This old sage refuses to share space with that toad. Kurama declared, disdain dripping from every syllable. Wait, Kurama, at least go easy on him. Didn't I make myself clear before? I won't squeeze in with those amphibians. If you fail to inform them, don't blame me for applying appropriate force. Kurama retorted exasperated. Fine, fine, my mistake, all right. Silverwolf sighed deeply, her voice heavy with resignation, as she bent down to help Elder Shima rise from the ground. Are you all right, Elder Shima? She asked gently. He shook his head. No harm done, don't worry. Strange, what just happened? He murmured to himself, while Silverwolf's expression twisted into awkward discomfort. Elder Shima, there's something I never told either of you. Kurama, the Nine-Tails, and I are actually quite close. He made it clear from the start he didn't wish to fuse, and I completely forgot to mention it to you, so? She trailed off, rubbing the back of her neck sheepishly. Is that so? But then how will you sustain Sage Mode for long? Wait. Suddenly Elder Shima's gaze sharpened, as if struck by revelation. Little Silverwolf, if my eyes do not deceive me, you've maintained Sage Mode continuously since activating it just now, haven't you? Yes, that's actually what I wanted to tell you next. Reinforced Bunny can absorb natural energy for me, so fusion with you isn't necessary. Silverwolf admitted, embarrassed. I really should have said something right away. This wouldn't have happened. She thought, inwardly utterly exasperated. So if I understand correctly, that small rabbit serves as the still receptive counterpart, drawing natural energy into UA. Silverwolf nodded in affirmation. In that case, your training on Myoboku Mountain is essentially complete. Still, before you depart, would you care for one last meal? Elder Shima asked, smiling warmly. May I decline? Her face already bore the unmistakable look of polite but firm refusal. Very well. As it happens, my wife has gone to Konoha. I'll send word shortly to have her summon you back. Hearing this, Silverwolf fell momentarily speechless, then silently withdrew her Prometheus device. Elder Shima, there's something I'm not sure I should say, but do you recall that I can return on my own? Her tone brimmed with weary resignation. You're right. It's been over a decade. I'd completely forgotten. Thereafter, Silverwolf used Prometheus to transport herself and reinforced Bunny back to Konoha. Sigh, I'm finally back. I'm exhausted. Boss, we've only been gone for 3 days, and you didn't eat a single bug. Where's the hardship? Hey, heavy-armored little rabbit, don't just stand there and talk without feeling the fatigue. Cultivating the immortal mode is very tiring. Tired? I didn't see any signs of it. Maintaining balance is the core work. The natural energy is what I absorbed, and the spiral shuriken is from before. The only innovation is the frog hand technique, but boss, you just copied that directly. Anyway. Alright, enough said. Let's go buy ramen first, and after that I'll take you to buy dango. Wait, boss, I haven't finished. Heartless boss, I hate you. Meanwhile, Silverwolf had already arrived at the Ichiraku ramen shop, but as soon as she got there she saw Naruto, who was being forced to pay. Really, my foolish little brother, I'll cover this bill for you. Silverwolf said as she pulled out a wad of cash and handed it to the daughter of the ramen shop owner. The extra money is unnecessary to be returned. Consider it my payment for next time. Silverwolf smiled, and then took Naruto away. Sister, when did you come back? Let me think. It should have been a few minutes ago. But how have you been with that perverted sage these past few days? Silverwolf said while gently ruffling Naruto's hair. Don't mention it. These days have been tough. I've had to rely on seduction techniques every day. Hey Naruto, you can't talk about that in front of your sister. Jiraiya quickly interrupted. Oh, so it seems that's true, isn't it, you perverted sage? Silverwolf said, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Little Silverwolf, don't look at me like that. I was just taking Naruto to train, and it just happened to be. Alright, right. I don't care whether you perverted sage are taking him for training or not, I'm going with you. Silverwolf said seriously. Alright, no problem. I just happened to be teaching Naruto the summoning technique. You can come along as a safety measure. Hearing this, Silverwolf's mouth twitched. You mean to say that teaching the summoning technique involves pushing him off a cliff? Silverwolf asked with a cold smile. Ahem. Don't say it out loud, or it won't work. Jiraiya whispered in Silverwolf's ear. Alright then. At this moment, Silverwolf's face was filled with helplessness. Sister, what were you just talking about? Naruto asked in confusion. It's nothing. Don't worry, if anything happens I'll be here to back you up. Silverwolf smiled. Alright Naruto, now that your sister is here you should have nothing to worry about, right? Jiraiya asked. Well, indeed I have no worries, but... Thud. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Silverwolf swiftly struck the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Little Silverwolf, your speed is even faster than mine. Jiraiya teased. I struck first because I know the right amount of force. This ensures that Naruto faints with the least pain. Silverwolf explained helplessly. Is that so? But let me guess, you learned the immortal mode in just 3 days, right? Jiraiya asked with a smile. You guess. Silverwolf said as orange eyeshadow appeared at the corners of her eyes and her pupils transformed into a single dot. Is that perfect immortal mode? Jiraiya said in surprise. That's right. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? Silverwolf said proudly. Indeed, but how did you manage that? Generally, to activate the immortal mode, one must actively absorb natural energy, yet little Silverwolf, you just activated it directly. Jiraiya asked, puzzled, while Silverwolf revealed a sly smile. Hee, you wouldn't understand this, would you? Actually, heavy armored little rabbit can help me absorb natural energy, whether by invoking it when activating or acting as a power bank later on. Just like now, I'm using the natural energy within her. Silverwolf explained to Jiraiya, but as soon as she finished speaking, a voice came from behind her. Heartless boss. You have the ability to teleport without me, yet you can't do without using my absorbed natural energy. Heavy armored little rabbit said with great anger, but Silverwolf's next action made her change her attitude. Here, this is probably your salary for a year. Consider it my apology to you. Silverwolf said, tossing a box of cash to heavy armored little rabbit. Huh, am I dreaming? Boss, you're so generous. What's wrong? Don't want it. Of course I want it. How could I not want it? Heavy armored little rabbit hurriedly said. That's good. But since I've given you the money, you should hurry and help out. Heavy armored little rabbit, you're responsible for carrying Naruto over, and as for the perverted sage, you lead the way. It really feels dangerous just by looking at it, doesn't it? Perverted sage. The Silverwolf said somewhat bitterly, and at that moment they had arrived at the cliff prepared by Jiraiya for Naruto. Of course, if there were no danger, how could we draw out the Nine-Tails chakra within Naruto? Jiraiya replied. All right, if there's danger, I'll take action. After saying this, the Silverwolf directly let the armored bunny place Naruto on the ground, and soon after Naruto awakened. Where is this place? Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Naruto didn't have time to fully observe before Jiraiya suddenly tapped his forehead protector with his finger. Your training ends here, Jiraiya said in a serious tone. What are you talking about, perverted sage? I haven't learned anything yet. Naruto, you can die now. Jiraiya interrupted, leaving Naruto even more confused. Die. Correct. Release a tremendous amount of chakra from the fear of death, experience it with your body, and find the trick. If you don't want to die, figure it out yourself. Jiraiya finished speaking and suddenly pushed Naruto off the cliff. What? Naruto hadn't reacted yet and was already starting to fall. If you can't grasp the trick, you will definitely perish. Thinking this, Naruto quickly attached chakra to his hands and feet, trying to grab the surrounding rocks, but ultimately he failed. It was useless. The waterfall's current had smoothed the rocks, and falling at such a speed with his control over chakra, trying to grab the rocks was nearly impossible. Naruto had no choice but to rely on the Nine-Tails chakra to open that door using his own methods. While Jiraiya was thinking this, he couldn't help but glance at the Silverwolf, only to find that the Silverwolf had already activated Sage Mode. Are you sensing Naruto's position? Little Silverwolf really doesn't rest easy. Jiraiya's words revealed a hint of helplessness. Meanwhile, driven by the desire to live, Naruto arrived at the ceiling space. Kid, you dare to come here alone? You've got guts. The young Nine-Tails slammed its paw against the iron bars, looking ferocious, yet even so Naruto showed no fear and shouted back. Hey stupid fox, don't think I'm afraid of you. And since you're parasitizing in my body, you must lend me your chakra as rent. Upon hearing this, the young Nine-Tails suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You dare to threaten me? Who gave you the courage? Was it my traitorous half, or that human who made him betray me? Forget it, no matter the reason, you have quite some courage. As he spoke, a surge of red chakra suddenly rose beneath Naruto, enveloping him. Alright, consider this a reward for your courage, take it. After saying this, the young Nine-Tails directly blasted Naruto out of the ceiling space. However, this time Naruto truly obtained the Nine-Tails chakra, and without hesitation he immediately used it for the summoning technique. Summoning technique. As Naruto's voice fell, Gamabunta was successfully summoned, but as soon as it arrived, it immediately stabilized itself by gripping the stone wall with its limbs. Success, it's a real frog. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, but at the same time Jiraiya on the cliff revealed a bitter smile. Finally, he has gathered the Nine-Tails chakra himself this time, hasn't he? But it seems still not stable enough, as he used too much chakra, causing that guy Gamabunta to be summoned. Don't you think so, little? Before Jiraiya could finish, he noticed that the Silverwolf had already stood up, sitting on the armored bunny's hand, and began to fly down. Hey brat, do you know whose head you're shouting on? Gamabunta roared, directly blowing Naruto onto its pipe. What's this guy all about? He feels so powerful, Naruto said, struggling to lie on the pipe. Seriously, it's been a long time since I breathed the air of this world, but having a strange brat lying on my head, how could I feel good about that? Jiraiya, where are you? Summon me. Alright Gamabunta, it wasn't the perverted sage who summoned you. The Silverwolf explained to Gamabunta while sitting on the armored bunny's hand. Wait, who are you? I feel like I know you, but what's wrong? Have you forgotten me after not seeing me for over a decade? The Silverwolf's tone carried a hint of teasing. Over a decade? You are Silverwolf. No way, didn't you die over a decade ago? How could that be? Hey Gamabunta, am I affecting your output, or what? The Silverwolf replied somewhat irritably. Oh, I didn't expect it to truly be you, but it seems that the Iron Bunny has also survived alongside you. Hey Toad, who are you calling Iron Bunny? The armored bunny roared. Am I wrong in what I said? Aren't you just the Iron Bunny? Of course, if you want a challenge that I'll gladly accompany you. You brought this up first, Toad. The boss has prepared the materials. Let's have roasted frog tonight. The Silver Wolf gazed at the tense atmosphere, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. Well, forget it, I might as well go up and see what's going on. In the next moment, Ganmin, Wentai, and Naruto were teleported to the cliff by the Silver Wolf using Prometheus, and shortly after the Silver Wolf and heavy-armored Little Rabbit also arrived there. Alright, you two, stop arguing. It's harmful to your spirits. Also, let me clarify that the person Wentai summoned you with is neither me nor the lecherous sage, but Naruto, who is on your pipe. The Silver Wolf said this while pointing at Naruto, who was still hanging from the pipe, but after hearing this, Ganmin, Wentai suddenly burst into laughter. Huh, little Silver Wolf, are you joking? How could this wet-behind Thier's brat possibly summon me? Ganmin Wentai's tone was filled with mockery. Before the Silver Wolf could speak, Naruto interjected, what my sister said is true. It really was me who summoned you. Upon hearing this, Ganmin Wentai's laughter not only didn't diminish, but became even more boisterous. Huh, you despicable frog. Naruto said angrily, which caused Ganmin Wentai to stop laughing. You started talking nonsense as soon as you came out, and even when my sister explained it to you, you didn't listen. Since I used summoning jutsu to bring you out, that makes me your master. Do you know who you're talking to? Master. She wouldn't dare say that, and you think you can. Do you think you're better than her? After finishing, Ganmin Wentai extended his tongue and placed Naruto on his back, then gathered strength for a leap, soaring into the air. Naruto grasped at Ganmin Wentai's clothing in terror, barely avoiding the fate of falling, but even so, after Ganmin Wentai landed, he ultimately fell to the ground. Listen here, kid, even if we step back 100 steps, or even 1,000, just because you summoned me doesn't mean I'll acknowledge someone who falls so easily. After saying this, Ganmin Wentai prepared to leave, but Naruto, not backing down, immediately jumped back onto Ganmin Wentai's back, and then climbed to his head. Hey, what are you doing, kid? As long as I don't fall off, you'll acknowledge that I summoned you. You won't let me down today, Naruto declared while sitting on top of Ganmin Wentai's head. And then you'll admit that I am your master. Naruto spoke earnestly. You little brat, why won't you listen to reason? Get down. Ganmin Wentai said, shaking his head vigorously in an attempt to throw Naruto off, but even so, Naruto showed no intention of letting go. Really, my foolish little brother, but you do have your sister's flair from back in the day, the Silver Wolf said with some appreciation. Little Silver Wolf, let me keep an eye on things here. You should go rest. After all, you just returned from Myoboku Mountain not long ago. You should take a break. Jiraiya came beside the Silver Wolf and said, Oh, thank you for your concern, lecherous sage. However, speaking of that reminds me of something I've always wanted to do, but never did. What is it? Jiraiya asked with some curiosity. It's nothing much, just to renovate Naruto's old house. In the future, let me think, I'm not quite sure what to use it for yet, but it definitely needs some tidying up. The Silver Wolf replied. All right, do as you wish. Soon the Silver Wolf and heavy-armored Little Rabbit vanished from where they were, and when they reappeared, they were already in front of Naruto's old house. Boss, did you bring the key? Heavy-armored Little Rabbit suddenly asked, but the Silver Wolf's face was already filled with nonchalance. No, how could I possibly bring the key to Naruto's old house? The Silver Wolf said indifferently. Then how do you plan on getting in? Are you going to break down the door? Of course not. And heavy-armored Little Rabbit, have you forgotten? I have regained my strength. The Silver Wolf said, and then conjured a key. See what I told you? Boss, you're showing off again. Heavy-armored Little Rabbit said helplessly, and then she covered her face. Just so you know, this isn't showing off. This is about using what's necessary. Sometimes if you don't use it, you might not be able to later. So the Silver Wolf opened the door, but as soon as she did, she noticed a few storybooks lying on the table. At least the cover looked like storybooks. Hey, isn't this the storybook that was previously in the cabinet? Strange, has someone been here? But why would they take the storybook? The Silver Wolf looked at the storybooks on the table, feeling puzzled. Forget it, maybe Naruto visited while I was gone for these few days. However, I'm a bit curious, what exactly is this storybook? It feels different in size and thickness from a normal storybook. The Silver Wolf curiously picked up one of the storybooks from the table and opened it, but as soon as she flipped it open, her eyes lost their light, and the storybook fell to the ground. During the fall, the cover and the pages gradually separated, revealing the intimate paradise inside. Boss, what are you? Just as heavy-armored Little Rabbit was about to ask, she saw the intimate paradise that had dropped to the ground. On the streets of Konoha, Kakashi walked towards Naruto's house with his hands in his pockets. As for the reason, well, he was going to fetch a book. However, when he arrived at his destination, he found that the door to Naruto's house was ajar. Strange, has someone been here? Why is the door? Kakashi was still trying to figure out what was going on. Then he noticed the Silver Wolf inside the house along with that book Intimate Paradise lying on the floor. When did the Silver Wolf return? Wait, what am I thinking? I should leave quickly. With that thought, Kakashi prepared to escape using the body flicker technique, but the quantum weakness module seemed to be faster than him. In the blink of an eye, the Silver Wolf fired a quantum weakness module with Prometheus, which struck Kakashi, rendering him unable to use any ninjutsu. Kakashi, are you really leaving as soon as you arrive? Is this how you treat me? The Silver Wolf said as she walked up to Kakashi holding a book disguised as a storybook Intimate Paradise. Kakashi, I advise you to explain yourself properly, or else. The Silver Wolf did not finish her sentence, but instead entered a series of coordinates into Prometheus. Kakashi, can you guess where these coordinates led? Here's a hint: if I send all these things there, and include a note saying found at Naruto's house, haha, you can guess the outcome from there. The Silver Wolf said with a mischievous smile, while Kakashi appeared somewhat anxious. Silver Wolf, let me explain. Naruto has definitely not seen it, and I only. You're full of it. The last time I took Naruto back, he had already seen it. How can you still say it was only recently? The Silver Wolf said, a hint of anger in her voice. So, you have seen it before. Wait, how did you manage to lead me into this? How did you know these books were mine? Kakashi said, realizing things too late. Is it really necessary to ask? First of all, as you just admitted, and secondly, everyone in Konoha knows that you love this kind of thing. And most importantly, did you never think I would have the reassembled rabbit compare fingerprints? After all, that's obvious. I'm asking you one last time, when did you bring this kind of book home? And how many times has Naruto seen me? Don't tell me he hasn't seen it, his fingerprints are on it too. The Silver Wolf said seriously. Is it really necessary for you to go into such detail, Silver Wolf? Then what? If you don't go into detail, how can I convict you? How can I determine whether to tell Rin about this? The Silver Wolf said with a serious expression. Well, fine, I'll be honest. I brought these books a long time ago. I stayed with Naruto for a while, and you should know that I got these books during that time. As for whether Naruto saw it, I admit he did, but it was only the first volume. I wasn't paying attention, and he secretly took a copy, but I quickly got it back. That's why I disguised them as storybooks later on. After hearing Kakashi's explanation, the Silver Wolf nodded. That should add up. Indeed, only the first volume has Naruto's fingerprints. Well, forget it. Given our past friendship, I won't tell Rin about this, but you need to help me clean up this house and take all your things away. The Silver Wolf said while pointing at the dusty room. Why did you suddenly remember to clean this house? And I still need to teach Sasuke today, so I don't have time. I remembered that I left my books in this house, which is why I came to fetch them during my break. As Kakashi spoke, he picked up the Intimate Paradise that the Silver Wolf had thrown on the ground. What are you thinking? There are plenty of people to teach Sasuke. Don't try to use that excuse to brush me off. Have you thought about one thing? You just got hit by my quantum weakness module, so you won't be able to use any ninjutsu for an hour. The Silver Wolf said somewhat smugly. I have reason to suspect you did this on purpose. Kakashi said, looking at the Silver Wolf with his dead fish eyes. Well, you guessed right. I did it on purpose. Even though I was set up, I will remember that you tried to reach into my heart for a lifetime. The Silver Wolf said bluntly. All right, enough of this idle chatter. I need to go find that idiot now. After finishing her sentence, the Silver Wolf disappeared with the reassembled rabbit, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived in the Kamui space. So you're here, you idiot, Obito. Looking at the suddenly appearing Silver Wolf in the divine space, Obito was clearly taken aback. Little Wolf, how did you end up here? Wait, has your ability recovered? What else could it be? By the way, you should have been rather free these past 2 days, right? The Silver Wolf inquired while Obito awkwardly smiled. Indeed, I have been quite free. After all, according to your script, I shouldn't need to intervene unless something unexpected happens. Obito replied, but the Silver Wolf seemed a bit speechless. That's not what I'm asking. What I mean is, since you've been so idle, I'll find a student for you to teach. Upon hearing this, Obito felt somewhat puzzled. A student? Who are you talking about? Who else but Sasuke? The Silver Wolf said somewhat irritably. Sasuke. I do have some impression of him. He's Itachi's younger brother, right? Obito inquired, and the Silver Wolf nodded. Yes, that's right. You two are both Uchiha, so it would be most appropriate for you to teach him. The Silver Wolf said calmly, but Obito did not share the same sentiment. Me teach him? Little Wolf, you must be joking. While I personally have no objections, I am still a participant in the night of the Uchiha massacre. Do you think I'm foolish? That's exactly the relationship I want, otherwise how will Sasuke awaken his Sharingan in the future? The Silver Wolf looked at Obito with a foolish expression, and Obito quickly realized. Little Wolf, what you mean is, wait, with the method you mentioned, there is indeed a high probability he can awaken his eyes, but isn't that a bit cruel? Moreover, my situation. Enough, if you had that free time, it would have been done already. Besides, didn't you say you wanted to atone? Helping Sasuke awaken his eyes can also be considered part of atonement. After finishing, the Silver Wolf prepared to leave first, but Obito called out to her at the last moment. I agree to this, but I want to confirm a few things first. You probably want to ask about the night of the Uchiha massacre, right? Don't worry, I'll negotiate with the third Hokage and let him only disclose the Nine-Tails incident for now. As for the night of the Uchiha massacre, the truth should not be revealed until Sasuke completes his revenge. Obito nodded silently upon hearing this, and the Silverwolf urged, "All right, stop dawdling, we should go now." Obito nodded, then put on the spiral mask. Soon the two arrived at the Uchiha clan's ancestral land, but just as they got there, Obito once again raised a question. "Little Wolf, I still want to ask regarding teaching Sasuke, do I need to? For actual combat training, don't be too strict. Just make sure not to kill him, after all there is a mobile healer." The Silverwolf said very casually, as if this matter was not significant at all, and then she knocked on the door of Sasuke's house. Before long, Sasuke opened the door. "Silverwolf, why are you suddenly?" Before Sasuke could finish, he noticed Obito, who was wearing a mask beside the Silverwolf. "Let me introduce, this is the teacher I found for you, and like you, he is also an Uchiha. You can call him Obito, or right Obito," the Silverwolf said, elbowing Obito. "Little Wolf, what are you doing?" Obito whispered. "Don't mind it, say less, and do more." The Silverwolf replied softly, but at this moment Sasuke noticed something was off. "Silverwolf, I want to ask, why hasn't he spoken yet? You wouldn't be using a shadow clone with transformation jutsu to fool me, would you?" "Hey Sasuke, that's a bit hurtful. I went through so much trouble to find him for you, and you doubt me." As soon as she entered the room, Lin noticed Lynn, who was tidying up for Sasuke, but at the same time Lynn also noticed her. "Lin Jia, what brings you here?" Lynn asked softly, but Lin had no such reservations. "Why shouldn't I be here? What about you? It's almost been a month, have you made any progress?" Lin looked at Lynn with a wicked grin, but upon hearing this Lynn immediately flushed. "Let's refrain from asking such questions." Lynn replied shyly while Lin simply smiled, and then turned her gaze to Sasuke. "What has Kakashi taught you during this time? Tell me, so that I can inform this guy beside me whether we should head straight into combat, or if he should teach you a few more tricks." Lin looked at Sasuke and asked, but Sasuke wore an expression of disdain. "Forget it, let's just go into combat. Even if you don't come today, Kakashi will still take me into battle." Upon hearing this, Lin felt a bit helpless and covered her face. Truly the skies had cleared, and the rain had stopped. Juzi felt capable again. "Oh well, it doesn't matter since we have a healer here. If I can't kill them, I'll just keep hitting them." "Lin, come over too. We're going to train soon, and it might get a bit intense, you understand." Lin nodded, and the four of them then proceeded to the Uchiha training ground. "Little Wolf, are you sure you don't need to hold back?" Obito asked quietly. "How many times do I have to tell you? As long as you don't die, it's considered a minor injury. Oh, and a little stimulation is fine too." After finishing her words, Lin took a few steps back with Lin, leaving the field to Obito and Sasuke. "According to what Lin said, you should have activated that eye of yours as well. Aren't you going to use it?" Sasuke said, looking at Obito, who was wearing a mask, but Obito did not reply, merely standing there quietly. Not speaking. Is it to prevent his shadow clone from being exposed? Whatever, if it's really Lin teaching, even a shadow clone will suffice. Sasuke thought to himself and began to form seals rapidly. Fire-style great fireball technique. In an instant, a massive fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth and rushed towards Obito, yet even as the fireball enveloped Obito, he made no move at all. Before long, as the duration of the great fireball ended, Sasuke turned to look at Obito's position and was filled with astonishment. "How is this possible?" Sasuke exclaimed. At that moment, Obito remained in his original position, showing no signs of movement, and there were no traces of being burned by the flames on his body, as if Sasuke's attack had simply passed through. "If you think you can take revenge with this level of strength, then I would suggest you stay in Konoha and be properly protected," Obito said, then placed chains around his wrist, and his eyes had unknowingly activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. "No, he definitely isn't a shadow clone of Lin. The feeling is completely different, and..." "Gotcha." Before Sasuke could react, Obito suddenly appeared behind him and instantly twisted his arm. "Opt!" Sasuke screamed in agony and quickly distanced himself from Obito, while Lin rushed to Sasuke's side and rolled up her sleeves. "Sasuke, are you okay? Bite me quickly," Lin said anxiously, but Sasuke pushed her away. "Don't make things worse. I don't have time to cater to your needs right now, and it's dangerous here. Stay behind me," Sasuke instructed, then looked at Obito with an extremely serious expression. He thought about the previous attack and realized that he definitely hadn't used his full strength, otherwise he would have already died. "No, I can't die yet. I haven't killed Itachi. How could I fall here?" Sasuke tried to lift his already broken arm, but no matter what, he couldn't do it. "Sasuke, I'm not joking. In this situation, I would never make a joke. A single bite can heal your injury." Hearing Lin's words, though Sasuke was still somewhat skeptical, there was no other option at this point. Normally, he would never believe it, but in this situation, he had no choice but to trust her this once. Sasuke bit down on Lin's arm, causing her to emit an extremely pleasurable, no rather painful sound, while Sasuke's previously broken arm began to heal. It really works. No wonder Yin Lang said this is a mobile medical kit. Is that what she meant? At that moment, Sasuke finally understood Yin Lang's cryptic words from before. Have you rested enough? Sasuke, if I were truly your enemy, you would have been dead long ago. Obito said, preparing to strike again, while Sasuke protectively positioned Xiang Lin behind him. Stay behind me. His attack style is extremely strange. Of course, if you don't want to participate, that's fine too. No, I will fight alongside Sasuke, Xiang Lin said firmly. Meanwhile, Yin Lang beside them wore a satisfied smile. Not bad, not bad. It seems that Xiang Lin becoming Sarada's mother is becoming more and more promising. In an instant, Sasuke activated his double Tomo Sharingan and took out several shuriken, throwing them at Obito. However, Obito merely glanced at the incoming shuriken, too lazy to even dodge. After that, Sasuke used the body flicker technique to appear behind Obito, gathering Chidori in his hand, preparing to sandwich him with the shuriken he had just thrown. Chidori. As the Chidori and the shuriken drew closer, Obito suddenly sneered. You really don't learn, do you? In the next moment, all the shuriken passed through Obito's body and began flying towards Sasuke. So it penetrated. Is this the reason he was unharmed within my fireball technique? With no time to think, Sasuke immediately prepared to dodge to the side. Naive. Obito suddenly materialized and bound Sasuke with chains, causing him to take the full brunt of the shuriken's damage. Sasuke screamed in agony while Obito chose to fade away again, allowing Chien to heal Sasuke. Soon Chien rushed over and made Sasuke bite down again, successfully healing his injuries. Are you recovered? If you're done, then it's my turn to attack. With that, Obito first used Kamui and then formed the hand signs for fire release. Fire release, exploding wind dance. The powerful flames surged towards Sasuke like a flame serpent, though compared to when he fought against Kuro, the power was at least halved. Nevertheless, that was still not something Sasuke could withstand at this moment. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a great fireball in an attempt to counter Obito's exploding wind dance, but within moments his great fireball was devoured by Obito's technique. Run! Sasuke pushed Chien out of the range of the exploding wind dance, while he himself was engulfed by the flames. To be precise, it was his shadow clone that was consumed by the fire. Seeing Sasuke's dissipated shadow clone, Obito couldn't help but glance at the Silverwolf, who also took notice. Don't look at me, I didn't teach him such a dirty trick. He just learned it on the spot. The Silverwolf shrugged and casually explained, but at that moment Sasuke suddenly appeared behind Obito, holding a kunai. A sneak attack while I'm distracted. A bit of progress, but unfortunately at this distance, I don't even need to use intangibility. With a surge of power, Obito directly bound Sasuke with chains, but at the last moment of being bound, Sasuke suddenly threw the kunai, yet Obito merely tilted his head slightly and avoided it. This training should come to an end. Before Obito could finish, the kunai that had been thrown transformed into Sasuke, who had already gathered Chidori in advance. Though it was merely a guess, he thought that at the moment of attack he wouldn't be able to penetrate. As he thought this, his Chidori struck directly at Obito's face. Chidori. Boom. As the smoke cleared, the Obito before him had turned into a wooden stump. A substitution technique. Sasuke murmured as he looked at the wooden stump. Suddenly applause rang out from behind him, and when he turned to look, he found that the clapper was the Silverwolf. Not bad, Sasuke. You held out for a full 10 minutes against Akatsuki, the Silverwolf said with a smile, and at that moment Obito appeared beside her. Decently enough. It took you 2 attempts to roughly gauge my abilities, and you had someone consistently helping you recover. If this were on the battlefield, it's hard to say. I was probably a bit stronger than you at your age. Stop bragging. With your abilities, anyone would need at least 2 attempts to guess, but generally speaking, no one gets a chance to guess a second time, and at your age you were at the bottom of the class. The Silver Wolf retorted. Little wolf, don't ruin my stage. Let me have my moment, just this once. The voices of the two were only audible to each other, so Sasuke was unaware of their conversation. Sasuke, are you alright? Chien rushed over, but Sasuke shook his head. I'm fine, don't worry, but thank you. Upon hearing this, Chien's face immediately flushed. No need to be polite. As long as you need me, I'm always here for you. However, it's better if your abilities don't get discovered by others, otherwise it might attract unnecessary trouble. Sasuke said this coldly, but in Chien's ears it transformed into Sasuke's concern for her. Chien smiled and nodded while Sasuke turned his gaze towards Obito. Why did you suddenly stop fighting? Sasuke asked earnestly, but Obito's tone was very calm. I forgot to tell you earlier, during this practical training you only need to endure for 10 minutes in my hands. Once time is up, it will naturally end. Of course, if I had to give a critique, I would say you have some strength, but it's not enough. Whether facing Itachi or others, they won't give you the chance to recover like I did. So let's call it a day for now. After the Chunin exams, I should officially come to teach you, but don't hold too many fantasies. I'm a sinner, and the exact time I can teach you is still uncertain. After Obito finished speaking, he vanished from the spot, and Sasuke quickly turned his gaze to the Silver Wolf. You have a bunch of questions you want me to answer, right? The Silver Wolf replied helplessly while Sasuke nodded. Fine, just one, no more than that. The Silver Wolf sighed and revealed a comical expression. I can confirm he is Uchiha, but there's no way Akatsuki is his real name. So who exactly is he? Sasuke asked with utmost seriousness. Have you heard of Uchiha Obito? Sasuke struggled to recall, but in the end he could only shake his head, while the Silver Wolf showed an expression of having expected this. So you were just teasing me, Sasuke said coldly. It was just a joke. After all, answering questions can be exhausting. Besides, you Uchiha would not leave a name in the clan records for a 12-year-old who activated the double Tomo Sharingan and was nominally dead right after that. As she spoke, there was a hint of helplessness in the Silver Wolf's tone, while Sasuke seized on the key point in her words. If I understood correctly, when you say he activated it at 12, you mean he did so directly? Sasuke asked uncertainly, and the Silver Wolf nodded. Indeed, and I can also reveal that he did not have the experience of the 3 Tomo. He jumped straight to the Mangekyo. Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately displayed a look of astonishment. Jump straight to the Mangekyo. How is that possible? Sasuke asked anxiously, but the Silver Wolf shook her head. Trust me, you wouldn't want to know, and if he were to choose himself, he wouldn't want that either. The Silver Wolf said seriously, and Sasuke had no choice but to give up. Silver Wolf, I still want to ask about the nominal death and why you. For such questions, go ask Kakashi. I've already answered more than one question for you, haven't I yet? The Silver Wolf said, somewhat dissatisfied. Don't be too greedy, and with less than a week until the finals, I advise you to rest a bit better. Don't push yourself too hard, it's not good for your physical and mental health. The Silver Wolf advised. You don't need to worry about that, I know my limits. Besides, instead of worrying about me, you should worry about Naruto. I haven't seen him for days and don't know where he went. Oh, so you care about my brother. It seems your relationship is quite good. The Silver Wolf said with a mischievous smile. Don't overthink it, I don't care that much about him. I'm just worried he might be late for the competition. Sasuke replied defiantly. All right. Whatever you say. By the way, how about we make a bet? The Silver Wolf said, revealing a mischievous smile. A bet on what? Sasuke replied, sensing that the Silver Wolf's intentions were not simple. It's simple, let's bet on the first round of the Chunin exam. I will win, how about that? Upon hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but smile wryly. Isn't that a death sentence? In this group of candidates, is there really anyone who can defeat you? Why are you so anxious? I haven't finished speaking yet. This time I want use ninjutsu, bloodline limits, or summon beasts. With all these restrictions, do you still think I would win? Even so, I still bet you will win. Sasuke said calmly. Sigh. Really, you have no sense of competition. It's boring. The Silver Wolf said somewhat irritably. So what do you actually want? Sasuke asked. Nothing, I don't want anything. I just want to find some fun. After all, being invincible is really lonely. The Silver Wolf finished speaking and took out Prometheus, entering the coordinates for the Konoha hospital. He'll be going now. You two should also communicate more. You will be living together for a long time in the future. After the Silver Wolf finished speaking, she directly teleported with the heavily armored little rabbit to Konoha Hospital. As soon as she entered the hospital, she saw Rin and Naruto, who had just been treated by her. How is Rin? Is Naruto okay? The Silver Wolf inquired. When did you come back, Silver Wolf? Never mind, Naruto is already fine, but he still needs to lie in bed for at least 2 days. By the way, he was brought here by that big frog you summoned before. He was already unconscious when he arrived. Do you know what happened? Upon hearing this, the Silver Wolf silently nodded, already having a rough idea of the situation in her mind. It's not a big problem. I'll watch over Naruto for these 2 days, so you can take a rest. The Silver Wolf said with a smile. I'd rather not rest. There are many patients in the hospital. Rin said, wiping a bead of sweat from her forehead. Aren't you tired? The Silver Wolf asked with concern. It's okay, after all, treating the injured is the duty of a medical ninja. Rin finished speaking, showing a smile before heading to the next ward. Hey, medical ninjas like Rin really have a tough job, huh? The Silver Wolf sighed, then turned to look at Naruto, who was lying on the hospital bed. Rest well, my dear brother. On the hospital bed in Konoha Hospital, Naruto gradually opened his eyes, and as soon as he awoke, he saw the Silver Wolf that had been keeping vigil at his bedside. You finally woke up, my foolish brother. Upon hearing this, Naruto was still somewhat slow to respond, quickly scanning his surroundings and asking, Sister, where's this place? And how long have I been unconscious? This is the hospital, and Rin was the one who treated you. However, it seems you have been asleep for 3 days and nights. The Silver Wolf said nonchalantly, but upon hearing this, Naruto stood up directly. What do you mean 3 days and nights? Sister, when does the match start? Naruto asked urgently. Probably tomorrow. Why are you so anxious? Come on, since you're awake, let's go out for ramen. There's no time for that. Sister, where's the perverted sage? Where did he go? Naruto said anxiously, but the Silver Wolf appeared unconcerned. What are you so anxious about? Always thinking about training sooner or later you'll end up making yourself foolish. Besides, the match is starting tomorrow, so rather than worrying about this and that, why not? Give yourself a break. And rest well. As she spoke, the Silver Wolf stood up and stretched. But there's no but about it, resting is also a part of training, and here, take these. While speaking, the Silver Wolf picked up a basket of fruit from the ground and placed it on the bed. What's this? Naruto looked at the fruit on the bed, asking with some confusion. These were sent by your friend Shikamaru. He's in the next room. You can go see him later. The Silver Wolf said, pointing to the adjacent room. Is that so? But sister, you haven't been in the hospital this whole time, have you? Naruto inquired, but the Silver Wolf wore a nonchalant expression. What's wrong? It shouldn't be a problem for an older sister to take care of her younger brother in the hospital. And don't think that you're delaying my training. Even if you weren't hospitalized, I wouldn't be training. As the Silver Wolf spoke, she tossed an apple from the fruit basket to Naruto. Eat some fruit first, later I'll take you out for ramen. Naruto nodded and caught the apple tossed by the Silver Wolf, but just then the Silver Wolf suddenly sensed a hint of killing intent, and it seemed to originate from outside the room. Who goes there? Come out within 3 seconds, or I have no objection to leveling this place. The Silver Wolf said coldly. As her words fell, Gaara entered the room through the sand. What do you want? If it's a unknown fight, I'm game. The Silver Wolf said icily. How refreshing, but that's one of the reasons I came here. Give me a serious answer. Why did you save him that day? Gaara replied coldly. I believe I've answered this question before. I merely saved someone who couldn't resist. Besides, didn't I say before the match to avoid unnecessary casualties as much as possible? And if you can't understand that, just consider it a whim of mine. I was wasting my breath with him. At this point, he was no different from a madman. It would be more useful to just beat him up. The Silver Wolf complained internally. Is this your serious answer? Forget it anyway. The main purpose of this visit isn't for that. Take him with you outside, Gaara said while pointing at Naruto, who was sitting on the hospital bed. Why? Why do you want to bring my brother into our fight? As the Silver Wolf spoke, Prometheus appeared on her arm. It seems he's quite important to you. If I were to kill him, would you fight me seriously? After Gaara finished speaking, he directly manipulated the sand to attack Naruto, but before the Silver Wolf could intervene, the sand fell directly to the ground, and Gaara halted his actions. My body won't move. Although it's somewhat troublesome, it looks like I made it just in time. Shikamaru sighed, and Gaara's inability to move was also due to his use of shadow imitation jutsu. Another busybody. Forget it, if I kill them all, you'll be even angrier, right? Before Gaara could finish his words, Heavy Armor Bunny threw a punch, hitting him squarely in the face, and even shattering his sand armor. I've tolerated you for long enough. Sand Girl. Looking at Gaara, who had already been slammed into the wall, Shikamaru felt fortunate that he had ended the shadow imitation jutsu at the last second. Otherwise he would have crashed into the wall himself. But just when he thought it was finally over, Gaara broke free from the wall, and his gaze had turned even more frenzied. Looking at Gaara, who had broken free from the wall, Silver Wolf could clearly see that his right side had developed cracks. Has he gone mad to this extent? It seems I can only. Gradually, Silver Wolf began to emanate a red chakra, and his pupils transformed into slitted eyes. However, this was not the end. Soon Silver Wolf layered the Sage mode of Myoboku Mountain onto this, turning his originally slitted pupils into cross-shaped ones with orange eyeshadow appearing at the corners. Is that right? Then let us engage in this battle in a monstrous way. They'll give you 7 words: Sage, Art, Lightning, Release, Rasengan. Before Gaara could react, Silver Wolf had already teleported in front of him and delivered a Sage, Art, Lightning, Release, Rasengan right to his face. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Gaara was blasted out of the hospital by Silver Wolf. Finally, he has calmed down a bit. As he spoke, Silver Wolf could not help but shake his hand, and then canceled the low-tier version of Sage Fox mode. But suddenly, he sensed Gaara's killing intent once again. He's not even fainted yet. How much chakra from Shikaku has leaked? He thinks I can't bear to use my Sharingan now and don't know sealing techniques. While saying this, Silver Wolf looked down at Gaara, who had already been blasted out of the hospital. At this moment, the armor of sand on his chest had been completely shattered, and he was even somewhat awake now. Alright, let's stop here. There's an official exam tomorrow, and if you keep this up, Silver Wolf, the hospital might just get torn down by you. Kakashi suddenly appeared to stop the intensifying battle. Kakashi, you seem to be enjoying the show quite a bit. It took you this long to show up. Silver Wolf looked at Kakashi and said somewhat irritably. What do you mean by that, Silver Wolf? I just got here. You're full of crap. Do you think I'm not serious about this Sage mode? If you had said this reason earlier, I might have believed you, but sorry, my perception ability has already surpassed that of the matriarch. Looking at Silver Wolf's proud expression, Kakashi appeared somewhat helpless, while at the same time Gaara, who had been blasted out of the hospital, chose to leave. Looks like he's run away. Tisk, if I had known, I wouldn't have slacked off back then. Maybe I could have learned some sealing techniques from the matriarch. Silver Wolf sighed. Oh, you still have regrets. Kakashi asked somewhat incredulously. I'm just kidding. How could I have regrets? If I had learned back then, who knows how much suffering I would have endured. But now it's different, or I can learn it just by watching a bit. It's that simple. Silverwolf suddenly changed his tone. Alright, do as you please, but don't forget about tomorrow's exam. You are the first to go on stage. After Kakashi finished speaking, he left, while Silverwolf, with the help of Prometheus, repaired the hospital walls, and then left with Naruto. The next day arrived. At the competition venue, since Naruto had been teleported here by Prometheus together with Silverwolf, he was not late, and Sasuke had also arrived here early. Sasuke, it looks like you arrived quite early. Silverwolf smiled at Sasuke. Not that early. How are you planning to fight in the first match, or should I ask you how many seconds are you planning to end the battle in? Sasuke inquired. Hey, didn't I tell you that I would hold back in this match? Upon hearing this, Sasuke appeared somewhat surprised. You were serious back then. What else would it be? Silverwolf said with a hint of helpless laughter. You don't understand. When you think I'm serious, I'm not. When you think I'm not serious, I'm actually serious. Isn't that more interesting? Silverwolf said with a mischievous smile. Soon Nara Shikamaru showcased the order of entrance once again for everyone present before sending everyone except Silverwolf and Neji to the resting area. However, as Gaara walked past Silverwolf, he sneered, Uchiha Sasuke. Don't worry, I won't let him leave alive. Before Silverwolf could respond, Gaara walked away directly. You madman. Soon the remaining competitors all arrived at the resting area, while Silverwolf and Neji stood in the center of the arena. Where's your summoning beast? Do you think I'm not worthy of having you summon it? Neji asked, somewhat displeased. But Silverwolf seemed rather casual. I don't mean to look down on you, but it's just that my summoning beast has something going on today, so it can't come. Meanwhile, in the security room of Konoha Hospital, Heavy Armor Bunny was sitting in the chair specially made for her, eating the 3-color dumplings that Silverwolf had already bought for her. Although I'm just a security guard, at least it feels like I have a bit of life now. Enough with the nonsense. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I'll give you a chance to fight me using physical techniques today, so I can see just how powerful your gentle fist truly is. The tone of Silverwolf carried a hint of mockery, and after that she drew out Prometheus. Hearing this, Ningxia, it couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. It seems I overestimated you before. You are indeed strong, but if you're going to be so arrogant, I will ensure you pay the price. With that said, Ningxia activated his Byakugan and assumed a stance to use the gentle fist. Observing that both sides were ready, Nara Shinjian bit down on the Senbon in his mouth. If that's the case, then the first round of the match begins. As Nara Xuanjian's voice fell, the blade of light from Silverwolf's Prometheus immediately manifested, yet she did not strike immediately. Let me think, I might intentionally let him hit a couple of acupuncture points, then lie down for a bit, and after he finishes talking I can give him a surprise. Silverwolf thought to herself, a mischievous smile appearing on her face, and then she took the initiative to attack Ningxia. Ningxia watched the blade of light approaching him, showing no signs of panic. Instead, he evaded just within the critical distance, grabbing Silverwolf's arm that held Prometheus. Underestimating your opponent, you clearly weren't taking me seriously. Before Ningxia could finish his sentence, Silverwolf opened the hidden cannon at the front of Prometheus and immediately fired a virtual weakness module, hitting Ningxia squarely, though she herself was also struck by Ningxia's acupuncture point in the process. It seems I underestimated you a bit as well. I didn't expect you to have a hidden trick up your sleeve. At this moment, Ningxia had distanced himself from Silverwolf, unaware that his physical indicators had significantly decreased. You're too kind, you're not bad yourself. Even at the last moment, you still managed to hit my acupuncture point. Silverwolf expressed her compliments without any reservation, yet she couldn't help but cover her arm, which had been struck at the acupuncture point. This is troublesome. Fine, I'll play with him for a little longer. Once he finishes speaking, this battle can come to an end. Silverwolf smirked, and in the next instant appeared behind Ningxia. Space-time ninjutsu. Have you finally decided to get serious? But it might already be too late. Heavenly return. As he was about to be attacked, Ningxia's body spun rapidly, continuously releasing chakra outward to form a semi-blue sphere centered around himself, forcing Silverwolf to halt her attack and step back a couple of paces. It's not over yet. Ningxia was not about to give Silverwolf any chance, immediately assuming the 8 trigrams formation, locking onto all the chakra flow points in Silverwolf's body. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Ningxia shouted loudly, rushing forward, ready to finish this battle. This guy is really serious. I can't afford to be reckless now, I really might crash. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms. 16 palms, 32 palms. 64 palms. At this moment, Ningxia had struck Silverwolf with all 64 palms, or more accurately, he had struck the tailed beast cloak. Have you had enough? You really thought I was just a little wolf cub because I'm not showing my power? Silverwolf suddenly exerted strength, controlling a crimson chakra arm to restrain Ningxia. How is that possible? Just now I clearly. Right? You had sealed my acupuncture points, but that doesn't mean there isn't a way to break it. Gradually, the nine-tailed chakra on Silverwolf's body began to grow stronger, even forming a fifth tail. After that, she hurled Ning Ci away with her chakra arm, sending him crashing to the ground. That's right, it can't be wrong, a little Silverwolf can already control 5 tails of chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen at the Hokage's seat exclaimed. Meanwhile, Ning Ci was also gradually getting up from the ground, but now he was starting to notice that all his physical indicators seemed to have declined. What's going on? Why has my body suddenly become weaker? Could it be because of that time? Have you realized it already? All physical indicators have weakened. This is the ability of the virtual weakness module. But even without this negative buff, you still wouldn't be able to win. However, it'll give you a chance. Silverwolf did not finish her sentence directly, but instead removed the tailed beast cloak first. What are you planning to do? Even though Silverwolf had already removed the tailed beast cloak, Ning Ci dared not let his guard down in the slightest. It's nothing. Didn't you have something to say? Don't say I didn't give you a chance, and don't ask how I know. If you do, I want answer. Silverwolf whispered into Ning Ci's ear. Niji appeared somewhat shocked. How did she know? No, if she really knew, why would she want me to say it? Niji looked at the Silverwolf, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Why? This won't benefit you, and even. I've already said it here, I want answer. You just need to follow your own will. Now hurry up and use your technique, or it will be noticed. Upon hearing this, Niji quickly understood the Silverwolf's intention. In the next moment, he used his technique, and the Silverwolf played along, getting knocked back and lying on the ground pretending to be exhausted. Since you want to know so much, I might as well tell you. As Niji spoke, he removed his forehead protector, revealing the hidden curse mark of the caged bird underneath, and began recounting his past story. To protect the clan, my father became the substitute for Hyuga Hayashi, sacrificing himself for Konoha, hoping to rid himself of that cursed mark. There was no other way but death. Niji clenched the forehead protector tightly as he spoke. Clearly, they were equally matched twins, yet because of the difference in birth order, their fates were decided like this. So your fate in this battle was determined long before we fought. Thank you, but as I said, I am destined to. Hey, have you said enough? I have already stood up. The Silverwolf got up from the ground, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and took a fighting stance again. I haven't even gotten serious yet. How could I possibly lose? The Silverwolf said with a confident smile, while Niji, unbeknownst to him, had pulled out a note. Are you really going to give up? Don't you think it's a pity? Life is something you can't fully believe in or completely dismiss. Fight well, even if you lose, you won't have any regrets. After reading the contents of the note, Niji put his forehead protector back on and took up the stance for the gentle fist technique. Although he knew it would be futile, he owed her a favor. Thinking this, Niji initiated the attack first. However, whether it was due to Niji's declining physical condition or the Silverwolf exerting her full strength this time, he gained no advantage. I presume you've used your full strength, right? If you had used this level of power from the start, I probably wouldn't have even had a chance to use the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Niji sighed. If he could be called a genius, then the Silverwolf could be considered a prodigy. The Eye of Truth is indeed quite useful. I promised not to use bloodline limits, but the Eye of Truth doesn't count as one. Moreover, the prerequisite for copying is observation. This level of dynamic vision feels even stronger than the Sharingan. Thinking this, the Silverwolf couldn't help but smile. In the next moment, she directly struck Niji's forehead with her palm. Niji screamed and immediately knelt on the ground. He felt as if something had been extracted from him, but soon the pain was overshadowed by joy. At this moment, a sealing card with a curse mark appeared in the Silverwolf's hand, prominently displaying the caged bird design. You just... Shoo. The Silverwolf quickly made a silencing gesture, and Niji nodded in response. Don't let anyone find out, especially not the Hyuga clan. Also, that guy should be heading to the infirmary, soon kneeling to apologize to you and telling you the so-called truth. You understand, right? The Silverwolf deliberately threw in a hint at the end, but Niji understood her meaning well. He then lay down on the ground, waiting to be carried away by the medical ninja. After Niji was taken away, the Silverwolf did not leave the stage, or instead, she pulled out a megaphone. Miss Silverwolf, what are you preparing? Just as Narashikamaru was about to ask, he was interrupted by the Silverwolf. I'm just seeking justice for someone. I hope you can show some respect if otherwise. The Silverwolf didn't finish her sentence, but deliberately released some Nine-Tails chakra. The villagers of Konohagaku are present. You should all be aware of my identity as the adopted daughter of the Fourth Hokage and the jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. You must be wondering why I am doing this, so I won't keep you in suspense. The reason I act this way is simply to seek justice for my brother Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Silverwolf's mouth. Let me guess, some of you are probably thinking why, despite always addressing you as Miss and not daring to openly call you Demon Fox, I still seek to trouble you. Am I wrong, foolish villagers? Looking at the scene below, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but show a wry smile. She's truly not one to let things die down easily. Apologies for the embarrassment. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words revealed a hint of helplessness, while Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, merely shook his head. No need for that. I am rather curious about what kind of conclusion she will reach in the end. The last time we fought she hadn't used it yet, as she probably mastered it only recently. I find myself increasingly interested in you, Silverwolf. A wicked smile crept at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. Have you ever wondered why my father divided the Nine-Tails fox into 2 parts and sealed them within both me and Naruto? Or to put it simply, do you think the fourth Hokage of Konoha would place the Nine-Tails fox within an ordinary person? At this point, Silverwolf's hints were almost as clear as a direct statement, yet she just wouldn't say it. As for why, that is of course to further toy with these ignorant villagers. After all, if she revealed it, the villagers' anxious hearts would cease to exist, but by not saying it, they remain in suspense. Creating psychological pressure for those villagers is truly something Silverwolf would do, isn't it? Kakashi's words carried a sense of foreknowledge, and he also set down the paradise of affection in his hands. Honestly, does the boss need to make a fuss to announce something? It's truly a hassle. The armored little rabbit appearing above Naruto's head said to Silverwolf with a hint of helplessness. Armored little rabbit. Didn't sister say you had something to do today, and wouldn't come? Don't ask. Children shouldn't pry into adult matters, just watch obediently. Once the boss resolves today's issues, you will also be addressed as young master from now on. After saying this, armored little rabbit directly sat on the railing waiting for Silverwolf's next words. Have you all thought this through? It's fine to think in the worst direction possible. Of course, if you truly can't come up with anything, I can reveal the answer as well. Silverwolf wore a gentle smile, yet it starkly contrasted with the Nine-Tails chakra she emanated. Still not willing to admit wrong. These villagers are truly ignorant to a certain extent. Although it's partly due to the third Hokage and Danzo's treasured influence, I will still need to intervene in Konoha's governance. Silverwolf looked at these villagers and shook her head helplessly. Since you all have taken so long to figure this out, I will directly unveil the mystery. The surname Uzumaki originates from the land of whirlpools, which unfortunately has been destroyed. However, this does not mean that its people have perished. For example, my mother also bears the Uzumaki surname. This should be clear enough. I inherited my father's surname, while my brother inherited my mother's surname. Thus, I, the biological child of my parents, Uzumaki Naruto, have been ostracized, insulted, and isolated by you ignorant folks referred to as the Demon Fox. Silverwolf's final words were nearly a shout, and for those villagers who had ostracized, insulted, and isolated Naruto, the anxiety in their hearts finally fell silent. Looking at the villagers who felt guilty towards Naruto, a glimmer of despair appeared in their eyes, and a faint smile crept onto Silverwolf's lips. Why do you all have such expressions? Don't worry, I'm just here to seek justice today, not for revenge. Of course, I hope that the term Demon Fox will never be mentioned in this village again, especially in my presence. Silverwolf said as she smashed a large hole in the ground with her chakra-infused arm. If I hear it again, this might be the result. Don't worry, it won't hurt. At least those who have experienced it here have never complained of pain. Silverwolf said with a smile, though her words didn't seem very humorous. Soon Nara Shikamaru announced Silverwolf's victory, and she then proceeded to the resting area. Are you happy, Naruto? From now on you will be called Young Master. Silverwolf said gently to Naruto. Well, not really. But sister, are you sure this will not cause any issues in the future? Don't worry, they are grateful to me. Besides, this is what you deserve, there's nothing to be concerned about. Silverwolf said as she affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. Thanks, sister. Don't worry, I will definitely become Hokage in the future. That way, if you have any issues, you can come to me, and I will also resolve matters concerning the Hyuga clan. Naruto said confidently. Then you must work hard, my lovely brother. Silverwolf smiled, and then turned her gaze toward Heavy Armor Bunny. Let me guess, you slacked off, right? Silverwolf said disdainfully, but Heavy Armor Bunny seemed a bit displeased. I didn't. Boss, don't talk nonsense. I finished my discussions with the security team before coming out. That doesn't count as slacking off. Heavy Armor Bunny defended. Fine, do as you wish, but from now on just stay by my side obediently. Today's match was a bit too wild. Silverwolf said while rubbing her arm, which had been struck by Niji's acupuncture. Indeed, without me the boss cannot manage. Here's the deal, as long as you raise my salary, I might consider it. If you don't agree, I can manipulate the hospital's finances so that you don't receive a single cent. Silverwolf said playfully. You can't afford to play with me, boss. What? Don't you understand how to properly utilize your position? Come back obediently, and I might consider giving you a day off. Deal. Heavy Armor Bunny said without hesitation. If I had known it would be this easy, I would have said it sooner. Well, even if you skip half a day, I can just deduct your pay. Silverwolf said with a mischievous smile. Heartless boss, I hate you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sasuke had already been called to the stage, but just as he was about to leap over the railing, Silverwolf suddenly intervened to stop him. Sasuke, be careful, that guy might be a bit crazy now. Don't worry, I won't die before killing Itachi. Sasuke said with extreme confidence. Alright, but just consider it me nagging you. If you see dark clouds suddenly appear in the sky, be prepared to guide them. Sasuke nodded. Then, like Gaara, he moved to the center of the arena. Both sides are now in position, so the match begins. Go. Sasuke launched the first attack, instantly throwing 2 shurikens at Gaara, but as expected they were blocked by the sand surrounding Gaara. In the next moment, the sand quickly coalesced into sand clones and launched an assault on Sasuke. However, Sasuke immediately reacted and vanished from his original position. Where are you looking? Sasuke suddenly appeared behind Gaara and landed a punch on his face, sending him flying. So fast, just like that guy. At this moment, cracks had already appeared beneath Gaara's sand armor. It's not over yet. Sasuke swiftly moved again, kicking Gaara into the air, and after throwing a kunai, rapidly formed hand seals. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Seeing the rapidly approaching fireball, Gaara immediately controlled the sand to prepare for defense. But suddenly the kunai that Sasuke threw, which should have been insignificant, transformed into Sasuke's shadow clone and instantly released a fireball, just like the original. Faced with the dual fireballs closing in, Gaara could only expand the area of sand coverage to defend himself. Yet even so, he was ultimately knocked to the ground by the remaining force. At the same time, in the audience, Might Guy observed Sasuke's improvement and couldn't help but exclaim, Kakashi, what on earth did you teach him in this month? To reach such a level in just a month, and that underhanded technique too. You didn't get the inspiration from her, did you? Guy asked Kakashi, but Kakashi wore a somewhat helpless expression. I must clarify that underhanded technique was not taught by me. And next time speak a little quieter, the person you're talking about is staring at you intently right now. Kakashi's words revealed a hint of helplessness, and afterward, he stole a glance at Silverwolf, who was listening to their entire conversation. But Might Guy, who had been left in the dark, appeared somewhat puzzled. Huh, Kakashi, you're not joking, are you? You didn't see a ghost, did you? This time Kakashi didn't reply to Might Guy, though instead he focused intently on Sasuke's match. Upon landing, Gaara wasted no time and immediately manipulated the sand around him, forming a sphere to envelop himself. At the same time, a sand eye appeared above the sand sphere, allowing him to observe the situation outside. More interesting than I imagined, Uchiha Sasuke. I had originally planned to reserve this technique for her. Inside the sand sphere, Gaara's eyes gradually became frenzied, while Sasuke, observing from outside, wore a disdainful expression. TCH, a mere turtle shell thinks it can stop me. Sasuke swiftly approached and threw a punch, but it had little effect. Instead, he was caught off guard by sudden spikes that emerged from the sand sphere. Without hesitation, Sasuke retreated to a safe distance. Using sand for full-body defense, huh? He hadn't expected that the difference in density could yield such a vast difference in hardness. However, this turtle shell would serve well to test the power of my technique. Sasuke took 2 steps back, gathering lightning in his hand. Chidori Sunban. In an instant, countless small needles formed from lightning shot from Sasuke's hand towards Gaara's sand sphere, successfully piercing through it, with one needle even striking Gaara's cheek and causing blood to flow. Blood! My blood! Gaara roared, and the sand sphere vanished, revealing Gaara in his jinchuriki state. Seeing this, Maki lost her composure. Acting on your own, even if the plan has been expedited, you can't expose yourself this early. Looking at Gaara, who resembled a wild beast, Sasuke couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. In the next moment, Gaara launched his hand claw technique at Sasuke, aiming to end the battle decisively, but at the last moment Sasuke narrowly dodged. So fast, if I had hesitated for even a moment. Boom! Suddenly the previously clear sky darkened, rain began to fall, and thunder rumbled. Upon seeing this, a smile crept onto Sasuke's face. Heaven is aiding me. On the stand, Silverwolf suddenly noticed that many villagers around had fallen into a stupor, including Naruto, who seemed drowsy as white feathers began to drift down from the sky. Is this the rebirth technique? Oh no, has it come so soon? Silverwolf quickly activated his Sharingan and immediately dispelled the illusion for Naruto. Sister, what happened? What was I just? I'll explain later, just prepare yourself. Once I set the coordinates, I'll take you, Sasuke, and that guy Gaara to a place where we won't be disturbed. On the battlefield, Maki, Temari, and Kankuro had already reached Gaara's side, while Nara Shikamaru protected Sasuke behind him, causing Sasuke to cease channeling the lightning. Gaara, calm down, you need to. Before Temari could finish, Gaara swiped her away with his tailed beast claw. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: to kill Sasuke. He is my prey, none of you. Before anyone could react, Gaara vanished from the spot along with Sasuke, who should have been behind Nara Shikamaru. In the forest of death, Gaara just teleported, was still trying to understand what was happening when the punches from Heavy Armor Bunny came crashing down like a storm. Aura, 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 aura. Countless punches landed on Gaara, sending him flying until he crashed through several large trees before finally coming to a halt. You again, troublesome rabbit, today I will tear you to pieces. Gaara stood up, glaring fiercely at Heavy Armor Bunny, as if he would attack at any moment. What a lunatic. Silverwolf suddenly sat atop Heavy Armor Bunny, while Naruto and Sasuke stood beside her. However, upon seeing Silverwolf, Gaara became excited, as if he had found prey. So, it was you, Silverwolf, who brought me here. This place is quite suitable as our final battleground. Gaara said excitedly, and in the next moment, he launched an ambush against Silverwolf. TCH, a lunatic. Naruto, prepare yourself. Soon I'll summon Boss Bunta, and Sasuke. The lightning here may not be as fierce as over there, but guiding it should still be fine. Heavy Armor Bunny will protect you while I will hold him off until you finish. After listening, the two nodded, while Silverwolf instantly activated Sage Mode, sprouting 4 additional tails. Gaara's claws suddenly struck, but Silverwolf merely tilted her body slightly to evade it, and then swung a punch at Gaara, though it seemed to miss. At least that was Gaara's perception. With that speed, you think you can. Before Gaara could finish, the frog group hand struck him in the face, but that wasn't the end. Countless floating cannons suddenly appeared above Gaara's head, firing beams simultaneously. When did this happen? Gaara had no time to think, immediately raising his tailed beast arm to block the beams, but this left him as a sitting duck. This should end it. Silverwolf struck instantly, placing a virtual weakness on Gaara, causing all his stats to drop. In the next instant, the blade of light slashed forth. Gaara's right arm, already transformed by the tailed beast, instantly crumbled into sand, while Gaara himself was violently hurled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground and sending up a billowing cloud of dust. Seems I overexerted myself. I should have held back a little. Inlong's words carried a faint mocking lilt. Yet before she could move again, countless sand shuriken surged toward her like a storm. But before those shuriken could even draw near, Inlang teleported them all away. And at that very moment, she caught sight of Gaara, the one she had just sent flying. His upper body now bore an uncanny resemblance to Shikaku, the One-Tail, so much so that the only discernible difference lay in scale. That boy won't last long before that foolish Tanuki fully takes control. Little girl, I shall now awaken your 5th tail. But make haste, this battle must end swiftly. Kurama instructed, simultaneously unlocking Inlong's 5th tail. Don't worry, Kurama, I still have Susanoo. This fight is already won, she declared with quiet confidence, when suddenly lightning in the sky twisted as if drawn by an unseen force, coalescing into the colossal form of a primordial beast. As Inlang looked upward, she saw Chongzhuang Xiaotu soaring high above, upon whose palm stood Naruto, whose summoning had failed, yielding only the juvenile toad Gamabunta, and Sasuke, who raised his arm aloft, poised to unleash the thunderous beast. Inlang, dodge! Sasuke cried out, and in an instant Inlang teleported upward, landing lightly upon Chongzhuang Xiaotu's broad shoulder. Hey, you 3 are heavy, you know. Chongzhuang Xiaotu grumbled, but none of the 3 paid her any mind. This technique is my first time employing it, but it is more than enough to shatter you. Its name is Kirin. The Thunder Beast descended with cataclysmic force. Gaara had no time to evade. No, how could I possibly? Boom. With a deafening explosion, Kirin failed to obliterate Gaara. Instead, it forced him into full transformation, the One-Tail Shikaku. I never intended to reveal this form to you, but it ends here. Gaara commanded Shikaku's massive claw to swing down upon Inlang and her allies, intent on erasing them utterly. Yet Inlang was no mere bystander. Instantly, a cerulean Susanoo enveloped her, its 3rd stage form manifesting as the Krautengu avatar. Gaara's strike landed, but inflicted little harm upon Inlang. Instead, the claw recoiled sharply, repelled by a sudden weapon materializing upon Susanoo's arm, a blade identical to Inlong's Prometheus. Yet at the same time, blood tears streamed from Inlong's eyes, and her vision blurred. It hurts so much. Is the 3rd stage Susanoo truly this taxing? Only seconds in, and the core's already overloaded. Fine, I'll hold on as long as I can. At worst, I'll just play fewer games later. Meanwhile, Konoha village had descended into utter chaos. Lee, how's your sector? Kakashi asked, casually dispatching and attacking Nin with a flick of his hand. Relax, the villagers should all be safely inside the shelters. Mike Guy hadn't finished speaking when he spotted a young girl pinned beneath rubble, immobilized, and worse, a colossal serpent slithering inexorably toward her. Too late. Kakashi immediately began forming hand seals. Yet before he completed the sequence, a figure wearing a swirling spiral mask stepped between the girl and the serpent. Fire release, explosive wind dance. A torrent of flame erupted, shaping itself into a titanic serpent of fire, engulfing the beast until it became nothing but charred remains. Are you all right? Obito asked gently, even as he lifted the girl free from the ruins. Who are you? Before Kakashi could finish, Obito flung a kunai, not at him, but at a Nin lunging to strike Kakashi from behind. Kakashi, this is the 2nd time I've saved you. No gratitude. Obito asked, his smile ambiguous, while Kakashi, recognizing him instantly, opened his mouth, only for Might Guy to interrupt. Kakashi, who is he? Do you two know each other? Might Guy asked, baffled, yet Kakashi brushed him off with a terse reply. We'll talk after this. Take the girl to the shelter. We'll handle the rest. No sooner had Kakashi spoken than Obito placed the rescued child into Might Guy's arms. Understood. I'll return at once. In moments, Might Guy vanished with the girl, leaving only Obito and Kakashi standing back to back amid the battlefield. It's been over 10 years since we fought side by side, hasn't it? Kakashi said, falling seamlessly into formation with Obito. More than 10, I'd wager. And I can't stay long. I'm needed elsewhere in Xiaolang's script. Shortly, I must aid the third Hokage. As for our reunion, save it for the Konoha prison. Even as he spoke, Obito dispatched several sound nin with swift, precise strokes of his blade. Oh, and Kakashi, has Xiaolang told you everything? Including the Uchiha affair? Obito asked, and Kakashi nodded firmly. Yes, Xiaolang told me everything, including Sensei's. I know you were manipulated, that you didn't choose this path freely. As he spoke, Kakashi drove his lightning cutter through 2 Tsunanin. Let it be. I don't intend to justify myself. Wrong is wrong. Regardless of motive, I bear the debt, and all I can do now is atone. Time grows short. I must go aid the third. Stay vigilant. With that, Obito unleashed another explosive wind dance, clearing the field for Kakashi before vanishing into the smoke. In the Death Forest, the gigantic tailed beast and the Susanoo were locked in a fierce battle, yet in reality the Silver Wolf was nearing its limit. My vision is becoming increasingly blurred. The Silver Wolf covered its left eye, forcing itself to maintain the Susanoo. If I release the Susanoo now, I fear I won't be able to summon it again, and for some reason, my whole body is in pain. It seems. At this point, I can only gamble once more. Seeing this scene, Naruto immediately wanted to step forward to help, but was stopped by Sasuke. And then let go of me, Sasuke. Can't you see that my sister is barely holding on? I need to go. And then, you idiot, what can you do by going there? You'll only cause more trouble. Sasuke said seriously. And then what does it matter? It's better than just standing here watching. Naruto shook Sasuke off, but just as he was preparing to move forward, the heavy armor bunny blocked him again. Are you going to stop me too, heavy armor bunny? At this moment, Naruto was ready to force a breakthrough, but the heavy armor bunny waved its hand. Why are you as foolish as that guy? Don't overthink it. I just want to tell you that I will help over there. You stay here and take care of yourselves. The heavy armor bunny's tone revealed a sense of helplessness. And then, there's nothing to discuss. What you need to do now is take care of yourselves. Leave the rest to me, and rest assured victory is guaranteed. The heavy armor bunny spoke with utmost confidence and then headed toward the front lines of the battlefield. And then, Silver Wolf, you are almost at your limit, right? What's still planning to hide the monster's power and not use it? Gaara questioned, continuing to attack the Silver Wolf's Susanoo. If I could use it, I would have already knocked you down. But you don't really think I've reached my limit, do you? A sly smile suddenly appeared at the corner of the Silver Wolf's mouth. In the next moment, the originally half-bodied blue Susanoo suddenly grew legs, making the originally taller Shikaku appear slightly shorter. The real battle begins now. Seeing the Susanoo that was taller than Shikaku, Gaara instantly became excited. I knew you wouldn't fall so easily. Come on, let me see what you are capable of now. Before Gaara could finish, the Silver Wolf had already made its move, using a weapon resembling Prometheus on the arm of the Susanoo to directly sever one of Shikaku's arms, which immediately turned to sand afterward. Wah! How is that possible? Gaara looked on in shock at Shikaku's severed arm, astonished, but soon he became excited again. Interesting, very interesting. Such a massive body can still move with such speed. No wonder you are a monster like me. As he spoke, Gaara's upper body emerged from the top of Shikaku's head, and then he formed seals, allowing Shikaku to take control of the body. Little girl, be careful. That stupid raccoon is about to come out. Hearing this, the Silver Wolf immediately focused all its attention, though its eyes were already struggling to hold on. In an instant, the copied Sharingan of the Silver Wolf suddenly closed, and the blue Susanoo quickly disintegrated, causing the Silver Wolf to plummet from the sky. At that moment, the heavy armor bunny arrived just in time to catch the Silver Wolf securely. How was that, boss? Wasn't that rescue perfect? Should I consider a raise? The heavy armor bunny said proudly, but the Silver Wolf immediately poured cold water on her. Let's put off such trivial matters until after we win. By the way, you came to save me, but what about Naruto and the others? Of course they are back at the previous position. Don't worry, they are definitely safe. I didn't let them move, they should have arrived by now. Looking at Naruto running toward them and Sasuke chasing from behind, the heavy armor bunny, despite her expressionless demeanor, conveyed her surprise through her tone. Hee, is this what you call safe? Aren't you just going to send them right into Shikaku's mouth? The Silver Wolf mocked, but the most troublesome Shikaku had yet to be dealt with, and was instead focusing on the Silver Wolf and the others. Huh. Finally out. But what's that? The stinky fox's chakra. He's also here, but it seems he's still sealed. Suddenly Shikaku seemed to realize something and grinned wickedly. In that case, he'll do a good deed. When the stinky fox is revived, don't forget to thank me. In an instant, Shikaku struck his own abdomen and expelled a wind-released Rasengan blast. Its trajectory locked on a Silverwolf and her companions. What is that? Silverwolf watched the blast hurtling toward them, and without hesitation instantly redirected it elsewhere, using Prometheus. Oh, this time, I truly overdid it. Even now my body still aches unbearably. Pain contorted Silverwolf's expression, yet she forced herself upright, her gaze unwavering, unyielding. Naruto here. I'll lend you some chakra. As she spoke, Silverwolf extended her fist. Naruto responded, instantly meeting it with his own, and in that moment the dark chakra of the Yin Nine-Tails surged forth across his body. Boar dog rooster monkey sheep. Ninjutsu summoning technique. A colossal plume of smoke erupted. When it cleared, Gamabunta, the great toad, loomed before them immense and imposing. Crucially, both Naruto and Silverwolf now stood atop his broad head. I thought who'd dare summon me. So it's you two again. Fine. Our target then must be that figure ahead. If my memory serves, that beast is Shikaku of Tsunade. Looks like I'll need to get serious. As Gamabunta spoke, he drew the short blade, sheathed at his waist. We'll owe you one, boss Gamabunta. Next time I'll send over a couple of fine sake bottles. Sake, keep it. But you're old enough now. Come by someday for a proper drink. After all, our ceremonial wedding cup remains untouched. Gamabunta interjected. A drinking date. Let's skip that. I'm far too young for such things. Silverwolf's expression tightened with acute embarrassment. Stop pretending, you think I don't know. Though come to think of it, you're nearly 30. Hey. Boss Gamabunta, please, don't speak so freely in front of Naruto. And who announces a woman's age so brazenly in public? Silverwolf hastily cut him off, fearing he might reveal even more. Yet even these scattered fragments left Naruto utterly bewildered. If my sister is almost 30, then she's the same age as Kakashi sensei. Don't believe a word boss Gamabunta says. I'm 13, and at most I'll only ever be 18. Got it. Silverwolf clapped a hand over Naruto's mouth, and he nodded vigorously, muffled. Hey, you brat jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. Have you finished your little game? Do you take me for invisible? Shikaku roared, finally breaking his silence, and immediately unleashed several more Rasengan blasts towards Silverwolf and her allies. Gamabunta retaliated instantly with an equal number of water-release iron cannonballs. The moment they collided with the blasts, they burst into vast torrents of water, yet those very waters obscured Gamabunta's vision. Regrettably, there's still one left. Shikaku grinned wickedly as the final blast hurtled toward Gamabunta. A regret indeed, but yours alone. In the next breath, Silverwolf redirected the blast with Prometheus, precisely to Shikaku's blind spot behind his massive form. Ugh! Before Shikaku could react, he was struck full force by his own Rasengan blast, yet the assault had only just begun. Armored Bunny now? Acknowledged. Launching now, Sasuke. Without pause, Armored Bunny soared skyward and hurled Sasuke forward. His trajectory aimed directly at Gaara perched atop Shikaku's head. Midair, Sasuke completed his hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted, but mere instants before impact, Shikaku intercepted it with his enormous palm. Damn it, just because I've emerged doesn't mean I'll retreat so easily. Before Shikaku could finish, Silverwolf appeared atop his head, her body wreathed in the chakra shroud of a tailed beast, and delivered a thunderous slap across Gaara's face. Go back, foolish Tanuki, and stay there. That's what Kurama sent me to tell you. Silverwolf declared, smirking triumphantly. You damn fox. Shikaku's protest died unfinished as his consciousness was violently suppressed once more, while Gaara simultaneously stirred back to awareness. You broke my technique, but the seal isn't complete yet. Gaara barely uttered the words before Silverwolf struck again, slapping him hard across the face. Snap out of it, right now? Silverwolf bellowed, her voice fierce and commanding. At that very instant, Shikaku's body dissolved into drifting sand, and the group landed softly upon the earth. Before Gaara could even register what had happened, Silverwolf lunged forward, striking him once more sharp and unrelenting. Listen carefully. Your mother loved you deeply. That sand within your gourd isn't Shikaku's power at all. It's hers, the legacy she left behind to protect you. Gaara stared, stunned, incredulous, unable to process the revelation. Yet Silverwolf granted him no time to dwell. She seized his collar tightly. And your uncle Yashimaru, he was coerced that night. Your father ordered him to assassinate you and utter those cruel words. In truth, it was all a test, a cold, calculated measure of your worth. By the end, even Silverwolf's voice softened, tinged with quiet sorrow. Think on it well. My childhood held none of your suffering. So all I can offer you are these truths. Soon my younger brother will join you. You two share a wound no one else understands. With that, Silverwolf released Gaara, and with Prometheus teleported herself and Armored Bunny directly to the battlefield, where Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Orochimaru clashed. On the rooftop at this moment, the four-sound ninja had already used the technique Four Purple Flame Formation to isolate Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen from the outside world. Within the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen had also removed his Hokage cloak, revealing the battle attire he had long kept hidden. Have you predicted your own demise, eh? Orochimaru said this while simultaneously shedding his wind shadow cloak. That might disappoint you. The little silver wolf informed me long ago about your disguise as the wind shadow. Previously, it was merely to avoid alerting the enemy a play I allowed you to act in. Instantly, the chakra surrounding both of them felt as if it had solidified, shattering the tiles around them. In the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative, throwing a shuriken and forming seals afterward. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Orochimaru, not to be outdone, instantly formed seals to summon two coffins marked with the numbers 1 and 2 successfully, using them to block the shuriken that was launched at him. Before long, the two coffins slowly opened, revealing the first and second Hokage. The Silver Wolf probably didn't tell you, did she? She almost fell to these two last time. If it weren't for that masked man who suddenly appeared, her body would have long been mine. Saying this, Orochimaru couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile. But it doesn't matter, eventually her body will be mine. Boasting before battle is not a good habit. Orochimaru. As the familiar voice fell, the Silver Wolf and the now armored puppet Heavy Armored Bunny appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Did I arrive in time, old man Sarutobi? The Silver Wolf said, a confident smile on her face. How did you get here? This is not a good place. Even if we join forces, we might. The surprise isn't over yet. Do you think I would come without assurance? The Silver Wolf intentionally left a suspenseful remark, but it seemed that this suspense did not last long. I didn't expect you to come to me, which saves me the trouble of searching for you. Orochimaru said, licking his lips with his elongated tongue and then embedding a cursed kunai into the first and second Hokage's heads. Seeing this scene, the Silver Wolf revealed a mischievous smile and simultaneously created a shadow clone. Cough. Here we go again. It hasn't been long since we were reanimated, and this time I apologize, Sarutobi. The words of Senju Hashirama were filled with helplessness and regret. Big brother, I didn't want this either, but why is that Uchiha with you? Before Senju Tobarama could finish, he found himself caught in the shadow imitation technique, and Senju Hashirama was similarly affected. The ones using the shadow imitation technique were none other than the Silver Wolf and her shadow clone. Now you both owe me a favor. After saying this, the Silver Wolf began to control Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama together to form seals. Edo Tensei release. Before Orochimaru could react, a burst of white light erupted from Hashirama and Tobarama, and in the next moment, they completely broke free from his control. How is this possible? The connection of Edo Tensei, actually. Orochimaru didn't have time to think too much and immediately ordered the four-sound ninja to release the Four Purple Flame Formation, preparing to leave. However, the Silver Wolf looked at his fleeing figure with an unhurried expression. Then let this slippery snake run a little longer, the Silver Wolf said with a mischievous smile. On the other side, the four-sound ninja had already decided to stay behind for Orochimaru, but their actions could hardly be said to have any effect. One could only say it was of no use at all. The timing is just right. A little wolf script is truly accurate, but I need to take things a bit more seriously next. Back on the rooftop, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already explained everything to the first and second Hokage, including that the Silver Wolf merely possessed a copied bloodline limit, not that of Uchiha. Tobarama, didn't I tell you? Whenever someone has Sharingan, you assume they're Uchiha. Stop discriminating against Uchiha so much. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily. All right, this time it was indeed my misjudgment. Little girl, your talent is impressive. With your ability, surpassing Big Brother in the future is not impossible. But speaking of Edo Tensei release, that's a long story, and it might take a while to explain. Well, it doesn't matter now, knowing it won't help me. But monkey, why don't you train someone with such great potential to be the next Hokage? Although she is slightly younger, early training should still be possible. Senju Tobarama suddenly asked, but Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. All right, Lord Second, please don't make it difficult for old man Sarutobi. It's mainly because I don't want to take on the role, as everyone has their own aspirations. Some are born for this position, while others are not. Well said, everyone has their own aspirations. Tobarama, don't pressure this girl. What she wants to do is her business. Besides, we should be heading back to the Pure Land soon, right? Hashirama reminded, and Tobarama nodded. Big brother is right, we can't linger here for too long. It's just a pity that the one who wanted to destroy Konoha was not captured. Take care, monkey. After Tobarama finished speaking, he and Hashirama lifted the Edo Tensei, their souls returning to the Pure Land. It's finally over. The Silver Wolf, feeling relieved, collapsed onto the rooftop, unable to move again. The bright sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the girl lying on the hospital bed. "Oh, you finally woke up," Kakashi said as he closed the book in his hands. Silver Wolf pondered, could it be that old Sarutobi brought me here? But before he could finish his thought, Kakashi, who was standing by the bedside, suddenly spoke up. "No need to think too much, it's the Hokage who brought you here. Rin has already completed a full checkup on you. There's nothing serious, just a slight decline in vision, and a pair of glasses should suffice." Upon hearing this, Silver Wolf silently nodded. "Is that so? That's pretty much what I expected, but as for glasses, forget it, they would only diminish my looks more than a forehead protector," Silver Wolf remarked. "Suit yourself, I'm just giving you a suggestion. By the way, Obito is back now, and he also captured Orochimaru. However, they are currently being held in the Konoha prison. Aren't you considering visiting them?" It seems the plot is developing quite well, but visiting them is out of the question. After all, if I go, it would mean him getting out of prison," Silver Wolf said, unable to suppress a smile. Kakashi, on the other hand, wore an expression of indifference. "It seems you must have a plan for the future, right?" "Of course. But before that, I need to visit the third Hokage. By the way, could you tell me where the armored little rabbit is? I haven't seen her in such a long time," Silver Wolf suddenly asked, but before Kakashi could respond, the armored little rabbit pushed the door open. "I brought you grilled fish. Don't forget to pay the running fee, and also for the boss." Seeing that Silver Wolf was awake, the armored little rabbit froze in place, nearly dropping the grilled fish she was holding. "Why are you silent? Are you unwilling to?" Before Silver Wolf could finish speaking, the armored little rabbit immediately hugged her. "Boss, you finally woke up. You have no idea you've been in a coma for 3 days. Although Rin said you were fine, I'm still worried. After all, if you didn't wake up, wouldn't all my unpaid wages be gone?" In an instant, the previously touched Silver Wolf threw the armored little rabbit onto the ground. Well, armored little rabbit, you really know how to play, don't you? If you hadn't mentioned wages at the end, I might have actually been moved to tears," Silver Wolf said, somewhat annoyed. "Boss, you can't say that. I genuinely care about you. But paying wages is also a fact. After all, you haven't settled with me this month." Silver Wolf felt a wave of speechlessness. Wages, why don't you just drop money into your eyes? Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. He'll pay you once everything is settled." Upon hearing this, the armored little rabbit's face instantly filled with protest. "What? More delays? Boss, when will this end?" protested the armored little rabbit, but Silver Wolf appeared indifferent. "One word, do you want it or not?" "Yes." The armored little rabbit instantly changed her expression, leaving Kakashi beside them speechless. "Then it's settled. Help me sort things out, and I will pay you. This time I promise not to delay." Silver Wolf smiled and gave a thumbs up. "All right, I'll trust you one last time, boss." At this moment, resignation was written all over the armored little rabbit's face. "Kakashi, where are you planning to go next?" "Me? I should go visit Obito soon. You could also drop by when you come back, or we might run into each other," Kakashi replied calmly. "Oh, is that so? Then alright, see you later." Soon Silver Wolf used Prometheus to teleport himself and the armored little rabbit to the door of the Hokage's office. However, as soon as they arrived, Silver Wolf heard what seemed to be some arguing inside. "Hisashi, have you become senile? A threat as significant as this, and instead of wanting to eliminate it, you're considering keeping it alive. You know better than I do the crimes he has committed. Oh, any one of them warrants a death sentence." In the end, Danzo couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. "Hisashi, you're still too soft. If you had been more resolute or listened to me, keeping the jinchuriki confined, perhaps the Nine-Tails incident wouldn't have occurred and your wife wouldn't have." "Danzo, don't go too far. During the Nine-Tails incident, you and your root didn't do anything to help Konoha. We both know that. Besides, you saw what happened when Kushina was confined, didn't you? Even so, that's still better than the current situation. Naruto's identity has been hidden all along, yet that little Silver Wolf somehow learned the truth and revealed everything during the Chunin exam. If you had been firmer back then, perhaps that Silver Wolf wouldn't. Danzo, though I have been turning a blind eye to you, it doesn't mean I'm unaware of the truth. Silver Wolf's death is inextricably linked to you. And then there's Obito. You're right, everything he's done could warrant a death sentence, but he is also the hero of the Battle of the Godless Bridge and a key figure in successfully capturing Orochimaru. And you know the current state of Konoha? Killing him would bring no benefit to the village. For both public and private reasons, he must be given a chance." Hisashi spoke earnestly, but Danzo did not acknowledge his words. "Hisashi, you're truly naive. If he could orchestrate the Nine-Tails incident once, he could do it again. Besides, he himself admitted that Silver Wolf was taken by him. I think you should have kept Silver Wolf in the Umbu, closely monitored her. After all, who can say whether she has fallen under a jinjutsu?" But just then a knock on the door of the Hokage's office interrupted them. "The door isn't locked, come in," Hisashi said, and soon after Silver Wolf walked in. "Oh, is Grandpa Danzo also here?" Silver Wolf said with her signature fake smile. Danzo, however, paid her little mind, keeping his gaze fixed on Hisashi. Hisashi, make a decision. As long as you agree, I can temporarily refrain from pursuing Obito, but she must enter the Umbu. Only the Umbu can adequately protect the Jinchuriki. Danzo said with a smug expression, but before Hisashi could respond, Silverwolf was the first to speak. So you two grandpas were discussing this. It's fine, Grandpa Hisashi, I know you're worried about me, but I think entering the Umbu isn't such a bad thing. After all, it can help protect the village, right? As she spoke, Silverwolf wore a fake smile. Danzo, don't think I haven't heard anything outside. There are plenty of conspiracies, you know. But don't worry, soon I will let you experience what it feels like to be sure sway. Hearing Silverwolf's words, Danzo immediately broke into a smug smile. Not bad, very self-aware. You're much better than your predecessor. Hisashi looked, she herself has agreed. I think you won't have any objections now, right? Seeing Danzo's demeanor, Hisashi couldn't help but show a hint of pity in his eyes. Fine, I agree to this matter, but for the sake of our old friendship, please don't kill him. Hearing this, Danzo looked a bit puzzled, but before he could ask, Silverwolf had already teleported in front of him. Got him. Silverwolf didn't give Danzo a chance to react, instantly capping Shizui's right eye, and then using Prometheus, she severed his arm that had been embedded with a Sharingan, blood splattering onto her face. You. At this moment, Danzo had fallen to the ground, looking at Silverwolf with a face full of resentment. The feeling of revenge is truly delightful. Danzo, when you sent someone to assassinate me back, then you should have anticipated this day would come. Silverwolf said as she placed Shizui's right eye into the prepared culture dish. Upon hearing this, Danzo could no longer deny Silverwolf's identity, and he connected everything that had happened before. How is this possible? Weren't you already dead? Why are you still? Yes, I was dead, but I crawled back from hell to seek revenge on you. As she spoke, Silverwolf wiped the bloodstains off her face. So dirty and hard to clean. Hey, old thief, this blood won't be bad for my skin, will it? Silverwolf said with a face full of disdain, while Danzo's expression was already filled with rage. Hisashi, you must have known long ago. No wonder I've felt something strange about you lately. It turns out you've been plotting against me all along. You're mistaken, Danzo. I've never thought of plotting against you. Today's events are purely coincidental. Of course, I've also seen your little moves. The reason you want me to eliminate Obito is simply to obtain his Sharingan, isn't it? With his scheme exposed, Danzo glared at Hisashi, but soon he revealed a sinister smile. Hisashi, you don't really think I haven't prepared a backup plan, do you? In the next moment, Aburame Shino and Yamanaka Ino rushed in, and as soon as Yamanaka Ino entered, he immediately threw a cursed puppet at Silverwolf. Is this all? Silverwolf didn't even bother to examine the puppet closely and immediately struck it with a light blade, but that strike happened to trigger Yamanaka Ino's mind transfer puppet technique. Success. This is so easy. Before Yamanaka Ino could finish his sentence, he saw the QB inside Silverwolf. Human, get out of me. The QB roared angrily, directly blasting Yamanaka Ino out of Silverwolf, and the original Yamanaka Ino outside immediately fell unconscious. How is this possible? You clearly just fell under the mind transfer puppet technique. Why can you still? Sorry, old thief Danzo, this technique is nothing but child's play for a perfect jinchuriki. Silverwolf said with a wicked grin. Lord Danzo, you should leave first. Someone will continue to support you down below. Danzo nodded and immediately began to run downstairs while Aburame Shino blocked the doorway. Sorry, Hokage-sama, I now. Ola. Suddenly, heavy armored bunny struck, landing a punch on Aburame Shino, who was already covered in nano-poison bugs. Huh, what is this purple squishy thing? Heavy armored bunny disdainfully shook her hand, and at the same time those nano-poison bugs that had gnawed on her paint fell to the ground. How is this possible? My poison bugs. Aburame Shino looked in disbelief at the heavy armored bunny, who only had a bit of paint missing. It seems your poison bugs don't really like eating iron blocks. If that's the case, then next. After resolving the issue with the oil woman and the root, Silverwolf originally intended to continue the pursuit, but Sarutobi Hisashi suddenly blocked her. Alright, little Silverwolf, you needn't trouble yourself any further. I will personally lead a team to capture Danzo. As for the root, that was my oversight, and I will also handle it myself afterward. Sarutobi Hisashi sighed, but Silverwolf directly exposed his intentions. Hey, old man Sarutobi, don't think I don't know what you're really thinking. You can't bear to see an old friend killed, and regarding the root, don't feign surprise. I don't believe for a moment that you didn't notice him reorganizing the root right under your nose. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hisashi felt somewhat awkward, but still forced a smile. Little Silverwolf, just do me a favor. I know you despise Danzo, but after all, he is an old friend. Even if you plan to kill him, there should be a proper process. If you were to directly kill him outside, it would appear to outsiders as if a Jinchuriki assassinated a high-ranking member of Konoha. However, if... Alright, enough with the sermon. They'll give you face, you can handle this matter. Silverwolf said impatiently. By the way, speaking of business, shouldn't you be addressing the situation with Obito? Don't worry, I just spoke with Danzo about Obito. He has been trying to obstruct it, but now he'll send an Umbu to assist with Obito's release procedures. Also, regarding what you mentioned earlier about the truth of the Nine-Tails incident, I've already sent someone to leak some information. As for the night of the massacre, it remains confidential. After hearing this, Silverwolf nodded, seemingly offering praise. Not bad, it seems you old man Sarutobi haven't completely lost your wits yet. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Sarutobi Hisashi appeared somewhat helpless. If you want it to be, then it can be. Now hurry up and pursue, otherwise that old thief will escape the village and it will be troublesome. Silverwolf said, using Prometheus to teleport herself and the reinforced bunny away from there. However, before leaving, Silverwolf didn't forget to take with her the arm containing several Sharingan. Soon they arrived at Konoha prison, where they encountered Kakashi, who had just arrived. Timing is everything, but seems we arrived just in time. Kakashi. Silverwolf spoke with a smile on her face. It is indeed quite fortuitous. By the way, just a little precaution. When you see Obito, don't be startled by his appearance. To put it bluntly, he looks somewhat like a rice ball right now. Kakashi said, leading Silverwolf to a solitary cell, at which point Silverwolf saw Obito, who was almost wrapped like a zongzi. Kakashi, is that you? Obito suddenly asked. Yes, but this time it's not just me, there's Little Wolf, right? Even though my eyes are covered, I can still sense it. Obito's lips curled into a smile as Senju Ibiki approached from behind. I've just received notice from above, you can be released now. Senju Ibiki said while opening the prison door, and Kakashi gave Silverwolf a meaningful glance. Hey Kakashi, what's with that look? Silverwolf asked somewhat unhappily, while Kakashi merely chuckled slightly. Before long, all restraints on Obito were removed, and Senju Ibiki, having fulfilled his duty, discreetly left afterward. How do you feel, idiot Obito? Silverwolf looked at Obito with a broad smile. How should I put it? It feels like something I lost before has returned. Little Wolf. Don't call me Little Wolf, I am the second Hokage now. You should call me Lady Silverwolf, understand? Silverwolf joked, but Obito could only smile helplessly. Well then, thank you very much, Lady Silverwolf, for everything you have done for me. Ha ha ha. Seeing Obito's expression, Silverwolf suddenly burst into laughter. What's wrong? Obito asked, somewhat confused, while Silverwolf was laughing so hard, she was almost in tears. It's nothing, I was just joking with you. I didn't expect you to actually believe it. Upon hearing this, Obito felt somewhat speechless, while Kakashi began to chuckle on the side. Hey Kakashi, what are you laughing at? Obito said irritably, while Kakashi replied with a hint of amusement. It's nothing, it just feels somewhat reminiscent of the past, doesn't it? The past, eh? Obito repeated in a daze, but Silverwolf directly snapped him out of it. What are you spacing out for, idiot? I went through so much trouble to get you released, and it's not so you can just reminisce here. Silverwolf said, preparing to chop Obito on the head with her hand, but her height seemed to be the biggest obstacle. Are you planning to chop my head off, Little Wolf? But it seems your height is a bit lacking, huh? Should I? Aren't you just a little taller than me? What's so impressive about that? Don't forget I'm younger than both of you. Oh, just wait until I grow up, and you'll see, I will be out of your reach. The three laughed and joked as if they had truly returned to the past. By the way, Obito, what do you plan to do next? After all, you can be considered to have resumed your identity as a leaf ninja now. Silverwolf suddenly asked. Well, I suppose I will follow your suggestion and teach Sasuke, but I'm just not sure if he will mind. Obito said somewhat melancholically. Are you referring to the Nine-Tails incident? Silverwolf inquired, but Obito simply shook his head. While that is part of the reason, the main issue still lies in the night of the Uchiha massacre. After all, no matter how one looks at it, I was a participant in that night. Obito said, lowering his head. That night must have left him with significant psychological trauma. But precisely because of this, you should take care of him, shouldn't you? Silverwolf interjected. You should remember that there are only two Uchiha in the village now, you and Sasuke. It would be best for you to teach him, being both Uchiha. Moreover, you could consider teaching him as part of your atonement, couldn't you? Don't forget, he doesn't know the truth about the night of the Uchiha massacre, although it is somewhat cruel. But all things considered, this is one of the few ways to help him awaken his Sharingan, isn't it? Silverwolf explained to Obito, who nodded in agreement afterward. You're right, then I will do as you say, Little Wolf. From now on, I will wholeheartedly teach Sasuke until the day he is able to learn the truth. After hearing Obito's response, Silverwolf nodded in satisfaction. Good, this is the Obito I know. Silverwolf smiled and said, well then, Little Wolf, let's head over there now. I hope we can walk there and take a good look at how much Konoha has changed over the years. Obito replied, recalling memories from the past. Sure, no problem, but I should mention that walking with me the second-generation Hokage will cost you, and it's charged by the minute. Silverwolf said with a mischievous smile, while Obito looked somewhat speechless. How much? Hearing this, Silverwolf couldn't help but laugh. No, you actually believe that? Am I really that easy to fool? Silverwolf chuckled while looking at Obito, who covered his mouth. After this brief interlude, the two prepared to leave together, but just before they did, Kakashi suddenly called out to Obito. Obito, about your eyes. You can keep them. After all, I still have a 3-to-most substitute. Besides, didn't I mention that was a gift for your promotion to Jonin? After Obito finished speaking, he left with Silverwolf, leaving Kakashi alone to watch their departing figures. If only Sensei were still here, he would be very happy. On the streets of Konoha, Obito rarely enjoyed a leisurely stroll like in the past with Silverwolf, but unlike before, this time the villagers seemed to harbor significant hostility. Do you feel it? Silverwolf suddenly asked, and Obito nodded in affirmation. Yes, this is what I deserve. Lord Hokage told me before that he could temporarily keep the truth of the night of the Uchiha massacre from me, for which I am already very grateful. As for the villagers, the Nine-Tails incident caused them to lose their families, so it is understandable that they harbor malice towards me. Obito hadn't finished speaking when an egg was thrown at his head. Obito, it's fine, it's just a pity about the egg. Obito cleaned the egg off his head and walked towards the boy who had thrown it at him. What do you want? Seeing Obito approaching, the boy instinctively took a couple of steps back, but when Obito reached him, he simply handed him a bill. Wasting food is not a good habit. That egg was likely bought by your parents, so take it and buy a new box. Afterward, don't waste their money again. Obito smiled while saying this, showing no signs of just having an egg thrown at him, but the boy slapped the money out of Obito's hand and shouted angrily, I don't want it, you're the murderer who killed my parents. After saying this, the boy hurriedly fled the scene. Upon hearing this, Obito was momentarily stunned, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes as he recalled his own past. Had he not also lost his parents at a young age? He loathed such a life, yet now he had personally caused another person to suffer the same fate. Obito. Silverwolf approached and tugged at Obito's sleeve, pulling him out of his memories. I'm sorry about earlier. It's alright, I know what you want to say, but you still need to cheer up a little. Otherwise, how will you atone for your sins? After listening, Obito nodded, his gaze becoming somewhat more resolute. Yes, thank you. Obito smiled at Silverwolf. That's more like it. By the way, you could have just used intangibility earlier to avoid it, right? Silverwolf suddenly changed the topic and asked. Well, you see, if I had used intangibility to dodge, then the one who would have been hit by the egg would have been you, little wolf. Obito replied. Oh, if that's the case, should I thank you then? Silverwolf said, grinning mischievously. That's not necessary. By the way, you might want to go ahead of me. After all, if you walk with me. Hey, what are you thinking? If I, the second generation Hokage, walk with you, you will get eggs thrown at you. If you're alone, you'll probably have tomatoes flying at you too. Silverwolf complained. Alright then, I suppose I can say that I'm benefiting from being with you, little wolf. Obito joked, and the journey continued similarly. After a while, the two arrived at the Uchiha ancestral grounds, and soon after, Yin Lang knocked on the door of Sasuke's house. Yin Lang. It seems you are alright now, but have you seen Naruto? He has been quite worried about you these past 2 days. If I remember correctly, he was the one taking care of you until today, when it changed to Kakashi. Yin Lang felt her heart warm at the words, but soon a mischievous smile appeared on her face. Since you know this so well, Sasuke, your relationship with Naruto should be quite good now, right? Not at all. Sasuke retorted stubbornly. Alright, if you don't want to admit it, that's fine. Besides, I'm not here for that today. Yin Lang pointed to Obito beside her. You know who he is, right? She asked Sasuke, who nodded in response. Of course, but let's go inside to talk. Soon they entered the house, but as soon as they came in, Yin Lang noticed that Lynn was not in the room. Strange. Sasuke, where is Lynn? Yin Lang suddenly asked, but Sasuke looked a bit helpless. She insisted on going out to buy ingredients to cook for me. I originally refused, but I couldn't stop her no matter how hard I tried, so I had to let her go. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Yin Lang's face. Oh, is that so? Isn't that quite nice? You two are taking care of each other. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, Yin Lang teased. I'm not embarrassed at all, I'm just worried that her special constitution might be discovered by others. After all, no matter how you look at it, that kind of constitution will definitely bring her trouble. Sasuke's words revealed a deep sense of helplessness, and he shook his head afterward. Forget it, let's not talk about that. To get to the point, I did ask Kakashi earlier, but what he said was mostly half understood. It wasn't until 2 days ago when the third Hokage revealed information about the Nine-Tails incident in the village that I understood what you meant by the sinner. As Sasuke spoke, he turned his gaze to Obito, who did not choose to avoid it. That's right, just as you know now, I am the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails incident. I came here today to confirm whether you are willing to let me continue to teach you. Although Lord Hokage has temporarily lifted my punishment, I am still a sinner, and I can't guarantee that I won't bring trouble to you, so you don't need to say that my answer is already written all over my face. Sasuke suddenly interrupted. If you are a sinner, then I am a vengeful spirit. As long as you can make me stronger, I don't care about anything else. Sasuke's words carried 3 parts coldness and 7 parts seriousness, but Obito felt a tinge of regret after hearing them. Is that so? Alright, since you've made your decision, I will continue to teach you as you wish, but this comes with a premise. Speak as long as you can make me stronger, I can do anything. Sasuke said somewhat anxiously. The premise is actually quite simple. I hope you won't be consumed by hatred, as this is particularly important. If you can try your best to restrain yourself, I will teach you without reservation. Obito looked at Sasuke, fully aware that hatred can indeed help Sasuke awaken quickly, but the cost is likely to lead him to make choices that he would spend a lifetime trying to atone for. Soon Sasuke gave Obito his own answer. My hatred is limited to revenge, but to be honest, I can't guarantee that I won't be consumed, but I will do my best to restrain myself. Sasuke said very seriously, and Obito, after hearing this, rarely showed a smile. That answer is acceptable. Alright, starting today, I will officially begin your training. But I must clarify that during practical training, I will not hold back. As Obito spoke, he took out a green vest of Konoha from the Kamui space and put it on. Alright Sasuke, starting today, I will teach you as Uchiha Obito, a Konoha ninja. My techniques you will learn, and I will teach as long as you can learn them. Obito said very seriously, and Sasuke felt the same. Then let's begin just like last time, let's have a practical battle. Soon the two arrived at the Uchiha training ground, while Yin followed behind, becoming an observer of this practical training. This first full-strength practical training will be a bit simpler, 1 minute. As long as you can last a minute in my hands, that will be enough. Obito said seriously while looking at Sasuke, but Sasuke felt a bit underestimated. Don't underestimate me. I improved a lot from the last battle. Even if you're going all out this time, I won't be able to last less than last time. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to test his opponent with the great fireball technique. Yet before he could complete the jutsu, Obito had already appeared behind him. What? A flicker of alarm flashed across Sasuke's eyes. If your seal-forming speed lags behind your opponent's strike, that gap becomes a fatal opening. In the next instant, Obito activated Kamui, instantly banishing Sasuke into the Kamui dimension, while Silverwolf, standing nearby, ceased the timer. 10 seconds. If we subtract the time spent on idle talk, the entire engagement should conclude within 5. As Silverwolf spoke, she idly adjusted the chronometer in her hand. After all, he's still young. Though I claimed I wouldn't go easy on him, a slight concession is prudent. Otherwise it might backfire. You understand this better than I do, little wolf. Alright, fair enough. Then train well. I'm heading back now. Silverwolf stretched languidly as she spoke. Are you going to see Naruto? Well, what else would I be doing? Don't ask the obvious. Silverwolf replied, her tone edged with mild exasperation. Fine. Could you please deliver a message for me? Say it yourself. I refuse to be your mouthpiece. Silverwolf flatly declined. Very well. Obito sighed, his voice tinged with quiet resignation. Soon after, Silverwolf used Prometheus to teleport herself directly to her front door. Though deliberately so, after all, how else could she surprise Naruto? Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the rapping at his door, Naruto hurried to open it. Is that you, Kakashi-sensei? Sis. Before Naruto could finish, he saw Silverwolf standing there at the threshold, smiling warmly at him. Well, did you miss me, my dearest little brother? As she spoke, Silverwolf raised her hand to ruffle his hair, but Naruto, overcome, threw his arms around her, tears glistening in his eyes. Sis, you're safe. That's all that matters. I thought. There, my foolish little brother. Was I truly gone for more than 3 days of unconsciousness? That's hardly cause for such distress. Silverwolf gently wiped away the tears gathering at the corners of his eyes. By the way, sis, about our parents. I've known about that for quite some time. But tell me, my foolish little brother, what do you think? Me? Naruto's expression softened into gentle bewilderment. Yes, you. As your elder sister, I'm genuinely curious to hear your answer. And though I've withheld my own perspective, it's not out of indifference, but because my vantage point affords a broader horizon. So, will you share it with me? Naruto paused silent for a moment, then spoke. To be honest, I'm still uncertain. That's why I'd rather hear your thoughts first, even if our perspectives differ. He affirmed the words with unwavering conviction. Very well. Since you insist, I'll offer my view. He is unquestionably guilty. No justification can absolve him as the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails assault. Therefore, I remain watchful, letting time itself reveal the final truth. Naruto nodded solemnly, then added, Then I'll adopt the same stance as you, sis. His gaze settled upon Silverwolf, trust unshaken, faith absolute. Yet she merely sighed, faintly weary. Honestly, my foolish little brother, must you always surrender your own judgment the moment you're near me? You've never lacked opinion before, so why vanish into echo here? Her voice held profound resignation, yet Naruto only smiled. Because I trust you without condition, sis. You've always been the most important person in my heart. As he reached to embrace her again, Silverwolf tapped his forehead sharply with her finger, making him wince and stumble backward. Ow. Sis, why? For your own good. Otherwise you might grow into a hopeless cis-obsessive. Consider this a formal warning. Repeat such behavior, and we'll have to discuss separate residences. She declared it with mock severity, while Naruto stood utterly stunned. No please, I'm sorry. I promise never again. Naruto hastily apologized. Watching his flustered sincerity, Silverwolf allowed herself a quiet, satisfied smile. How easily fooled, just like Obito. No wonder you both aspire to be Hokage. Silverwolf mused, inwardly amused. I didn't expect to encounter him here. If I'm not mistaken, it should be for Sasuke, little rabbit. It seems that this time you're not going to enjoy your dumplings. Inside the dumpling shop, Obito glanced back at Itachi and Kisame, who were wearing the red Akatsuki cloaks, and spoke meaningfully to little rabbit beside him. As for why everything in front of us is happening, we must start from an hour ago. In the peaceful Konoha village, Obito was training Sasuke, as usual, but unlike before, this time Naruto also joined in. Alright Obito, you can start now, Silverwolf said, pressing the timer switch, while Naruto and Sasuke both focused their minds. Here we go, Naruto. Remember not to hold me back, Sasuke said, immediately forming seals to use Chidori, launching towards Obito's left side. That's what I was going to say to you, Naruto remarked, simultaneously gathering a Rasengan and rushing towards Obito's right side. A pincer attack, not bad, but unfortunately, your coordination is still too inexperienced. As Obito's words fell, Naruto and Sasuke had already attacked from his left and right sides, yet this time, he couldn't even be bothered to use his intangibility. In an instant, Chidori and Rasengan struck simultaneously, but before Naruto and Sasuke could rejoice, Obito's shadow clone instantly dispelled, leaving a puff of white smoke behind. Gotcha! Obito's real body suddenly struck out, pulling both Naruto and Sasuke into the Kamui space, while Silverwolf stopped the timer afterward. 25 seconds. How should I put it? At least it's an improvement compared to when Sasuke was on his own. Of course you could have been faster, but why does this combat technique feel so familiar? At this moment, Silverwolf wore a deadpan expression. Just borrowing a few ideas should be no problem, right? Moreover, my goal isn't to make them collapse. Having more techniques will also provide them with more combat experience. Want it? Obito explained, and Silverwolf nodded afterward. You have a point, let's release them. I'll teach them next just to stretch their muscles. Silverwolf said, shaking her right hand, which was always equipped with the Prometheus. Oh, little wolf, are you coming in person? That's rare, but doesn't that mean I can head to the spectator area next? As soon as Obito finished speaking, Silverwolf shattered his fantasy. What are you thinking? Silly Obito, there's a hungry rabbit waiting for you to feed over there, Silverwolf said, pointing to the heavily armored little rabbit who had been owed a month's salary. How long have you owed her? Not long, just about a month. During this time, who doesn't need money? I specifically saved half of the teacher's savings for Naruto. Right now, there's simply no extra money to give her a salary. Silverwolf said nonchalantly, but Obito felt a sense of helplessness. Alright, since we're old friends, I'll take her out for a meal. Little wolf, you stay here and train with them. Soon Obito released Naruto and Sasuke from the Kamui space, and afterward took Little Rabbit to a nearby dumpling shop leading to the earlier scene. Strangely, I feel like the person behind me is somewhat familiar, and that flying rabbit. Thoughts flashed through Itachi's mind. Although he had a guess, he still couldn't confirm it. Mr. Itachi, you seem to be thinking about something. Is it because of revisiting old places? Kisame suddenly asked, causing Itachi to cease his speculation. Not really, just suddenly remembered some trivial things. Let's go, there might be someone watching us here. Shortly after, Itachi and Kisame left the dumpling shop together, but before leaving, Itachi looked back meaningfully at Obito. Has he already seen through it? No, he should just be guessing. After all, my true identity should only have circulated within Konoha. The Akatsuki organization shouldn't know yet. But just in case, I should find time to return. After all, Little Wolf reminded me that the tailed beasts are necessary. Seeing Itachi and Kisame completely leave the dumpling shop, Obito immediately prepared to chase after them, but Kakashi suddenly appeared and blocked his way. Don't act rashly, they haven't gone too far. Chasing now will easily attract attention. Of course, Pakin has already noted their scent, so you can rest assured. Kakashi explained to Obito. Alright, but more than that, I'm curious as to why you are here, Kakashi. Do you believe me if I say I'm just passing by? I don't believe it, Obito decisively replied. Then that's settled, since you don't believe it. It's about time. Let Little Rabbit inform Silverwolf. Wasuma and Kurenai should have already gone ahead, we should leave too. After Kakashi finished speaking, he took the lead and chased after them. Honestly, you haven't changed at all over the years. Fine, Little Rabbit, here's this for you, and I'll leave it to you to inform Little Wolf, Obito said, handing a string of colorful dumplings to Little Rabbit. So generous. Then I won't slack off. Little Rabbit took a bite and devoured the colorful dumplings in front of her, then transformed into a motorcycle, splitting up from Obito to head to their respective destinations. By the small lake outside the leaves, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki have been confronted by Asuma and Kurenai, leading to a fierce battle. Such a level of genjutsu is ineffective against me. Itachi said as he drew a kunai and aimed it at Kurenai. As the kunai approached, Kurenai could only break her lip to dispel the jinjutsu, narrowly avoiding Itachi's attack. But before she could make her next move, Itachi kicked her onto the water's surface. As expected of Miss Kurenai. What a pity. Before Kurenai could react, Itachi appeared behind her, but at the same moment Kakashi also showed up behind Itachi. But it ends here. On the shore, Kisame formed hand seals and unleashed the water release water shark bullet technique, attacking Asuma. Fire release exploding wind dance. A fire technique resembling a serpent suddenly appeared, successfully countering Kisame's water release water shark bullet. Another one, but why does it feel somewhat familiar? Kisame looked at Obito, who had appeared next to Asuma, muttering to himself, unaware that he had already fallen into Obito's jinjutsu. It's better to be cautious. After all, he might be needed in the future. Thinking this, Kisame fell into Obito's jinjutsu, subconsciously unable to connect the Obito in front of him with the true leader of the Akatsuki organization. Meanwhile, on the other side, so weak did you two not eat? Silverwolf teased the panting Naruto and Sasuke, but Naruto retorted, "Sister, can't you go a little easier on us? We already fought against Uncle Obito, and our stamina has long been exhausted. How can you be so strong and expect us to stop? First of all, you two were taken out instantly. As for going easy, I certainly did not, but I used the ocean. I didn't use sage arts, I didn't use Kurama, and my eyes are already damaged and can't be used. The reinforced little rabbit isn't here either. I only used one Prometheus, what more do you want? Should I just stand there and let you two hit me next time?" Hearing this, Naruto felt somewhat awkward while Sasuke beside him punched the ground hard. Why? Why can't I see through it? Her attacks seem to have no discernible trajectory. She uses whatever comes to mind, yet I can never hit her. Every time I get close, Silverwolf immediately teleports elsewhere, and the teleportation location is also unpredictable, as if she has already seen through us. Sasuke summarized after recalling his previous failures. Alright, then I'll lower the difficulty a bit. No need for Prometheus, as long as you two can touch me then. Silverwolf hadn't finished speaking when the motorcycle-shaped reinforced little rabbit came rushing and kicking up dust from the ground. Cough cough. Reinforced little rabbit, can you slow down? You're already speeding. Silverwolf said, somewhat displeased, but the reinforced little rabbit retorted. Compared to the boss, I'm still taking it slow. Boss, you floor the gas pedal, you drive as fast as you can. Reinforced little rabbit complained while Silverwolf was too lazy to continue the argument. Enough chit-chat, why is there only one Obito? Silverwolf asked. That guy? He sent me back to inform you, seems to be Uchiha Itachi, anyway he's a rogue ninja. He and another rogue ninja have come to the Leaf Village, and the fool Obito said to have you go and support them. Hearing this before Silverwolf could respond, Sasuke anxiously pressed on. What did you just say? Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's voice was almost a shout. Yeah, what's wrong? Seeing Sasuke behaving completely differently, reinforced little rabbit momentarily stumbled over her words. Take me there quickly, I want to take care of him myself. Alright, let's go, but running there on your own is too slow. By the time you arrive, he might have already left. Silverwolf interrupted, then sat on the motorcycle transformed from reinforced little rabbit. Those who want to go come aboard, those who don't can stay behind. After hearing this, Sasuke showed no hesitation and immediately hopped onto this ride. Naruto, are you coming too? Silverwolf asked, but Naruto felt somewhat awkward. Sister, it seems there isn't enough room on this vehicle. Before Naruto could finish, Silverwolf tossed him a skateboard and a bundle of rope. What is this, sister? Confusion filled Naruto's face. What else could it be? You stand on the skateboard. I will tie one end of the rope to the reinforced little rabbit, you hold the other end, and just keep your balance so you don't fall off. It's that simple. Though Naruto still felt a bit of danger since Silverwolf said it, he ultimately chose to trust her. But soon he would regret his choice greatly. Sister, slow down, I'm going to fall off. Naruto exclaimed in terror, squatting on the skateboard and gripping the rope tightly. Don't worry, as long as you don't jump off on your own, you won't fall off at all. Silverwolf said confidently, then accelerated again. On the battlefield, Kakashi was trapped in the illusion world by Itachi's Tsukuyomi, enduring for 3 days and nights. Kakashi. Obito, without a moment to think, quickly used intangibility to evade Kisame's attack and rushed to the water's surface to support Kakashi. It really is him. Seeing Obito's exposed Sharingan, Itachi confirmed that he was indeed the masked man who had worked with him on the night of the Uchiha massacre. Can you hold on? Kakashi. Obito asked while Kakashi shook his head. I can hold on for now. But you should be careful, his jinjutsu is terrifying. Although only a moment has passed in reality, it felt like 3 days and nights in his illusion world. But, what? He clearly has the power to kill me. Kakashi appeared somewhat confused, but at that moment Kisame arrived on the water's surface using body flicker technique. You managed to withstand that attack without breaking mentally, you're doing well. However, Itachi, overusing those eyes should be dangerous for you as well. Kisame inquired with concern, but Itachi did not respond. Are you looking for Sasuke? Kakashi suddenly asked, but Itachi's answer was not what he expected. No, what I'm looking for is the legacy of the Fourth Hokage. Before Kakashi and the others could react, Itachi left the scene with Kisame. This is bad. His target must be the little wolf and Naruto. We need to hurry. Don't rush Obito. Although their strength isn't weak, they should still be lacking compared to the Silver Wolf. Moreover, hasn't Heavy Armor Bunny already gone ahead? Before Kakashi could finish, he fainted. Kakashi. Obito quickly grabbed him, preventing Kakashi from falling into the water. At this moment, on the other side, Silver Wolf suddenly made a sharp turn halfway through their journey, heading in another direction. Hey Silver Wolf, why did you suddenly turn around? Did we take the wrong direction? Sasuke quickly asked. Shut up, can't you see I'm in sage mode? Right now I've expanded my sensory range to the entire Hidden Leaf Village. They just moved suddenly, probably using body flicker technique. Slow down. Naruto called out from the back of the vehicle. We're going to fall off. Due to Silver Wolf's abrupt turn, Naruto's skateboard skidded out from under him, but Silver Wolf remained completely unfazed. Good thing I was prepared. In an instant, a hovering cannon appeared, catching Naruto just before he would have hit the ground. Are you okay, my foolish little brother? Luckily I had a backup plan, or you would have taken quite a fall. What? Sister, why didn't you take that out earlier? You almost let me fall. Naruto said somewhat unhappily, but Silver Wolf felt a bit helpless. Isn't it for your own good? After all, I'm about to speed up. Immediately Silver Wolf accelerated again, and the hovering cannon carrying Naruto also sped up. Slow down. Slow down. Sister. Before long the three safely arrived at an inn. Everyone hold on tight. I'm going to construct a racetrack. After Silver Wolf finished speaking, his eyes transformed into gear-like patterns, and a racetrack leading to the second floor of the inn appeared on the previously ordinary ground. Heavy Armor Bunny, go crush them. In the next moment, Silver Wolf slammed the accelerator, sending Heavy Armor Bunny crashing directly into the second floor, stirring up countless dust in the room. Itachi, what was that just now? Seeing the inn with a large hole in it, Kisame asked, but Itachi was fixated on the figures obscured by the smoke. Die, Itachi. Sasuke suddenly charged out of the smoke, gripping Chidori, his eyes activated with the two tomo. Seeing Sasuke rushing towards him, Itachi merely sidestepped to avoid his attack, and then grabbed his arm. Why are you so weak? Is it because you don't have enough hatred? After saying this, Itachi mercilessly twisted Sasuke's arm. Oh! Sasuke screamed in agony, yet Itachi showed no intention of sparing him. You are truly weak, it seems. Before Itachi could finish his words, a lightning release spiraling sphere struck him without warning, sending him crashing into the wall. Sasuke, you truly know how to trouble me, but it cannot be helped. After all, I brought you here. The words of the Silver Wolf revealed a deep sense of helplessness, yet his actions showed no sign of slowing down. In the next moment, Sasuke was teleported by the Silver Wolf, who simultaneously performed healing palm technique to treat him. Unexpectedly, the medical ninjutsu learned from Tsunade would come in handy today. The Silver Wolf sighed while Naruto was being supported by a heavily armored little rabbit from behind. Sister, could you please warn me before charging in next time? I'm feeling so dizzy. Naruto spoke weakly. Alright, I got it, my foolish brother. Just take care of yourself. After all, these two in front of us are not easy to deal with. After finishing his words, the Silver Wolf turned his gaze to Sasuke. Do you want me to? No need, this is my battle. Sasuke said, then charged at Itachi again, while the Silver Wolf looked at his back with a hint of helplessness. Sigh, truly one does not shed tears until seeing the coffin, but never mind, how about you accompany me for a spar? As the Silver Wolf spoke, he beckoned to Kisame with his finger and simultaneously activated his low-tier Sage Fox mode. Oh, it seems you were the target this time. That was truly effortless. Kisame began to hand sign, but it was clear that the Silver Wolf was much faster. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. A powerful flame took the shape of a dragon rushing towards Kisame. Seeing he had no time to hand sign, Kisame had no choice but to use his sword Samehada to cleave through the flames, thereby neutralizing the Silver Wolf's attack, yet the Silver Wolf's assault did not cease. What are you looking at? With the Silver Wolf's words, she appeared behind Kisame. Noticing the unusual presence behind him, Kisame had no time to think and immediately swung Samehada at the Silver Wolf, but she leisurely blocked it with Prometheus. Naive, my sword can absorb chakra. As Kisame spoke, Samehada began to absorb the Nine-Tails chakra from the Silver Wolf, yet she remained unfazed and even revealed a mischievous smile. Oh, is that so? Can your sword absorb natural energy? After the Silver Wolf's words, signs of petrification began to appear on Samehada. Alright, I've played enough. Next. Tsukuyami. After knocking Sasuke down, Itachi suddenly struck, pulling the Silver Wolf into the illusion. Looking at the world before her, which was only in black, white, and red, the Silver Wolf understood that she had likely fallen under Itachi's Tsukuyami. Yet in the next moment, Itachi appeared before her. So fast. Did you finish bonding with your brother? Although the silver wolf appeared relaxed on the surface, she felt a hint of doubt inside. What exactly does this guy want? To have a conversation with me, or what? There's no way he can take me away. After all, he is just an undercover agent. Moreover, if I were to go all out, there is no one here who could do anything to me. As the silver wolf thought this, her confidence grew. Calm and collected. Unless you have enough strength, you believe I won't move against you, right? Itachi broke the silence, and the silver wolf nodded. Indeed, that's right, but I don't feel like keeping you guessing. They'll tell you plainly I knew about you being an undercover agent a long time ago. Upon hearing this, Itachi was initially a bit shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. Did the third Hokage tell you? Itachi asked. If you want, it could be, but aside from that, I have my own backup plan. After the silver wolf spoke, her eyes activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, once again simultaneously breaking Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Returning to reality, everything that had just occurred in the illusion happened in the blink of an eye, and even Naruto, who had been watching from the sidelines, hadn't quite understood what had just transpired. Since that's the case, little silver wolf, could you reveal to me whether it's feasible? If it is, we can implement it swiftly. Sarutobi Hizashi stroked his beard and smiled, while the silver wolf took out the right eye of Shizumi that she had placed in the cultivation dish. How does it look? Does it seem familiar? Don't tell me you don't know that old thief Danzo has been right under your nose. Anyone could claim ignorance, but you cannot. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi felt somewhat awkward. I was also a bit muddled back then, little silver wolf, so let's not dwell on it. However, are you planning to use this eye's pupil technique to control Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hizashi inquired, but the silver wolf showed a look of disdain. Control. The purpose of this thing is to directly alter the subconscious of the target. It's nothing like mere control. As the silver wolf spoke, she activated Shizumi's Sharingan through the Eye of Truth. So do you want me to find some random cats or dogs to demonstrate for you? Or perhaps you could help me find a few volunteers? The silver wolf said to Sarutobi Hizashi with a mischievous grin. Ahem. Little silver wolf, you're joking, right? Sarutobi Hizashi pretended to clear his throat, and upon seeing his reaction, the silver wolf couldn't help but laugh. Look at how flustered you are, old Sarutobi. Though I'm not particularly kind, I wouldn't harm the innocent. Moreover, my eye can't be maintained for long. Once the Sharingan is released, the effects of the Tenseigan will also dissipate. This is why I said we should bring Obito along. Only Uchiha can fully unleash the power of the Sharingan. The silver wolf explained to Sarutobi Hizashi with a smile. Is that so? I see. Well then, could you wait a few days? After some time, I will have the Umbu notify you and Obito, and then you can go visit Orochimaru. However, during this time I have been thinking about stepping down, but unfortunately, there isn't a successor for the next Hokage yet. Why don't you step up first? I refuse. I firmly refuse. Before Sarutobi Hizashi could finish, the silver wolf interrupted him directly. I've said it so many times, you can find anyone to be Hokage. I won't take the position. After all, being Hokage isn't as carefree as being the second shadow. Every day I could either lounge around or look for some fun. That's what life is, don't you understand? The silver wolf said frivolously, while Sarutobi Hizashi was left with a headache. But I am quite old, and if we don't find a successor, aren't there still Obito and Kakashi? Just find someone trustworthy, and it'll be fine. The silver wolf interjected, but Sarutobi Hizashi shook his head. No, they are still too young. Oh, we need to wait at least 3 more years. Then I won't be young anymore. I'm the same age as them, okay? The silver wolf's words revealed her displeasure. That's not what I meant, little silver wolf. I know you don't want to be Hokage, but we are currently in a special period. If it really comes to it, you could take the position of temporary Hokage until a successor is found in the future. I refuse. 13 years old. 13 years old to be Hokage. Do you think you're funny? Besides, I'm not the unreasonable type, but no matter how you put it, I should at least be allowed to wait until I'm 16 before. No need to say more. I'll put in the effort and hold on for another 3 years, and when you turn 16, I'll directly pass the position to you. Upon hearing this, the silver wolf immediately felt an urge to curse. Old Sarutobi, your precious eye. As the silver wolf began to speak, a sudden sharp pain struck her eyes. Her vision started to blur, and tears began to flow. Oh, it hurts. The silver wolf collapsed to the ground and soon fainted from the pain. When she woke up again, she found herself lying in a hospital bed at Konoha. Where am I? Looking at the familiar ceiling above, the silver wolf quickly regained her consciousness. This is Konoha Hospital. Strange, I remember, I wasn't tricked by the third elder, and then you almost blinded your eyes because you were too reckless before. Fortunately, I brought you here in time. Reinforced little bunny suddenly appeared in front of the silver wolf, speaking proudly. Oh, reinforced little bunny. You brought me here. Wait, what do you mean my eyes were almost blind? The silver wolf asked, but before reinforced little bunny could answer, Rin pushed open the door to the ward and walked in. Let me explain this. Silverwolf, although I don't know how you got into this situation, I can clearly tell you that your eyes are indeed very close to blindness. Rin said very seriously, her words tinged with a hint of regret. Since that's the case, little Silverwolf, could you reveal to me whether it's feasible? If it is, we can implement it swiftly. Sarutobi Hizashi stroked his beard and smiled, while the Silverwolf took out the right eye of Shizumi that she had placed in the cultivation dish. How does it look? Does it seem familiar? Don't tell me you don't know. That old thief Danzo has been right under your nose. Anyone could claim ignorance, but you cannot. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi felt somewhat awkward. I was also a bit muddled back then, little Silverwolf, so let's not dwell on it. However, are you planning to use this eye's pupil technique to control Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hizashi inquired, but the Silverwolf showed a look of disdain. Control. The purpose of this thing is to directly alter the subconscious of the target. It's nothing like mere control. As the Silverwolf spoke, she activated Shizumi's Sharingan through the Eye of Truth. So do you want me to find some random cats or dogs to demonstrate for you? Or perhaps you could help me find a few volunteers? The Silverwolf said to Sarutobi Hizashi with a mischievous grin. Ahem. Little Silverwolf, you're joking, right? Sarutobi Hizashi pretended to clear his throat, and upon seeing his reaction, the Silverwolf couldn't help but laugh. Look at how flustered you are, old Sarutobi. Though I'm not particularly kind, I wouldn't harm the innocent. Moreover, my eye can't be maintained for long. Once the Sharingan is released, the effects of the Tenseigan will also dissipate. This is why I said we should bring Obito along. Only Uchiha can fully unleash the power of the Sharingan. The Silverwolf explained to Sarutobi Hizashi with a smile. Is that so? I see. Well then, could you wait a few days? After some time I will have the Umbu notify you and Obito, and then you can go visit Orochimaru. However, during this time I have been thinking about stepping down, but unfortunately, there isn't a successor for the next Hokage yet. Why don't you step up first? I refuse. I firmly refuse. Before Sarutobi Hizashi could finish, the Silverwolf interrupted him directly. I've said it so many times, you can find anyone to be Hokage. I won't take the position. After all, being Hokage isn't as carefree as being the second shadow. Every day I could either lounge around or look for some fun. That's what life is, don't you understand? The Silverwolf said frivolously, while Sarutobi Hizashi was left with a headache. But I am quite old, and if we don't find a successor, aren't there still Obito and Kakashi? Just find someone trustworthy, and it'll be fine. The Silverwolf interjected, but Sarutobi Hizashi shook his head. No, they are still too young. Oh, we need to wait at least 3 more years. Then I won't be young anymore. I'm the same age as them, okay? The Silverwolf's words revealed her displeasure. That's not what I meant, little Silverwolf. I know you don't want to be Hokage, but we are currently in a special period. If it really comes to it, you could take the position of temporary Hokage until a successor is found in the future. I refuse. 13 years old. 13 years old to be Hokage. Do you think you're funny? Besides, I'm not the unreasonable type, but no matter how you put it, I should at least be allowed to wait until I'm 16 before. No need to say more. I'll put in the effort and hold on for another 3 years, and when you turn 16, I'll directly pass the position to you. Upon hearing this, the Silverwolf immediately felt an urge to curse. Old Sarutobi, your precious eye. As the Silverwolf began to speak, a sudden sharp pain struck her eyes. Her vision started to blur, and blood tears began to flow. Oh, it hurts. The Silverwolf collapsed to the ground and soon fainted from the pain. When she woke up again, she found herself lying in a hospital bed at Konoha. Where am I? Looking at the familiar ceiling above, the Silverwolf quickly regained her consciousness. This is Konoha Hospital. Strange, I remember, I tricked by the third elder, and then you almost blinded your eyes because you were too reckless before. Fortunately, I brought you here in time. Reinforced little bunny suddenly appeared in front of the Silverwolf, speaking proudly. Oh, reinforced little bunny. You brought me here. Wait, what do you mean my eyes were almost blind? The Silverwolf asked, but before reinforced little bunny could answer, Rin pushed open the door to the ward and walked in. Let me explain this. Silverwolf, although I don't know how you got into this situation, I can clearly tell you that your eyes are indeed very close to blindness. Rin said very seriously, her words tinged with a hint of regret. Oh, Lynn, you're not joking, are you? I was perfectly fine just moments ago. How could I suddenly be going blind? Yanlang asked, disbelief etched across his face. Lynn, however, chose not to answer directly. Instead, she produced a standard eye chart. If I simply told you, you might not believe me. So let's test your vision right away. As she spoke, Lynn pointed to the largest E on the chart. Lynn, really? Don't underestimate me like that. Even if I were truly blind, I'd still be able to make out something this large. Doesn't it face right? Yanlang declared with unwavering confidence, only for Lynn to douse him with a bucket of cold reality. I'm sorry, but this chart differs from conventional ones. Orientation and direction have all been altered. That Yanlang points upward. A profound sense of helplessness tinged Lin's words, and upon hearing them, Yanlang instantly flushed with acute embarrassment. Ah, this. Enough. From now on, take better care of your eyes, and prepare yourself. I'll accompany you shortly to get a pair of glasses. As Lynn folded away the eye chart, Yanlang suddenly adopted a pitiful expression. Lynn, we've known each other for so many years. Could you please treat me instead? I truly don't want to wear glasses. They'd ruin my looks entirely. He ended with a deliberate wink, hoping to evoke her sympathy. Lynn, however, merely shook her head in weary resignation. Yanlang, it's not that I want help. It's that I can't. I've considered treating you before, but the ocular structure is extraordinarily complex. Even the slightest error could render you permanently blind. At present, the only one who might possess the skill to heal you is Lady Tsunade. Lynn sighed softly, yet Yanlang shot upright in bed. No need to say more. We leave today. I'm going to find Lady Tsunade. The moment he finished speaking, Jiraiya strode in. Looks like our paths align, little Yanlang, he said, fixing Yanlang with a knowing gaze. Perverted sage, what are you doing here? Wait, did you just say you're also seeking Lady Tsunade? Jiraiya nodded and replied. I haven't left Konoha throughout this entire period. As for Tsunade, let me speak plainly. Lord Sarutobi sustained injuries during his pursuit of Danzo and Root. Though he's stable now, he's unfit for combat. That's precisely why he's so urgently pressing you to assume the title of Hokage. Yanlang recoiled in stunned silence. Then why didn't he tell me earlier? Had he done so, I might actually have accepted the role, even temporarily. Truthfully, I'm uncertain myself. I learned all this from the Hokage advisors. Yanlang nodded quietly in response. Initially, the two advisors intended to appoint me as the fifth Hokage, but you know well enough, little Yanlang, that I'm utterly unsuited for such a position. So I recommended Tsunade instead. Since you're already planning to seek her out, we might as well travel together. What about bringing Naruto along? Yanlang interjected abruptly, only for Jiraiya to respond with a gentle smile. That's precisely what I intended to suggest next. I plan to take Naruto with us. This way I can instruct him en route. And if I'm not mistaken, he's already packing his things. Jiraiya replied, and Yanlang nodded in agreement. Seems we've arrived at the same conclusion. Then it's settled. I have nothing to pack, so once Naruto finishes, we depart immediately. Sometime later at Konoha's main gate, Yanlang, Jiraiya, and Naruto had already rendezvoused. Big sister, why are you coming too? Naruto blurted out. Yanlang responded instantly with a sharp chop to his forehead. What? You're unhappy that your big sister has come along to keep you company? She asked, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Not at all. I'm overjoyed you're coming. I just wasn't expecting it, that's all, Naruto murmured sheepishly. Yanlang flashed him a mischievous grin. Oh, honestly, what else could I expect from my foolish little brother? Consider yourself forgiven. As she spoke, she flicked his forehead playfully. All right, you two, enough teasing. It's time to go, Jiraiya interjected, then deliberately turned his gaze toward Yanlang. Remember our agreement, little Yanlang, this journey must be made on foot. Traveling outside the village will also aid your visual recovery. Yeah, I already promised. So rest assured, I won't be riding heavy armored bunny again. Yanlang replied dismissively. After a period of travel, the three of them arrived at a relatively bustling small town. Naruto exclaimed in awe while Jiraiya smiled subtly. Of course, after all, leisure is necessary. Once we rest, we can practice, which will make our efforts more productive. Don't you think so, little Silverwolf? Jiraiya asked with a smile, but Silverwolf's response seemed quite perfunctory. Well, maybe, but I don't have much experience. Besides, do you guys eat takoyaki? Silverwolf pointed to a nearby stall selling takoyaki. Hey sister, do you want to eat takoyaki? Then let me treat you this time. Naruto said, pulling out a bulging frog wallet from his backpack. Oh, you seem to have quite a bit of money, huh? Jiraiya laughed, pointing at Naruto's frog wallet, while Naruto smiled and rubbed his face against the frog wallet. All this money was saved little by little from completing missions. After Naruto finished speaking, he prepared to buy takoyaki for Silverwolf, but Jiraiya suddenly called him back, and after Naruto turned around, snatched his frog wallet. He'll take care of this wallet for you, you go spend this. Jiraiya said, handing Naruto only 300 ryo. Huh, only 300 ryo. After receiving the bills from Jiraiya, Naruto complained, but Jiraiya seemed a bit displeased. No complaints, did you forget? Hand it over. Before Jiraiya could finish, Silverwolf suddenly made a move using her ether manipulation to send Naruto's frog wallet to her hand, and then tossed it back to Naruto. Silverwolf, what are you doing? What's wrong? Is it wrong to help my brother get his wallet back? And lecherous sage, have you also started to develop a knack for deception? Silverwolf quipped with her hands on her hips, while Jiraiya looked a bit awkward. Little Silverwolf, you can't just say anything. I genuinely wanted to help Naruto keep his wallet safe, nothing more. Alright, if you want to have fun, just say so. I'm not stopping you, take it. As Silverwolf spoke, she handed Jiraiya a stack of bills, but Jiraiya looked puzzled at the money in front of him. Wait a minute, little Silverwolf, I thought you said you had no savings. Jiraiya asked, but Silverwolf directly showed him what it meant to create money with bare hands. Tsunade appeared in Silverwolf's hand, as if it had materialized out of thin air. Lecherous sage, have you forgotten? I can create money with my bare hands. Silverwolf said with a smile, handing Jiraiya the bill she had just created, and then turned her attention to Naruto. Alright, thank you Naruto for considering me. But there's no rule saying a sister should spend her brother's money, so you should keep this money well. I'll cover today's expenses. As Silverwolf spoke, she took Naruto's hand, and they wandered around the small town, while Jiraiya went off to enjoy himself alone. Hey sister, should we try playing this game? Naruto pointed at a stall with a fish-catching game. Oh, do you want to play this? How about we try 100 times? After Silverwolf finished speaking, she paid for Naruto, but while paying she specifically asked the owner. Excuse me, just to confirm, can any creature catch the fish here, right? Silverwolf inquired, but the stall owner gave her a strange look. Little girl, what kind of question is that? As long as you catch the fish with my fish spoon, even a rabbit can claim the fish. Upon hearing this, Silverwolf immediately showed a satisfied smile. Then it's settled, no backing out, okay? She said with a sly grin, and then stood next to Naruto. Soon after catching 10 to 20. Around the 50th attempt, Naruto could no longer hold it in. What the heck? Can this really be caught? Kid, that's not a fair statement. If your skills are poor, don't blame other things. Besides, you still have 50 chances left, keep going. The stall owner finished speaking and handed Naruto another fish spoon, but this time Naruto chose not to try himself, and instead handed the spoon to Silverwolf. Sister, you try this time. Naruto looked at Silverwolf with hopeful eyes, but after receiving the spoon, Silverwolf directly tossed it to Heavy Armor Bunny. Hey, boss, what is this? You have 50 chances left. There are about 51 fish in this tank, and you need to catch them all, or you can consider continuing to eat dirt next month. Upon hearing this, Heavy Armor Bunny felt struck by lightning. No, while I may not be human, you can't treat me like this. A total of 50 chances, and you want me to catch 51 fish for you. And with the quality of this broken spoon, it'll probably break with a single try. I don't care. If you can't do it, you'll continue to eat dirt next month. Of course, if you succeed. Silverwolf didn't finish her sentence, but shook the stack of bills in her hand, causing Heavy Armor Bunny to change his expression upon seeing the money. Money doesn't matter, boss, just watch. Today I guarantee there won't be a single fish left in this tank. Heavy Armor Bunny declared and began his operation. 1, 2, 3, 4. 25, 26. 37, 38. 14. 50, 51. In an instant, all the fish in the tank were caught by Heavy Armor Bunny and placed into a bag meant for holding fish. You kept your word, rabbits can catch fish too. Thanks for the gifts, boss. Silverwolf said, taking all the fish and heading to the next stall with Naruto, leaving the stall owner alone, confused by the wind. Boss, you promised. Take it, this is what I painstakingly saved up, spend it wisely. Silverwolf said, tossing a stack of bills to Heavy Armor Bunny while she and Naruto arrived at a mask shop. Naruto, do you want to buy a mask? Silverwolf asked, but Naruto's answer surprised her. Can I get a matching one with you, sister? Naruto asked with a smile, but Silverwolf directly shut down that idea. That might not be possible, after all, my mask is a custom design. As Silverwolf spoke, she took out her mask, which was half white and half red. Oh, is this sister's mask? But why is it designed to be half red and half white? Naruto asked, somewhat puzzled. Well, that's something you'd have to ask Hanabi about. Silverwolf thought to herself, while outwardly she had another explanation. Adult matters are not for children to meddle in. Alright, since you don't want to buy, let's go get some food. After we get food, we'll find the lecherous sage. Boss, a large portion of fried noodles, please. Silverwolf said, directly paying for the noodles and then handing them to Naruto. But Naruto, looking at the fried noodles handed to him, seemed a bit puzzled. Sister, aren't you eating? Naruto asked, but Silverwolf suddenly took the takoyaki from the heavily armored little rabbit that had just flown over. I'm having this. By the way, did you buy the grilled octopus for the lecherous sage, Heavy Armor Little Rabbit? Heavy Armor Little Rabbit did not respond, but raised the grilled octopus in her other hand. The boss said, it's all right, you'll reimburse this trip. Heavy Armor Little Rabbit said with a look of being forced to work. Okay, I got it, I'll reimburse. But really, I just got paid, can I contribute a little, eh? Silverwolf said nonchalantly, but soon she sensed a familiar chakra aura. Strange, that feeling is so familiar, wait, it seems to be. Did the little girl sense it? It's the necklace of Senju Hashirama. I will never forget that feeling of being suppressed. The Nine-Tails sealed in space suddenly reminded her, and Silverwolf nodded. Indeed, but it seems that Tsunade should be nearby. In an instant, orange shadows appeared at the corners of Silverwolf's eyes, and her pupils transformed into a straight line. Naruto, you take the grilled octopus to find the lecherous sage. As for me, I need to go meet an elder first. After Silverwolf finished speaking, she directly had Heavy Armor Little Rabbit hand the grilled octopus to Naruto, while she used ether editing to arrive at a tavern, quickly spotting Tsunade drinking not far away. Tsunade, isn't it about time? You should stop now. Shizen advised, but Tsunade had no intention of listening. One last cup. After this I won't drink anymore. Enough, Tsunade, you really should stop drinking. Can't you see your own face is already red? Silverwolf suddenly intervened, snatching Tsunade's cup. But after Tsunade heard someone call her elder, she swung a punch, but suddenly stopped just before hitting Silverwolf. Looks like I've indeed had a bit too much to drink today. I'm starting to see hallucinations. Tsunade said, pinching Silverwolf's face. It feels real, huh? Tsunade, this seems to be really real. Hearing this, Tsunade's intoxication faded significantly, and she looked at Silverwolf with surprise, but soon her gaze drooped again. You must be Minato's adopted daughter, right? What are you doing here with nothing to do? Also, don't call me elder. Tsunade said seriously, then gently flicked Silverwolf's forehead. But after being flicked, Silverwolf showed an extremely helpless expression. Tsunade, seriously, it's just been over 10 years since we last met. How can you not recognize me? Silverwolf said, calling over Heavy Armor Little Rabbit, who had been watching from the side. Heavy Armor Little Rabbit. Tsunade looked at Heavy Armor Little Rabbit and showed a hint of surprise again. So Tsunade, can you now believe that I am Silverwolf? Tsunade could no longer suppress her emotions and pulled Silverwolf into an embrace, tightly holding her. Although tears flowed from her eyes, her face was still filled with smiles. Tsunade, you. Silverwolf originally wanted to say something, but looking at Tsunade's current state, she ultimately just embraced her. Not long after, Tsunade released Silverwolf and asked, Little Wolf, can you tell me how all this happened? Tsunade suddenly spoke up, and upon hearing this, Silverwolf quickly organized her thoughts and began to explain everything to Tsunade. So if that's the case, can I interpret it as, Little Wolf, you have regressed a year in age now? Tsunade joked, looking at Silverwolf, but Silverwolf immediately put on a deadpan expression. Hey, what? Tsunade, you shouldn't joke at a time like this. Besides, it's just that I have a year of underdevelopment, right? I will definitely grow back later. Seeing Silverwolf's current expression, Tsunade couldn't help but smile. Well then, I'll wait for you. But did you come alone, little Silverwolf? Tsunade suddenly asked, and Silverwolf shook her head. If I really came alone, the third Hokage would have gone mad. After all, from a certain perspective, I can now be called a perfect jinchuriki. Silverwolf said, a mischievous smile appearing on her face as she anticipated Tsunade's reaction. Upon hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. She clearly understood the meaning of this name. Being able to completely control the tailed beasts and communicate with them telepathically was exceedingly rare both in the past and present. It was something even her grandmother couldn't achieve, yet she managed to do it. Perhaps there was a chance to take the little wolf to the Wetbone Forest. Tsunade thought to herself, but the Silver Wolf looked at her, remaining silent, and seemed a bit puzzled. What's wrong, Granny Tsunade? Why aren't you speaking? Am I that stunning? The Silver Wolf suddenly spoke, and Tsunade immediately regained her composure. Well, perhaps a little. After all, besides you, the only perfect jinchuriki still alive is that one from Yuin Village. If I remember correctly, he never fought you, did he? Oh, Granny Tsunade, if you bring that up, then I must boast a bit. I managed to win against the 8 Tails in a unknown fight now. That's true strength. The Silver Wolf said proudly, but beside her the heavily armored little rabbit wore an expression that seemed dulled by life. Never mind, let the boss show off for a bit, otherwise it'll just be. Of course, that match also had the contributions of the heavily armored little rabbit, otherwise I probably wouldn't have won either. Upon hearing this, the heavily armored little rabbit immediately looked at the Silver Wolf, her eyes revealing a hint of disbelief. Am I dreaming? No, I'm a combat puppet. It's impossible for me to dream. The Blackheart boss was possessed, but there were no issues before. What are you mumbling about? Heavily armored little rabbit, I'm complimenting you, and you're not pleased. The Silver Wolf suddenly turned her gaze to the heavily armored little rabbit, her tone revealing a hint of helplessness, while Tsunade couldn't help but smile at the scene. All right, little wolf, you haven't answered me yet. Besides you, who else? Perverted sage, hurry over here. I can feel that my sister is right here. Naruto said as he pulled Jiraiya into the tavern before them, but as soon as they entered, Jiraiya and Tsunade locked eyes. Tsunade, Jiraiya, what are you doing here? The two spoke in unison. Why can't I be here? Besides, isn't the little wolf here? Tsunade spoke first while Naruto had already dashed to the side of the Silver Wolf. Sister, you really made it hard for me to find you. If it weren't for this inexplicable feeling, I might have really not found you. I know my lovely little brother, it's my fault, but I'll make the same mistake next time. After saying this, the Silver Wolf stuck out her tongue at Naruto. Soon after, Jiraiya sat down opposite Tsunade and had the waiter bring some drinks and snacks. Speaking of which, today is truly a day for meeting old friends. First the little wolf, and then you. Tsunade said as she prepared to pour some more alcohol, but the Silver Wolf directly took the bottle away. Granny Tsunade, no more drinking. Just look at how drunk you are. Hurry and drink some water to sober up. After saying this, the Silver Wolf was ready to pour out the alcohol in her hand, but Jiraiya quickly stopped her and took the bottle as well. Little Silverwolf, don't be in such a hurry to pour it out. Ooh, I still want to have a sip. Jiraiya said as he poured himself a cup. You should drink less too. By the way, are we playing cards later? The Silverwolf said as she took out a deck of playing cards she had prepared from her pocket. Hey sister, you still know how to play this kind of thing? Naruto asked, somewhat confused, but Tsunade suddenly cast her gaze at him. Who is this little brat, Silverwolf? Why does he keep calling you sister? I remember you didn't like this kind of little brat before, right? Tsunade suddenly asked while simultaneously taking the playing cards that Silverwolf handed her. Oh, he's my brother, just like me, a jinchuriki, but his relationship with the Yonkyubi isn't very good. The Silverwolf replied, while Jiraiya also took the playing cards she handed over. Granny Tsunade, do you want some? I don't need them anyway. The Silverwolf asked, pointing at the 3 remaining playing cards on the table, and Tsunade did not refuse. Of course, my luck today is pretty good. I have to win against both of you at least once. Tsunade said as she flipped over the last 3 cards. 2 3s and 1 9. No wonder you're Tsunade. Jiraiya chuckled. Tsunade looked at the cards in her hand, which had become utterly terrible, and for a moment didn't know what to say, only managing a forced smile. The cards in my hand are actually pretty good, aren't they, eh? Ah, sure enough, Xiaolang's luck remains as extraordinary as ever. Yet I don't recall us mentioning anything about payment just now. Granny Tsunade truly is something else, but that was merely playful banter. Please don't take it seriously. Oh, Granny Tsunade, I nearly forgot to mention the reason I've come to see you today is to ask you to return and assume the mantle of the 5th Hokage. Silverwolf said with a smile, yet Tsunade appeared visibly startled upon hearing this. Me? The 5th Hokage? Hold on. Leaving everything else aside, isn't Lord Sarutobi still very much alive? Allow me to clarify this matter. Jiraiya suddenly interjected. Tsunade, you may be unaware Danzo has defected, and he took the entire root organization with him. As he spoke, Jiraiya lifted his sake cup and took a measured sip, his eyes clouded with solemn gravity. Thereafter, Lord Sarutobi led a contingent of ANBU in pursuit of Danzo and his root operatives, yet the outcome fell far short of ideal. Over 90% of Root's personnel were annihilated. Danzo, however, escaped, and Lord Sarutobi sustained severe internal injuries. Though he is currently stable, he is no longer capable of combat. Jiraiya sighed deeply, while Tsunade's expression instinctively softened with concern. If that is indeed the case, then I must return to Konoha. But as for succeeding as the 5th Hokage, I shall need time to consider it carefully. What happened to Grandfather Third? And why on earth would he become the 5th Hokage? Naruto abruptly leapt to his feet, pointing directly at Tsunade. Enough, you needn't shout so loudly out here. Silverwolf remarked calmly, gently pulling Naruto back into his seat. Yet at that moment Tsunade's gaze flickered with sudden quiet interest toward the young shinobi. Oh really? Then tell me. What kind of person should become the 5th Hokage? Surely not someone like you. Someone who hides perpetually behind others. Tsunade's words dripped with mockery, whereupon Naruto erupted in fury, vaulting onto the table. How dare you look down on me? I'm nothing like that. Naruto roared. Yet Tsunade's face remained alight with teasing amusement. Oh, is that so? Then perhaps you possess a modicum of courage, daring to speak to me so boldly. Prove it. Step outside and show me you're no coward hiding behind your sister's shadow. Lady Tsunade. Shizen began to intercede, but Tsunade paid her no heed. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Silverwolf exchanged resigned, utterly exasperated glances. Moments later, they emerged before the tavern. Don't let my current appearance deceive you. I am after all one of the legendary Sannin. Still, I won't fight a genin seriously. Tsunade extended a single finger. Not 1 minute, 1 finger. That's all I'll need to subdue you. Come on, boy, show me what you've got. Naruto bristled, instantly feeling deeply slighted. You'd better not underestimate me. In an instant, he summoned 2 shadow clones, and together they formed a spiraling sphere of chakra, the Rasengan. That's the 4th Hokage's technique. Xiaolang, could you possibly be? Tsunade instinctively turned towards Silverwolf, but he offered only a sly, enigmatic grin. Rasengan. With that cry, Naruto charged forward. Yet Tsunade, after a fleeting moment of surprise, struck the ground with a precise palm strike, splitting the earth open with a colossal fissure that swallowed Naruto whole. Not half bad, but still insufficient, especially compared to your sister. Back in her day, Granny Tsunade. Silverwolf hastily cut in, fearing she might reveal too much, prompting Tsunade to halt mid-sentence. In short, you're simply weak. Even wielding the 4th technique changes nothing. No sooner had Tsunade spoken than Naruto clawed his way from the crevice. Now enveloped in a blazing cloak of chakra, his eyes slitted like a beast, a single chakra tail whipping behind him. Kurama's chakra. So I did underestimate you. Still, you clearly cannot yet master it fully. Before she could finish, Naruto's hand blazed with a crimson Rasengan, infused with the Nine-Tails power. In the next breath, he lunged, But the moment he drew near the necklace at Tsunade's throat flared emerald green, forcibly suppressing every trace of Kurama's chakra surging from Naruto's body. Fortunate that Kakashi returned this necklace to me earlier. Otherwise it might still be wandering with me. Silverwolf murmured, watching the scene unfold with quiet relief. Not bad at all. I confess I'd been curious to observe how your strength might evolve once you fully integrate Kurama's chakra. Yet evidently your lack of control triggered the necklace's suppression reflex. Tsunade gazed down at Naruto sprawled motionless on the ground. Yet even then he rose slowly to his feet, unbroken. Can you still stand up? Seeing Naruto suddenly rise from the ground, Tsunade couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Of course, my dream is to become Hokage, so I absolutely won't fall here. Hearing this, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile broke on her face. You can't even fully control a single tail, yet you dare to talk about wanting to be Hokage. You little dreamer, I really don't know what to say to you. Hey, you went too far? Who do you look down on? Give me 3 days, I will definitely master it within 3 days. Naruto said angrily while Tsunade revealed a mischievous smile. Oh really? Well, you said it, little brat. A man should keep his word. Tsunade confirmed with Naruto, who was filled with confidence. Of course, I always keep my promises, after all that's my ninja way. Naruto's words were filled with absolute confidence. Alright, how about we make a bet? Tsunade suddenly asked. A bet? Naruto replied, his tone filled with some confusion. It will take about a week to get back to Konoha from here, and if you can fully control it within that week, then I will admit you can become Hokage. What do you think? Wait a minute. Silverwolf suddenly interjected and instantly appeared beside Tsunade. Tsunade, aren't you being too stingy? You should at least give Naruto that necklace. As Silverwolf spoke, he pointed at the necklace around Tsunade's neck, but she appeared somewhat helpless. If this necklace belonged to me, I might really include it in the bet, but the current owner should be you. Oh, I'm just holding it for safekeeping. Don't mention it, just consider it me adding an extra chip. Moreover, as a perfect jinchuriki, wearing this necklace weakens my strength, and it can also motivate Naruto, can't it? After Silverwolf finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Naruto. My foolish little brother, don't blame your sister for not reminding you this necklace is worth 3 mountains, you know. Upon hearing this, images of money immediately flashed in Naruto's eyes. Since that's the case, fine. Naruto agreed, and Tsunade also wore a satisfied smile. Alright, but let me say this in advance, if you cannot master it within a week, then you lose, and all the money on you will belong to me. As Tsunade spoke, she fiddled with the frog wallet that she had taken from Naruto. Seeing the frog wallet in Tsunade's hand, Naruto immediately started searching for his own frog wallet, but in the end, he found nothing. When did my little frog disappear? Naruto said in surprise, while at the same time Silverwolf walked to his side. Don't worry, my foolish brother, your sister won't let you lose. As long as you listen to me from now on, victory is guaranteed. Silverwolf said confidently. Really? Naruto's tone carried a hint of excitement. Of course you still don't trust your sister. Let's start training right now. As Silverwolf spoke, he pulled Naruto into a small forest, and the heavy-armored little rabbit followed along. Come on, Naruto, let's bump fists first. Silverwolf said as he extended his fist towards Naruto, who also reached out his fist, and they bumped fists together. With the collision of their fists, the two simultaneously entered the ceiling space, allowing Yin Nine-Tails and Yang Nine-Tails to meet once again. How have you been lately? Old man, if I remember correctly, it seems you were forcibly charged rent by someone not long ago. Yin Nine-Tails looked at Yang Nine-Tails and said mockingly, at least I'm not like you, forgetting all hatred in just a few years, and even starting to help the humans we hate the most. What's the difference between you now and a loyal dog to humans? I shouldn't have let you out back then, otherwise there wouldn't be so many troubles now. Enough, Yang Nine Llama, you'd best keep your mouth shut while I still conceal you, Nine Llama. Silverwolf said very seriously with a hint of anger in her eyes, but Yang Nine-Tails showed no fear. Don't think I won't touch you if you have the guts. Come a bit closer and see if I can swallow you directly. Sure, but why should I go to you? If you have the ability, come here. As Silverwolf spoke, she beckoned with her finger towards Yang Nine-Tails. You girl. Yang Nine-Tails slammed a paw onto the iron railing, her eyes appearing extremely fierce. This damn seal. Forget it, girl, don't you want me to give this kid chakra? Just satisfy you. In the next moment, Yang Nine-Tails directly blasted them out of the ceiling space. After emerging from the ceiling space, a layer of tailed beast cloak appeared on Naruto, but strangely, instead of just one tail behind him, there were two, and it seemed there was a trend of continuing to increase. Little girl, quickly stop him. My half-body is probably trying to let this kid lose control through a large amount of hateful chakra. Yin Nine-Tails warned, and Silverwolf nodded, instantly appearing beside Naruto. Naruto, calm down a bit. Oh, I'll help you with the hateful chakra. Oh. Naruto roared, and the chakra tails behind him swung towards Silverwolf, but at the last moment, they were caught by heavy-armored little rabbit with one hand. What a hassle! I thought I could avoid fighting today. Heavy armored little rabbit spoke with a tone of utter helplessness, while Silverwolf had already drawn Prometheus. Honestly, I never expected such a situation to arise, but it works out well. It will help Naruto fill in that missing childhood. Having finished speaking, Yin Wolf instantly entered Sage mode, and in the blink of an eye teleported behind Naruto, preparing for a sneak attack. However, just as the sneak attack was about to succeed, Yin Wolf hesitated for a moment. Although she had said it so confidently, when it came to taking action, she was still somewhat reluctant. But it was precisely this moment of hesitation that caused Naruto's tail behind him to increase from 2 to 3, simultaneously unleashing a powerful chakra surge. Damn! Falling short at a critical moment. Up! Naruto roared, and the chakra tail behind him uncontrollably lashed out at Yin Wolf. Boss! Seeing the danger, Heavy Armored Bunny immediately flew forward to block Naruto's chakra tail with her arm, but the attack was far from over. In an instant, the other 2 chakra tails also lashed out towards Heavy Armored Bunny. Here it comes again, boss, be careful. Before Heavy Armored Bunny could finish her sentence, she noticed that Yin Wolf had manifested the tailed beast cloak with 5 tails behind her. Moreover, she also noticed that Yin Wolf's expression appeared particularly furious, as if she were about to commit some horrific act at any moment. Naruto, snap out of it. Before her words had even finished, Yin Wolf had already appeared in front of Naruto and delivered a hard slap, which cleared his mind significantly, leaving him stunned in place. Still not awake, are you? Smack. Another slap fell, and while Yin Wolf intended to continue with her words of therapy, Naruto had already started to retreat. It was as if an indescribable suppression had taken hold. The slap, which was nearly painless, caused Naruto, already enveloped in the hateful Nine-Tails chakra, to display a look of fear, wanting nothing more than to escape from this place immediately. What's with that look in your eyes? Do you think that look can help you control the Nine-Tails chakra? Come on, keep coming. After saying this, Yin Wolf prepared to advance again, but Naruto was already scared and started to flee. Run. Let's see where you can run to. In the blink of an eye, Yin Wolf used her ability to appear before Naruto again and delivered another slap, successfully halting him mid-escape. Do you think evasion will solve everything? My foolish brother. Yin Wolf clearly wasn't finished slapping and prepared to approach again, but Naruto had been thoroughly roused from his stupor. Sister, I'm awake now. Stop hitting me, please. Naruto hastily exclaimed, and at that moment the tailed beast cloak on him began to dissipate. Sister, look at me now. Huh. That guy Yin Nine-Tails can already use such disguises. Yin Wolf said this while revealing a mischievous smile, but Naruto, still being suppressed by bloodline pressure, didn't notice at all. Forget it, I might as well slap you a couple more times, maybe Naruto can. Sister, it's really me. I'm awake now. Please stop hitting me. At this moment Naruto was nearly at his wit's end, but Yin Wolf acted as if she didn't see it, walking straight up and raising her hand. Sister, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I'll do all the chores and cooking from now on. Please, I'm truly sorry. Bang. Before Naruto could finish, Yin Wolf flicked his forehead, revealing a proud smile. A man of honor must keep his word. Things promised cannot be retracted, you know. Yin Wolf looked at Naruto, the corners of her mouth curling into a mischievous grin, while Naruto finally came to his senses. Sister, you did that on purpose, didn't you? You just wanted me to say those words. Naruto said, somewhat displeased. However, Yin Wolf immediately demonstrated what it meant to get into character in 1 second. Oh dear, how did my brother get controlled again? It seems I can only use the personality correction technique once more. Yin Wolf deliberately displayed a helpless expression, but at the same time raised her hand, preparing to use the slap again. Sister, you can't play with me like this. This statement was like Naruto's final act of defiance, and in the end Yin Wolf didn't actually strike him, merely patting Naruto's head. Honestly, no wonder you are my foolish brother. I was just joking around, look how scared you got. While speaking, Yin Wolf gently patted Naruto's slightly reddened cheek from her slap. So does it still hurt? Yin Wolf asked with concern, but Naruto shook his head and firmly replied. Not at all. Sister probably didn't even use much strength, that slap was completely. Do you want me to give you another slap? Yin Wolf said with a playful grin. No. Naruto hurriedly waved his hands, but Yin Wolf revealed another smile. My foolish brother fell for it again. How are you so easy to trick? Yin Wolf said while flicking Naruto's forehead. Not at all. I just have unconditional trust in my sister, others can't fool me. Naruto said confidently. Oh really? So will there ever come a day when you wouldn't recognize your sister for some reason? Yin Wolf asked in a joking tone, but Naruto's response was very firm. Of course not. Even if sister used transformation techniques, I would definitely recognize you. Naruto's words exuded confidence, and Yin Wolf also showed a hint of a smile. Alright, let's stop talking so much, but it's getting late, and we should head back now. After saying this, Yin Wolf called Heavy Armored Bunny over and transformed her into a motorcycle. Get in the car, we need to go. As she said this, Yin Wolf took the lead and sat down, followed closely by Naruto. The next morning, 5 individuals and a rabbit along with a pig set off on their journey back to Konoha, and after nearly a week of travel, they returned to Konoha. Of course, along the way, Yin did not forget to help Naruto master at least one tail of the Nine-Tails chakra. These past 2 days have been quite tiring, having to travel during the day and help Naruto with the Nine-Tails chakra at night. To be honest, if it weren't for Granny Tsunade about to take over as the 5th Hokage, I would have directly teleported everyone back, saving us the trouble of traveling. However, that would mean part of Konoha would have to be dismantled by Naruto. Standing at the entrance of Konoha, Yin sighed, but just then Tsunade suddenly approached and patted Yin on the shoulder. "What's wrong, little wolf? What were you just saying?" Tsunade asked. However, Yin showed a somewhat helpless expression. "Oh, it's nothing, just a little sigh." "Finally back," Yin said while stretching. "By the way, Granny Tsunade, it's almost time for a week to pass. Do you want to go check on Naruto? I'm not boasting, but I can guarantee that he should be able to master one tail of the Nine-Tails chakra now." As he finished speaking, a hint of confidence crept into Yinling's tone. Tsunade smiled slightly upon hearing this. "Oh really? Then I'm quite looking forward to it. But I'm about to go see Master Sarutobi. Do you want to join me?" Tsunade inquired, and Yinling nodded. "Of course, but before that I need to find someone. Granny Tsunade, you can go ahead, I'll be there shortly." After saying this, Yin prepared to leave using ether manipulation, but just before departing, she seemed to remember something and spoke up. "Granny Tsunade, I suddenly wanted to ask, how confident are you in restoring someone's appearance?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade pondered for a moment before giving her answer. "It's hard to say, it mainly depends on the extent of the damage. If it's minor, there shouldn't be any problem, but if it's extensive, I can't give an accurate answer." At this moment, Yin slightly nodded and continued, "About half a face, but just describing it might not be precise, so I might as well bring him over to see you later." After finishing her words, Yin directly used ether manipulation to teleport herself to the Uchiha training ground just in time to bump into Obito, who was conducting special training for Sasuke. "Your strength is improving rapidly, but remember not to be consumed by hatred," Obito reminded after dodging Sasuke's attack with intangibility, but Sasuke remained fixated on his offense, showing no intention to respond. "Have those two been like this the whole time?" Yin asked after patting Xiangling's shoulder. But Xianglin, watching from the side, was startled by Yin. "Sister Yin, when did you come back? You scared me just now." Yin felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. She had thought Xianglin's perceptive abilities would have sensed her presence, but it seemed Xianglin was quite absorbed in the training, failing to notice her. "Sorry, I thought you had already sensed me, so I didn't greet you. But I still want to ask, how has Sasuke been doing during this time?" Yin asked again, but Xianglin shook her head. "Sorry, Sister Yin, I'm not very clear on this. Sasuke hasn't been happy since he returned, and he keeps asking Obito-senpai to help him train more. But even a Sasuke like this is still so handsome." At that moment, Xianglin was showing a lovesick expression, and Yin had roughly determined Sasuke's state from Xianglin's words. Meanwhile, Obito had also finished the training. "Your strength has indeed improved a lot, but I suggest you take a 2-day break, otherwise." "I don't need to. If resting is all I do, how will I kill Itachi, and how will I avenge the Uchiha?" Sasuke shouted angrily, preparing to continue his special training, but just then Yin suddenly approached and spoke. "Since you want to become stronger so much, how about I accompany you for a match?" As she spoke, Yin had already activated Sage Mode, and Obito was somewhat surprised upon seeing her. "Little wolf, when did you come back?" Obito quickly asked. However, Yin appeared somewhat casual. "Just now, but Obito, you should back up a bit. I don't plan to hold back in this match today. Are you using Chidori right from the start? Sasuke, you really are impatient." In an instant, the Chidori in Sasuke's hand transformed into Chidori sharp spear and struck the Silver Wolf's shoulder directly, but as soon as it hit, the Silver Wolf turned into a puff of white smoke. Indeed, it was a shadow clone. Sasuke had already anticipated this outcome, so he was not too surprised. However, in the next moment, the Silver Wolf's real body appeared behind him and patted his shoulder. "It seems you were aware of this already. I must say your progress is truly remarkable." Before the Silver Wolf could finish speaking, Sasuke suddenly pulled out a kunai and thrust it backward, but the Silver Wolf simply caught it effortlessly with 2 fingers. "Are you that eager? You didn't even give me the time to say a couple of words," the Silver Wolf asked somewhat helplessly. But Sasuke directly abandoned the kunai and distanced himself after completing the hand seals with the Silver Wolf's help. Fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. In an instant, Sasuke unleashed a massive fireball. However, upon seeing this, the Silver Wolf remained unfazed and even revealed a mischievous smile. "Fire-style, huh? Then I'll use water." "Sasuke, this technique is a sage art." As the Silver Wolf quickly completed 4 hand seals, a water dragon emerged behind him. Sage technique, water-style Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. In an instant, the water dragon infused with sage art surged forward and devoured Sasuke's great fireball in a flash. "What? Before Sasuke could take any action, the water dragon, having just consumed the fireball, struck him, sending him flying. Of course, the Silver Wolf was actually holding back, otherwise the water dragon he had just used would not have been infused with sage art, but rather a fire dragon infused with sage art. So how about it, Sasuke? Do you want to continue? The Silver Wolf looked at Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, and asked. But Sasuke did not respond. Instead, he stood up again, replying with his actions. The power of hatred is indeed formidable. You can still stand after all this. Well then, let's continue. After saying this, the Silver Wolf casually shook his hand, while Sasuke's right eye transformed into the 3-tomo Sharingan. 3-tomo. Finally, there's some improvement. Sasuke has been stuck at 2-tomo for quite some time. I never thought of an effective method, but unexpectedly, with Little Wolf's involvement, he has made progress. Not far away, Obito sighed, while the Silver Wolf also noticed the change in Sasuke's eyes. The 3-tomo came much earlier than expected, or otherwise I would have applied a bit more pressure. Just as this thought arose in the Silver Wolf's mind, Sasuke threw a shuriken at him from a very tricky angle. However, the Silver Wolf merely sidestepped and dodged it, then reached out and caught the shuriken. Is that all? I thought you might add some enchantment or something to it. But thinking about it, you've been training for so long, and Sasuke, you hardly used the chakra of the fragrance. Your chakra must be running low by now. The Silver Wolf asked. But Sasuke did not take the bait. During training, don't talk so much, and I just don't want to owe anyone a favor. Saying this, Sasuke prepared to attack again, but the Silver Wolf did not give him another chance. He used body flicker technique to appear behind him and followed up with a hand chop, causing Sasuke to temporarily lose consciousness. Finally done. Obito, if Sasuke remains so stubborn in the future, just send him to the Kamui space directly. Otherwise, even with the fragrance, it won't help. Sasuke's body will eventually collapse. As soon as the Silver Wolf finished speaking, the fragrance rushed over and carried Sasuke into the house. At this point, only the Silver Wolf and Obito remained in the Uchiha training ground. It's my fault, Little Wolf. I will pay attention in the future. But let me guess, you didn't come just to teach Sasuke, right? Obito asked, and the Silver Wolf nodded. You finally used your brain, and you're right. I need you to help me with something this time. As the Silver Wolf spoke, he took out Shizui's right eye from his pocket. What is this? This is Uchiha Shizui's right eye, which possesses the ocular technique Kodo Amatsukami, a jinjutsu that can alter the target's subconscious. I plan to use it to change Orochimaru's subconscious, making him stand on our side. You should know my situation. If I use the Eye of Truth, I will basically be ruined. Moreover, as soon as I release the copied Shizui's Mangekyo, the effect of Kodo Amatsukami will be nullified. Therefore, I need this real Sharingan. After all, it is your Uchiha's eye, so it should be best for you and Uchiha to use it. Hearing this, Dai too silently nodded, but soon a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Little Wolf, according to what you said, this eye technique can alter others' subconscious. So if I were to use it to change yours? With such a small thought, I anticipated it long ago. This eye I have especially researched cannot be modified by the user of the otherworldly eye, as their subconscious is intact. So when I hand this eye over to you, I will use the Eye of Truth to create a copy to prevent you from harboring any ulterior motives against me. The Silver Wolf said with a rather smug expression, while Dai too felt a bit awkward. Well, I was just joking. Little Wolf, do you really guard against me that much? Is my trustworthiness in your eyes that low? If you think that way, it's not impossible. Besides, didn't I promise you? Once you become Hokage, I will grant you a wish, of course no inappropriate thoughts allowed. Otherwise, even if I lose my sight, I will turn you into a vegetable. The Silver Wolf said very seriously, while Dai too could only smile helplessly. I didn't expect you to remember this agreement, but I fear I won't become Hokage in this lifetime considering the things I've done. If you dare to speak such discouraging words again, I will never give you a chance to pursue anything. The Silver Wolf said very seriously, and Dai Tu's lips curled into a rare smile, but in the end he chose to change the subject. Let's not discuss this matter for now. Our urgent task is to find Lynn. After all, Little Wolf, the Sharingan you hold is in your right eye, so if we are to replace it, it can only be swapped with my Mangekyo, and among all of Konoha, I believe Lynn is the most suitable for this task. Hearing this, the Silver Wolf looked at Dai too with a dumbfounded expression. Does it really have to be this complicated? Aren't Uchiha's eyes plug and play? Moreover, for you Uchiha, does the left eye really have to go in the left eye socket? At this moment, Dai too also felt a bit embarrassed as the Silver Wolf's words seemed to make sense. Besides, even he wasn't sure whether his current left eye socket held the left eye or the right eye. Little Wolf, what you said does seem to make sense, but even so I need to replace the other 3-tomo as well. The previous socket was empty, making it easier for transplantation, but now. Don't worry about that. I've already invited Granny Tsunade back. You also need to meet her, so she can determine whether she can fix the other half of your face. The Silver Wolf interrupted, but Dai too couldn't help but show a look of surprise which quickly turned to disappointment. Thank you, but it's really unnecessary. After all, the injury on my face has existed for too long, and the possibility of restoration is minuscule. So rather than wasting Granny Tsunade's time on me, it's better to. By the way, let me say this later, you will kneel on the washboard. If you don't kneel, we can just leave it at that. The Silver Wolf interrupted, simultaneously producing a washboard. Choose, will you come with me now, or will you kneel on the washboard first before coming with me? The Silver Wolf said, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Teacher Sarutobi, are you sure about what you want to do? Granny Tsunade confirmed once more. Of course. Haven't you already examined me? Moreover, I'm getting older, and it's already a blessing to be alive. Originally, I had planned to hold on for 3 more years, but since you've returned, I can safely step down. This should also fulfill little Silver Wolf's wish, right? Sarutobi Hyjin said with a smile, just as the Silver Wolf and Dai-Tu appeared at that moment. The timing is perfect. Granny Tsunade, I've brought the person to you. The Silver Wolf said, gesturing to Dai-Tu beside him. Hokage-sama and Granny Tsunade, it's been a while since we last met. No need for explanations, I know everything about you. To be honest, I was quite surprised to hear about the Nine-Tails incident when you were involved. But since you are willing to take responsibility for your mistakes, and with Little Wolf's request, let's go for now. Granny Tsunade finished speaking and left the Hokage office with Dai-Tu, and before they left, the Silver Wolf had already handed over the container containing Shizui's right eye to Tsunade. Tsunade has already agreed to succeed as the 5th Hokage, so this should also fulfill your wish. Sarutobi Hyjin spoke, first breaking the silence. I know this, but the old man of the 3rd Hokage and Orochimaru should already be settled, right? The Silver Wolf asked, and Sarutobi Hyjin nodded. Of course, this old bone of mine is still somewhat useful, but will casually altering Orochimaru's subconscious really not have too much of an impact? Sarutobi Hyjin still felt a bit uneasy. After all, no matter how you look at it, Orochimaru was once his beloved student. That depends on how you think about it. This technique directly alters the opponent's subconscious, so the one being subjected to it will be unaware, and their personality is unlikely to change. The Silver Wolf explained to Sarutobi Asuma, just as Tsunade walked in at that moment. There shouldn't be any issues now, but I wonder if it's because of the Little Wolf's revival or something else. This time my hemophobia surprisingly did not act up, Tsunade sighed, but the Silver Wolf seemed to have thought of something, quickly revealing a mischievous smile. Tsunade, do you think it's possible that I altered your subconscious with an illusion before you swapped Itachi's eyes? That's why your hemophobia didn't act up. As soon as the Silver Wolf finished speaking, he could hardly contain his laughter. But Tsunade shook her head. Little Wolf, why are you still the same as before? You love to joke so much, we know each other well enough, there's no need for that. Hearing this, the Silver Wolf suddenly felt a bit disheartened. Hey, what is it? Tsunade, why don't you play along with me? Never mind, I sincerely wish you Tsunade will never be troubled by hemophobia again. The Silver Wolf said from the heart, and Tsunade returned a smile. Then I will accept your blessing, Little Wolf. By the way, there's another matter regarding Itachi's appearance. How should we address it? There is a possibility of healing, but it may take a long time, at least 3 years at the earliest. Tsunade's words revealed a hint of helplessness. It's okay, Tsunade. The fact that you have a way to treat him is already great. Speaking of which, is Itachi still in the Kamui space? As soon as the Silver Wolf finished speaking, Itachi walked in and spoke up. Tsunadesima's medical skills are indeed remarkable. Oh, I thought it would take at least a while longer. I didn't expect it to be done in just a few minutes. Itachi sighed, and at that moment Sarutobi Asuma also spoke. Since everyone is ready, this old man should also make my final contributions. Before long, the 4 arrived at Konoha prison, but unlike before, this time, they came to the deepest part of the prison, to a specially constructed cell. What a rare guest. Sarutobi Sensei, bringing so many people at once, are you planning to have them take care of me? Orochimaru, locked in the specially made cell, spoke upon seeing the 4. However, he looked somewhat miserable now, with his hands bound by special shackles, and the cell was extremely cramped, allowing him to stand only. No, Orochimaru, I actually brought them here to. If Sarutobi Sensei, you're still trying to persuade me to return to Konoha, I suggest you give up. It won't help no matter who you bring unless. Orochimaru did not finish his sentence. Instead, he greedily looked at the Silver Wolf, unable to help but lick his lips with his long tongue. If you are willing to hand over the body of the Silver Wolf to me, I wouldn't mind returning to Konoha. Upon hearing this, before the Silver Wolf could retort, Itachi stepped forward, protectively shielding her behind him. I advise you to give up on that idea early, as it is impossible, Itachi said earnestly, but Orochimaru recognized him immediately. Itachi, it seems those rumors were true. You are the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails incident. If it weren't for your appearance that day, I might have already returned to my sound ninja village. Enough, I can't be bothered to reason with a slippery snake like you. You don't deserve to hear it. Itachi, use your eyes. Itachi nodded, and in the next moment, Shizui's right eye activated the Kodo Amatsukami illusion. Kodo Amatsukami. Before Orochimaru could react, his consciousness was altered, and even his attitude underwent a 180-degree turn in an instant. Miss Silverwolf, did I just say something extreme? And Lord Itachi, I apologize for my previous behavior. Orochimaru's words revealed sincerity with not a hint of falsehood. Orochimaru, you. Seeing Orochimaru's current demeanor, Sarutobi Asuma felt somewhat surprised, and Tsunade felt the same. I have come to understand now my previous actions were poorly considered, leading to plans that would ruin Konoha. I truly hope, Sarutobi Sensei, you can give me a chance to make amends. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Asuma was still somewhat shocked but agreed. As long as you can acknowledge your mistakes and correct them, then afterwards. I say we should first give Orochimaru a laboratory, after all science must progress. The Silver Wolf suddenly spoke up, and after a brief moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Asuma agreed. Soon Sarutobi Asuma opened the door to the specially made cell and released Orochimaru. Alright Itachi, let's not get involved here. I need to go out and find the heavy armored rabbit. The Silver Wolf said, leading the way out of Konoha prison with Itachi following closely behind. In the Death Forest, Naruto was practicing the spiral Rasengan while donning the cloak of the tailed beast. Beside him, supervising his training, was none other than Heavy Armor Bunny. This is how life should be. The more of this kind of work, the better. That way I can relax and take it easy. Heavy Armor Bunny leaned against a tree, appearing very relaxed, when suddenly a voice she least wanted to hear reached her ears. Heavy Armor Bunny, are you slacking off again? As he spoke, Silver Wolf had already teleported Heavy Armor Bunny down from the tree, but even so she still argued for herself. Boss, you can't just say that with your eyes open. I'm diligently supervising, okay? And this can be considered overtime, right? Shouldn't you give me a little? What did you say? This month's salary is gone. As he spoke, a mischievous smile crept on his Silver Wolf's lips, while Heavy Armor Bunny appeared somewhat anxious. I'm just asking for overtime pay, okay? Every day I watch over your kids and provide natural energy for you. At least give me some overtime pay, alright? Heavy Armor Bunny spoke urgently, but Silver Wolf continued to give irrelevant responses. Oh, so you're so willing to work for me for free. Seeing this makes me feel a bit embarrassed. How about this? I won't give you this month's salary, and for the next he'll cut it in half. If it gets really bad, he'll only give you a string of colorful dumplings each month and no salary at all. Upon hearing this, Heavy Armor Bunny immediately lost all her confidence and changed her tone. Boss, I didn't actually say anything just now, and there's no overtime pay or anything, so please don't deduct my salary. Anything is negotiable, just don't deduct my salary. I don't want to eat dirt. Heavy Armor Bunny was very emotional, grabbing Silver Wolf's arm and refusing to let go. Alright, let go of me, no deductions then. Silver Wolf was genuinely annoyed by Heavy Armor Bunny's persistent nagging and finally relented. Meanwhile, Naruto, who had been training, also noticed what was happening and rushed over to hug Silver Wolf when he saw her. Sister, you're back, Naruto said with a smile, while Silver Wolf patted his head. By the way, just a heads up, Tsunade is about to become the 5th Hokage, so you'd better fulfill your bet with her in the next couple of days, or she won't have time, and the 1-week deadline has already passed. Naruto nodded, and then revealed a confident smile. Don't worry, sister, I will definitely win. Watching this scene, Obito felt a strange sensation in his nose, but he couldn't quite articulate it. However, Heavy Armor Bunny had already sensed something amiss. Oh silly Obito, are you jealous? Envious that Naruto can hug the boss freely while you can't? Before Heavy Armor Bunny could finish, Obito grabbed her and sent her into the Kamui space. If you can't say anything nice, then better stay quiet. Besides, I'm not envious at all, Obito replied, pretending otherwise. But Silver Wolf could also see through the facade. Naruto, let go of your sister for a bit. If you don't, your uncle Obito might really get jealous, Silver Wolf said with a playful smile, to which Naruto nodded and ended the hug. What's wrong, silly Obito? Jealous? How about you call me sister, then I might consider letting you hug me once, how about that? Silver Wolf said with a mischievous smile, but Obito's answer surprised her. Really? Then I'll hug you until I'm satisfied. Upon hearing this, Silver Wolf's face immediately turned into a duck face. Seriously, how old are you? Can't you act your age instead of like a child? Alright, since I didn't give you a chance, I'll let you hug me once, but only once, mind you. As soon as Silver Wolf finished speaking, Obito immediately squatted down. However, instead of hugging her as she suggested, he reached out to gently touch her cheek. If it's charity from you, I'd rather not have it. Rest assured, I will become Hokage regardless, and then I'll pursue you openly and properly. Upon hearing this, Silver Wolf's face turned slightly red, and she even unconsciously took 2 steps back. Why you? You? Is that a confession? You silly Obito, you silly. There's no such thing as confessing at a time like this. Naruto is right here watching. And even if you become Hokage, I might not agree to it. After all, dating you isn't allowed in the wish fulfillment category. Silver Wolf's face was as red as a ripe apple, and her tone shifted from indifferent to very shy. Even inadvertently, she input the coordinates for Prometheus ready to leave at any moment. Seeing this, Obito could only smile helplessly. After releasing Heavy Armor Bunny, he left through Kamui first. After a few days of peaceful days, Tsunade officially announced that she would succeed as the 5th Hokage. At this moment, the area beneath the Hokage building was already packed with people, as nearly all the villagers had gathered here to witness this historic moment. On top of the Hokage building, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had already removed his Hokage hat and stepped forward to hand it over to Tsunade. "I entrust the village to you, Tsunade," Hiruzen said with a kind smile, while Tsunade nodded, and after taking the Hokage hat placed it upon her head. Seeing Tsunade in her current state, both Silverwolf and Jiraiya couldn't help but smile, while Tsunade then stepped forward to look at the villagers of Konohagakure below. "From today onwards, I am the 5th Hokage, and I will govern Konohagakure from now on." In an instant, applause and cheers erupted from below. The last time such a scene occurred was when Minato took office. I didn't expect that so much time has passed without me realizing it. Jiraiya sighed, and Silverwolf nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's a pity I couldn't catch my teacher's inauguration." A hint of disappointment crossed Silverwolf's face, but she quickly returned to her usual demeanor. Soon the Hokage succession ceremony concluded, and afterwards Naruto rushed over to find Silverwolf. "Sister, look." Naruto excitedly ran over and showed Silverwolf the necklace he had won from Tsunade in a bet. "Look, sister, I went to Grandma's early this morning to prove that I won the bet," Naruto said joyfully, while Silverwolf smiled and patted his head. "Yes, indeed. However, sister still has some matters to attend to. Why don't you go find your master first? I will come back to find you once I finish my tasks." After saying this, Silverwolf bid farewell to Naruto and soon arrived at a hidden laboratory beneath the Hokage building. "Oh, is this Miss Silverwolf?" Orochimaru said, putting down the test tube in his hand. "It's quite rare to see you. Do we really need to beat around the bush? Just tell me the result. How is the task I asked you to do?" Silverwolf inquired, but Orochimaru did not answer immediately. Instead, he took out a vial of reagent. "This is a serum I developed using Lord Obito's DNA. As long as it is injected into that Mangekyo Sharingan, it can merge with Lord Obito's original eyes, allowing it to evolve into the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan that retains eternal light." Upon hearing this, Silverwolf immediately revealed a satisfied smile. "Not bad. Indeed, entrusting this matter to you was the right decision. However, regarding Kakashi-sai, don't worry, the Mangekyo Sharingan that allows anyone to freely turn it on and off is already in the final stages of research. As long as I find a few more test subjects for testing, it should be ready for formal use." Orochimaru interjected, while Silverwolf felt somewhat surprised by Orochimaru's efficiency. "So soon? Thank you. I originally thought it would take at least a few more months." Silverwolf said, somewhat astonished, while Orochimaru shook his head. "Miss Silverwolf is joking. I haven't even had the chance to thank you for providing me with these precision instruments and advanced equipment. Without these, my research work would surely have extended for a while longer, but..." Orochimaru suddenly paused, but Silverwolf already understood his implication. "You're looking for test subjects, right? Don't worry, feel free to do as you please, but it's best to catch people outside the village. After all, it's too easy to be discovered within the village. Although we are turning a blind eye to you, we can't go too far, or those foolish villagers will eventually find out." "Of course, I understand your meaning. Therefore, I plan to bring those test subjects from the Sound Ninja village, as well as my subordinates. This way they can serve you and Lord Obito while also being used as subjects for the artificial Sharingan." After hearing Orochimaru's suggestion, Silverwolf contemplated for a moment. She certainly believed Orochimaru had the charisma to bring most of the Sound Ninjas, but she was mainly thinking about how to handle those who wouldn't come. "Miss Silverwolf, what are your thoughts? If that's the case, please set out with me. It will also save some time." Orochimaru suddenly spoke, and in the end, Silverwolf agreed to the proposition. "Let me make it clear beforehand, if there are those who refuse, just kill them outright to avoid prolonged troubles." Silverwolf said coldly. "Of course, you need not worry, Miss Silverwolf. I know what to do. However, if there are those who can be persuaded, I still hope to bring them along, as there are indeed some useful individuals in my village." Before long, Silverwolf took Orochimaru with her through ether editing, arriving at the underground Sound Ninja village. "Is this the Sound Ninja village? It looks like a maze," Silverwolf remarked, while Orochimaru smiled. "This design is mainly to confuse intruders and ensure that test subjects do not escape easily. However, afterwards I will need to trouble Miss Silverwolf with the underground project in Konoha. You can rest assured. Once we resolve this matter, I will specifically lend you a clone to assist you." "What is this?" The Silverwolf curiously approached, ready to inspect, but suddenly an ugly-looking cursed imprint experiment subject extended its claws towards her. However, the Silverwolf merely sidestepped, evading the attack, and in an instant used the light blade from Prometheus to sever the head from the body of the cursed imprint experiment subject. Hey Orochimaru, does this cage really make a significant difference? The Silver Wolf questioned with some annoyance, but Orochimaru just chuckled. Miss Silverwolf, I never said you could come over, did I? Orochimaru retorted, leaving the Silver Wolf at a loss for words. Well, let's move on, but if I remember correctly, the 4 sound ninjas under your command should have been dealt with by Obito beforehand. There shouldn't be many left here, right? Miss Silverwolf, this is incorrect. I indeed have few personnel left here, but there are still some at my other bases. However, my primary purpose in coming here is to find experiment subjects. Seeking those 2 talents may require some additional time. As Orochimaru spoke, he stepped forward using a prepared curse seal to control the remaining experiment subjects in the cage. Just as he finished, Kabuto arrived, having heard the commotion. Lord Orochimaru, are you alright? Kabuto was about to approach when he noticed the Silver Wolf beside Orochimaru. Why is she with you, Lord Orochimaru? Or rather, why hasn't she been taken over by you? Kabuto looked at the Silver Wolf with a serious expression, showing no signs of relaxation. What do you mean, Kabuto? Miss Silverwolf is a friend who has fought alongside me in the past, and she even saved my life. How could I possibly act to seize her body? Upon hearing this, Kabuto found it hard to believe and looked at Orochimaru while the Silver Wolf thought to herself, oh, I didn't expect that Obito modified quite a lot, adding so many settings at once. But it's fine, there's nothing wrong with it. The Silver Wolf mused internally while Kabuto was on the verge of collapse. Lord Orochimaru, were you threatened by her? How could she possibly do such things? Moreover, given her age, she doesn't have the time to do that. Seeing Kabuto's current state, Orochimaru felt a hint of pity. Kabuto, there are some things you are better off not knowing. As for threats, there are none at all. Miss Silverwolf is one of the few people in this world I can call a confidant. She understands everything I do and will do her utmost to support me. Now let's go back with Kabuto. There's no more value here. Orochimaru extended an olive branch to Kabuto as before, but Kabuto still couldn't believe what was happening. I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru. Although I don't know what you've experienced during this time, she must die today. Kabuto declared, forming hand seals to summon a chakra surgical knife, lunging at the Silver Wolf. However, before the Silver Wolf could draw Prometheus, Orochimaru stepped in front of her, pulling out a kunai and plunging it into Kabuto's abdomen. Lord Orochimaru. Why? Blood seeped from the corners of Kabuto's mouth, while disbelief filled his face. He had imagined many different endings, but never thought that the one to personally kill him would be his most respected Orochimaru. I'm sorry, Kabuto. I really didn't want to go this far, but at this point there's no other choice. With that, Orochimaru withdrew the kunai, and Kabuto collapsed to the ground completely lifeless. I'm sorry, Miss Silverwolf. It seems that the talent I promised you is now one less. Orochimaru said regretfully, but the Silver Wolf shook her head. It's all right. I mentioned when I came here that as long as we are obedient we can go. Now let's go. I'm still waiting for you to lead the way. Though the Silver Wolf appeared unchanged on the surface, her heart was already filled with disbelief. After all, even she hadn't expected that Orochimaru would truly kill Kabuto with his own hands. Before leaving, Orochimaru took a moment to squat down and close Kabuto's eyes. What a pity, I had hoped to witness the truth of the world alongside you, but I didn't expect us to part ways at this moment. Orochimaru quickly stood up, leading the Silver Wolf into a room filled with various medical equipment. Lord Orochimaru, you have returned. The boy lying on the hospital bed struggled to utter these words. His body was connected to various medical devices, and the upper half of his face was covered by a talisman, clearly relying on these to cling to life. Orochimaru did not say much, directly walking to the control screen of the medical devices and administering medication to Kimimaro. Lord Orochimaru, is my time running out? I'm truly sorry for not being able to become your vessel. Kimimaro said dejectedly, but Orochimaru did not pay much heed to this matter. For the vessel matter, you do not need to worry for now. What you need to do is simply to survive. Today I have also invited someone who can help alleviate your condition. Orochimaru said, glancing at Silverwolf. Miss Silverwolf, I believe this matter should be decided by you. Upon hearing this, Silverwolf felt somewhat puzzled, as she had always seen herself as a close combat mage, completely ignorant about medical matters, let alone treating such hereditary diseases. At this moment, Orochimaru noticed Silverwolf's concerns and began to explain. Miss Silverwolf, you may be misunderstanding. The illness that Kimimaro suffers from is nearly incurable. I had considered other methods to alleviate it, but now, as you can see, he is barely holding on. However, you may not know that the curse marks on Kimimaro and the 4 members of the Sound Ninja can actually be viewed as incomplete sage mode. Therefore, if you are willing to inject your sage chakra into the earth curse mark on him, it may alleviate his symptoms. After listening to Orochimaru's explanation, Silverwolf silently nodded and then approached Kimimaro. In an instant, an orange shadow appeared at the corner of Silverwolf's eye, and her pupils transformed into a straight line. How should I address you, friend of Lord Orochimaru? Kimimaro suddenly asked. Omi. You may call me whatever you like. By the way, I have a question for you, and I hope you can answer it truthfully. Kimimaro nodded, not refusing. Alright, my question is quite simple. Are you willing to follow me? As soon as this was said, the entire room fell silent, and after a few minutes of this state, Orochimaru was the first to speak. Kimimaro, I have decided to follow Miss Silverwolf, so you need not worry. After hearing this, Kimimaro nodded and said, anyone whom Lord Orochimaru decides to follow must have exceptional qualities, so I too am willing to follow you, Miss Silverwolf. At this moment, a slight smile appeared on Silverwolf's lips. A wise choice. In the next instant, Silverwolf placed her finger on Kimimaro's earth curse mark and began to inject her sage chakra, but soon she sensed that something was amiss. Strange, this is an underlying ailment. Silverwolf initially felt uncertain, but after activating the Byakugan she had copied with the Eye of Truth, she was suddenly quite surprised. These underlying ailments seemed to have existed since birth. Unless a body swap occurred, there was no way to heal them. Soon Silverwolf finished transmitting her sage chakra, and Kimimaro felt that his body had indeed improved significantly. Thank you, Miss Silverwolf. No matter what happens in the future, I will always remember your kindness. Don't be too happy too soon. This is merely a relief. To be honest, you have at most 3 years. Your underlying ailments are simply too numerous. Silverwolf said somewhat helplessly, but after sitting up from the hospital bed, Kimimaro shook his head. Miss Silverwolf, you are mistaken. Even if it is only 3 years, it was given to me by you. Moreover, during these 3 years, I can still do many things. Seeing the fearless look in Kimimaro's eyes, Silverwolf felt it was not appropriate to say anything further. But at that moment, Orochimaru suddenly spoke. Miss Silverwolf, I forgot to mention earlier, aside from those cursed experiment subjects, I actually have some ordinary experiment subjects here as well. Would you like to? Ordinary experiment subjects are just one-time use items. Keeping too many is pointless. Leave a few and the rest. What do you think? Isn't this plan quite amusing? Silverwolf looked at Orochimaru with a mischievous smile. First giving hope, then personally extinguishing it. You seem to have become even colder than before. Upon hearing this, Silverwolf smiled, instead of getting angry. Cold. I believe this is the best result for them. It is merely allowing them to offer me some amusement before their death. This trade is quite worthwhile, is it not? In my eyes, people are divided into 3 categories: those of value, those without value, and those I care about. The first 2 can change at any time, but the last one is my bottom line. As long as it does not cross that line, I can do anything. I never consider myself a good person, nor will I ever be a saint. Even when I act protectively, it is for those I care about. Now enough idle talk. I will wait for you at the entrance. In an instant, Silverwolf transmitted herself to the entrance using ether editing, while Kimimaro followed Orochimaru to the cage where the ordinary experiment subjects were held, and then opened the cage. You are free now. The exit is in that direction. If you wish to escape, do it quickly. The experimental subjects in the cage looked at Orochimaru, their eyes filled with terror and confusion, but Orochimaru spoke with utter indifference. Hurry and leave before I change my mind, or else. Seeing this, the experimental subjects dared not hesitate any longer and desperately ran toward the direction indicated by Orochimaru. Watching this scene, Orochimaru couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile. As the people had nearly left, Junmaru spoke up, voicing his curiosity. Lord Orochimaru, I am curious about what Lord Silverwolf's plan actually is. We escaped. The first few who escaped from the snake hole cheered, and soon after more people followed. But just as they prepared to move on, a silver-haired girl suddenly blocked their path. Little girl, step aside behind you. I didn't give you permission to speak. In an instant, the one who spoke was shot through from top to bottom by a beam emitted by the floating cannon, collapsing to the ground. The remaining people were startled. What Miss Silverwolf wanted to do was actually quite simple: crush hope, and then provide help in the snow. Saying this, Orochimaru couldn't help but show a wicked smile. I have a question. As long as you can give me a satisfactory answer, how about I let you go? Miss Silverwolf said, revealing an innocent smile that sharply contrasted with her actions. Why should we? Bang. In an instant, another person was shot down. Are there any more questions? Don't worry, there are so many of you, it doesn't matter if a few more die. Silverwolf again displayed an innocent smile, but to those in front of her, that smile was no different from a demon's. You are not speaking. Then I will ask, please answer why birds can fly. You have 1 minute. If you cannot answer, you will all die. Of course, you can choose to kill each other. Silverwolf specifically raised her voice at the end so that everyone could hear. At this moment, everyone present fell silent. They might be friends, family, or lovers, but now they needed to kill each other to survive. Seeing the melancholy on their faces, Silverwolf decided to add fuel to the fire. How about this? I will give you a bit more of a chance to live. At most 5 of you can complete this killing together, but the premise is that you have this opportunity. After Silverwolf finished speaking, 2 more floating cannons appeared behind her. These 2 floating cannons will shoot once every 3 minutes, and the shooting time and the number of people killed will be random, so please make sure to hurry. As soon as Silverwolf finished speaking, someone could no longer hold back and rushed to kill another person, followed by more people who began to fight for survival. Silverwolf herself sat atop the first floating cannon, watching the chaotic fight below. Little girl, why are you still like this? Has the death of Little Rabbit not affected you yet? After hearing this, Silverwolf smiled wickedly, as if her scheme had succeeded. I was just kidding, how could I be so cruel? You saw back then those people were all ones I offered to give a quick end to. However, helping these people find relief is true. After all, even if they live, what kind of life can they have? It's better to die early, or perhaps they can be reborn into a better life. Silverwolf teased, but QB seemed somewhat helpless. Do as you wish, but please refrain from making such jokes in the future, otherwise I will truly be worried about you. I know QB, thank you for your concern, but it seems there are about to be results down there. The normal fighting did not resolve many people. Instead, the beams fired by the floating cannons took out quite a few. Of course, some people thought about ending it all by taking out Silverwolf directly, but they were on the ground, while Silverwolf was in the air, making it impossible to reach her. Soon the slaughter came to a complete end, and the remaining 5 sat slumped on the countless corpses, while Silverwolf controlled the floating cannon to fly in front of one of the boys. What is your name? Looking into the silver-gray eyes of the Silverwolf, the young man couldn't help but reveal a trace of terror, yet he still chose to speak and respond. Juan Yuan. Upon hearing this, the Silverwolf immediately displayed a knowing expression. If memory serves, this guy seems to be the reincarnation vessel chosen by Orochimaru under unavoidable circumstances, and he never expected to encounter him here. The Silverwolf suddenly broke into a smile, but to the remaining 5 this smile was indistinguishable from that of a devil. Alright, could you stop looking at me with those devilish eyes? After all, I believe I am quite cute in appearance. Now enough with the jokes. I will keep my word, so here you go. Consider it a reward for the victors. Saying this, the Silverwolf tossed a black box to the 5 individuals in front of him. Inside there should be about 1 million. The rest depends on you. Make sure to live well, at least until the day I unify the shinobi world. After speaking, the Silverwolf utilized ether editing to send the 5 individuals to the border of the Fire Country, while he returned to the Snake Cave to meet up with Orochimaru. So how many are left, Miss Silverwolf? Orochimaru inquired, to which the Silverwolf held up 5 fingers. Oh, more than you expected. What happened? Or, it was just a whim, don't think too much about it. By the way, Orochimaru, do you have a prison for these experimental subjects over in Konoha? The Silverwolf pointed at the cursed seal experimental subjects controlled by Orochimaru, who smiled faintly. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have brought you, Miss Silverwolf, along with me. On the right side of the underground laboratory, there is a prison specifically prepared for them. So now all you need to do, Miss Silverwolf, is use your special bloodline limit to send them over, and this trip will be considered complete. Upon hearing this, the Silverwolf did not hesitate and quickly used ether editing to send the group of cursed seal experimental subjects into the prison on the right side of Orochimaru's laboratory. After that, she teleported herself along with Orochimaru and Kimimaro back to the underground laboratory in Konoha. Finally done and going back to rest. You two can stay here. After finishing her sentence, the Silverwolf unconsciously stretched. However, shortly after she left the underground laboratory, the long-awaited voice of the system echoed in her mind. Hello, it's been a while. Have you missed this system, host? Oh, so you're not dead yet? The Silverwolf replied coldly. Wait, host, what do you mean by that? It's been so long since I last saw this system. Shouldn't you be crying and saying you hope this system won't leave again, or, Puff, don't make me curse you, you dog system. How long has it been? The Silverwolf's words were filled with anger, and the system somewhat sensed that it hadn't been treating her well. Cough, cough, host, you can't say that. This system has its own difficulties. Moreover, during this time, this system has found a way to directly replenish the core of Liliu. Upon hearing this, the Silverwolf immediately became interested. Really? Tell me what the method is. If it works, we can let the past go. Hee, it seems that without this system you can't do without it. However, since you sincerely asked, I will generously tell you. Of course, before I say it, I still suggest that the host go find the reloaded little rabbit first, as you both need to go together. You really like to keep things vague, don't you? But fine, I can't be bothered to argue with you. At this time, the reloaded little rabbit will most likely be at the hospital with Lynn. Before long, Yin Lang used the ether editing to teleport himself to Konoha Hospital and just happened to see the heavily armored little rabbit guarding the gate. You really came early. Oh, it's more like a stroke of luck. I thought I would have to search for a while longer. Hearing this familiar voice, the heavily armored little rabbit immediately perked up and asked upon seeing Yin Lang. Boss, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going to deal with that slippery snake? What happened? I finished it long ago, and besides, I was just thinking about coming to find you. Why aren't you welcoming me? Yin Lang looked at the heavily armored little rabbit, and said with a mischievous smile, "That's not true. I really wish you would come back, boss." The heavily armored little rabbit said one thing, but meant another, while Yin Lang looked at her current demeanor with a hint of helplessness. "Come on, I'm not here to dock your pay. Is it really necessary? By the way, you should be able to sense this location. That little lovable cat is still alive." Hearing this, the heavily armored little rabbit was initially confused, but quickly caught on. "Wait, this familiar feeling. It's not you. How can you play dead better than I can?" The heavily armored little rabbit said angrily. The system felt a bit awkward. "Ahem, heavily armored little rabbit, you can't say that. This system is just here to assist, do you understand? You are the main character, the melee main character, okay? Our roles are different. If I work tirelessly here every day while you just pop out occasionally to brush up on performance, clearly we are both digital lives, so why is the difference so great?" The heavily armored little rabbit scolded, but the system remained unfazed. "Hee, whose fault is it that you chose to have a body back then? If you were like me, a pure digital life, you wouldn't be so tired. Furthermore, you are now an armed puppet with taste and touch, unlike me, who can't experience anything." The system showed a hint of helplessness in its tone. "If heaven gave me another chance to choose, I would definitely not choose." "Wait, I didn't have a choice, though I was designed this way from the start. Who did you learn this from? Why are you brainwashed?" The heavily armored little rabbit quickly realized this and avoided the outcome of being brainwashed. "All right, you two should be done with your banter. And as for you little lovable cat system, stop holding back and tell me what your plan is." Yin Lang suddenly spoke up, and the system did not continue to hide. The method is quite simple. As long as the host goes for a spin over at Xingtai, it will be fine. This world has a layer at the boundary formed by virtual internal energy, which prevents internal and external worlds from naturally connecting. The external world I mentioned refers to the realm beyond Xingtai. As long as the host goes there, the core can automatically absorb the virtual internal energy drifting in that universe. After all, the energy of collapse and virtual internal energy are closely related. Absorbing virtual internal energy is akin to absorbing collapse energy, so this method proposed by this system is theoretically completely feasible. The system's tone revealed an immense pride. If it had a body, it would surely wear a proud expression now. So after all that, do you have a way to get there?" Yin Lang asked again. "After all, this is merely theoretical discussion. If there is no way to get there, everything is just nonsense." Yin Lang questioned, but the system remained unfazed. "Host, this is a mission, you know, with rewards. Do you think this system has no way to send you there?" The system's tone carried a hint of pride, and at that moment Yin Lang revealed a satisfied smile. "Oh, it seems that you little lovable cat are not entirely unreliable. Can I take this as a compliment?" "If you want, you can," Yin Lang said with a mischievous smile. I still don't understand what the host is thinking. You'll get used to it. Heartless boss, that's an insult to you." The heavily armored little rabbit explained while Yin Lang shot her a glance, as if to say, "If you say one more word, I'll dock your salary for the month." "All right, system, tell me roughly when we can leave and what the rewards are." Yin Lang asked somewhat blandly. "Rewards? There are two in total. One is hidden and the other is ordinary. This system can reveal the ordinary one first, which is the weapon used by Bronya when she grows up. As for the hidden reward, let's talk about it after the mission is complete." The system intentionally left a cliffhanger while Yin Lang felt somewhat speechless. "So I forget it, just tell me how to get there. And what is the process of the mission? How long will it take? Please tell me everything so I can ask Tsunade for permission to leave the village." Upon hearing this, the system paused for a moment before speaking again. "Well, host, if I say that the time flow rate over there is different from this side, and the location cannot be pinpointed accurately, can you accept that?" Yin Lang felt a wave of speechlessness, but what could be done? If he wanted to use the Sharingan in the future without going blind, he had to go there to absorb virtual internal energy. Damn it, I knew you little lovable cat would be unreliable. Forget it, 3 years should be enough. After all, 3 years from now in Naruto is the main storyline of Shippuden. If I don't return in time, my plans will fall apart. Hearing Yin Lang say this, the system instantly regained its confidence. "Don't worry, host. Although the time flow rate over there differs somewhat from this side, 3 years here will definitely be enough." Upon hearing the system say this, Yin Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. I'm going to notify Tsunade, and then find the perverted sage to take Naruto out for training, and I need to remind Obito and Sasuke a bit more too." After finishing, Yin Lang took the heavily armored little rabbit with him and used ether editing to teleport to the Hokage office. As soon as they entered, they saw Tsunade, who was handling numerous documents. It's little wolf. "What is it? Hurry up and say it. Oh, by the way, if you have time, come and help me with this. There are too many documents. Sarutobi Sensei, I just retired, and I can't just call him back. Jiraiya said he went out for a bit and hasn't returned yet, and Shizen just went to rest, so I can't call her back so soon either." Tsunade said wearily, even making the heavily armored little rabbit who was usually overworked feel that her previous life seemed quite good. Okay. When I leave later, it'll leave a few shadow clones. By the way, Tsunade, I'm actually here to ask you to help me issue a permission to leave the village. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately looked puzzled. Huh, little wolf, when did you need this? Konoha hasn't placed any restrictions on you, right? Aren't you free to come and go as you please? Tsunade looked at Yin Lang with great confusion, while Yin Lang felt somewhat awkward under her gaze. I actually know that, but this time I want to leave the village. Yin Lang did not finish his sentence, but extended 3 fingers towards Tsunade. 3 days isn't that? Tsunade started, but Yin Lang shook his head. 3 weeks is not impossible. Yin Lang shook his head again. 3 months might be a bit long, but it's not like it's impossible. Yin Lang continued to shake his head, proving that Tsunade's assumptions were still incorrect. It can't be 3 years, right? Tsunade asked again, and this time Yin Lang nodded. Tsunade immediately became flustered and quickly stood up to ask. One person going out for 3 years, and it's their own suggestion. Honestly, it's only you who would do that. If it were anyone else, I'd suspect they were planning to become a rogue ninja. At this moment, Silverwolf felt somewhat awkward. Well, I do know that, and besides, I'm not going alone. I will also bring Heavy Armor Bunny with me. Silverwolf gave a wry smile, while Tsunade sighed helplessly and said, It's not that I don't trust you, Silverwolf, but you are currently a jinchuriki and the daughter of the Hokage, so at the very least you need to give me a reason. That way I can issue you a village certificate. Hearing this, Silverwolf felt a bit helpless as she couldn't just say she was going to take a trip to another world. How do I explain this to Granny Tsunade? Anyway, to put it simply, I have found a way to resolve the side effects of my bloodline limit, but this method requires going to a very distant place to accomplish. As for the specific location, Tsunade interrupted. That's enough. This is sufficient to deal with those 2 advisors. By the way, leave a shadow clone in the village before you set off, and if you encounter any mishap, immediately teleport back. I don't care about the side effects of your bloodline limit. I only hope you can return unscathed. After Tsunade finished speaking, she crouched down and gently kissed Silverwolf's forehead. Granny Tsunade, what are you doing? Silverwolf felt a bit shy from this gesture, but Tsunade was not too concerned. It's rare to see Silverwolf looking shy. By the way, I just remembered that Jiraiya also mentioned to me today about leaving the village, saying he wants to take Naruto out to train, and coincidentally, he also said it would be around 3 years. You can leave the village with them first, and then go to your destination alone. This way I can also manage those 2 advisors in Konoha better. Upon hearing this, Silverwolf quickly nodded in agreement with Tsunade's suggestion. That sounds quite reasonable. At least you won't have to bear so much pressure, Granny Tsunade. After saying this, Silverwolf prepared to leave using ether editing. While you're on your way, don't forget to inform your friends, and avoid leaving without saying goodbye. Also, I will handle these documents briefly and wait for you at the village entrance. Tsunade instructed, and Silverwolf replied with a smile, got it. After saying this, Silverwolf left a shadow clone, and then using ether editing teleported herself and Heavy Armor Bunny to the Uchiha training ground. You've improved quickly, come have a drink and take a rest. As he spoke, Obito tossed a bottle of water to Sasuke, but Sasuke only took a sip before putting it down on the ground. Let's skip the break. After all, Itachi won't give me any time to rest, Sasuke said with a cold gaze. Obito looked at his current demeanor and felt somewhat helpless. Honestly, why don't you just listen to advice? Forget it, since you want to come, then we will. Obito hadn't finished speaking when Silverwolf suddenly appeared and interrupted them. You really are tireless training at this hour. Silverwolf looked at the 2 with a mischievous grin. Are we going to have a repeat of last time? Are you going to train me? Don't say I really want to have a match with you, Silverwolf, to see how much I have improved during this time. Sasuke spoke first, but Silverwolf shook her head. Sorry, I don't have the time today, or to be precise, I won't have the time for the next 3 years. Hearing this, Obito noticed a clue first. 3 years. Silverwolf, what are you planning to do? Obito looked at Silverwolf, his tone filled with confusion and doubt, but Silverwolf's response was quite flippant. It's nothing, Fim, just going out of the village to a distant place for training. If all goes well, when I return, the side effects of the Eye of Truth will likely no longer exist. Silverwolf explained, but Obito still had many questions. What kind of place requires 3 years? If necessary, I can go with you after all. Silverwolf interrupted. No way, I'm not your possession. Why must I take you with me? Moreover, who will teach Sasuke if you leave? You still haven't avenged your deep-seated grudge, and you're already planning to slip away. Don't think you can find me through the Kamui mark on my neck. If you dare to come, I will slice off that piece of meat and sever ties with you forever. Silverwolf spoke very seriously with a hint of threat in her tone. That can't be the case. Besides, we can't ensure your safety. Silverwolf interrupted. Don't worry, I've left a shadow clone in Konoha. As long as the shadow clone doesn't disappear, it means I'm fine. Silverwolf interjected, and Obito sighed. Sigh, fine. But just so you know, if the shadow clone is dispelled, I will come no matter what. Even if that means you will sever ties with me, I won't leave you alone. Obito said seriously. All right, you're free to do as you please. It sounds like I've already agreed to you. Silverwolf said helplessly. By the way, speaking of which, where is Kankuro? Why haven't I seen her? As soon as Silverwolf said this, Kankuro, who had been eavesdropping nearby, rushed over and spoke. Silverwolf, I heard everything you just said. I don't have anything to give you, so how about I just bring you my special physique? Silverwolf interrupted. That's enough. Ooh, I know what you're going to say. No need, I have the chakra of the Nine-Tails and my recovery ability is not bad, but I still appreciate your kindness. Silverwolf said with a smile, and at the same time Sasuke spoke again. Silverwolf, I hope that after 3 years you can fight me without holding back, so I can see if I can surpass you during this time. Upon hearing this, Silverwolf revealed a confident smile. Sure, let's make a deal. The loser treats the winner to a meal. How about that? Sasuke nodded with confidence. Of course. Silverwolf quickly bid farewell to the three, and then returned home through ether editing, where she saw Naruto and Jiraiya, who seemed to have just returned. Sister. Naruto immediately ran over excitedly and hugged Silverwolf. Hasn't it only been a short while? If you keep doing this, you will really become a sister complex in the future, Silverwolf said somewhat helplessly, but Naruto paid no attention. So what? Being with my sister is the happiest time for me, Naruto said with a smile, while Jiraiya, watching this scene from the side, felt somewhat speechless. Alright Naruto, let go of your sister for now, as she probably has something to say, right, Silverwolf? Jiraiya said with a smile at Silverwolf. Let me guess, pervy sage, did you go to Granny Tsunade? Am I right? Silverwolf teased. You guessed it, Tsunade has already told me everything about you. There are no problems with Naruto, and we can set off anytime. Hearing this, Silverwolf immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Great, but I'm afraid I have to wait a little longer. We still need to wait for Saratobi Sensei Rin. No need, they're waiting for you at the entrance, Jiraiya interrupted. Before long, Silverwolf, along with her companions and Heavy Armor Bunny, arrived at the main gate of Konoha, where Tsunade, Obito, Kakashi, Rin, Sasuke, and Saratobi Hiruzen, as well as Kankuro, were waiting to send them off. Why are all of you here? Silverwolf asked incredulously. Of course we are here to see you three off. Be careful out there, Tsunade replied. Before long, it was time to wave goodbye. Take care on your journey. Everyone smiled and wished Silverwolf and her companions well. See you all in 3 years. Soon Silverwolf, along with Jiraiya and Naruto, left the village, and when they passed a fork in the road, it was time for them to part ways. Sister, can you walk with us for a while? Naruto looked at Silverwolf, his eyes full of reluctance, but Silverwolf reached out and smiled as she ruffled his hair. We must eventually part ways, my dear brother. How about this? The next time we meet, you have to grow tall enough that I can't ruffle your hair anymore. Silverwolf said to Naruto with a smile. No way. I still want you to ruffle my hair forever, and it will never change. Seeing Naruto's somewhat pitiful look, Silverwolf felt a bit soft-hearted, but she knew very well that without core power, she wouldn't be able to deal with the Otsutsuki, who would arrive in the ninja world in the future. So this journey was one she had to embark on. Be good, we promise that when I return, I won't leave again, alright? Silverwolf smiled, her smile untainted and genuinely heartfelt. Really? Although Naruto's eyes were filled with tears, his face still showed joy. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Promise me to listen carefully to Pervy Sage for these 3 years, and when I return you must have grown taller. You have to be at least as tall as Obito Sensei to be considered qualified. As she spoke, Silverwolf ruffled Naruto's hair again. Naruto smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't let you down. After saying their final goodbyes, Silverwolf set off on her journey. This should be about right. There shouldn't be anyone within a kilometer nearby. Silverwolf, in the motorcycle form of Heavy Armor Bunny, arrived at a grove and asked the system. No problem. This place is perfect for opening a portal to the Star Iron World. Host, please prepare if the portal is about to open. Soon a portal with a pink outer ring and pure black interior appeared in front of Silverwolf. Host, just drive straight in, and although the location may be random, it is guaranteed to be absolutely safe. The accurate task information will be released after you arrive. Silverwolf nodded, and then drove Heavy Armor Bunny directly into the portal, which vanished after she entered, as if it had never existed. Note the protagonist of this story is assumed to be the female lead, and she is designed to be Aikido, a celestial ship Luo Fu. At this moment, for some unknown reason, a portal suddenly appeared above Huaisheng Harbor, and shortly after a motorcycle emerged from within. Strange, where is this? The Silverwolf had not reacted yet when she and the Armored Rabbit began their free fall. What the hell? Wasn't it supposed to be absolutely safe? At this height, without any hesitation, the Armored Rabbit quickly transformed from motorcycle mode and reached out to catch the Silverwolf, sparing her from becoming a pancake. Soon the Armored Rabbit brought the Silverwolf to the ground. That really scared me. I thought I was going to die for the 3rd time. The Silverwolf said, somewhat relieved to have survived, and afterward the Armored Rabbit, who had transformed back into a combat doll, began to boast about herself. See, without me the boss would be in trouble. If it weren't for me just now, the boss might have had to wait another 10 or 20 years to be revived again. So boss, shouldn't you consider giving me a raise? Let's talk about that when we get back. First, let me observe the buildings nearby. Do I feel like I've seen them somewhere before? The Silverwolf looked at the familiar buildings and some mechanism-like objects around her, and soon a name flashed through her mind. Luo Fu. A hint of surprise crept into the Silverwolf's voice as the familiar translucent panel reappeared in her sight. This is a prior message from the system, as certain irresistible factors have caused the system to be temporarily unable to respond to the host, leading to this early message. The current mission is to defeat the Desolation Sovereign Huanlong and help the celestial ship Luo Fu overcome the crisis. The reward for this is Armored Rabbit 00191A, and hidden rewards will be announced upon completion of the mission. Please do your best, host. Looking at the text on the translucent panel, a thought of wanting to resolve the system arose in the Silverwolf's heart. Damn it, you little adorable system, I shouldn't have trusted you seriously. Can it get any worse? The Silverwolf said angrily, but suddenly a familiar voice reached her ears. Silverwolf, how did you end up here? This isn't how it was written in Luo's script. Hearing this, the Silverwolf immediately felt something was off, and when she turned around, her previously hanging heart plummeted. She looked at the girl in front of her with long purplered hair, wearing small sunglasses, a pure white uniform, and a black cloak-like suit coat. The Silverwolf couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. She certainly knew who the person in front of her was, and realized the time point at which she had crossed over. Thank you, little adorable system, for sending me straight to Kafka at the start. Even if you had sent me to Old Yang, I wouldn't have complained. The Silverwolf thought in her heart, and facing the current situation, she could only choose to see if she could impersonate the stellar hunter Silverwolf. Kafka, you startled me. I came to check on you out of concern. Although I don't have a part in Luo's script, it doesn't mean I can't come and watch as an audience member. Oh, is that so? Then thank you for your concern, Silverwolf. How about staying with me for a while? Kafka asked with a mischievous smile as she looked at the Silverwolf, but the Silverwolf quickly shook her head. You just said there's no role for me in Luo's script. If I force myself into the narrative, it would ruin the script. Alright, I'll take my leave first, and come find you after everything is over. After saying this, the Silverwolf hurriedly grabbed the armored rabbit, preparing to leave, but Kafka had no intention of letting her go. Listen to me, you don't want to leave here, you want to help me. Kafka's words caused the Silverwolf to stop in her tracks, clearly having fallen under her word spell. Easier than I expected, but how should I address you? Imposter? Or, no, that's not very important. Before Kafka could finish, a gear pattern appeared in the Silverwolf's pupils, and in an instant, she broke free from her word spell. Seeing the Silverwolf escape from her word spell, Kafka revealed a satisfied smile. Just as Iloa said, you are quite special. Oh, you don't even want to let me finish my sentence. Silverwolf. Kafka looked at the Silverwolf, her eyes filled with teasing, but the Silverwolf's gaze was cold, and Prometheus appeared on her arm. The feeling of being controlled is unpleasant, especially since I had no intention of provoking a conflict. It was you who made the first move. At this moment, the Silverwolf was already prepared for battle. After all, the train crew would be arriving soon. I just needed to hold Kafka here. Then later, I could play the role of Bronya and fool Old Yang, after which Luo Fu would no longer be able to associate me with the Stellar Hunter. The Silverwolf thought to herself, but Kafka had no intention of fighting her. There's no need for this conflict. I apologize for my previous actions. As for the imposter, sorry, that's just how Luo's script was written. I merely read it verbatim. Kafka explained to the Silverwolf, but the Silverwolf did not relax her vigilance even a little. Why should I trust you? You are the Stellar Hunter and currently wanted by Luo Fu. The train crew should be arriving shortly. I have no reason to trust you. After hearing this, Kafka smiled helplessly and then spoke. You may not yet understand your situation. If I get captured, you won't escape either. After all, as long as I insist you are the Stellar Hunter Silverwolf, you will also be captured. And because you resemble our Silverwolf so closely, even Luo Fu's aide-de-camp might not discern the truth. Kafka's words carried a hint of threat. Are you threatening me? Not a threat. The decision is in your hands, but if you are willing to help me, I can reveal some things Iloa already knows about your future. Kafka looked at the Silverwolf, her face still bearing a playful smile. Future matters. It truly is an enticing offer, but before making a final decision, I would like to know, did I agree in Luo's script? If I said you agreed, would you believe me? Kafka looked at the Silverwolf and chuckled softly. Of course not, I wouldn't believe just your word. However, I am curious whether what I am saying and doing now is already scripted. The Silverwolf looked at Kafka and asked, but Kafka could only smile with some helplessness. The script is not that detailed, but at least the general direction is the same. You're half right, your words do appear in the script. Kafka shook her head as she spoke. Friend of the fool, in the name of truth, this is what Elliot specifically asked me to tell you. To be honest, I can't fathom its meaning, but I can sense that this will be quite significant for what happens to you next. Hearing this, the Silver Wolf fell into a brief contemplation. The latter part, in the name of truth, likely refers to core recovery, but the former part, friend of the fool. Isn't it better to speak plainly? Now the Silver Wolf inadvertently revealed a pouting expression, but just then Kafka suddenly spoke up, interrupting her thoughts. Time's running out, they'll be here soon. Make a decision, Silver Wolf. The Silver Wolf, interrupted by Kafka, felt a bit displeased. Didn't you just call me an imposter? Why are you suddenly calling me Silver Wolf? Forget it, I can't outplay you, but let's be clear, I can't be considered an imposter. At most, I am a parallel entity of the Star Core Hunter Silver Wolf. You can call me Bronya. The Silver Wolf looked at Kafka with a mischievous smile. She had just thought of this name, after all, it's all the same quacking. Bronya. That's quite interesting, but it seems our troubles are arriving. As Kafka finished speaking, the train crew along with Tingyun had already arrived here by taking a detour. Welcome everyone from the train crew, you've caught me, but unfortunately my helper seems to have arrived as well. Kafka looked at Walter March 7th, and Xing in front of her, a hint of mischief on her face. Another Star Core Hunter. Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, our arrival here should also be part of your plan. Walter looked at Kafka with a very serious expression. But Kafka shook her head. Not a plan, but the future. We interfere among countless possible futures to make the best future a reality. Don't flatter us, Walter, as Star Core Hunters are merely slaves of fate. Hearing this, March 7th immediately showed her displeasure. The best future. For whom is the best future? I don't believe you're thinking of others. In the entire universe. Do you believe it? Of course it's for me. Kafka glanced at Xing at the end, and Xing was similarly touched. Mom, no, Kafka, you should go back with them. I have many questions I want to ask you. Sorry, but now is not the time. However, you can take your aunt back first. Kafka said, glancing mischievously at the Silver Wolf. The Silver Wolf rolled her eyes at her and silently complained. You two aren't going anywhere today. I will take you to meet General Luofu. Any words can be discussed there, including proving your innocence. Kafka crossed her arms and refused. That won't do. I hate to work on someone else's schedule. Time is running out. Hurry up and take action, or it will be too late. As Kafka finished speaking, she took out her long knife with a purplured blade, while the Silver Wolf, looking helpless, summoned Prometheus to manifest a blade of light. What a surprise, I didn't expect to take responsibility for this too. Let's be clear, I'll handle Xing, and the other two are up to you. The Silver Wolf wore a forced expression, while Kafka mischievously replied, how can you be so heartless, Silver Wolf? Do you want me to take on two by myself? As soon as Kafka finished speaking, the Silver Wolf shot back directly, you can handle three, don't pretend to be weak here, I'm not buying it. After speaking, the Silver Wolf leaped toward Xing. Upon seeing this, Xing did not hesitate, and quickly drew her flame spear to block the blade of light from Prometheus. Good job, my lovely niece, that's how I should call you, right? Forget it, who cares, Heavy Armor Bunny? In an instant, Heavy Armor Bunny threw a punch, knocking Xing back several meters until she managed to stabilize herself by planting her flame spear in the ground. Looking at this scene, the most shocked was not anyone else but Walter. Heavy Armor Bunny. Seeing Heavy Armor Bunny and the Silver Wolf beside her, for some reason Walter's eyes suddenly blurred, and the figure of the Silver Wolf overlapped with that of 17-year-old Bronya. Impossible, how could Bronya be a Star Core Hunter? Furthermore, the Bronya now is no longer like this, but Heavy Armor Bunny. Uncle Yang, don't be in a daze, we can't hold on much longer. March 7th shouted for help, and Walter immediately snapped out of his thoughts, joining March 7th to deal with Kafka. How are you? Are you alright, my lovely niece? Did I hurt you just now? The Silver Wolf looked at Xing, who had been knocked back several meters by Heavy Armor Bunny, and smiled mischievously. Now the Core's power has basically returned to the ordinary lawmaker state, so it's natural that Heavy Armor Bunny would be strengthened, making it not a difficult task to repel a Star Core entity. But looking at the Silver Wolf, Xing felt somewhat unfamiliar. However, she quickly came up with an explanation in her mind. What is this? Am I the one who helped the Black Tower, leading to your aunt's account being banned? Is it really that harsh to take revenge? Hearing this, the Silver Wolf felt a bit speechless. It seems she thinks I am being so harsh because her game account was banned, but since I don't want to fight much, I might as well go along with her. After all, I still need to work side by side when fighting against the Phantasm soon. Thinking this, the Silver Wolf revealed a smile. You still remember? That punch just now was a lesson for you. I really think about how many people you owe. We still have someone over there who is living a lonely life. As the Silver Wolf spoke, she deliberately showed a hint of sorrow, and casually threw the shimmering photo she had just created onto the ground, waiting for Xing to pick it up. What is this? As the Silver Wolf had anticipated, Xing bent down to pick up the shimmering photo and was quickly captivated by its appearance. Annie, didn't you just say that this incredibly beautiful girl is living a lonely life? Can you tell me who made her like this? I, the Galaxy Ball Bat hero, will definitely. It's you, my lovely niece. She thinks about you every day. It's just a pity that you've forgotten, but she has been waiting for you all along. Ah, how tragic. The Silver Wolf intentionally put on a pitiful expression, and Xing was genuinely falling for it. Not for anything else, I just want to give her a home. Annie, can you take me back after this trip is over? Xing looked at the Silver Wolf, completely forgetting what they had come here for. Oh, what are you talking about, my little niece? As long as we can settle things with the train crew, I can bring you back as a Star Corps hunter. Hearing this, Xing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook her head. Sorry, Annie, that might not work. After all, I've already, with March 7th. The Silver Wolf looked at Xing in surprise as her worldview seemed to have shattered into pieces just now. Is this the language of the immortal ship? Did I just hear the language of the immortal ship? Xingyu and March 7th. 6 countless words turned into a number that emerged from the Silver Wolf's mouth. Now she was 100% certain that this place was definitely not the original Star Rail. At least Xing was not, as the original was just scraps, but this was something else. Soon Kafka's side reached its conclusion. Finally arrived. Kafka said, raising her 2 submachine guns, and began shooting at the pink figure in the sky. But the pink figure remained completely unfazed, even showing some disdain. Trivial skills, all your movements have long been within my sight and detection. The girl said, deflecting all the bullets in front of her, and then steadily landing behind Kafka. Tabu si Fu Xian. I will take over the culprit now. After Fu Xian finished speaking, Kafka simply gave up resisting and threw her guns to the ground. Your companion has already given up. Are you still going to struggle? Fu Xian looked at the Silver Wolf, who was preparing to use the ether to leave. It's useless, this area has already been set with a magical formation by me. Your so-called technology that can alter reality cannot operate. Hearing this, the Silver Wolf stopped inputting coordinates. So it was you behind this, no wonder I couldn't leave. But even so, I won't surrender easily. You're overestimating yourself. Fu Xian said, preparing to directly take action against the Silver Wolf, but at that moment several goldfish appeared around them for some reason. What is this? Fu Xian suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, but before she could warn anyone, everyone around her except for Walter fell unconscious, and the Silver Wolf and Heavy Armor Bunny were also taken away without her noticing. Damn it, why is such a person appearing in Luofu and coincidentally taking away a Star Corps hunter? Meanwhile, a girl dressed in a fired floral short dress with a transparent bead tied around her waist and her long fair legs adorned with red ribbons had safely brought the Silver Wolf to a relatively secure place in the Star Harbor. No wonder the god of fun could take a liking to you. Visitors from other worlds. The girl looked at the Silver Wolf and an uncontrollable wild laugh appeared on her face. Uncertain how much time had passed, the Silver Wolf finally awakened from her stupor. Where am I? She asked, clutching her head as she struggled to recall the events leading up to her fainting. Before she could grasp the situation, a pale hand suddenly extended before her, shaking gently. You're awake, little Silver Fur. Upon hearing this, the Silver Wolf quickly raised her head to look at the owner of the hand, and then in surprise uttered a name. Hua. Hua, how is this possible? Why are you here? The expression on Silver Wolf's face was one of sheer astonishment, while Hua revealed a mischievous grin. I didn't expect you, little Silver Fur, to know quite a bit. But that's all right. Of course, as the future faceless fool, your performance has left me somewhat disappointed. At least you haven't completely become a source of amusement yet. Hua gazed at Silver Wolf, feigning a disappointed expression, yet Silver Wolf managed to catch some significant information from her words. What do you mean by future faceless fool? Silver Wolf asked seriously, but Hua couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor. Hee, little Silver Fur, you're quite anxious, aren't you? But knowing the ending directly takes the fun out of it. Of course, I'm playing the role of the good guy this time, so you needn't worry too much. Silver Wolf looked at Hua with an expression that seemed to say, do you think I believe you? I can't trust a faceless fool, especially not one like you, who has no bottom line. As she spoke, Silver Wolf stood up from the ground, but Hua remained calm, her expression unchanged from before. You shouldn't speak too soon, little Silver Fur. What if you become a faceless fool yourself? Would you still trust yourself then? Hua said with a smile, eagerly awaiting Silver Wolf's response. I don't believe I would become a faceless fool, especially since I haven't even embarked on the path of joy. Not to mention, even if I did, there would still be the Morning Bard. Upon hearing this, Hua couldn't hold back her laughter. Huh, no wonder you're able to tread this path. Should I send you the mask now? After all, according to what that little rabbit said, you aren't qualified to be a Morning Bard, you know. Hua said, shaking the ears of the Heavy Armor Little Rabbit in front of Silver Wolf. Heavy Armor Little Rabbit. How did she end up in your hands? Silver Wolf prepared to snatch the Heavy Armor Little Rabbit from Hua's hands. Really, now it seems you do have some principles, just like my old friend. But that's alright, you haven't formally joined yet. There will be plenty of opportunities to change, and I'll return it to you. After saying this, Hua tossed the Heavy Armor Little Rabbit to Silver Wolf. Upon receiving it, Silver Wolf hurriedly checked the rabbit to ensure Hua hadn't done anything to her. Alright, little Silver Fur, I didn't do anything to her. I just used some minor tricks to extract a few details about your past from her mouth. Hua said with a wicked smile. Having experienced death twice, and even changing bodies, I must say this kind of thing is interesting to think about. and the person who has gone through all this now stands before me. Huh, just kidding. Don't worry, I will keep this matter a secret for you. Of course the premise is that you have to play a game with me. As she spoke, Hua stepped forward and handed Silverwolf a blank mask. A blank mask? What do you want me to do with this? I haven't even begun my journey. Who said this was a mask for the faceless fool? This is merely to help you conceal your identity, as the bounties for you and that little rabbit are plastered all over Luofu. It's best not to draw too much attention, otherwise I might have to rescue you from Luofu's prison. At the end of her statement, Hua feigned a shy expression. Why? You seem quite fixated on me just because of my experiences. Silverwolf looked at Hua, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She had realized that being serious with Hua was utterly useless. It was better to take the opposite approach, which might yield some results. If you want, you can. After all, you are exploring the star gods, places you have never been to, let alone two of them. Such opportunities aren't seen every day, and besides, leave a little suspense. Hua said with a wicked smile, deliberately leaving out the last part to observe Silverwolf's reaction. However, this time Silverwolf didn't seem to care much. If you're not going to say it, then I won't waste any more time here. I have to go. After saying this, Silverwolf waved her hand, changing into an outfit similar to that of the Dreadful Rabbit, and upgraded her single turbo hairstyle to a double turbo. Give me the mask. You wanted to play, right? Then I'll play with you, little child. Immediately after, Silverwolf took the blank mask from Hua's hands and placed it on the side of her hair, just like Hua. Oh, you think of me as a child. If you want to, sure. After saying this, Silverwolf left with the heavy armor little rabbit without looking back. Hua watched her retreating figure, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. Now that looks like something. I believe you will soon create a brand new design for that mask. As for the path, you may not realize it yet, but you have already subtly embarked on the path of joy and the god of fun. I believe you will meet him soon. As for the wine manager, I certainly don't want anyone besides me to know your secret, little silver fur. At this moment, the silver wolf had arrived, and the heavy armor little rabbit had already awakened. After finding a place to sit, they decided to rest for a while. The boss hasn't told you. I'm sorry, but I already. No need to say more. I don't blame you. After all, it's hard for her to avoid being caught by Hua. Moreover, given her character, the probability of this matter getting out is quite low, though it's not impossible. Silverwolf's voice carried a hint of helplessness as she pulled her hat brim down further. She couldn't wear a mask. After all, no one could say for certain whether Hua would tamper with it. As for why Silverwolf didn't wear her own mask or create a new one, she could only say, mine shattered long ago, and remaking one isn't worth it. It takes time. How strange. Oh, why hasn't the train crew arrived yet? Did I come too late? Just as this thought crossed Silverwolf's mind, not far away a member of the Cloud Cavalry fell into the demonic shadow and transformed into a bountiful creature, beginning to attack the surrounding crowd. Initially, Silverwolf didn't want to help as it seemed unnecessary and could easily expose her. However, upon seeing a little dragon girl holding a gourd, she changed her mind. It seems I didn't arrive too late after all, but for some reason the train crew is delayed. Well, I'll take on the role of the good guy for them. Everyone stepped back. As these words echoed, a young dragon girl clutching a gourd lunged forward and struck the Yunchi army soldiers, already corrupted into the demon Yin body, with her tail, sending them crashing to the ground. Quick, administer this medicine to him and make sure he lies still. No sooner had the young dragon girl spoken than several more Yunchi soldiers, likewise fallen into the demon Yin body, rose before her. I mean make them lie still. The young dragon girl stared at the corrupted soldiers before her and instinctively took a step backward. At that very moment, several floating cannons materialized out of nowhere, and in an instant unleashed searing beams, felling two of the demon Yin body soldiers. Since you enjoy overwhelming others with numbers, don't blame me for resorting to underhanded tactics. After all, you chose to descend into the demon Yin body. Even as she spoke, Silverwolf appeared beside the young dragon girl and directed the floating cannons to subdue the remaining demon Yin body soldiers. After such a thorough reprimand, can you finally lie still, eh? The young dragon girl gazed down at the fallen soldiers, struck down by the floating cannons, then turned her eyes towards Silverwolf. Thank you, elder sister, for stepping in and calming the patient's agitation. That beam anesthesia technique was truly masterful. Beam anesthesia? Sounds impressive. I'll certainly be using it often from now on. Silverwolf smiled warmly as she spoke. But your intervention has left these Yunchi soldiers doubly injured. I'll need to work quickly to reset their bones and dress their wounds. Ugh, this is utterly overwhelming. The young dragon girl sighed, hands planted firmly on her hips. Oh, so even the Chiming clan has moments when time runs thin. Elder sister, do you happen to know something about our Chiming clan? The young dragon girl looked at Silverwolf with genuine curiosity. A fair bit, yes. Don't let my short-lived nature deceive you. I've gathered quite a store of knowledge. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Brownie. My homeland lies far from here, so distant in fact that reaching it demands extraordinary means. Then does that mean Miss Brownie cannot return to your homeland? The young dragon girl's expression softened with quiet sorrow. Silverwolf shook her head, her gaze lingering on the young dragon girl, fleeting compassion shimmering in her eyes. Bailu, the current dragon sovereign of the Chiming clan, one of the 5 celestial vanguard of the clouds, and the reincarnation of Baiham. Though that last part isn't quite accurate. She is simply herself. Yet she remains unaware of this truth, for now. If memory serves, she slipped away on this journey in coordination with another. Miss Brownie, what are you thinking about? Noticing Silverwolf's sudden stillness, Bailu waved her hand gently before her face and prompted her gently. Silverwolf met her gaze and smiled. Nothing worth mentioning, just a passing thought. Don't give it a second thought. Seeing Silverwolf's easy smile, Bailu relaxed completely. That's good to hear. Oh, and allow me to introduce myself. I'm Bailu, a medical officer of the Danding Bureau. Should you ever suffer injury, illness, or misadventure, I'll provide diagnosis and treatment, free of charge. In gratitude for your earlier rescue, I'll offer you a 20% discount on medicinal fees. Oh, that does sound remarkably reasonable, Silverwolf remarked, one hand resting lightly on her hip, her smile bright and effortless. Here, consider this your advance payment. Next time you come to purchase medicine, no further payment will be required. As she spoke, Silverwolf produced a small chest brimming with credit points. Please keep it, Miss Bailu. There are approximately 200,000 credit points inside. You're welcome to count them at your leisure. Bailu gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment as she stared at Silverwolf. So much? Are you planning to purchase some rare high-grade medicinal compound? No need. I have no such intention. I simply wish for you, Miss Bailu, to know that should anything arise, you may speak to me without hesitation. Though my abilities are modest, I vow to spare no effort in aiding you, so long as you ask. Silverwolf smiled gently at Bailu. Well then, I must be off. Until we meet again. With those words she departed, not truly leaving, but waiting patiently for Bailu to rendezvous with the ally who had helped her escape. Soon Bailu slipped unseen to the inn atop the plaza. Silverwolf followed swiftly, arriving just in time to miss the train crew by a narrow margin. Lady Bailu, I told you clearly. You were to follow my arrangements on this mission. Your techniques draw far too much attention, and we still have urgent matters to attend to. A woman clad in the robes of the Danding Bureau regarded Bailu with weary resignation. Bailu, however, held a different view. I was merely healing the sick and saving lives. Besides, you weren't even there just now. Where were you anyway? Bailu fixed her gaze upon the woman and asked pointedly. The woman only sighed, exasperation coloring her voice. My condition, Lady Bailu. You know it better than anyone. If 10 King's Bureau agents were present in the plaza, I'd be. Before she could finish, the woman sensed something amiss. Who's there? Show yourself. At her command, a heavily armored rabbit, hiding behind a wall, was kicked unceremoniously into view. Oof. Hey, could you at least warn me before kicking? The armored rabbit grumbled. Meanwhile, Bailu and the Danding Bureau woman had already registered her presence. Looks like a rabbit. Wait. Before the Danding Bureau woman could complete her sentence, Silverwolf appeared behind her, her floating cannon leveled precisely at the woman's throat. Found you at last, the inheritor of the pharmacist's secret transmission. Silverwolf's lips curled into a sly, knowing grin. Though play acting, she intended to commit fully, to make every gesture ring true. Wait, Miss Brownie Banksia isn't. Miss Bailu, please remain calm. I have evidence. Of course, it wouldn't be appropriate to reveal it here. Let us first withdraw to a secluded place. For instance, that narrow clearing ahead. As Silverwolf spoke, she pointed toward a small open space not far away. Yet the hovering cannons trained on Banksia's throat only multiplied, not diminished. Don't try any tricks. Even with the power of abundance, decapitation is irreversible, and you won't survive. I know precisely what you intend to do. And let me add this, that person is unworthy of your devotion. Upon hearing this, Banksia immediately retorted, You understand nothing. You've never even laid eyes on him. How dare you pass judgment? Silverwolf offered no reply. Instead, she led Bailu toward the clearing ahead, and Banksia with no choice followed. Take a look at this, Miss Bailu. As she spoke, Silverwolf withdrew a sealed missive bearing the seal of the Medicine King's secret transmission from her pocket. This letter. Banksia faltered, panic flickering across her face. Yet after reading it, Bailu remained deeply skeptical. I've heard of the Medicine King's secret transmission. Aren't its followers fanatical devotees of the demonine body and the plague patriarch of longevity? Banksia is nothing like them. She even asked me to treat the demonine body. Seeing Bailu's continued disbelief, Silverwolf reluctantly produced another prescription and handed it to her. At this, Banksia could no longer contain herself and voiced the question burning within her heart. Who exactly are you? And where did all this come from? Hearing this, Silverwolf curled her lips into a dismissive smirk. Guess for yourself. You've been shadowed for so long without noticing. A truly abysmal counter-surveillance instinct. But given your dwindling time and the betrayal by that despicable man, I'll indulge you with the truth. As a traitor to the Medicine King's secret transmission, you were inevitably tracked. And heavy-armored Bunny, the rabbit you just saw, neutralized the stalker en route to meet me. These items were retrieved from his person. As she spoke, Silverwolf tugged her hood lower, both to shield it from the wind and to strike a faintly theatrical pose, while Banksia stared in stunned silence. Which rabbit? Impossible. Hey, just who are you underestimating? Have you ever seen a flying rabbit before? Heavy-armored Bunny retorted while Bailu, after studying the prescription Silverwolf had given her, could scarcely believe her eyes. Her voice trembled with disbelief. The handwriting on this prescription matches exactly the one you gave me, Banksia. So you truly are affiliated with the Medicine King's secret transmission. Sister Banksia is a liar. A terrible liar. Betrayal and fury bled into Bailu's tone. She had never once suspected Banksia belonged to the Medicine King's secret transmission, but now confronted with irrefutable proof, denial was no longer possible. At this, Banksia lowered her head. I apologize, Lady Bailu. I am indeed a member of the Medicine King's secret transmission, but I would never harm you. Quite the contrary, by bringing you away from there, I've already safeguarded your life in ways you cannot yet perceive. Before departing, I struck a bargain with Lady Bailu, one I must fulfill. Please don't take us back. Not yet, at least not now. Once everything concludes, I will surrender myself to you willingly. Banksia gazed at Silverwolf, her eyes pleading. Yet Silverwolf merely smiled. Why would I arrest you? I'm but a short-lived mortal, not a spectral warden of the Ten Kings Bureau. Moreover, Silverwolf left the sentence unfinished, instead flashing a mischievous grin and snapping her fingers. Bang! In an instant, every hovering cannon trained on Banksia's throat discharged. Not lethal beams, but cascades of festive streamers. How's that? Hovering streamer cannon. Fun, isn't it? Silverwolf clapped a hand over her mouth, stifling laughter, as both Bailu and Banksia recoiled in shock. Miss Brawny, must you really jest so recklessly? I thought you'd drawn the very weapon you used against the Cloud Cavalry who succumbed to the demonine body. Bailu complained, yet Silverwolf brushed it off. Just a joke, no need to take it so seriously. Besides, if she truly reaches the point of no return, I'd have no objection to using the real thing. Her tone hardened instantly, grave, unyielding. Though her hood concealed her expression, her voice carried unmistakable conviction. Lady Bailu, let us first confirm this. Having learned these truths, do you still wish to assist her? If so, I must accompany you. I've already paid my dues there. After brief reflection, Bailu nodded decisively. I'm furious, but promises must be kept. I will see this through. As for you, Miss Brawny, you remain a riddle in my mind. I'm curious, why do you care so deeply? This matter concerns you not at all, yet you persistently intervene. We've met only twice. Silverwolf's lips curved upward as she met Bailu's inquisitive gaze. I simply possess a kind heart, always ready to lend aid. Do you believe that? Bailu shook her head. Miss Brawny is jesting again. Surely even you don't believe such a claim. Silverwolf feigned offense. Lady Bailu, what a thing to say. I do believe it. After all, the highest art of deception lies in deceiving oneself. Her tone shifted seamlessly, her familiar smile returning. Heaven knows. Earth knows. Only you and I remain ignorant. Well then, my answer ends here. Now, Banksia, it's your turn. Silverwolf turned her attention back to Banksia. Though obscured by her hood and stature, Banksia still couldn't glimpse her face. Tell us, what's your plan? I'll support you every step of the way, and I'll help you see that scoundrel for the wretched man he truly is. Though I cannot fathom why you harbor such animosity toward Liangmu, I'm deeply grateful for your aid. Yet regarding your claims, I refuse to accept them, at least for now. Seeing Banksia's stubborn resolve, Silverwolf sighed inwardly. No use arguing with love-struck delusion. Only cold, hard facts can shatter it. Still, picturing that moment, it would be rather entertaining. As this thought crossed her mind, a subtle, knowing curve lifted the corner of her mouth. Lady Bailu, we must devise a way to reach Luyun very discreetly, but now, I have a method to transport us all there undetected. Banksia's eyes lit up instantly. Truly, what method? She asked, breathless. Yet Silverwolf only shook her head. No need to rush. I haven't finished yet. This method will work, but demands absolute secrecy. Can you promise that? Banksia nodded vigorously. Of course. Thank you. Let's depart without delay. Watching Banksia's eagerness, Silverwolf sighed faintly, then activated her etheric editor, seamlessly teleporting herself, Bailu, and Banksia to Luyun Ferry. Yet the moment they arrived, Banksia clutched her chest, her face contorting in agony. Liangmu, I must see him, she murmured to herself, while Bailu, witnessing her distress, grew anxious. Banksia, your demonine body symptoms grow increasingly severe. My gourd still holds some calming elixir. Would you like to drink some before we proceed? Though touched by Bailu's concern, Banksia gently declined. Thank you, Lady Bailu, but we cannot afford further delay. Bailu opened her mouth to speak again, only to be quietly silenced by Silverwolf. Allow me to handle this. I possess a treatment uniquely my own. As she spoke, intricate gear-like patterns shimmered within Silverwolf's pupils. I borrow this technique from Kafuka for a moment's play. Listen carefully. You will find calm. The instant Silverwolf spoke, Banksia's demon-in body receded, subdued, contained. Bailu watched, utterly astounded. Hey, Miss Brownie, what kind of treatment is this? Just saying a couple of words has subdued Banksia's demonic shadow body. Looking at the scene before her, Bailu couldn't help but feel a bit shocked, but Yin Lang made a silent gesture. This is my secret, and very few people know about it, so you both must keep it confidential. Banksia nodded first. Of course, thank you for your help. I will keep this matter a secret for you. Seeing Banksia's current demeanor, Yin Lang couldn't help but smile wryly. Let's skip the thanks for now. After you see that scumbag's true colors, it won't be too late to thank me then. Banksia originally wanted to retort, but thinking that Yin Lang had just helped her suppress the demonic shadow body, she chose to remain silent. Let's hurry, that scumbag is not here. I just sent the heavy armored rabbit and my floating cannons to scout ahead, and they found this afterward. As she spoke, the heavy armored rabbit had already handed over Liang Mu's message to Banksia, but after reading it, Banksia's expression grew increasingly grave. It seems this place has already been targeted by the secret transmission of the Medicine King, but fortunately he is fine. Let's continue. After Banksia finished speaking, she prepared to head to the next meeting point, but Yin Lang stopped her at that moment. Banksia, think carefully. If you return to the clinic now with Miss Bailu's medical skills combined with my spirit words, while it may not cure your demonic shadow body, living a few more years, or even decades, is not impossible. But if you continue down this path, I can't guarantee that I can help you suppress it again next time. Yin Lang advised, but Banksia shook her head. Thank you, Miss Brownie, for being considerate of me. But because of this, I also want to see him one last time. Miss Brownie, could you please help me? Yin Lang sensed a wave of helplessness from Banksia's pleading gaze. It's hard to dissuade someone who is infatuated. A love-struck mind is beyond saving. Yin Lang sighed as she looked at Banksia. All right, since you are determined to go, I can't stop you. I just hope you don't come back to me with his head after seeing his true face. Soon the three arrived at the next meeting point, but Liang Mu was not here, and there was only a message left on the box. He wasn't waiting for us here at all. Could it be that he is hidden in another place? Bailu said a bit angrily, but at that moment a follower of the Medicine King's secret transmission appeared behind the three. Lady Bailu, be careful, Banksia hurriedly warned, while the heavy armored rabbit also prepared for battle. If I've waited for you here, it means Z has failed. The follower of the Medicine King's secret transmission noticed Bailu beside Banksia halfway through his words. Oh, isn't this the dragon girl? Are you trying to make amends? Amends to you, you fool. You troublesome medicine jar, watch as I whip you with my tail until your parents can't recognize you. Bailu crossed her arms, glaring at the follower of the Medicine King, her tone laced with anger. But the follower of the Medicine King looked at the small Bailu with disdain. Little girl, I'll deal with you later. First, capture this traitor. We must get the list from her. Before the follower of the Medicine King could finish, the heavy armored rabbit suddenly appeared before him. Aura. The heavy armored rabbit struck out, delivering an uppercut that sent the follower of the Medicine King into a floating state. Yar, I didn't want to fight, but since Miss Bailu called you a fool, heavy armored rabbit. With a command from Yin Lang, the heavy armored rabbit began its operation, but this time the combination of attacks was different from usual. In an instant, the heavy armored rabbit flew into the air, grabbing the follower of the Medicine King's neck with one hand, while the other formed a fist and began to strike at the follower's head. Aura. The heavy armored rabbit suddenly released its grip and delivered another uppercut. Aura. With that punch, it directly crushed the head of the follower of the Medicine King, ending him completely. This so-called power of abundance is nothing but this, without a head one still dies. Yin Lang mocked as she looked at the headless corpse on the ground, but prior to this, she had already covered Bailu's eyes to prevent her from witnessing such inappropriate scenes for children. Hey, Miss Brownie, what's going on? Why is there no sound? Bailu asked curiously, while Yin Lang, using ether editing, transported the corpse of the follower of the Medicine King away before removing her hand from covering Bailu's eyes. Oh, that fool. Lady Bailu, that follower of the Medicine King has already been dealt with by Miss Brownie. So soon? No, I haven't had the chance to ask yet. Miss Brownie, why did you cover my eyes? I've seen plenty of grand scenes that would only be right for me to see what he is like. Bailu complained a bit, while Yin Lang smiled. Okay, I'll be a bit more merciful next time, and let Miss Bailu see. You all wait a moment. Hearing this, the three immediately turned to look, and what appeared before them was a girl dressed in the uniform of the Ten Kings Division, resurrected through the body of a puppet along with several Cloud Cavalry soldiers. This person probably can't see through it. Banksia would temporarily show no symptoms, but Yinlang felt somewhat uneasy in her heart. After all, her bounty notice was plastered all over Luofu, and Shuei couldn't possibly have missed it. The girl with the hood, lift your head. Shuei suddenly spoke, clearly having noticed something. What to do? Should I just fight? Forget it, let's try to stall for a bit. Lord Judge, I'm a short-lived species, and I just arrived in Luofu not long ago, so am not very clear about the laws here. But I just want to ask, is it not allowed to wear a hat? Yinlang said with a calm tone, while Shuei after hearing this also remained equally calm. That's not the case. Luofu does not have a law against wearing hats, but I just feel like I've seen you somewhere, and your physique is extremely similar to a Star-Core hunter we are currently pursuing, so I hope you can cooperate and prove your innocence. Upon hearing this, Yinlang understood that she probably couldn't bluff her way through this time, but would she really be caught so easily? Lord Judge, be careful behind you, Yinlang warned, but even so it couldn't hide the smirk at the corner of her mouth. Shuei was startled, but when she turned to look, the few cloud cavalry soldiers accompanying her had already engaged in a brawl with demonic shadow soldiers that outnumbered them 2 or even 3 times. Seeing this, Shuei could only deal with the demonic shadow soldiers alongside the cloud cavalry, with no time to worry about Yinlang and the others. Now's our chance to leave. Yinlang quickly pulled Bailu and ran in the opposite direction of Liundu, with Banksia closely following behind. Stop, you all, don't. Before Shuei could finish, she was once again attacked by the demonic shadow soldiers, forcing her to temporarily give up on chasing Yinlang. Wait a moment, Miss Brownie. Banksia. Before Bailu could finish, a demonic shadow soldier suddenly appeared out of nowhere, charging straight at Banksia. Oh no, even with all the floating cannons and the heavy armored rabbit working together, one still slipped through. There's no helping it. In an instant, Yinlang released Bailu and directly used a teleportation move to arrive behind Banksia, her arm simultaneously manifesting Prometheus with a light blade. Die. A light blade fell, and the demonic shadow soldier was immediately severed in half, its body collapsing to the ground. But at the same time, Yinlang's hood was also torn apart at the last moment by the arm blade of the demonic shadow soldier, losing its covering. B. Brownie. Banksia looked at Yinlang's face and momentarily didn't know what to say. What are you waiting for? Run. Although Banksia was very surprised after hearing Yinlang's words, she hurriedly took Bailu to run towards a safe spot not far away. Not long after, the three found themselves in a relatively safe place, but coincidentally, there was a bounty notice for Yinlang there. Huh. Miss Brownie, how could you be with? Miss Bailu, don't misunderstand, I just look like the Star-Core hunter. Yinlang, I assure you, I am not a Star-Core hunter. Yinlang's tone bore no trace of falsehood. Of course, what she said was true. It was just that the bounty notice had the wrong details. However, she left out that those demonic shadow soldiers were actually summoned by her using ether editing, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to escape. Bailu pondered for a moment, but in the end, she chose to believe. Miss Brownie seems to have no faults apart from enjoying a bit of humor. Oh, anyway, I am unwilling to believe that she is a malicious Star-Core hunter. Bailu looked at the silver wolf, her eyes revealing trust, and afterward Banksia made the same choice. I am also willing to believe in Miss Brownie. You have helped me a lot on this journey, even saving my life just now. Banksia's tone revealed not only trust, but also a hint of gratitude, and upon seeing this, the silver wolf smiled. Thank you for your trust. Oh, let's continue on, but we need to find a way to evade the Cloud Rider army. After all, if I get caught by them, even if I can explain, it might take some time. The silver wolf's expression seemed somewhat helpless at the end of her statement, but she quickly revealed a smile. Banksia, did that scumbag leave you coordinates? The silver wolf suddenly asked, and Banksia nodded. Are you referring to Liangmu? Of course he left me coordinates, you can take a look. However, there are Cloud Riders stationed on that essential route, Miss Brownie. Before Banksia could finish, the silver wolf had already used her powers to slightly repair her damaged hood, and after putting it back on, took the paper with the coordinates. This should be fine. Let's prepare a bit, and we'll be off. As she spoke, the silver wolf had already input the coordinates into Prometheus. In the next moment, the three of them arrived at their destination through ether editing. We have all arrived, but why isn't that guy here yet? Could it be that he has been playing us all along? Bailu said angrily, but Banksia did not think so. He is a cautious person. Do you remember his message? He told me to come alone. Upon hearing this, Bailu felt a wave of helplessness. All right, I will go hide nearby with Miss Brownie, and we'll come back once he appears. Banksia nodded. Yes, thank you for your understanding, Lady Bailu. I will call him out soon. Not long after, the silver wolf and Bailu hid behind a nearby cover. Liangmu, Banksia called out, and as her voice fell, a man emerged from a very concealed corner. Banksia, you finally arrived. How is it? Did you get the list? The man referred to as Liangmu by Banksia spoke. Of course, not only did I bring it for you, but I also brought someone who can heal your ailments. As Banksia spoke, she prepared to hand over the list of the secret organization of the Medicine King to Liangmu, but just then a familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. You do. Unbeknownst to her, the Silver Wolf had already come up behind Banksia and in an instant used you-do on Liangmu. What did you do to Liangmu? Banksia said anxiously, but the Silver Wolf seemed indifferent. Don't worry, I merely used a small illusion on this scumbag one that makes him speak the truth. The Silver Wolf smirked as she stepped forward and continued. Liangmu, what does Banksia mean to you? A lover or just a tool for your purposes? Of course she is a lover, Liangmu and I are. That was merely her one-sided wish, but what I truly desire is that list about the secret organization of the Medicine King. Upon hearing this, Banksia felt a wave of disbelief, but the next words made it even harder for her to believe. With this list, I can threaten the Medicine King organization to obtain the elixir of immortality. I could also hand it over to the Cloud Rider army, making it a means to redeem myself and avoid being expelled from the immortal vessel. That damn old woman has promised me countless times. It was so hard for me to trust her to believe she could bring me change. Hearing this, Banksia couldn't help but shed tears, but even so she still held onto her last shred of hope. Liangmu isn't that kind of person. You must be controlling him to say this. He wouldn't. How about we make a bet? In a moment, I will lift the illusion and let him swear to the god of the Imperial Bow that he has true feelings for you and has no ulterior motives, otherwise he will face divine retribution. If he dares, I will apologize. How about that? The Silver Wolf looked at Banksia with a mischievous smile. What's there to be unwilling about? Looking at Banksia's determined eyes, the Silver Wolf's mischievous smile was almost uncontrollable. As you wish. In the next moment, the Silver Wolf lifted the illusion of you-do, though she did not notice that this time she activated the illusion in a geared state. But as soon as it was lifted, Liangmu nearly fell to the ground and Banksia hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Banksia, you have not become a monster. Liangmu looked at Banksia, surprise flashing in his eyes, but Banksia appeared somewhat anxious. Liangmu, quickly swear to the god of the Imperial Bow that you have true feelings for me or face divine retribution. Hurry up. Banksia urged, but Liangmu hesitated. Banksia, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly asking me to make a vow? I have true feelings for you, and it's fine if I don't swear. Upon hearing this, Banksia's eyes instantly dimmed. Even though she was love-struck, she could see that Liangmu was simply using her. How could I have been so foolish? Miss Brownie has been reminding me all along, yet I still held on to a shred of hope for you. Banksia could no longer control her emotions and slapped Liangmu across the face. Banksia, what are you? Scumbag. I shouldn't have believed you. Do you know what I have been through on this journey? If it weren't for Miss Brownie's appearance, I would have probably become a monster, just as you said, or even before that I might have been killed by the demonic soldiers. Banksia almost shouted these words. The love she once had for Liangmu was now matched by her hatred. Liangmu, listen to my explanation. Oh, I'm not. All right, I'm listening as long as you swear to the god of the Imperial Bow that you love me. I will listen to everything, including what I promised you before. I will still give it to you. Banksia's emotions were on the verge of collapse. If it weren't for the Silver Wolf's spirit words constantly helping to suppress her, she would have fallen into the demonic state long ago. Mr. Liangmu, I still want to remind you that the god of the Imperial Bow truly manifests. If you lie, you will indeed die. The Silver Wolf added fuel to the fire, flashing a mischievous smile at Liangmu. Come on, Liangmu, isn't it simple to swear to the god of the Imperial Bow? Don't you love me sincerely? Why are you still afraid? Why can't you dare? Under continuous mental stimulation, Liangmu finally couldn't hold on any longer. I can't swear. I have always been using you. I want to live forever. I want to stay in the immortal vessel, but I don't have that ability, so I used you to help me get everything. Please, miss, I beg you to spare me. Ooh, I just want to live. Ooh, I don't want to die. Liangmu looked at the Silver Wolf pleadingly, but the Silver Wolf revealed a mischievous smile. All right, don't worry, you won't die after all. After all, no matter how you all fight, this lady will ensure he is healed. Bailu angrily stepped forward. She had heard everything and understood that this person before her was a pure scumbag. Come on, Banksia, take this. As she spoke, the Silver Wolf handed Banksia a baseball bat, titanium alloy designed for hitting someone so hard they can't get back up. The following content is voiced by Teacher Tom. Feel free to imagine. After beating Liangmu to the point of being unable to rise, Banksia's anger finally subsided somewhat. Lady Bailu and Miss Silverwolf, thank you for accompanying me on this trip. I was truly dazzled by him, otherwise this wouldn't have happened. Also, thank you so much for this trip, Miss Silverwolf. Even though I didn't help you with anything, you helped me so much, not only suppressing my demonic state, but also helping me see Liangmu's true colors. It's just a pity I didn't listen to your advice at that time and missed the best treatment period. By the end of her speech, Banksia's tone carried a strong sense of regret, but the Silver Wolf laughed at this. Huh. Banksia, after all this time you still haven't figured out my tricks. Well, let me tell you the truth, given your current condition, the demonic state will definitely not manifest for at least 10 years. Moreover, since you still have that list of the secret organization of the Medicine King, making amends should not be too difficult for the Cloud Riders. The Silver Wolf looked at Banksia smiling. All right, Banksia, next you should go surrender. As for this scumbag, let the Cloud Riders handle it later. As for me, I'll just... Wait a minute, Miss Brownie, you have to take me along. If I go to the Cloud Riders, I will definitely be sent back. Bailu looked at the Silver Wolf, putting on a pitiful expression, hoping the Silver Wolf could take her along, and upon seeing this, the Silver Wolf appeared somewhat helpless. All right, I'll do a good deed to the end and send you to the Starship Sea. But let me say in advance what I'm going to do next might be a bit dangerous, so I will only take you, Miss Bailu, to the Starship Sea. After saying this, Bailu immediately nodded. After all, going to the Starship Sea was also a good thing. Quickly, the Silver Wolf input 2 coordinates into Prometheus, one for the Starship Sea and the other for Taibusi. Not long after, the Silver Wolf used ether editing to send herself and Bailu to the corresponding location. Taibusi, I wonder where the train group is at this stage, but I still hope that Kafka can keep her word and not smear my name. Switching to the perspective of the train group. So how is it? Do you have any other questions? Kafka looked at Xing and said gently, Mom, is it about that? That aunt mentioned. I used to have a girlfriend over there, right? Xing asked softly, afraid that San Yuchi nearby would hear her. But Kafka smiled upon seeing this. Although I had anticipated it, hearing you say it directly is still different. However, what Yin Lang said is not wrong. She is indeed waiting for you. Don't worry, you will meet soon. As Kafka spoke, she looked at the nearby Jinmu, which had begun to regrow. It seems to have started. When you go to deal with the trouble, don't forget to bring Bronya with you. She resembles your aunt and is nearby. After Kafka finished speaking, she broke free from her restraints, and Rin also arrived here, pointing her sword at Xing. Let's go, Rin. There are 2 more places to visit. Immediately, Kafka turned her back and jumped down from the Cheongguan array, while Rin followed closely behind, executing a deep-sea torpedo-like jump to leave. What? Kafka ran away. Damn it, how am I going to explain this to that Taibu now? San Yuchi said anxiously, but Xing remained calm. If Kafka didn't lie to me, then we shouldn't have to explain anything. Hearing this, San Yuchi quickly touched Xing's forehead, and after confirming it wasn't hot, she finally sighed in relief. You don't have a fever? Wait, could it be that you were brainwashed by that bad woman? San Yuchi clasped her hands over her mouth, appearing very surprised. Xing, having to explain everything that just happened, finally regained her trust. Is that so? That's good. But then again, we both know each other very well. If you had been brainwashed, I could tell right away. San Yuchi placed her hands on her hips and smiled. Soon the train group planned to find Fu Xian and Jing Yuan to report the anomaly of the Jinmu regrowth. However, before leaving, Xing still had a lot of confusion. Strange, I should have searched this area thoroughly, but I haven't seen anyone who looks like my Aunt Mom wouldn't lie to me. Hey Xing, we should go. Stop looking, there are no trash bins here. San Yuchi urged, and seeing no results from her search, Xing could only choose to leave first. What she didn't know was that Yin Lang had been sitting on the hand of the heavily armored rabbit, floating in midair. If you just look up, you could see me. But next, Ting Yun. No, more accurately, it should be Huan Long. Soon the train group encountered Ting Yun on their way to search. This is the deadwood that Qin Ke took us to see, right? Why has it suddenly grown? San Yuchi appeared puzzled, while Ting Yun was incredibly excited. Incredible, so amazing. I am so lucky. In a lifetime of cultivation, not many can witness such a spectacle. Ting Yun's tone was filled with excitement and yearning. Has the Jinmu been infused with power? Xing asked with some confusion, but Walter shook his head. No, this unusual energy is the star core. So Uncle Yang means that the star core caused the growth of the Jinmu? San Yuchi asked, and Walter nodded. Yes, the Xianzhou Yunqi searching for that star core is most likely the source of this anomaly. Walter looked at the Jinmu with a serious expression. It seems there is nothing more to see here. Heavily armored rabbit, you should be able to fly directly to the engineering department, right? Yin Lang looked at the distant Jinmu and asked the heavily armored rabbit, who affirmed. Of course. What's wrong? Boss, don't you have teleportation? Why do you still want me to carry you over? But if you are willing to give overtime pay, I wouldn't mind flying you over. Though the heavily armored rabbit had no expression, her tone suggested that she was likely smirking. What are you thinking? I'm just afraid that if we teleport directly, they won't make it in time. After all, I have to go on stage soon too. Yin Lang said, changing her position from simply sitting on the heavily armored rabbit's hand to leaning against her chest. Hey boss, can you be any lazier? The heavily armored rabbit questioned, her tone clearly showing a hint of anger. However, upon seeing this, Yin Lang directly pulled out a handheld game console. Sure, it'll fulfill your wish. After saying this, Yin Lang leaned against the heavily armored rabbit, crossed her legs, and started playing the game on her hand. Heartless boss, you. One word deducts 10 of this month's salary. You still have 4 words left, so I suggest you organize your language or take me to the engineering department now, then I might consider whether or not to deduct your salary. Yin Lang said, revealing a mischievous smile to the heavily armored rabbit. Seeing this, the heavily armored rabbit could only comply helplessly. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have tried to enlighten the heartless boss. Perhaps life would have been better than it is now. Before long, the heavily armored rabbit brought Yin Lang to the engineering department. After arriving here, Yin Lang also put away her game console, and her attitude became a bit more serious. This isn't right. However, it seems we arrived too early. Even though we flew very slowly, really forget it, they should arrive here soon, or... The engineering department is an important place. Thieves retreat quickly. Quickly retreat. Seeing the strange person suddenly appear in front of them along with several machines, Yin Lang felt somewhat helpless. Yar, it seems I am going to deal with the train group, but that's okay, or just know if anything gets broken I want compensate heavily armored rabbit. As soon as Yin Lang finished speaking, the heavily armored rabbit immediately took action and directly eliminated one machine. Ola, then the second, third, fourth. Until the last one was dealt with, the heavily armored rabbit shook her hand. Thick cloud golden toad. Light of day dragon fish. What happened to you? Get up quickly. I treat you like my own flesh and blood. All right, Master Gongshu, your things are gone. Can I pass now? Hearing this, Master Gongshu appeared somewhat smug. Oh, this little brat actually knows my name. Wait, that's not right. You just said you wanted to go in, but this place isn't open to everyone. Even if you know my name, it doesn't count. Seeing this, Yin Lang was too lazy to waste more words with him. Sigh, forget it, heavily armored rabbit, show him out. After Yin Lang finished speaking, the heavily armored rabbit lifted Master Gongshu and prepared to take him out of the engineering department. But just then a somewhat familiar voice suddenly called out to her. Heavily armored rabbit, what are you doing? Upon hearing this, Yin Lang and the heavily armored rabbit immediately turned to look, and in front of them appeared Walter along with Xing, Sen Yuqi, and Ting Yun. Mr. Walter, what are you doing here? The heavily armored rabbit looked at Walter and asked with some confusion, as she had been too busy complaining to notice Walter's presence. I wanted to ask you the same thing. Why are you here? And put him down first. Upon hearing this, the heavily armored rabbit didn't hesitate and directly threw Master Gongshu to the ground. Hey, isn't this a bit too much for a machine? I'm so old, can't you be gentler? Could you be quiet for a bit? While speaking, Yin Lang had already stuffed a piece of bread in Master Gongshu's mouth. Heavily armored rabbit, answer me one question. Why did you help the Star Corps hunters? Walter looked at the heavily armored rabbit and asked, but Yin Lang crossed her arms and replied helplessly, Mr. Walter, which eye did you see that? I am a Star Corps hunter. As she spoke, Yin Lang removed her hood. Bronya Zacic, long time no see, Mr. Walter. Walter appeared somewhat shocked, but soon he discovered a point of doubt. Although I'm not sure how you know this, the Bronya Zacic I know does not resemble you at all. Walter crossed his arms over his chest, his expression serious. However, Silverwolf did not lose heart as she understood that just a few words would not convince Walter to trust her. It seems I can only show something impressive. In an instant, Silverwolf activated her powers right in front of Walter, conjuring a floating cannon, while her original disguise, as the mysterious rabbit, transformed into the attire of the lawkeeper. What do you think, Mr. Walter? Can you believe me now? While speaking, Silverwolf tried her best to maintain a nonchalant expression to avoid breaking into laughter. Yet despite this, Walter still held some reservations about her. The powers of the lawkeeper are indeed real, but this only proves that the world we lived in has also suffered the baptism of destruction. Perhaps you mistook me for another person. I apologize if my previous doubts about you were excessive. It's alright, I was a bit anxious as well. After all, before I arrived here, Dr. Tesla had repeatedly instructed me to find Mr. Walter. Upon hearing this, Walter's expression subtly changed. Ahem, may I ask what kind of person Dr. Tesla is on your side? And how was she before you left? Walter feigned calmness while a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Silverwolf's mouth. Evaluating Dr. Tesla. Bronya isn't very good at that, but if I must say, apart from occasionally using some foul language, she seems to have no faults. Oh, and I suddenly remembered that Dr. Tesla mentioned that if Mr. Walter returned, he would definitely have a hard time getting away. Silverwolf maintained a calm demeanor while speaking, but Walter couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Is that so? Then I wish you success in finding the version of me from your world. By the way, I have another question regarding the reconstructed rabbit and its assistance to the Star Corps hunters. Bronya, do you have any knowledge about this? Upon hearing this, Silverwolf immediately put on a puzzled expression and shook her head. Bronya is not quite sure about that. We got separated when we first arrived here. As for the Star Corps hunters, Bronya has heard of them. They don't have a very good reputation in the universe. This was something I learned from the person who helped Bronya arrive here through the company. After listening, Walter nodded silently. That does make sense. The Silver Wolf among the Star Corps hunters is a top-tier hacker, so infiltrating the system of the reconstructed rabbit is certainly not impossible. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that Kafka has taken control of the reconstructed rabbit. Walter analyzed with utmost seriousness. Perhaps anyway. Silverwolf had not finished speaking when the factory began to shake again. Uncle Young, look quickly, isn't that tree growing again? March 7 pointed urgently at the distant roots of the tree, and Walter understood that they could no longer afford to delay. We're running out of time, let's go. Wait a moment, mister. Walter Bronya wants to go too. Silverwolf quickly interjected, and Walter did not refuse. All right, let's consider it an extra boost. After saying this, everyone hastily moved forward, completely ignoring the silenced Master Gongshu. Soon they arrived at the mosaic of worlds entangled in the branches of the tree. Hey Uncle Yang, it seems there's no path here. How do we get past now? March 7 hurriedly asked, but Silverwolf was the first to respond. If there's no path, then let's create one ourselves. Don't worry, just watch Bronya from here. In the next moment, Silverwolf directly created a path before everyone, and upon seeing this, March 7 covered her mouth in astonishment. You just made a path like that. March 7's tone was filled with disbelief, but Walter did not dwell on this matter. Everyone, let's go. After saying this, Walter took the lead and stepped onto the path created by Silverwolf. March 7 Xing and Tingyun followed closely behind, while Silverwolf walked at the rear with the reconstructed rabbit. Before long, they arrived at the location of the roots of the Tree of Creation, but just as they were about to move forward, the furnace of creation beneath the roots suddenly activated, and a bountiful, mysterious deer emerged from within. What is this? Walter's expression turned grave as he tightened his grip on his staff. However, Tingyun was filled with excitement and anticipation. Truly a miracle, effortlessly giving birth to life. This power is remarkable. Just as Tingyun finished speaking, the bountiful, mysterious deer summoned several branches from the tree to launch an attack on the group. Everyone be careful. Walter quickly shouted a warning simultaneously, sending the first wave of branches into a black hole. Meanwhile, the bountiful, mysterious deer summoned a bolt of lightning towards the group, but before the lightning could fully descend, the reconstructed rabbit had already deployed a layer of blue shield, successfully intercepting it. All units a level deployment. With the words of Silverwolf, the floating cannons she created appeared in full, surrounding the bountiful Xuanlu. Fire! At Silverwolf's command, the floating cannons launched an assault on the bountiful Xuanlu. In an instant, countless beams fell upon the bountiful Xuanlu, but they failed to inflict any significant damage, largely because the attacks were not as quick as the counters. Injuries can be restored no matter where. This is absurd. March 7 commented. It seems we can only retreat for now, Bronya, hurry. Wait a moment, mister. Walter Bronya wants to try again. After Silverwolf finished speaking, she once again controlled the floating cannons to attack the bountiful Xuanlu. Yet the bountiful Xuanlu seemed to sense something. Instead of bracing itself as before, it quickly summoned several branches of the Jianmu for defense against the beams from the floating cannons. It looks like they have succeeded. In the next moment, nearly double the previous number of floating cannons appeared and immediately shot at the bountiful Xuanlu, successfully inflicting effective damage. Hey, Uncle Yang, look. This time it seems possible, March 7 said eagerly, while Walter couldn't help but feel puzzled. Meanwhile, on the other side, finally done. Team 1 has wrapped up perfectly and Team 2 is also finished. I suppose the main body should be just about done too. Silverwolf's clone finished speaking and immediately dissolved, while the other Silverwolf clones around her also dissolved at the same time. The perspective returned to Silverwolf's main body. It seems you can only reach this level, then it is time for the finale. Ride on. In an instant, the armored rabbit transformed into a motorcycle, and upon Silverwolf mounting it, it began to move. The bountiful Xuanlu attempted a final struggle, attacking Silverwolf with lightning, but in the face of the high-speed armored rabbit, it couldn't even catch up with the exhaust. Moreover, as the falling lightning became increasingly frequent, Silverwolf directly utilized her powers to construct a new road for the armored rabbit to traverse. In the next moment, Silverwolf turned the motorcycle in midair, aiming at the bountiful Xuanlu. Seeing the armored rabbit closing in, the bountiful Xuanlu immediately summoned lightning to attempt to change its course. All firepower units release everything. With Silverwolf's command, the floating cannons appeared to shield Silverwolf and the armored rabbit from the bountiful, Zoanless lightning. After that, Silverwolf twisted the handle all the way and charged straight toward the bountiful Xuanlu, successfully piercing through it. However, it was not over yet. After piercing through the bountiful Xuanlu, the armored rabbit transformed back into an armed robot, while Silverwolf hovered in midair, surrounded by countless floating cannons. Goodbye. With that, all the floating cannons fired beams at the pierced, bountiful Xuanlu, while Silverwolf turned away, not looking back at the explosion behind her. Soon as the explosion subsided, the bountiful Xuanlu transformed into countless autumn leaves, while the Jinmu roots behind it dimmed. Is it over just like that? March 7 covered her mouth with both hands, looking utterly incredulous. Walter, however, merely smiled. How nostalgic. It feels like looking back into the past. Walter sighed, but soon his gaze shifted back to the Jinmu roots. General Jingyuan said that Jinmu is an incredible primordial divine ability. That deer seems no different from ordinary creatures, yet even when mortally wounded it can heal instantly. I understand why the Xianzhou people pursue hunting to eradicate bounty. An immortal creation once allowed to grow and spread extensively would collapse the entire ecosystem of the world. No wonder the Xianzhou wanders the universe with starships never settling on any planet. However, I still have a question. Why was it that initially all our attacks were instantly restored by the Xuanlu, but when you launched another attack, its recovery ability was noticeably diminished? Can you explain the reason behind this? When something unusual occurs, there must be something amiss. Walter's suspicion of Silverwolf has once again intensified. Bronya doesn't know either. Just now she merely wanted to increase the firepower to see if it had any effect, but didn't expect it to succeed so quickly. Silverwolf feigned innocence, hoping to get away with it. However, Walter's eyes were filled with doubt, though he did not voice it in front of everyone. Is that so? Though it seemed coincidental, it was still plausible. Xiaosan Yuexing and Miss Ting Yun had a tight schedule, but I hope to have a brief chat with Bronya. You all may head to my Danding division to meet with Taibu first, and I will join Bronya shortly. Hearing this, San Yuchi could only nod in agreement. Then Uncle Yangyu and Miss Bronya should hurry up. Walter nodded, and then San Yuchi Xing and Ting Yun left the place first. At the same time, Walter's gaze towards Silverwolf grew serious. There is no one else here, you may speak now. Hearing Walter say this, Silverwolf understood that he could not possibly trust her now, but even so she decided to keep up the act. What is Mr. Walter talking about? Bronya doesn't understand. Silverwolf said, putting on an innocent face, but the faint smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. Do I need to keep pretending? The core and authority indeed affected my judgment, but you are most likely not Bronya Zaechek. Even if you are undoubtedly hiding something from me. After all, your appearance is far too coincidental, and you have captured my attention on matters I care about, making it hard for me not to suspect that you are doing this on purpose. Looking at Walter's extremely serious expression, Silverwolf realized that she had been thoroughly seen through this time, but even so she was already prepared with a backup plan. Mr. Walter, you truly have foresight, but since you distrust me so much, why are you still straightforward with others? Silverwolf wore a smile at the corner of her mouth, a sign that she was betting on the success of her backup plan. Meanwhile, Walter did not evade her question. It's simple. I firmly believe that the core of the lawmaker will not choose the wrong person. As the second lawmaker, I am convinced of this, even if your core does not contain the will of 300 people. Hearing this, Silverwolf felt somewhat helpless, but what Walter didn't notice was that a subtle curve still lingered at the corner of her mouth. So can I understand this as mutual trust among the lawmakers? Silverwolf placed her hand on her waist, a smile still on her face, but soon that smile transformed into a sneer. What if I say I am the first one? There is no will of predecessors, only my own thoughts. What of it? The fact that you can come here and speak with me already means that you have not yielded to the collapse. Silverwolf's heart was already clear. Her backup plan had succeeded. As expected of Mr. Walter, let me reintroduce myself. Bronya, the first lawmaker of another world. In my world, there isn't much collapse, and currently, there is only one lawmaker, which is me. Of course, there is one thing I did not lie, Dr. Tesla. I truly intend to make it, so you cannot turn back as I have been there. The name Bronya Zaechek was borrowed from a counterpart slightly older than me, including the heavy-duty rabbit as well. Silverwolf had successfully executed her lie without a script, leaving old Yang stunned. Naturally, as she had mentioned, the effect was remarkable. If you put it that way, it makes sense. Although there are still many doubts, at least it is somewhat acceptable. That said, Walter still maintained some vigilance towards Silverwolf. She was not foolish and could certainly see through it, but she couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. Before long, the two arrived at the Danding division and quickly reached the position where the troops were stationed. Who is it? State your name. A Cloud Rider guard suddenly stepped forward to block the two and asked. But before the two could respond, another Cloud Rider guard spoke first. Wait, could these be the last two guests invited by the general? Didn't the previous few say there were still two who hadn't arrived? Hearing this, the other Cloud Rider guard belatedly allowed the two to pass. So it's the guests invited by the general. Please go in, but it's dangerous outside. The two then entered the stationed camp and quickly met up with San Yuchi and the others. Uncle Yang, what were you two talking about? You arrived so late, and Lord Taibu has already come. We were just waiting for you two. The two did not linger and were immediately pulled over by San Yuchi to meet Fu Xian, where they also saw Xing waiting there. However, Fu Xian did not give Silverwolf a good expression at the first glance. You cooperated with them for something that even I cannot gauge, but I assume you haven't done anything too outrageous. Plus, since you intend to assist Luofu, I won't hold it against you for now. But if you fail to fulfill your responsibilities moving forward, even if the general is willing to give you that item, I will not agree. Fu Xian said seriously to Silverwolf, but none of the people present understood, and even Silverwolf herself was somewhat confused. Is she talking about my cooperation with Kafka? But what is that item she mentioned? At this moment San Yuchi could no longer hold back and asked, Lord Taibu, were you just speaking to Miss Bronya? Why can't I understand a word? Do you understand? San Yuchi suddenly turned her gaze to Xing, but Xing also shook her head. You do not need to know about this matter. Now regarding the main topic, I have already clarified the mysteries of the secret transmission of the Medicine King, and it is time for you all to take the field. Hearing this, San Yuchi immediately showed a helpless expression and complained, Sai, the first time I meet your Lord Yukong, she says something quite well. This is internal affairs of the ferry ship. There is no need for you all to worry. But how is it that in the blink of an eye everything is dumped on us? The company wouldn't dispatch people like you all. Let's guess what you intend to have me do this time. It wouldn't be leading the charge alongside the Cloud Cavalry, would it? Upon saying this, San Yuchi's expression suddenly turned somewhat fearful. No way, no way. This young lady gets dizzy in large crowds. Seeing her like this, Fu Xian could only shake his head helplessly. Who said everyone has to go to the battlefield? San Yuchi and Xing exchanged glances, both looking somewhat puzzled. No, there isn't. San Yuchi asked in confusion. Jing Yuan instructed that you all are extraordinary troops brought together by fate, hence the extraordinary aspect. The recent fierce attack by the Cloud Cavalry was merely a show of strength. The time for the extraordinary to act is now. Everyone please follow me. Then Fu Xian led several people to the platform of the Alchemy Division, where clouds and mist swirled around, and amidst that haze a gigantic alchemical furnace stood tall. The dawn bell awakens the dream within a dream. The smoke and mist gather and disperse around the body. Everyone, do you see that over there? Upon seeing this, Tingyan couldn't help but be somewhat surprised, stepping forward to say, what a huge alchemical furnace, it's still smoking. This is where alchemists of ancient times expounded on the immortal path. They built this furnace here to draw upon the power of Jinmu and turn extraordinary thoughts into reality. Because the smoke within the furnace is ceaseless, it is named Cloud Mist Purple Abode. Upon saying this, Fu Xian's expression also changed to one of worry. Though the name is elegant, it is a dead zone in military strategy. As long as the furnace does not extinguish and the mist surrounds us, we cannot approach. Is this the reason the Cloud Cavalry lost control and fell into madness? Walter was the first to ask, and Fu Xian nodded in affirmation. Exactly. The secret transmission of the Apothecary King has scattered throughout the mist in this cave, mixed with pills that induce the demonic transformation. Unless one can hold their breath while marching, the Cloud Cavalry will collapse without a fight, because no one knows when their comrades might fall into demonic transformation. What better way to undermine a military's morale than with suspicion? Upon hearing this, Walter understood Fu Xian's intention. The Cloud Cavalry's first fierce attack was merely a cover, allowing them to draw enemy attention while we extinguish the furnace and stop the smoke. Fu Xian turned to Walter and nodded. The secret transmission of the Apothecary King has given up on centuries of concealment, choosing now to reveal itself, indicating their confidence in victory. However, no matter how prepared they are, they ultimately come for the Cloud Cavalry. They are completely unaware of your abilities and existence. The secret transmission of the Apothecary King has no means of preparation against you. So this means the mist has no effect on us? Xing asked, and Fu Xian nodded in affirmation. Yes, the demon mist is specifically designed to deal with the Cloud Cavalry. Jinmu is a taboo of Luofu. The Immortal Ship Alliance has always been independent. The people of the secret transmission of the Apothecary King could never have anticipated that the general would dare to seek external aid, nor would they prepare for dealing with transient beings. Is this what the general meant by extraordinary troops? Walter voiced his confusion. I wouldn't dare to make such assertions. Fu Xian shifted his gaze to the Silverwolf, who had been silent all along. Shouldn't you be saying something to me? Beluo and Aya. Fu Xian looked into the Silverwolf's deep eyes, and the Silverwolf felt a sense of helplessness in return. I was planning to play the invisible role first, but it can't be helped. However, Lord Taibu, this is not a good place to talk. While speaking, the Silverwolf subtly glanced toward Ting Yun. Fu Xian certainly understood her meaning and was also able to comprehend her hint. All right, then after we finish dealing with this, you can speak with me later. Back to the point, extinguishing the furnace without being harmed is something only you can accomplish. What do you think? All right, even though Lord Taibu didn't say, please this time, who else can help with this request? Xing, Uncle Yang, and Miss Beluo and Aya, what do you say? San Yuchi placed her hands on her hips and smiled while the three nodded in agreement. Once the smoke ceases, I will come immediately and ensure none of you fight alone. Then the four of them headed forward to prepare to close the furnace, but just before leaving, the Silverwolf handed Fu Xian a gas mask with a small air purifier. Lord Taibu, please take this. After all, with this you won't need to hold your breath anymore. By the way, since I've given you such a good thing and hinted at you so much before, shouldn't you consider it as owing me a favor? What are you thinking? At most, you can only settle your own debts. Don't forget you have collaborated with the Star Corps Hunter. Fu Xian looked at the Silverwolf seriously, but she had already taken the gas mask. Lord Taibu, really? By the way, can you reveal what the general is going to give me? The Silverwolf looked at Fu Xian, asking with a smirk. The heavenly secrets cannot be leaked, you will know in due time. Now hurry and go. Upon hearing this, the Silverwolf felt somewhat helpless, but had no choice but to follow the train group to close the furnace. But not long after arriving near the first furnace, San Yuqi discovered that Ting Yun had actually been following them all along. Wait, Miss Ting Yun, why aren't you going back? We're very close to the furnace now. San Yuqi asked in surprise, but Ting Yun merely smiled. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Who told the general to order me to follow you all? I can't defy military orders. Upon hearing this, Walter initially wanted to persuade her, but the Silverwolf stopped him. That's true, military orders cannot be disobeyed. Buluo and I was also a mercenary before, so it's understandable. Walter felt somewhat puzzled, but the Silverwolf gave him a look that said, trust me. Seeing this, Walter decided not to oppose further. Let's hurry and close the furnace. That will fundamentally resolve the problem. Hearing Walter say this, San Yuqi also stopped opposing, while Xing remained by the side enjoying the show. Soon the five of them followed the bridge along the way and closed all the furnaces, but during this process the Silverwolf seemed to intentionally or unintentionally stay very close to Ting Yun. Miss Buluo and I understand you want to protect me, but does it have to be this close? You're fine, but this kind of crafty thing makes me somewhat uncomfortable. Ting Yun said somewhat indirectly, but the Silverwolf merely smiled. It's fine, keeping you safe is part of my itinerary. The Silverwolf spoke to herself, completely ignoring Ting Yun's words, while San Yuqi had already contacted Fu Xian through the communicator. All the furnaces have been closed, and the smoke has disappeared. Excellent. I will lead the troops to meet you right away. The five did not linger, but continued forward to the Taijin alchemy chamber, where they encountered the leader of the secret transmission of the Apothecary King and two inner alchemists beside her. What was destined to come has finally arrived. The leader of the secret transmission of the Medicine King and the two Dan Masters beside her turned around. At the same time, Fu Xian led the Cloud Cavalry to this location. It's you, Dan Shu. Fu Xian looked at Dan Shu, the leader of the secret transmission of the Medicine King, with a serious expression. Dan Master, I have met Lord Taibu. You don't seem surprised. Fu Xian crossed his arms and said, the secret transmission of the Medicine King must be hiding within the Dan Ding division. Both the general and I are well aware of this. They simply couldn't find any evidence to question the 6 divisions, so they had to wait for you to jump out yourself. However, it's fine. Bringing the Star Corps evil into the immortal vessel, reviving the world, tree, luring people into the demonic shadow. These grave offenses will all be accounted for by the 10 Kings division one by one. Crime. If what I do is a crime, then the ancestors of the immortal vessel shall share in my guilt. They accepted the bounty of fertility and transformed their descendants into beings of longevity. The leader of the secret transmission of the Medicine King mocked. The secret transmission of the Medicine King merely walks the path they once walked, seeking transcendence. What crime is there? Argued the leader of the secret transmission of the Medicine King. At that time, the roots of the world tree enveloped the Luo Fu immortal vessel, just like a living being. My clan navigated the Star Sea unmatched. Everyone could attain the Tao and become immortals, free